Chapter 1. Miller sprinted from the baseline, but Michael Jordan closely shadowed him. Yet, Miller ultimately escaped the deadly grip, receiving the ball and launching a three-pointer from the right side at a 45-degree angle. The ball swished through the net. 96-94, the Pacers led by 2 points. Miller had executed a near game winner against the Bulls. Only 0.7 seconds remained. Before the television set, 14-year-old Ginóbili intently watched the live broadcast of Game 6 of the Eastern Conference Finals while skillfully practicing his dribbling routine. "Dad, it looks like the red team is about to lose. They only have 0.7 seconds left." This was Ginóbili's first time watching an NBA playoff game live, so he was unaware that the red team on the brink of defeat was none other than the illustrious Chicago Bulls. However, he knew well that this was his father's favorite NBA team. "Don't worry, God has granted Michael 0.7 seconds," Ginóbili remarked as he picked up a beer can from the coffee table. Taking a sip before continuing, "Jordan will take care of his opponents." "Michael? Is he the one who got shoved aside, that black egg?" Ginóbili began practicing a crossover dribble. That Miller in the yellow jersey who just made the clutch shot seemed to have committed a foul. "No call means it's a good play," Ginóbili admonished, setting down the beer can. "Even if the referee makes a wrong call, don't dwell on complaints. Instead, focus on rectifying the mistake. Don't let one error lead to another, or you'll end up with nothing. Understand, son?" Ginóbili nodded. But as a middle school student, he rarely encountered misjudgments in his games, and even when they occurred, they did not impede his effortless victories over opponents. Although Ginóbili's height was only 176 centimeters, his exceptional dribbling and shooting skills allowed him to dominate among his peers. Even the coaches from the city's youth team frequently attended his games, hoping to recruit him early. However, all of this was a result of the child's relentless practice day in and day out. Since the age of 8, Ginóbili had first encountered basketball, being sent by his father to various basketball classes for training. By 10, he began undergoing specialized training from his father: running, dribbling, passing, defense, shooting, and finishing. Except for strength training, which might affect his height, Ginóbili practiced nearly every aspect until he nearly vomited. Clearly, all of this was worthwhile. Even in a middle school league where the average score was 60 points per game, he managed to achieve an average of 25 points, 8 rebounds, and 8 assists, contributing to nearly all of his team's scoring. Michael Jordan has received the inbounds pass. Time is running out as he faces a double team. With a quick adjustment, Jordan shoots. At this moment, the Bulls' timeout had concluded. After breaking free from the double team, Jordan received the ball and took the final shot of the game. The basketball soared through the air, and the nearly 20,000 spectators at the Pacers' home arena held their breath, witnessing the orange sphere descend into the hoop. The father and son also held their breath, and even Ginóbili failed to realize that the basketball was slipping from his fingertips. The ball bounced back out. Jordan's last-second attempt failed. This series has been extended to a Game 7 thanks to Miller's three-pointer. The excited voice of the official commentator blared from the television. This marks the first time this season that Jordan's Bulls have faced back-to-back playoff losses. The victor will secure the final ticket to the finals, where they will meet the Utah Jazz. On screen, Jordan furiously shook his fist. He could not comprehend why the basketball, which had almost gone in, rebounded back out of the hoop. "Such a pity," Ginóbili muttered as he picked up the basketball that had fallen to the floor. "It might have been just a few millimeters." Ginóbili stood up and patted his son's shoulder. "That's the nature of sports. They're always rife with surprises. Until the final moment, one can never know the outcome. But don't worry, Michael Jordan will lead the Bulls to victory in this series." Ginóbili gazed at the red figure on the television screen, nodding thoughtfully. As Ginóbili had predicted, Jordan lived up to expectations, guiding the injury-riddled, fractious Bulls team through a grueling Game 7, overcoming the Pacers and stepping onto the final rung of the staircase to greatness. Awaiting them were last year's adversaries, the Utah Jazz, led by the formidable duo who had swept the storied Los Angeles Lakers 40 in the Western Conference Finals. Thus, they enjoyed more rest, preparing in peak condition for their revenge against the Bulls. Despite losing one game on the road, and with Pippen's back injury worsening and Rodman's whereabouts uncertain, the 35-year-old basketball deity still led the team to 3 consecutive victories. Just when everyone, including Jordan himself, believed they would clinch the championship at home at that time. The finals format was 232, not the current 2-2-1-1-1. The Jazz valiantly fought back to claim a game. The fans in Salt Lake City saw a glimmer of hope, believing they would secure another victory at home. However, Jordan demonstrated what it meant by the deity does not play in Game 7. In the final 20 seconds of the finals, the Jazz held a narrow lead of 8,685. Just as everyone anticipated the Bulls to foul Malone, Jordan stealthily maneuvered behind him, executing a critical steal. The Bulls did not call a timeout. Zen master Phil Jackson knew the black egg on the court all too well and trusted him to handle the final possession. Jordan understood the cue. He dribbled the ball up the court slowly, confidently managing the clock. In contrast, the Jazz players were tense if they could stop this pivotal shot. The next game would still be held in Salt Lake City, significantly increasing their chances of winning the championship, while the Bulls would merely be a spent force. In the final moments, Jordan suddenly accelerated, shaking off defender Russell, and swiftly pulled back to launch the last shot of his Bulls' career. The shot heard round the world. 87-86. Jordan nearly sealed the deal. As Stockton's three-pointer missed, the final buzzer sounded, and this bloody Bulls team once again hoisted the O'Brien Trophy, achieving the remarkable feat of a second three-peat. Subsequently, the legendary basketball deity would depart, that summer adorned with 6 championship rings, leaving behind a figure that was both revered and unattainable. However, at this moment in the NBA, everything was unrelated to the boy from a small eastern town in China. He was akin to the protagonist in the classic boxing film Rocky, engaging in monotonous, grueling training day after day. The only difference from Rocky's solitary journey was that his father rode behind him on a bicycle, urging him on. In Hu Shuliang's words, he had already shown great care for his son by not training him in a jeep like the stars of the league. In his final year of middle school, Hu Sirui finally surpassed the 180-centimeter mark. His outstanding combination of physical gifts and refined skills caught the attention of the Jiangsu Long CBA youth training team, who sought to recruit this promising talent. However, Hu Shuliang declined the offer. Based on his years of watching basketball, he judged that the gap between Chinese and American basketball would only widen. Staying in the domestic environment, while comfortable and familiar, would make it increasingly difficult to venture out or progress further. In the summer of 1998, after the basketball deity Michael Jordan's final dance, the Black Jesus, who had single-handedly created 2 Bulls dynasties, announced his retirement. The league finally returned to an era of diverse competition, with numerous teams vying for supremacy. Teams across the league had long suffered under the shadow of the Bulls. While Jordan remained in the league, they were perpetually burdened by a colossal weight. Thus, after Jordan's retirement, aside from the disintegrating Bulls, all teams celebrated the disappearance of that burden. The first champion of the post-Jordan era, and the last champion before the dawn of the new millennium, was none other than the San Antonio Spurs. David Robinson, one of the 4 great centers, finally achieved his long-desired championship ring in the twilight of his career, thanks to his second-year teammate. The big fundamental Tim Duncan, new basketball superstar, was rising. But this was far from the end. A new round of competition had begun. The Spurs sought to defend their title in Robinson's final season. The big Shaquille O'Neal, who had suffered 5 sweeps in 6 years, and the emerging little flying man Kobe Bryant aimed for revenge. The Trailblazers with their star-studded roster, the Jazz seizing their last window of opportunity, and the East Terminator Reggie Miller leading the Pacers, alongside the storied Knicks and the Philadelphia 76ers with the answer, Allen Iverson. The end of one era marked the beginning of another. Thus, the new age of fierce competition officially commenced. And at this moment, far in the East, Hu Sirui finally understood why his father spared no effort in ensuring he learned English, spending lavishly to hire a professional foreign teaching team. Even in their daily life at home, they maintained a strict English-only communication policy. In pursuit of a brighter future for his son's basketball aspirations, the devoted father resolved to let this fledgling eagle soar independently. Undoubtedly, the United States boasts a profound basketball culture, and thus, upon completing his compulsory 9 years of education and graduating from junior high, Hu Sirui was set to embark on his journey to study abroad in America. After meticulously arranging all necessary formalities and completing the requisite examinations, Hu Shuliang and his wife accompanied their son as they boarded a flight destined for the distant shores of the Atlantic, sending their child to the prestigious Montverde Academy in Florida for high school. In 1999, attending high school in America was still a novel experience. Fortunately, the Hu family's financial standing was relatively stable, alleviating any concerns regarding the substantial expenses associated with his stay in the United States. "My son, you must take good care of yourself in America. Remember to eat and sleep on time, and steer clear of any prohibited substances. Make sure to remain on campus in the evenings and refrain from venturing out, as the safety here pales in comparison to our homeland," Ma Yanfeng implored, clutching her son's hand tightly, causing Hu Sirui to shed tears. Indeed, the saying holds true. A mother's worry travels 1,000 miles, especially when separated by an entire Pacific Ocean in a foreign land. Hu Shuliang discreetly removed his glasses, wiping away the tears that had gathered at the corners of his eyes, and gently advised, "My son, I understand that you have grown and may not wish to hear our elders' admonitions, but I hope you can promise me a few things. First, do not take it upon yourself to engage in pickup games. The street basketball culture here is far more intense than in China, and given your youth and incomplete physical development, you are at a heightened risk of injury. Thus, you must prioritize your well-being and avoid such courts until you reach adulthood. Even after turning 18, practice moderation. Second, I recognize that young people your age often exhibit rebellious tendencies, and the openness of American culture can be alluring. While I do not oppose you pursuing romantic relationships, I urge you to be mindful of your health. As an athlete, it is imperative that you learn to control your desires. Third, always remember the purpose behind your journey. Since you have chosen this path, do not abandon it lightly. Dedicate yourself to honing your skills and remain eager to learn, avoiding the temptation to give up midway." With a choked voice, Hu Sirui nodded and replied, "I promise, Dad." After bidding farewell to his parents, Hu Sirui commenced his high school journey in America. Montverde Academy, one of Florida's finest private schools, was established in 1912 as a coeducational, independent preparatory institution. Nestled amidst picturesque surroundings on 125 acres of land, it borders the serene Lake Florence in Central Florida. As a school dedicated to enhancing each student's learning interests and nurturing their talents, Montverde boasted a commendable basketball team, and Hu Sirui's first step was to join this esteemed squad. American high schools typically encompass 4 years. The first year is freshman, the second year is sophomore, the third year is junior, and the fourth year is senior. Generally, schools are divided into 3 teams: the freshman team, the junior varsity team, and the varsity team. The freshman team is primarily composed of 9th and 10th graders, serving as a preparatory squad filled with students interested in basketball, albeit with varying skill levels. Regardless of one's proficiency, anyone with a passion for the sport may join this team, akin to an interest club. The junior varsity team mainly consists of 11th graders, with a few exceptionally talented 9th and 10th graders. This team serves as the serious preparatory squad, comprising students who have undergone 1 to 2 years of training and development in the freshman team, possessing a certain foundational skill set that roughly equates to the high school varsity teams in China after all. Not every American high school fields a formidable team, and only the strongest schools' junior varsity teams can be compared to the top-tier varsity teams in China. The varsity team is the official school team, gathering the best players, predominantly seniors, along with a handful of exceptional underclassmen. It was without a doubt that Hu Sirui aspired to join the elite third-level varsity team. 3. The school basketball team is holding tryouts this weekend, but they are limited to juniors and seniors, taking place in the school gymnasium. Just then, his roommate Wang Jiehua burst into the room while Hu Sirui was reviewing the material covered in class that day. Montverde is an international school, thus it accommodates a dozen or so students of Chinese descent. Hu Sirui is fortunate to have a compatriot as his roommate in this foreign land. Is that so? Hu Sirui mused, gazing up at the ceiling, a habit he developed during moments of contemplation. After calculating the time, he realized it would be the day after tomorrow. Wang Jiehua, panting, pulled out a chair from under the desk and plopped down onto it. After catching his breath, he lifted the cup of water from the table and began to drink heartily. Just as he pondered what to eat that evening to satiate his hunger, he suddenly felt his arm yanked up with great force. "Let us go," Husirui exclaimed, gripping his hand. "Come with me to the gym to find our rhythm." As a sophomore who had skipped a grade, the knowledge in the American high school textbooks was exceedingly dull for Husirui. Nothing could compare to the excitement of basketball. "What, son? You're not coming home this summer?" Ma Yanfang inquired uncertainly over the phone. "That you'll be spending the entire summer in the United States?" Husirui, somewhat embarrassed, confirmed that he would not be returning home and mentioned his plans to travel to Miami with friends. Miami, like Montverde, lies within the state of Florida and is the second largest city in the state. Situated on the Biscayne Bay of the Florida Peninsula. It is a global metropolis, strategically positioned as a hub between Central and South America and North America, boasting a comprehensive and developed transportation network by land, sea, and air, making it a prime tourist destination. With its subtropical climate and breathtaking coastal scenery, its pristine white beaches stretch across a quarter of the entire length of American shores, rendering it the favored vacation spot for affluent individuals on the East Coast. "How many of you are going? Boys or girls? Be careful. You're almost graduating from high school. Don't let it interfere with your studies." Ma Yanfang's nagging voice on the other end of the line made Husirui feel somewhat sheepish. "About 10 of us, boys and girls," Husirui replied hesitantly. Sensing his son's discomfort, Huba, his father, interjected, "Why are you asking so many questions? Stop fussing. Let me have a word with my son." Reluctantly, Ma Yanfang handed the phone to Hu Shuliang and gave him a sharp pinch at his waist. "Hello, son. Can you hear me?" Hu Shuliang inhaled sharply, waiting for the pain to subside before speaking. Upon hearing his father's voice, Husirui responded, "Yes, Dad. Is there anyone around? Is it convenient to talk?" "There are people. I'm in the cafeteria. But it's fine. They're all foreigners and don't understand Chinese." Hearing this, Hu Shuliang continued, "Son, you're grown up now, and your mother and I have no objections to you dating. However, do exercise moderation and take care of your health. And ensure your safety by taking proper precautions." Husirui was taken aback by his father's sudden candor. "Do you have enough money?" Hu Shuliang inquired. "If not, I can help you out. Don't worry about expenses. Don't let those foreigners think we're unable to afford a meal." "I have more than enough," Husirui replied, eager to end the call, unsure of what further embarrassing remarks his father might make. He glanced at his girlfriend, Anna Dalens, who was seated across from him, her half-South American beauty engrossed in her lunch. "That's great, son. I won't nag you any further. Have fun," his father concluded, finally managing to end the call with his father. Husirui let out a sigh of relief. "All sorted?" Anna looked up from her plate, a smudge of black pepper sauce on her lips. "Did your parents agree?" Husirui gazed at his charming girlfriend, wiping the smudge from her mouth with a pristine napkin as he replied, "Yes, all is well, and why parents have agreed to let me go out with you all. Indeed, time flies, in the blink of an eye." 2 years had passed, and Husirui had become a proud senior, soon to face the prospect of high school graduation and embarking on his university journey. Anna Dalens, who stood at 180 centimeters, was his girlfriend from the first semester of his junior year and a member of the school's tennis club. They had met at a social event where Anna had instantly taken a liking to this shy boy from East Asia and had pursued him fervently. Coincidentally, Anna's roommate, Eva Berry, was the girlfriend of Husirui's teammate and brother, Kevin Porter, which facilitated their romance. Now, Husirui was at the age of a senior, while Kevin Porter was set to graduate this summer. With the guidance of his father, a black agent, he might attend a prestigious business school. Therefore, they planned a summer trip to bid farewell to the graduating members of the basketball team. However, Husirui did not indulge solely in romance and leisure over the past 2 years. Through relentless practice, his basketball skills had matured significantly. In his junior year, he and Porter led Montverde Academy to its inaugural appearance in the State League Finals of T17. Husirui had reached a height of 188 centimeters, averaging 22.4 points, 4.1 rebounds, and 10.4 assists per game, earning the title of Florida's Mr. Basketball in 2001 and gaining his first selection as a 5-star high school player. A remarkable feat indeed, though he ultimately did not lift the state championship trophy. This young man of Asian descent had already caught the attention of NBA scouts, who believed that as long as he continued to progress steadily, a spot in the NBA was virtually guaranteed. averaging 20 points and 10 assists in high school competitions. The only one who could potentially surpass him was none other than the chosen one, LeBron James, who averaged 25.2 points, 7.2 rebounds, 5.8 assists, and 3.8 steals at just 16 years old, having already achieved a perfect state championship. His coach, Beckman, reaped the benefits of his success with a remarkable performance of Montverde Academy's basketball team, securing his position as head coach and opening doors for a pay raise. Thus, for Husserui, this prodigy, Beckman would go to great lengths to support him. Since the NBA officially entered the Chinese market following an agreement between then-Commissioner David Stern and China Central Television in 1987, the league had maintained a lukewarm presence. Although Wang Zhizhi was drafted by the Dallas Mavericks in the second round in June 1999, he did not successfully enter the NBA until 2001, becoming the first Asian player in the league. Subsequently, a domestic giant in the CBA league dominated the scene, averaging 27.1 points, 19.4 rebounds, 2.2 assists, 1.6 steals, and 5.5 blocks per game during the regular season, and achieving astonishing statistics in the playoffs, earning the MVP and FMVP titles for the 2000-01 season, leading the Shanghai Sharks to the CBA championship and breaking the Bai Dynasty stranglehold. This too. 26-meter-tall little giant from China was almost a shoo-in for the top pick in the 2002 NBA draft, despite lacking experience in American college basketball, igniting a new wave of enthusiasm for NBA and American basketball in China. Consequently, Husserui found himself under the domestic spotlight, with numerous media outlets eager to interview the talented point guard and several CBA teams vying for his attention. Unfortunately, no one was able to reach him as he was relishing his vacation in Miami. Only the Jiangsu Dragons managed to trace Husserui's father, Hu Shuiyang, based on past clues, but he politely declined their overtures. With his son harboring the potential to enter the NBA, what was the need to join a CBA team merely to inflate statistics? While media outlets struggled to contact Husserui, they nonetheless published numerous reports. Domestic 17-year-old basketball prodigy, awarded Mr. Basketball in the U.S. Is a new generation of Chinese guards emerging? Talented high school player poised for the NBA with 20-10. Palm Beach, situated in the southeastern part of Florida, is renowned as a playground for the wealthy, serving as a vacation haven for billionaires from the United States and around the globe. Its tourism industry thrives, drawing super-rich individuals year after year to the north of the small town lies a national wildlife refuge, preserving species that have become more active due to environmental changes. Additionally, the area boasts numerous golf courses, which have garnered high praise from visitors. The clubs here have hosted the PGA Tour, providing venues for golf enthusiasts. This is where Husserui and his companions have chosen to spend their vacation, and they have been enjoying their stay for 5 days. The beach, the wildlife, and the culinary delights all brought a sense of exhilaration to this group of high school students. Originally, Husserui intended to share a room with Anna. However, Kevin Porter insisted on rooming with him, which thwarted Husserui's plans to deepen his relationship with his girlfriend. "Hey, Husserui, feeling a bit bored, are we?" Porter asked while reclining on his bed, gazing up at the ceiling. Husserui cast him a sidelong glance, thinking to himself that the boredom was indeed Porter's fault. Yet he replied, "Yes, it feels as if there's an emptiness inside." The group had just emerged from the golf course, and Husserui was a complete novice in this sport, feeling somewhat embarrassed by his lack of skill. He had hoped to share the embarrassment with his friends, only to discover that young Porter had prior experience playing golf with his father. Even Wang Jihua, the chubby member of their group, could perform some standard maneuvers, leaving Husserui as the sole fool. Indeed, his roommate Wang Jihua had joined them, accompanied by his girlfriend, who was also of Chinese descent. Although not a member of the basketball club, the camaraderie fostered through Husserui made it easy for the young men to bond. "Wait, I'll go fetch Reddick and the others," Porter declared. Leaping off his bed and rushing out of the room, Husserui shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless in the face of his friend's boundless energy. Before long, 4 burly figures entered the small room. The first two were Reddick and Gordon, both starting players on the team, occupying the positions of center and small forward, respectively. The third to enter was Wang Jihua, with Porter being the last, who promptly closed the door behind him. "All right, we're all here," Porter announced, clapping his hands together. Gordon, a solidly built white center standing 206 centimeters tall, was well equipped to execute excellent pick-and-roll plays with Usuru at the tee that moment. He was picking his nose and asked, "Boss, you didn't call us over just to say it DB fun, did you?" Porter shot him an exasperated look. "What's your rush? It's not like we're leaving you behind." "Are we headed to the red light district?" Reddick leaned in, cheekily inquiring, "But what if the girls find out?" "Get lost," Porter retorted, giving him a light smack on the head. "Have you all been itching for some action lately?" The first two nodded in agreement. I know there's a renowned court in Palm Beach that sometimes attracts NBA stars vacationing nearby. Shall we tempt fate? Upon hearing about NBA players in basketball, Usuru instantly perked up, exclaiming, "Are there really NBA stars? We absolutely must go." Porter ignored him and asked, "Did you bring your jersey?" "I did," the duo responded in unison. "And you?" Porter directed his question at Usuru, who nodded. "To my bag." Porter retrieved a neatly folded jersey from beneath his pillow. "Well then, you all go get ready. We'll head out after dinner tonight." The three nodded, agreeing on a time to meet in the dining hall before returning to their rooms to prepare. "Your jersey is in this bag?" Porter asked, pulling a backpack from the cupboard. "I'll get it out for you." Usuru instinctively replied. "Okay," but suddenly remembered something, reaching out to snatch the backpack. And oh need. I'll handle it myself. Yet he was a moment too late, as Porter had already produced a pristine jersey and shorts, along with a small, square box that rolled onto the floor. The two exchanged bewildered glances. Momentarily dumbfounded. "Kobe, what do you think?" "ISNT Palm Beach, a fantastic vacation spot. It's no less appealing than Los Angeles." Eddie Jones in the driver's seat chatted with his younger companion in the back. "Indeed, Vanessa mentioned she doesn't want to go back," Kobe Bryant remarked, admiring the scenic view outside the window. In the 1994 NBA draft, the Lakers selected Eddie Jones, a modest-looking, slender black youth from Temple University, with the 10th pick. That year marked the Lakers' first absence from the playoffs in 17 years, as veteran players like James Worthy retired, leaving the team predominantly in the hands of younger players. Consequently, Jones swiftly secured a starting position through sheer talent. His rookie season was impressive, averaging 14 points per game and boasting the highest steals among rookies at 2.05, earning him a spot on the All-Rookie team. Before the 1996 draft, Jones recommended the high school player Kobe Bryant to Lakers general manager Jerry West. Both hailed from Philadelphia, with Bryant attending Lower Merion High School in the suburbs. Jones held Bryant in high regard, stating, "If you miss out on Kobe, you'll be passing up the next Michael Jordan." West was skeptical, questioning how high schooler could possibly be compared to Jordan. Nevertheless, Jones's persistence led West to offer Bryant a chance to showcase his skills. The two attended a friendly match at the Loma Marion Tavern, featuring future superstars Kobe and Tracy McGrady. Ultimately, Kobe scored 38 points and grabbed 12 rebounds against the physically imposing McGrady, leading his team to victory. While McGrady was left to lament his 35-point effort, this performance prompted West to invite Kobe for a tryout, culminating in the Lakers selecting him with the 13th overall pick. Little did Jones expect that after 2 years as Kobe's backup, the latter would significantly elevate his game. With the addition of Shaquille O'Neal, Jones gradually lost his standing within the team and was ultimately released by the Lakers. However, he did not become complacent with the Hornets, earning his first All-NBA selection and winning the Steals title for the season. Later, he joined the Heat as a free agent, becoming the team's leader. The relationship between Kobe and Jones remained amicable, with Kobe grateful for Jones' mentorship and Jones holding a favorable view of the younger player. During the recent offseason, Kobe accepted Jones' invitation to vacation in Palm Beach with his new wife, Vanessa. However, due to his parents' disapproval of Vanessa's Latin American heritage, they did not attend the wedding. After dinner, they decided to head to the basketball court for some exercise, while the women opted out of joining the sweaty men, with Vanessa and Jones's wife, Tryla, attending a social gathering instead. "Kobe, now that you're married, when do you plan to have a child with Vanessa?" Jones kindly advised from the driver's seat. "You've got 2 championship rings now. It's time to invest some energy outside of basketball. Life isn't all about the game. Just look at my 2 daughters. Aren't they adorable?" Kobe, seated in the back, nodded in agreement, reflecting on how delightful his lively daughters Alexis and Chloe were. It seemed like the right moment to discuss starting a family with Vanessa. "Sirui, pass me the ball," Kevin Porter called from the arc. As Usirui charged towards the paint, he didn't even glance back, delivering a no-look behind the back pass. The spectators gasped in awe as the ball seemingly possessed a magical quality, landing perfectly in Porter's hands, who took no time to adjust before launching a three-pointer. The basketball swished through the net. Truly remarkable, one burly onlooker praised. This is what makes Florida's high school basketball so captivating. That Chinese kid's passing is extraordinary. Indeed, our state's basketball talent is unparalleled, he declared, nodding in admiration. Hey, aren't you hot wearing masks in this sweltering summer? The onlooker finally noticed the two individuals beside him clad in black masks. It's not too bad, the taller masked figure replied amicably. Led by Usirui, the Academy squad swiftly secured another victory, scoring an astonishing 45 points in a mere 12-minute four-quarter. Well done, he cheered, high-fiving his three teammates before they exited the court to hydrate and rest. The older observer marveled once more. Players from legitimate academies are indeed a cut above. We've lost 4 in a row now. Winning against them tonight seems highly unlikely. Now I present you with an opportunity to triumph over them once. What do you say? The tall figure, the masked man, inquired. Can you play basketball, given your height? You must possess some skills, right? The imposing black man stood at 2.01 meters. Clearly someone accustomed to the gritty playground courts. And I have some skills, but I typically play center, he indicated towards Usirui and his companions, fearing he might be overpowered by the 2.06-meter Gordon. The other masked man, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. No worries, I can take the center position, and no need. Kobe, the taller one, replied slowly, gesturing towards the other side. Our center has arrived. Hey guys, how about a game once you've caught your breath? Just as Usirui lowered his head to wipe the sweat from his brow, a towering figure cast a shadow over their group. It was Lamar Odom, the young core of the NBA's Los Angeles Clippers. Some around had already recognized the left-handed magician, even though he had yet to earn that title in his sophomore year. Odom had averaged 17.2 points, 7.8 rebounds, and 5.2 assists in 37.3 minutes of playtime last season. Undoubtedly a rising star in the league, of course, replied Porter, a seasoned fan who also recognized the NBA star, deliberately ignoring Gordon's pleading gaze as he readily agreed. Usirui noted Gordon's half-dead expression and felt a twinge of pity. Standing at 2.08 meters, the responsibility of facing formidable opponents naturally fell upon Odom. Yet, even if he were to decide, he would comply, for he was indeed an NBA player. Alongside us are the three of us. Two masked men approached, accompanied by a tall black man, none other than the disguised Eddie Jones and Kobe Bryant, along with their recruited teammate. Odom observed that the three stood approximately 2 meters tall, nodding in approval. Okay, we're on the same team. I have no objections. The masked appearance raised no eyebrows. After all, in the world of street basketball, eccentric attire and peculiar preferences were not uncommon, that if one possessed sufficient skill, even playing in mere underwear would not invite scorn. However, the voice of the person who just spoke sounded remarkably familiar. Odom regarded the two masked figures, pondering. After the high schoolers from Montverde Academy regained their composure, they re-entered the court, and the previously dispersed crowd began to gather once more. That Odom's team started to loosen up. Preparing for the warm-up, everyone was eager to gauge the difference in caliber between Florida's runner-up team and the Mr. Basketball, alongside a professional player capable of nearing 20 points in the NBA. Yet, as the focal point of attention, Odom's gaze remained fixed on the two masked figures, whose warm-up routines appeared exceptionally professional, particularly the shorter one. His shooting form bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the great Michael Jordan. But there was no time for further contemplation as the countdown to the match commenced. In terms of height, Gordon was matched against the slightly taller Odom. The young players had strategized earlier. Once Odom received the ball, Redick would abandon the black man to assist Gordon in double-teaming him, aiming to limit his scoring in the paint. The only uncertainty lay with the two peculiar masked individuals, both nearing 2 meters tall, towering half a head over Porter and Usirui. The 192-centimeter Porter volunteered to defend the 199-centimeter Eddie Jones, as he appeared to be the stronger opponent. Thus, the responsibility of guarding the 198-meter Kobe naturally fell to Usirui, who at that moment noticed that Kobe had yet to bulk up and seemed somewhat leaner. With a whistle from the chubby Wang Jiehua, the game commenced. The high schoolers, as the challengers, held the initial offensive opportunity. With Odom commanding the paint, they intended to start with some outside shots to assess the abilities of the other three players. Ginóbili effortlessly dribbled past half court, and Kobe did not rush forward for full court pressure, allowing a bit of leeway. However, as Ginóbili approached the three-point line, Kobe's formidable frame closed in on him. Ginóbili felt the pressure mount. His opponent's footwork was far better than anticipated, making it nearly impossible to shake him off for physical confrontation. He glanced at the muscles beneath Kobe's jersey and sensed that choosing to engage would likely end in disaster. On the other side, Porter sought to receive the ball, but Ginóbili noticed Eddie Jones' eager arms poised to intercept. Any pass would surely lead to a steal. Fortunately, Redick had moved up from the low post. Setting a screen, Kobe maneuvered around the pick, opting not to switch. Yet the black man followed suit, joining Ginóbili near the free throw line. Redick, adeptly executing the screen, prepared for a shot. As expected, the basketball landed in his hands. 4-3. Under Ginóbili's guidance, the school's perimeter players had developed some three-point shooting capabilities. 3-0. The high schoolers seized a promising start. "Sorry, brother," the embarrassed black man began, but Kobe swiftly shook his head, saying, "No worries, get into position. It's our turn to attack down the left." Jones passed the ball to the low post where Odom awaited. Redick immediately abandoned the black man to double team, while Ginóbili took 2 steps back, ready to help defend. Odom, facing the double team, chose not to overpower both defenders. Instead, he passed to the open Kobe on the perimeter. Upon receiving the ball, Kobe did not halt. Instead, he surged into the paint with explosive speed. Ginóbili misjudged his opponent's intentions, instinctively lunging to challenge, only to be left behind effortlessly. As Redick rushed to help, Kobe soared, executing a powerful dunk. Redick was caught off guard, helpless against the display of athleticism. Wang Difa. What did I just witness? That dunk was utterly ferocious. The crowd erupted in amazement. Who could have anticipated that such a slam would come from the youngest NBA dunk champion? While the court buzzed with excitement, the match continued. Ginóbili orchestrated the offense from the perimeter, with Porter opting not to demand the ball, instead engaging in a simple handoff with the opponent. With the ball, Porter initiated his favorite offensive style. The space on the 8-player court was considerably more expansive. Moreover, Gordon and Redick could position themselves in the corners, always ready to catch and shoot threes. He began his drive from the left. But Eddie Jones did not falter, closely trailing his right side. Boom! A resounding block sent Porter's layup spiraling away. In just the first offensive and defensive exchanges, the audience erupted. Ginóbili and Porter locked eyes, both reflecting the incredulity they shared. Was this really a casual game? The NBA player Odom hadn't even begun to unleash his full potential, yet their team was already on the verge of collapse. Gordon executed an inbound pass, and Ginóbili caught the ball, launching a three-pointer. Just as he was about to shoot from beyond the arc, Kobe suddenly appeared before him. His 2.11-meter wingspan successfully disrupted Ginóbili's shot. Thud, the shot clanged off the rim. Odom secured the rebound, and with Jones and Kobe flanking him, they pushed for a fast break. Ginóbili and Porter sprinted to keep pace. Yet the disparity in skill was glaringly evident. Odom delivered a swift pass to Kobe, who executed a layup with ease. Play it safe. Kobe heeded Eddie Jones's advice, setting aside any flashy dunks in favor of a more straightforward approach. During the transition back on defense, Odom leaned close to Kobe, whispering, "Hey, brother, I figured out who you are." Kobe let out a light-hearted laugh, raising a finger to his lips in a should gesture. Odom nodded, giving an okay sign to indicate his understanding. The game persisted, yet it was clear to the surrounding spectators that the Academy team was being dominated by the NBA team. Not only was Odom a force to be reckoned with, but the other two mass players were equally formidable. Dunks, blocks, steals, and three-pointers. There seemed to be nothing beyond their capabilities. Beep! The game concluded with Wang Jiehua's final whistle, as the high schoolers fell to a score of 26-53. The pace of the match had been exceptionally rapid. The moment the opposing team gained possession, they launched into a fast break and faced with their opponent's impenetrable defense. The only recourse for the high schoolers was to exploit the black man's vulnerabilities, relying on three-pointers to punish their adversaries. Thus, in a mere quarter, a staggering 30 possessions unfolded, with shot attempts exceeding 60. This signifies that they must complete a shot every 12 seconds, considering that during this period, each team in an NBA game, 4 quarters of 48 minutes, averages only a little over 80 attempts. This is already quite formidable, as the basketball game has essentially devolved into a relentless sprint. Ginóbili, under Kobe's defensive pressure, managed to shoot 5 out of 12, including 3 out of 7 from beyond the arc, accumulating 13 points and 4 assists, struggling significantly throughout. Were it not for a brief mismatch against an older player and Kobe's deliberate easing off in the final 4 minutes, he might have ended up with merely 2 or 3 points. Haha, is that you, Kobe? Lamar Odom, ever quick-witted, removed Kobe's mask. As expected, the player who had Ginóbili in such distress was none other than the 2-time champion, the youngest All-Star starter and a member of the All-NBA second team, Kobe Bryant. Children, do not be too disheartened. Jones also took off his mask, acknowledging their commendable effort. The onlookers recognized him as well. He was none other than the 3-time All-Star, 1-time All-NBA third team, and 3-time All-Defensive team member, Eddie Jones. Indeed, there is no shame in losing to such illustrious figures. Compared to these two, Odom, who had merely made the All-Rookie team, seemed insignificant. After all, one had averaged 28. 5 points, 5.9 rebounds, 5.0 assists, and 1.7 steals last season, while the other averaged 17.4 points, 4.6 rebounds, 2.7 assists, and 1.7 steals. Both were formidable competitors who had reached the Western Conference Finals. After exchanging embraces and pleasantries with Odom, Kobe approached Ginóbili, smiling as he said, "Kid, you are quite impressive." The latter gazed at him in astonishment, never anticipating that this mysterious powerhouse, who had matched up against him the entire game, was the league's current hotshot. Kobe Bryant, that he had sensed the opponent's playing style was familiar, as it was that of his idol, Reggie Miller's adversary in the finals, thus he had naturally paid close attention. However, the realization was too shocking for him to dare contemplate. After all, who would imagine that the player they faced in a pickup game was Kobe? "Kid," Kobe noticed his silence and the astonishment in his eyes, so he stepped forward and embraced him, stating sincerely, "You already possess the caliber for the NBA. Your defensive skills and three-point shooting are exceptional. Even I feel a bit pressured. I think it's time for you to consider joining the NBA." Just like I did as a high school graduate entering the draft. Upon this encounter, it became evident that this Mr. Basketball from Florida was indeed deserving of his title. Jones, standing nearby, approached as well, his gaze towards Ginóbili almost fervent. "You two youngsters are impressive. How about considering the draft next year? I can assist you in trying out for the Miami Heat." Although he viewed Kevin Porter as merely a second-round pick, far inferior to the Chinese Ginóbili, he refrained from voicing this, instead tactfully inquiring to preserve the young men's dignity. As for Gordon and Redick, they were well aware that even if the Heat invited them for a tryout, they lacked the courage to accept. Ginóbili found himself at a loss for words, caught between the excitement of being recognized and his reluctance to enter the league so soon. After all, the proper course was to first play in college and compete in the NCAA. If you want to join the Lakers, I can help with that. Kobe, fearing Jones would steal his thunder, interjected, "I can assist you." Odom chuckled, "Come on, Kobe, does your Lakers even have a draft pick left to sign Mr. Point 3? Besides, he might want to attend college first. He may not be like you with just a high school diploma." Mr. Point 3 was a nickname given to Ginóbili by the Florida media. All right, let's not dwell on this topic any longer. The elder Jones, being the more mature one, noticed Ginóbili's hesitation and offered an escape. "Since we are all friends, let's play a bit longer and then head out for a late-night snack. It's on me. And you, Odom, don't head to the nightclub. Join us for some food that I didn't expect to bump into you here." Jones glanced at Odom, who sheepishly smiled. Odom's flirtatious nature was well known throughout the league, and although he was merely a rookie, his romantic escapades were not any less than those of some notorious figures. Faced with the invitation from these 3 NBA stars, the group of high school students had no reason to decline and excitedly agreed. "Hey, Anna, we'll be back late tonight. You won't believe whom we met at the court. We will tell you all about it later. If there's anything you want to eat, I can bring it for you." However, as it was late, Husirui, ever considerate, reminded his girlfriends not to go out, as it could be dangerous. His friends, seeing this, followed suit and pulled out their phones. Interestingly, even Kobe stepped aside to call Vanessa and inform her, "Hey, Trella, I'll be back late tonight. You and the kids sleep first." Observing Jones on the phone as well, Odom shrugged, feeling like the only playboy without constraints. "Well, that's about the gist of it. Look here, Jones and Kobe's contact information." Husirui pulled out his phone. Sharing his day's experiences with his girlfriend, who was busy enjoying her meal. However, the girl did not look up, engrossed in her steak and fries, occasionally responding, "Oh, I see to be by the way, this steak is a bit cold." Husirui was left exasperated, realizing Anna hadn't absorbed a word he said, only preoccupied with her late-night snack. After Porter inadvertently knocked Little Balloon out while fetching Husirui's jersey, Husirui realized he had spoiled his friend's plans. Thus, upon returning, he used spending time with my girlfriend as an excuse to propose switching rooms with Anna. He was quite satisfied with Porter's perceptiveness and encouraged Anna to adopt a mindset of adult kindness, which ultimately allowed them to share a room. "Hey, miss, you don't plan on becoming a model or a star, do you?" Husirui reached for the fries on the table, noting that consuming such calorie-laden food late at night was not healthy and could lead to body changes. Anna, having inherited her father's tall stature as a fashion brand design director, along with the beauty and physique of her Cuban and Venezuelan mother, was not only strikingly beautiful, but also possessed a commendable sense of style. Coming from such a fashion-oriented family, Anna had always aspired to be a Hollywood actress or a top model. Anna swatted Husirui's hand away, glaring at him like a protective puppy. "So what? Occasionally indulging isn't a crime. Besides, these are high-quality carbs and proteins that I exerted too much energy this morning and need to replenish some." With that, she swiftly devoured the remaining food on the table. "Finished already?" Husirui grinned mischievously. "I think your exercise regimen might not be sufficient. Perhaps I should help you." With that, he swept Anna up in his arms, heading toward the nearby bed. "Put me down." "You rascal, you haven't even showered," Anna protested, struggling in his embrace. "Stop the nonsense." "I've already showered," Husirui replied, looking down at her. "If you don't want to be lamenting about your weight on the scale tomorrow morning, I suggest you comply now." Her struggle gradually subsided. After spending half a month in Miami, Husirui accompanied Anna back to her home in New York to spend the remainder of the summer. Although Anna's father was neither warmly welcoming nor overtly disapproving of Husirui, her mother seemed increasingly fond of her daughter's boyfriend. Chinese sons-in-law are highly regarded globally for their humility, politeness, and industriousness, often taking the initiative in household chores. Even though Anna's family employed a housekeeper, Husirui would occasionally clean and cook meals himself. Most importantly, he endeared himself to his future mother-in-law, which is often why they are able to win over their wives. The Dalens couple was astonished to discover that this 17-year-old lad was an excellent cook. Even dishes they seldom attempted as a family, like Chinese cuisine, he prepared deliciously, and he could also fry a mean steak. Cooking is a common skill among many men from Jiangsu. Despite the diversities of Jiangsu, there's a rare consensus on the ability to cook. Moreover, in America, if the sons don't cook, they can expect to eat Western food daily. For instance, if Husirui is away for a few days of games, his roommate Wang Jiahua would be in despair as if the sky had fallen AS for frying steaks. That was purely honed for his girlfriend. Anna, with her significant athletic regimen, shows a much greater fondness for beef than the average girl in her home country. Upon returning to school, the pace of life became increasingly hectic after the graduation of the previous season's key players. The Montfort school team found itself in a precarious situation, often leaving Husirui to shoulder the burden alone. Coach Beckman harbored concerns about this predicament, as it was evident that the new members of the team would struggle to fill the void left by Husirui after his graduation. It seemed that the decline of Montfort was inevitable. However, having had the opportunity to witness Husirui on the stage of the state finals over these past 3 years was already a pleasant surprise. Yet, for Coach Beckman, there were more pressing matters concerning his prodigy that during the winter break of 2002, Hu Shuliang did not allow his son to fly back home alone. Instead, he personally traveled to the United States to bring him back for the holidays. This was because Coach Beckman wished to discuss significant matters regarding this year's NBA draft with him. Isn't it too early for a high school player to enter the draft? Hu Shuliang inquired, fully aware that nearly 200 high school players had entered the draft over the past 25 years, but how many had truly succeeded? Moses Malone, Kobe Bryant, Kevin Garnett, Tracy McGrady. Were there any others? Sitting in the head coach's office, Hu Shuliang addressed Beckman. Hu Sirui is only 18 years old. In China. We have a story called Shang Zhongyong, and I fear that Sirui may not yet be able to withstand the intensity of NBA-level competition. Wouldn't that ruin his prospects? Though Beckman was unfamiliar with the tale of Shang Zhongyong, he could grasp Hu Shuliang's apprehensions. After a moment of contemplation, he reluctantly replied, "That is indeed an unavoidable circumstance." Nevertheless, given Sirui's talent and potential, participating in the draft in any future year is a certainty. He paused, then continued. However, there is no doubt that this year presents the best opportunity. First, the quality of this year's draft class is relatively low, which greatly enhances Hu Sirui's prospects of being selected in the lottery. Second, in the following years, numerous outstanding rookies are expected to enter the draft, including superstars like LeBron James and Carmelo Anthony. The draft landscape could shift dramatically, and if he misses out this year, even if he is selected, few teams will be willing to grant a late first-round or second-round pick sufficient playing time to develop him. Third, your country's giant Yao Ming is entering the draft this year, which means that many NBA teams will be eager to extend opportunities to Chinese players, even if it's not purely for talent. The allure of tapping into a supermarket will prompt them to offer a contract to Hu Sirui. To this point, the Chinese market is no longer an afterthought. At least it seems so today. It has been exceedingly challenging for Xiao Chui to join the league. For the NBA, a country with the largest population that remains largely untapped is a treasure trove. This is enough to incentivize them to incur some risks and costs. Fourth, connections. Little Sirui has the guidance of Jones and Kobe. While it's certain that the Lakers will make the playoffs this year, the Heat, sharing the same state, will likely provide him with opportunities. Listening to Beckman's various reasons, Hu Shuliang felt quite conflicted. He had initially sent his son to America with hopes of nurturing another basketball prodigy for his homeland. The NBA was no longer an unattainable dream. Yet for the sake of his son's long-term development, he pondered, "Son, what are your thoughts?" Ultimately, he left the decision to his son, assuring him that whatever choice he made, his father would support him. Hu Sirui did not respond immediately. Instead, he conveyed the situation and called his mentor, Eddie Jones, discussing for a full half hour. Dad, Hu Sirui said, his gaze resolute as he looked at his father. "Let us go for it this year." "Have you made up your mind, son?" Hu Shuliang, observing his son, realized he was truly growing up. "Indeed." He nodded emphatically. "Jones informed me that Miami is willing to draft me in the first round, but that may not be the case next year. He advises me that this is the best opportunity since the Heat lacks a point guard, and if I perform well in the tryouts, they will provide me with ample playing time to develop. Possibly even as a starter." At this revelation, the two exchanged astonished glances that, if this was not merely an empty promise, the Heat's conditions were indeed sincere. After all, not all teams are willing to offer a starting position to a late lottery rookie. A double blessing. Another rookie from China announces his participation in this year's NBA draft. Could a China derby unfold in the NBA? Analyzing the participation of two newcomers in the draft. While the news of Hu Sirui's draft declaration garnered considerable attention only in Florida, it sparked a significant wave back home. Last year, whispers of a prodigious Chinese guard in American high school surfaced. And now he was set to declare for the NBA draft as a high schooler. Some media outlets even procured footage of Hu Sirui's high school games, showcasing his fluid play style, explosive scoring, and imaginative assists, which instilled hope in the Chinese men's basketball team, who had long been searching for a capable point guard on the international stage. The basketball community in China erupted in celebration, with many fans and enthusiasts believing this could signify the resurgence of Chinese basketball, heralding this year as the dawn of a new era. Numerous media outlets seized the opportunity to interview Hu Sirui during the winter break, including national broadcasters. However, he declined all interviews, including those from state media. When approached by national media, Hu Sirui displayed a demeanor that belied his high school status, benefiting from his time in an American environment. He was poised and articulate before the camera, emphatically expressing his determination to pursue the NBA. Simultaneously, he exhibited the fervor of youth, stating that one day, donning the national flag and representing his country would be an inexhaustible source of motivation in his basketball journey. If the nation called, he would undoubtedly respond and enlist, the naive yet passionate youth. Little did he know how this statement would complicate his future. Once a countdown begins, time seems to rush by. The latter half of Hosirui's senior year was exceptionally packed. He needed to balance completing his studies, participating in competitions, and attending joint and individual tryouts leading up to the draft on June 27, 2002. In his final season of high school basketball, he averaged 27 points, 4.4 rebounds, 8.5 assists, and 3.1 steals per game. Due to the departure of teammates, his assists diminished while his scoring increased. However, in the contest for the title of Mr. Basketball of the State, he ultimately fell short against Amare Stoudemire from Cypress Creek High School. This towering player, who emerged from humble beginnings, averaged 29 points, 15 rebounds, and 6 blocks. An impressive feat, yet this accolade held little significance for Hosirui. He firmly established himself as a 5-star recruit and, like LeBron, was selected for the All-American First Team, greatly enhancing his draft prospects. His latest physical measurements at 18 years of age revealed a height of 190 centimeters, a wingspan of 204 cm, and a weight of 84 kg, with a standing reach of 2.5 m and a running reach of 3.38 m, along with a vertical leap of 65 centimeters and a running jump of 88 centimeters. For an Asian guard, these physical attributes were exceptionally impressive. Particularly noteworthy was his wingspan. For comparison, Kobe, 195 cm, had a wingspan of merely 208 cm, and he would later develop further. While his athleticism may have been slightly lacking, this could undoubtedly be improved through dedicated training. Compared to his counterparts, his measurements were significantly superior to those of Stephen Nash, whose rookie physical report is no longer worth comparing. Nash stood at 191 centimeters with a meager wingspan of 189 centimeters, weighing 82 kg, and had poor dynamic athleticism, a vertical leap of 65 centimeters and a running jump of 78 centimeters. Some scouts even liken him to Big O Oscar Robertson, noting their shared exceptional passing vision and organizational skills. However, mainstream media did not foresee him becoming Big O, one of the most versatile Hall of Fame players in NBA history. Randy, contact Nuggets GM Kiki Vandeweghe immediately. I need that 5th pick in his hands. At Madison Square Garden in New York during the 2002 NBA Draft, the Miami Heat's head coach, the astute Pat Riley, anxiously conferred with the team's general manager beside him. The call was swiftly connected, and the famously meticulous Riley wasted no time in stating his demands. Vandeweghe, I require your 5th pick, along with first-round selection for 2004 and 2006, and a second-round pick from 2004. That comes from the Timberwolves. Vandeweghe, on the other end of the line, had never witnessed such urgency from Riley before. He understood that the Heat were in desperate need of that Asian prodigy, causing even the shrewd Riley to lose his composure. The transaction was a last resort. Initially, the Heat had aimed for the 4th pick from the Grizzlies and the 6th from the Cavaliers, showing little interest in the Nuggets' 5th pick, who were fixated on the Georgia Nowitzki. Nicholas Tskitishvili, posing no threat to Miami. However, the Grizzlies suddenly changed their stance, seeking to acquire this year's Drew Gooden, while the Cavaliers expressed significant interest in Hosirui, with the Cavaliers poised to act. The Heat, holding only the 10th pick, found themselves unable to intervene. Thus, the 5th pick from the Nuggets became essential for Riley. Through Eddie Jones' introduction, Riley had reviewed game footage of Hosirui and even attended a live game. He firmly believed that this high schooler would blossom under his tutelage into the next Magic Johnson. However, that was contingent upon a trade that, in no way, unless you trade me the 2003 draft pick. Get lost. That's out of the question. Before Vandeweghe could finish, Riley hung up. The value of the 2003 first-round pick was irreplaceable, and no management team would be foolish enough to part with it. Yet, not 2 minutes later, Vandeweghe was calling again. Riley answered with irritation. I have no time for idle chatter. The most I can offer is a first-round pick for 2004 and 2006. Asking for more is utterly impossible. If you refuse, don't waste my time. Okay, you old coot. Still as fiery as ever, Van der Weghe chuckled, reminiscing about his past with the coach, with whom he had collaborated during the 1991 to 1993 seasons. The former coached the New York Knicks from 1991 to 1995 before moving to the Heat. The latter played for the Knicks from 1988 to 1992, adding a second-round pick. That's the best I can do, a 4-for-1 deal. Though this year may be a weak draft class, I hold the 5th pick. 2 uncertain first-round picks and 2 second-round picks are undoubtedly a win for you. All right, deal. Riley sighed in relief, finding the cost acceptable. Relax, Sirui. Your coach Beckman and friend Jones are here to ease your pressure. His girlfriend gently squeezed his hand, signaling him to stay calm. This was the venue for the draft, although Sirui's parents could not attend due to their demanding jobs. He was surrounded by supportive friends and family. Kevin Porter, Eddie Jones, Will Beckman, Wang Jiehua, and Anna and her mother. Originally, Anna's father was supposed to attend since they were local, but an unexpected work matter required his attention, causing a delay. Sirui scanned the crowd, noting the diversity of faces but missing the familiar ones. "What are you looking for, dear?" came Anna's voice, that lady in the low-cut gown. "Sorry, she seems to have a partner." Sirui shot her a glance. "What are you thinking?" "I'm looking for the likely first overall pick. Your compatriot Yao Ming." Porter also glanced around. Perhaps he wasn't present today. Just then, Eddie Jones' phone rang, and he stood to take the call in a quieter corner. Half a minute later, he returned with a beaming expression, announcing to everyone, "We successfully traded for the Nuggets' 5th pick. If Sirui isn't taken before us, he'll become a member of the Heat." Jones then embraced what would soon be his teammate. "What's that about? You'd think I was already selected." Sirui chuckled, though he tightly reciprocated the hug. It felt as if he had already been chosen, and laughter erupted around them. During the 2002 NBA draft, the Houston Rockets selected Yao Ming from Shanghai, China, with the first overall pick as he watched NBA Commissioner David Stern announce the top pick. Sirui realized he was no longer that child glued to the television during the finals. He was about to join the ranks of the NBA, observing the Bulls, Warriors, and Grizzlies select Jay Williams, Mike Dunleavy, and Drew Gooden. His anxiety reached its zenith. During the 2002 NBA draft, the Miami Heat selected Sirui, the Chinese player from Montverde Academy, with the 5th overall pick. Sirui stood up excitedly, kissing his girlfriend beside him, then embracing his teammates, mentors, and friends before finally approaching the threshold to the NBA. "Congratulations, Mr. 3. David Stern handed the young man the symbolic Heat cap. Sirui exclaimed, "Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. I should be thanking you. It is you who helped the NBA reach an international audience." The astute old gentleman smiled. Amid the applause, they captured a photo destined to be etched in basketball history. The Heat had a fruitful draft, not only securing Sirui with the 5th pick, but also selecting Karen Butler at 10th, a 6 feet 7 inches forward with the potential to become a 3D player. 4 years for $18 million. 4 years for $12 million. 2 young Chinese talents secure NBA contracts at a historic moment for basketball. While the Chinese media had anticipated Sirui's entry into the NBA, they were astonished he was chosen 5th overall. The Basketball Association found themselves both elated and concerned. While they gained a formidable player for the national team, they lamented that Sirui was not a product of the traditional system. After all, to facilitate Yao Ming's NBA career, the Shanghai Sharks had imposed 4 stringent conditions. 1. The NBA must provide a player of equal caliber to Yao Ming, with his salary covered by the NBA. 2. The NBA must assign a high-level NBA coach to the Shanghai Sharks, with the coach's salary covered by the NBA. 3. The NBA must construct a state-of-the-art basketball arena for the Shanghai team, with expenses borne by the NBA. 4. That the NBA must establish a basketball academy in Shanghai for nurturing new talent, with costs handled by the NBA. These conditions were deemed excessively harsh, scaring away all potential American negotiators. Ultimately, it was only through a 50 salary sharing deal, coupled with a 1st overall pick and the option for immediate recall, that Yao successfully made his NBA debut. Notably, Yao Ming's absence from the draft event was due to his preparation for the 2002 Basketball World Championship. The list for the Chinese men's basketball team was announced, revealing that Wang Zhizhi had not made the 12-player roster. The Chinese Basketball Association had just disclosed the 12-man squad for the World Championship, and the highly anticipated Wang Zhizhi was not included. However, He and the young player Moko were placed on the reserve list, while 3 NBA players, Bader, Yao Ming, and Hoisirui, were confirmed for the main lineup. Wang Zhizhi had not participated in national team training or matches since the end of the NBA season, thus aligning with the World Championship's eligibility rules. The championship will take place from August 29th to September 8th in Indianapolis. USA. The finalized roster is as follows. Team leader, Kwang Lubin. Head coach, Wang Fei. Assistant coach, Jean Deguay. Players, for Guo Shiqiang, 5. Lu Wei, 6. Gong Xiaobin, 7. Zhang Cheng, 8. Hu Weidong, 9. Hoisirui, 10. Li Nan, 11. Lu Yudong, 12. Zhu Fangyu, 13. Yao Ming, 14. Bader, 15. Du Feng. Reserves, Wang Zhizhi. Moko. In Miami. The local Chinese community eagerly awaited Hoisirui's debut in the Summer League, but was the fans in Indiana who first witnessed his appearance at the World Championship. Indeed, Hoisirui answered the call of the national team and resolved to participate in the 14th World Championship. This year, the Chinese team has unfortunately been placed in what can only be described as the Group of Death, Group C, alongside the United States, Germany, and Algeria. Meanwhile, the other group in the same half. Group D comprises Argentina, New Zealand, Russia, and Venezuela. This grouping presents significant challenges for the Chinese team, as stalwart Wang Zhizhi is injured. Seasoned veterans Hu Weidong and Gong Xiaobin are past their prime, and the younger players, such as Zhu Fangyu, Hoisirui, and Du Feng, are still developing. The remaining players, with the exception of Yao Ming and Bader, face their own set of difficulties that, in the opening match on August 30, Hoisirui came off the bench, scoring 21 points, grabbing 4 rebounds, delivering 7 assists, and making 3 steals. His pick-and-roll collaboration with Yao Ming left the German team in distress, even though their star player, Dirk Nowitzki, put forth an immense effort. Scoring 39 points, they still succumbed to a narrow defeat with a score of 89-85. Yao Ming contributed 28 points, 18 rebounds, and 5 blocks, relishing his time in the paint, discovering that competing on the world stage could be less exhausting than anticipated. Hoisirui was equally astonished, realizing that partnering with a towering center brought a sense of ease. All he had to do was distribute the ball and await the assists. After savoring the advantages of playing alongside an American-style guard, Hoisirui was elevated to a starting position by coach Wang Fei for the game against Algeria on August 31, where he assumed the role of primary ball handler. The team nearly completed their task by the end of 3 quarters, with the Yahoo duo combining for 51 points in just 20 minutes of play, both achieving double-doubles as the Chinese team triumphed over Algeria with a score of 108-75. However, on September 1st, the Chinese team faced a daunting challenge against the United States. Although the Dream Team's strength had diminished compared to previous years, they remained a formidable opponent. For Michael Finley of the Dallas Mavericks, 5. Byron Davis of the Charlotte Hornets, 6. Andrew Miller of the Cleveland Cavaliers, 7. Jermaine O'Neal of the Indiana Pacers, 8. Anthony Davis of the Toronto Raptors, 9. Paul Pierce of the Boston Celtics, 10. Reggie Miller of the Indiana Pacers, 11. Sean Marion of the Phoenix Suns, 12. Jay Williams of the Chicago Bulls, 13. Ben Wallace of the Detroit Pistons, 14. Elton Brand of the Chicago Bulls, and 15. Rafe LaFrance of the Dallas Mavericks. Facing his idols, Hoisirui unleashed a torrent of talent, scoring 31 points in 3 quarters, bringing the score to a tie of 68-68 against the United States. However, at the onset of the 4th quarter, he suffered a finger injury during a tussle with the heavily built point guard Byron Davis and was compelled to exit the game. With Hoisirui's departure, the Chinese team's morale plummeted. Yao Ming and others were already fatigued, barely holding on as Hoisirui left the court. The team's momentum dissipated, ultimately resulting in a defeat of 78-88. With the squad managing a mere 10 points in the final quarter, a humiliating outcome. Nevertheless, the Chinese team advanced with a record of 2-1, securing a place in the top 12. Post-match evaluations by the team doctor indicated that Hoisirui's finger injury would require approximately 1 week of recovery, jeopardizing his participation in the upcoming matches and making a run to the quarterfinals exceedingly challenging. In the subsequent group matches, the Chinese team first fell to the Argentine team, led by the formidable Manu Ginóbili, and then to Russia, anchored by Andrei Kirilenko. In a crucial game on September 5, Hoisirui decided to play through his injury, making the roster. Chinese fans found themselves in a tense situation as Germany, China, Russia, and New Zealand all stood at 2-3 with 7 points. The day's matches saw Russia face Germany, while China took on New Zealand. Both were do-or-die encounters. Initially, without Husirui, the Chinese team struggled into the fourth quarter, just when it seemed they would collapse. Husirui, buoyed by the cheers of Chinese fans, took the court despite his injury, scoring 13 points and delivering 4 assists in just 8 minutes, declaring that as long as he was present. New Zealand had no hope. The Chinese team triumphed over their rivals with a score of 99-91, having initially trailed 88-94, a remarkable feat for the national team against a top 4 contender. The Chinese team made history by advancing to the top 8, akin to a dragon returning to the sea. However, in the quarterfinals, Husirui was forced to exit the game again, aggravating his injury. Confronted by a deep Spanish lineup, Yao Ming appeared to struggle, as Pau Gasol's exceptional playmaking tore through the Chinese defense, ultimately leading Spain to victory. In an unexpected twist, the American team lost to Yugoslavia, marking the first time a dream team faced defeat in an international competition. In the final placement matches for positions 5-8, the Chinese team first defeated Brazil before losing to the United States, securing a commendable 6th place. Yet, for the Chinese team, this World Championship was filled with both disappointment and hope. The regret lingered that had Husirui not been injured, the outcome against Spain might have been different. Conversely, the promising performances of Yao Ming and Husirui instilled a belief among domestic fans that the Chinese men's basketball team was on the rise. Yao, take care on your journey. Be mindful of your health for the Asian Games. I'm looking forward to a China derby with you, Husirui remarked at the airport, bidding farewell to his national team comrades that he chose not to return home for the Busan Asian Games. Partly due to his unresolved injury, and partly because the men's basketball team, hailed as the Kings of Asia, had dominated the Asian Games for 4 consecutive years, rendering them virtually invincible. All right, Xiao. Yao Ming responded with a smile, embracing Husirui warmly, that I'll be waiting for you in Houston, but don't be afraid of taking a rest. How could that be? You should worry about yourself first and not falter at home. I'm counting on you to help the national team secure a 5-peat. Husirui never anticipated that his words would almost become a prophecy. In the Asian Games men's basketball final, during the last 1 minute and 20 seconds, the Chinese team conceded 7 points, allowing the Korean team to tie the game with a 3-pointer, forcing overtime. Fortunately, during the extra period, the Chinese team showcased a diverse perimeter attack, significantly easing the burden on Yao Ming. Ultimately, they narrowly triumphed over Korea with a score of 104-99, lifting the 5-peat trophy in Busan amid contentious officiating. When asked post-game why Coach Wang Fei did not employ a fouling strategy during regulation time, he explained, "It was too loud on the court. The players couldn't hear my calls." Consequently, calls for Wang Fei's resignation surged across the nation. However, none of this had much bearing on Husirui, as the NBA regular season was fast approaching, with less than half a month remaining. Thanks to his stellar performance in the World Championship, he earned the recognition of head coach Pat Riley. Moreover, his diligent spirit aligned perfectly with the culture of the Miami Heat. He consistently arrived first to the training facility and was the last to leave. Eddie Jones remarked that aside from Kobe, he had never encountered anyone as industrious as Husirui. This positive attitude and outstanding performance secured Husirui a starting position, and veteran Travis Best willingly made way for him. Having spent the first 7 years of his career with the Indiana Pacers, Best often found himself interacting with Husirui, who was eager to learn more about his idol. Reggie Miller. Best was more than happy to share insights and anecdotes with the promising rookie. During a team dinner, Eddie Jones jokingly remarked if one didn't know better, they might think Best was the one guiding Husirui. The atmosphere within the Heat was congenial, devoid of overbearing veterans or entitled rookies. Husirui thoroughly enjoyed playing there. Among his fellow rookies, Karen Butler exhibited a maturity beyond his years, having previously experienced a stint in prison. Since the age of 11, he had been entrenched in street life, learning the ways of gunplay and drug dealing, ultimately earning enough by the age of 12 to purchase his first car, a Chevrolet Malibu. However, it was this very imprisonment that redirected the path of this potential outlaw. During his time behind bars, he discovered basketball. Additionally, the birth of his daughter at the age of 15 catalyzed his transformation, leading him to embrace a life dedicated to the sport. Serui respected this individual with a legendary past. Regardless of whether in poverty or affluence, he never abandoned his childhood sweetheart and mother. Shouldering the responsibilities of a man, which is truly commendable of a Chinese man, that on October 29, the NBA commenced its new season with 3 matches scheduled for the day. The reigning champion Lakers faced off against the Spurs at home. The 76ers challenged the Magic away, and the Cavaliers battled the Kings. The Lakers, after receiving their championship rings at home, continued their momentum from the previous season, triumphing over the formidable Spurs with a score of 101-108. Shaquille O'Neal, maintaining his dominance, scored 36 points and secured 16 rebounds, while Kobe Bryant contributed with 22 points, 10 rebounds, and 7 assists. The Magic, who were set to face the Heat the following day, lost to the 76ers in overtime, with Tracy McGrady putting up a valiant effort of 35 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists, while Allen Iverson, another member of the elite quartet of scorers, achieved 44 points, 7 rebounds, and 7 assists, leading his team to victory. Before the 2000-2001 season commenced, there had been rumors of a super trio formed by McGrady, Tim Duncan, and Grant Hill on the Magic. However, for various reasons, Duncan ultimately chose to remain with the San Antonio Spurs, leaving only McGrady, who was eager to depart from the Raptors, to be lured over. The so-called Jordan heir, Grant Hill, played merely 18 games over the span of 2 years, forcing McGrady into the role of team leader. As the team was swept out of the playoffs for 2 consecutive years, each time Hill announced his return at the start of the season, it ignited hope among Orlando fans, only for them to be plunged into despair once again. Fortunately, upon his return today, he performed admirably, scoring 18 points, grabbing 5 rebounds, providing 9 assists, and making 2 steals, showcasing his versatility. As his substitute, Mike Miller excelled even further, with 28 points, 7 rebounds, and 4 assists, significantly alleviating the pressure on McGrady, which was crucial in pushing the game into overtime. Sir Charles, you have repeatedly proclaimed yourself as the most knowledgeable person about basketball on this planet. Recently, the entire nation has been abuzz discussing the selection of a Chinese player as the first overall pick, boldly stating that the Houston Rockets are merely the lapdogs of the Chinese. What is your perspective on our new #1 draft pick? In a popular television program in America, host Kenny Smith sat conversing with his friend, former NBA star Charles Barkley. While Barkley is an exceptional basketball player, he is also an astute media commentator, adept at identifying the traffic code within discussions. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "That giant from the East? My goodness, I have watched his game footage. He moves like a noodle, all flabby." Upon hearing Barkley's audacious statement, Kenny quickly grasped his implication and continued the conversation. "My goodness, do you truly find the Rockets' first overall pick so insignificant? Do you remember they once selected Olajuwon with the first pick? Olajuwon?" Barkley laughed heartily. "Do you genuinely believe this guy can be compared to my teammate, the Dream? I would bet in front of the entire nation that if this Chinese player can score 19 points this season, I will kiss Kenny's behind live on air." "What?" Kenny Smith was taken aback, questioning if he had misheard. "Are you merely seeking attention with this wager, Barkley? You seem quite audacious." Observing Barkley's determined gaze, Kenny steadied himself. "Get lost. I have no intention of exposing myself to the entire nation. However, I could procure a donkey as a stand-in. Are you still willing to wager?" "Absolutely. Yao Ming will not score 20 points," Barkley declared confidently, asserting that whether Yao could reach 20 points was irrelevant. It was merely a trend to criticize him, and attracting attention was paramount. "All right, then I eagerly anticipate your reaction when you kiss the donkey." Kenny chuckled. "And what about our Florida basketball prodigy, the high school rookie?" It's worth noting that the last high school player taken at the 5th pick was Kevin Garnett, who has since become a 5-time All-Star. Barkley furrowed his brow. "Are you referring to Mr. Point 3? "Of course. Who else could it be?" Kenny replied. "I in stark contrast to Yao Ming. This Chinese prodigy, hailing from high school, has garnered much affection from Florida fans. They are eager to hear tales of his meteoric rise to fame, that if he can score over 20, perhaps even 25 at his debut, I would be willing to kiss a donkey's mouth." He added, "But this wager is rather steep. I must add a condition that his shooting percentage must exceed 50. That Barkley pondered this before speaking. Kenny widened his eyes, surprised at Barkley's uncharacteristic caution. Sir Charles, are you certain you did not misspeak? You mean debut rather than the entire season? Very well. Allow me to present some statistics. Garnett, also a high school draftee, scored only 8 points in his first game. Kobe scored none. McGrady and Moses Malone also managed 0. Even the great Michael Jordan, a junior in college, only scored 16 points in his first NBA game. Oh, you mean to suggest a high school player could surpass Jordan? Barkley nodded earnestly. I cannot claim he is better than Michael, but he certainly won't be as lacking as you imagine that if I were to redo this year's draft, he would undoubtedly be the first overall pick. Barkley, astute in his understanding, recognized that attracting more attention could not rely solely on denigration, as that would come off as arrogant and invite backlash. The current climate of lifting one while disparaging another was the optimal strategy. As for whether Rouet could achieve 25 points, that seemed far-fetched. The great Sir Charles had never accomplished such a feat, so how could he? Hey Yao, just this afternoon, the Flying Pig Charles Barkley wagered in a live segment that you will not even score 19 points this season. What are your thoughts on this matter? Prior to the evening's game, local media in Houston interviewed Yao Ming as he warmed up. Facing the cameras, Yao responded graciously with a smile. Is that so? For his sake, I suppose I'll have to settle for scoring just 18 points in every game from now on. As various media outlets marveled at Yao Ming's high emotional intelligence, especially as the CCTV commentator praised his humility during the live broadcast, this endearing giant recorded a double-double of 20 points and 15 rebounds against the Pacers. Although the team ultimately lost 102-104 in a heartbreaking defeat, everyone was still in awe of Yao's talent and his knack for exacting revenge in the moment. Apologies, I must have miscalculated the score. I thought that dunk was my 18th point. Here, I extend my apologies to Mr. Barkley for inadvertently scoring 2 extra points. Such comments were certainly not spontaneous from Yao Ming, but rather were inspired by Rouet's phone call. Providing him with clever remarks to accommodate Chinese fans watching on CCTV5, the games featuring the Rockets, Heat, and Clippers were broadcast at staggered times. However, due to certain circumstances, the Clippers game was not aired, leaving only the Rockets and Heat's match available for viewing. Thus, the nation witnessed Yao Ming's cheeky response. Yao should conduct himself this way. It is quite refreshing. Let those Americans look down upon our Chinese players. It was proven that players emerging from the CBA could indeed thrive in the NBA. Observers questioned whether media outlets would still claim that CBA MVPs could not make it in the NBA. Indeed, the media often exhibited a preference for foreign players. Yet now, Yao Ming's performance allowed the Chinese populace to stand tall. Now, only who remained, yet the prospect of 25 points in his debut seemed daunting. Oh well, it matters not. The fact that a Chinese player can stand on the NBA stage is already a source of national pride. Despite the Americans attempting to undermine who on this day, countless Chinese fans erupted in joy before their televisions, believing that Yao Ming had valiantly defended their honor. Simultaneously, many were concerned for the forthcoming performance of Rouet. Yet, this beleaguered individual remained unfazed, as the wagers of others bore no relevance to him. Failure would not result in public scorn. When faced with similar inquiries from Miami media, the long-term American resident, Rouet, expressed exaggerated shock. Are you certain you mean kissing a donkey's mouth? A donkey's tongue, not a cow's? Raw, not cooked? Well, I never anticipated that Sir Charles had such peculiar tastes. For his culinary preferences, I shall indeed strive to score 25 points. Are there any players from the Magic watching the live broadcast? If you wish to see Barkley consume a donkey's tongue, don't forget to give me some leeway. As Barkley watched the live broadcast, his face turned green with anger. What began as a simple kiss on a donkey's mouth had been mischaracterized as consuming a donkey's tongue. What is the difference between that and a French kiss? This Chinese individual is truly formidable. The starting lineup for the Magic tonight is as follows. PG, Jacques Vaughn, number 11, former head coach of the Nets last season. SG, Tracy McGrady, number 1, SF. Mike Miller, number 50, PF. Pat Garrity, number 8, C. Andrew DeClercq, number 55. The Heat starters are PG, Rouet, number 0, SG. Eddie Jones, number 6, SF. Karen Butler, number 4, PF. Brian Grant, no. 44. C. Alonzo Mourning, number 33. Due to Grant Hill's recent recovery from injury, the Magic has decided to elevate Miller, who scored 28 points in the last game, to the starting lineup for precautionary measures. Gentlemen, this is the inaugural home game of the new season. Let us show them what we're made of. Eddie Jones stood among the players, saying, "Let us make sure we set who up." I can hardly wait to see Barkley's expression when he gets schooled. "Don't feel too much pressure, kid." Mourning patted Josue Rue's shoulder. That's the elder statesman of the locker room. He always looked out for the younger players. Even though he appeared intimidating to opponents, Mourning reassured him, "Barkley is just a character. Don't pay too much attention to his antics. Just focus on your game." As one of the tough guys of the 90s, Mourning naturally didn't get along with players like Barkley, who had a notorious temper. Those legendary figures were far from being gentlemanly, often resembling a band of streetwise ruffians who could play ball. Josue Rue nodded. "Of course, a 1T let-off court matters affect my performance. However, I noticed that our Heat's championship odds this preseason are as high as plus 3,500, ranking us 17th. What? You're hoping to get rich overnight?" His older brother, Best, shot him a sideways glance. "That stuff is a scam. I buy it every year, and only 2 times have I broken even, both when the Lakers won the championship. The rest of the time, I've lost my shirt. No, I bought the Lakers this year too." Josue Rue grinned, revealing his bright white teeth. "I'm not deluded enough to think I can win a championship in my first year." Grant, the braid master, playfully slapped the back of his head. "What nonsense are you spouting? I thought you were bringing us old-timers along for a championship run. I think solely betting on the Lakers is rather risky." Butler interjected after a long silence. "So I also placed a bet on the Kings. And now, stand up and make some noise for your Miami Heat." The exuberant DJ's voice echoed throughout the American Airlines arena. Number 0, Josue Rue. The crowd erupted as Josue Rue sprinted onto the court, arms wide open, thanking every fan cheering for him. As he scanned the arena, a vibrant splash of red caught his eye in one corner. "People from home have arrived." In that moment, the 18-year-old felt tears welling up. After years of hard work, this was the moment he had been striving for. "Look, little who sees us." Keen-eyed fans recognized Josue Rue waving at them, igniting a wave of excitement as their flags began to dance. Number 33, Alonzo Mourning. The energy of the crowd mirrored the fiery climate of the South Coast, despite last season's mere 35 wins. The atmosphere felt as if they had secured a championship. And our legendary coach, the iconic Pat Riley. The spotlight unexpectedly shone on Riley, who was on the sidelines discussing tactics with assistant coaches Keith Askins, Bill Foran, Bob McAdoo, Eric Spoelstra, and Stan Van Gundy. Yet the seasoned Riley remained unfazed, his demeanor that of a gentleman waving to fans rather than the harsh demon players often perceived him to be. As all players took their positions, the referee held the basketball aloft, and with the ball tossed into the air, Josue Rue's NBA career officially commenced. Due to his kidney ailment, the physically challenged Mourning lost the tip-off to the equally towering Andrew DeClercq. The white center deftly tapped the ball into Vaughn's hands. Vaughn brought the ball across half-court and passed it to the team's leader, McGrady, who, using DeClercq's screen, maneuvered to receive the ball at the high post. However, rookie Caron Butler was quick on his feet, trailing closely behind McGrady. McGrady attempted a turnaround jumper, but Butler stayed too close, forcing McGrady to pass. The fifth-year McGrady was only 1 year older than the rookie Butler. A fascinating sight on the court. Receiving the ball low, DeClercq made a high pass to Mike Miller at the arc, and the Magic began to reorganize their offense. Upon catching the ball, Miller immediately opted to drive right past Jones. However, Jones, a 3-time all-defensive selection, effectively guarded Miller, who was left with no choice but to rush his shot. Bang! The ball predictably hit the rim as Mourning soared to secure the rebound, passing it to Josue Rue. Josue Rue played the role of a secondary passer, threading the ball to Butler for a fast break. Unfortunately, the Magic's quick transition defense thwarted the Heat's attempt, and Butler's shot was contested by McGrady, resulting in a miss. Once again in possession, the Magic did not hastily shoot, but instead allowed McGrady to post up against Butler. The season McGrady spun past Butler with ease, finishing with a layup. 2-0, the Magic took the lead. "Caron, let me take McGrady," Jones instructed Butler. The decision to have the taller Karen Butler defend McGrady was an experimental adjustment by the Heat's coaching staff, but it did not seem effective thus far. Butler nodded in agreement. Hu Sui Rue received a baseline inbounds pass from Grant and slowly dribbled across half court. He lifted his head to survey his teammates' positions, feigning an assessment of the situation at the arc before suddenly accelerating to the right for a drive. Vaughn, initially lax in defense, suddenly broke into a cold sweat and instinctively shifted left to cut off Husui Rue's path. However, Husui Rue halted in time, rising at the three-point line for a clean jump shot. With Vaughn unable to close the gap in time, Husui Rue launched the ball, which swished through the net. Bang! Husui Rue scored his first field goal in the NBA. The commentator from CCTV5, Su Jiqing, exclaimed, "That's his signature move." He has already proven his three-point accuracy on the international stage, and Vaughn was too complacent. Hu Shuliang, watching from the sofa, pumped his fist in excitement. 4 years ago, he had brought his son to watch his first NBA game on television. Now, for years later, he was witnessing his son play in the NBA live. What father wouldn't he feel elated seeing their child score in the NBA? "Well done, kid," Grant patted Husui Rue on the back as he retreated on defense, causing Husui Rue to grin widely at the powerful gesture. After crossing half court, the Magic utilized a series of passes and movements to exploit the Heat's defensive structure. However, the athleticism of the Heat players made it challenging for the Magic to execute their strategy. In the corner, Miller called for de Klerk to set a screen. However, the screen was poorly executed, failing to create an effective block, which allowed Butler to stay on his assignment, while Mourning remained anchored in the paint. This resulted in Miller instinctively passing to de Klerk, who was rolling to the basket. However, the imposing presence of Mourning rendered him hesitant to take action, compelling him to pass the ball to Vaughn stationed in the corner. He advanced once more to set a screen for Vaughn. This time, Decker had learned from the previous two encounters and effectively blocked Husirui's follow-up defense. Seeing Vaughn poised to shoot from mid-range, Mourning, who had initially retreated, sprang forward, while Vaughn, utilizing his core strength, flicked the ball to Decker, who was descending to the basket. Bang! Decker executed a powerful slam dunk. Coach Doc Rivers of the Magic fervently applauded his players from the sidelines. Although this motivational coach was in his 4th year of coaching, he had already garnered the title of Coach of the Year in his inaugural season with the Magic, having led a team of underdogs to heights that were deemed unattainable. Following a failed defensive attempt by the Heat, the Magic accelerated their counterattack, with Miller drawing a foul from Butler during a fast break layup. Seizing the opportunity during the free throw interval, the Magic substituted in Darrell Armstrong, PG-10. Miller missed his second free throw, allowing Mourning to secure the rebound. This time, Husirui passed the ball to Jones in the low post. Jones leaped high, executing a bank shot over McGrady to score 2 points. The score was now tied at 5-5, with the Heat having equalized. The Magic handed the ball to McGrady, but as the team's elder statesman, McGrady's shooting touch was evidently lacking today. As he missed again, fortunately, Decker was there to secure the offensive rebound and scored it. Husirui held the ball at the arc, with Mourning stepping up to set screen. Armstrong was left stranded by Mourning's towering presence, granting Husirui the space to shoot. 4-3, Husirui sank his second three-pointer of the night, igniting the home crowd's enthusiasm. As a championship-caliber coach, Doc Rivers seemed decidedly out of his depth. Given a 50-point team, he could elevate them to 70. However, with a 90-point team, he could still only manage to bring them to 70. That was the crux of the issue. This ultimately made playing under Rivers quite challenging for McGrady, as Rivers lacked the capability to devise an effective system around him, forcing McGrady to shoulder both offensive and defensive responsibilities, leading to fatigue and missed shots in the fourth quarter by the end of the first quarter. The gap had widened to 14 points, with a score of 25-39, that the relentless defensive efforts of Butler and Jones on the Heat's wing had thoroughly worn McGrady down. Even Husirui, who stood 10 centimeters shorter, managed to hold his ground during several defensive sequences in the first quarter. Husirui recorded 8 points, 1 rebound, and 3 assists on 3 of 5 shooting, including 2 three-pointers, benefiting from the support of his teammates. In the first 6 minutes of the second quarter, Husirui found himself benched by Riley, while Grant and Butler, both starters, led a lineup featuring Best, PG1, Eddie House, SG5, and Vladimir Stepania, C50. The Magic, in turn, introduced the Rain Man Shawn Kemp, C40, and Cobra Horace Grant as their formidable twin towers in the paint. Grant Hill replaced McGrady on the court, once heralded as Jordan's successor. Hill enjoyed immense popularity across the nation, and his entrance was met with enthusiastic applause from the Heat's home crowd at AT that moment. The ages of the Magic players from positions 1 to 5 or 34, 22, 30, 37, and 32, respectively. Aside from Mike Miller, they could easily be described as a senior and frail lineup. The aging Kemp and Grant were unable to thwart House and Butler's relentless assaults on the basket, while the towering Stepania, standing at 2.16 meters, dominated the boards, pulling down 3 offensive rebounds in succession. Another wave of 11-2 ensued, prompting Rivers to once again bring McGrady back into the game. Hu Sirui also shed his warm-up attire and took the court as per Riley's directive. Unexpectedly, it was not McGrady who broke the deadlock first, but rather Vaughn, who exploited Husirui's defense on his initial attempt. Vaughn relentlessly attacked the basket, drawing 2 shooting fouls from Husirui, who was usually known for his defensive prowess, the rookie who had received a harsh lesson from an NBA role player. Had Vaughn been more extroverted, he might have smugly remarked, "Rookie, welcome to the NBA." With 2 fouls against him, Husirui's defensive efforts became increasingly constrained. Noticing the favorable calls from the away referees, McGrady began to adopt a similar strategy, drawing multiple fouls in the latter half of the second quarter. Any contact between McGrady and Vaughn resulted in a whistle, prompting Riley to continuously shuffle his players during free throw breaks to manage their foul counts. By halftime, the Magic had managed to keep the deficit under 20 points. With a score of 52-71, thanks to 18 free throws. "Charles, I have a bad feeling about this," Kenny Smith remarked with a knowing glance at his partner. "The game has passed the halfway mark, and the Eastern sensation has already accumulated 14 points in 18 minutes. This means he only needs 11 points in the second half, and you'll be kissing a donkey's behind." Barkley, somewhat uneasy, recognized the potential of this rookie, but maintained his bravado, stating, "So what? He needs to keep his shooting percentage above 50, and I'm talking about more than 25 points, excluding 25. Don't kid yourself, Sir Charles," Smith countered, glancing at the stats. Hu Sirui shot 5 for 8 in the first half, scoring 14 points, including 2 three-pointers and 2 free throws. His efficiency is quite commendable. "Well, we shall see," Barkley replied, lacking confidence. "Great job, boys." In the locker room, Coach Pat Riley praised with a beaming smile. "Our defensive strategy has been exceptionally successful in the first half. We've limited our opponent's shooting percentage to 36, with 17 out of 47 attempts, barely below 40. Riley was elated, knowing that excellent defense was underpinned by a positive attitude towards the game. As a head coach, no one dislikes having dedicated soldiers who strive for excellence. Our three-point strategy has been well executed. Due to the pressure on the perimeter, we've outscored the Magic in the paint by 10 points. With that, Riley cast an approving glance at Husirui. "We will continue to implement this strategy. I need the shooters to create space and further clear the paint, allowing our forwards more opportunities to attack the basket." Riley pulled out a tactical board and instructed Jones and Husirui, "In the second half, I will increase your shared playing time, so be prepared." The two nodded in understanding while sipping energy drinks. Jones had an impressive three-point shooting percentage of 39, having attempted 382 three-pointers in 81 games, which was even more than his free throw attempts by 27, averaging 4.7 attempts per game. He sank approximately 1.8 three-pointers, a notable achievement in an era where the three-pointer was not yet mainstream. Vladimir, seated in the corner, straightened up upon hearing his name mentioned by the coach. "Your performance in the first half was commendable. Your offensive rebounding was quite assertive. In the second half, I will increase the pace and substitute out Mourning and Grant, leaving you as the sole presence in the paint. I need you to protect the boards on defense. I won't assign you any finishing plays on offense. Just focus on setting screens, so don't feel too pressured." Stepania nodded vigorously, having gained confidence from competing against the legendary Rain Man Kemp and Cobra Grant in the paint during the first half. Riley glanced at his watch. "Are you all rested, boys? It's time for you to take the court." The second half commenced with an and one from Eddie Jones, showcasing his aggressive approach. Right from the start, Jones demonstrated remarkable assertiveness. After receiving a pass from Husirui, He took 3 steps from the free throw line, driving straight at McGrady, who was unable to evade him and not only suffered a dunk, but also incurred a foul. Wow! The home crowd erupted once more, their excitement palpable. Riley indeed replaced Mourning and Grant with the impressive House and Stepania from the first half, and the resulting small ball lineup transformed the Heat's tempo into a whirlwind. Even though the Magic countered with Mike Miller and Hill on the perimeter, they could not contain the Heat's offensive onslaught. They could only rely on the fiery shooting of Miller and the referee's assistance to maintain the point differential. Wow! Husirui stole the ball from Armstrong once again, marking the Heat's 10th steal, while Armstrong recorded his 7th turnover. Frustrated by the turnover, Armstrong shook his head and was subsequently substituted out. The Heat's perimeter defense was remarkably tenacious, leading to 7 turnovers for the backup point guard Armstrong and 5 for McGrady. However, this signifies that the players of the Heat have accumulated a greater number of fouls, despite Riley's continual rotation of players to manage the foul count. Butler, who had already played for 29 minutes in the first 3 quarters, was still fouled out with 6 infractions. Riley expressed satisfaction with the performance of this seasoned rookie, who scored 17 points, secured 3 rebounds, and delivered 3 assists on 7 of 12 shooting, along with 3 successful free throws out of 5, which included a remarkable 3-point play against McGrady, with the score at 76-104. It seemed a prudent moment to call a day. Heat assistant coach Eric Spoelstra remarked to Riley that continuing might pose a safety hazard. Upon hearing this, Riley nodded, his gaze piercingly fixated on the player's emotion on the court. However, who has already amassed 20 points, 3 rebounds, and 7 assists. Spoelstra then recalled the pre-game chatter. Only 6 points remained for Hu to reach the 26 points that Barkley had wagered on. Riley seemed intent on facilitating this achievement. Just then, Husirui, utilizing a screen, received the ball at the high post and made a mid-range jumper, securing his 22 and D point. Why this time? Barkley in the broadcast booth had become numb, fully aware that reaching 26 points for Husirui was merely a matter of time. He regretted his flippant remark that it was only the first game. Those 2 players from China had now slapped him in the face. How he wished he had remained humble to avoid such public embarrassment. Although he gained the desired attention, it was a notoriety tinged with ridicule. He was a true fool. Excellent play. Who? He threaded through the crowd, connecting with House to draw a foul on McGrady again. Su Jiqing excitedly commented, "This marks Husirui's 10th assist in this game, making him only the 3rd player to debut with a double-double of 20 points and 10 assists since Oscar Robertson, 21 points, 12 assists, 10 rebounds, and Isaiah Thomas, 31 points, 3 assists, 11 rebounds. The first 2 are Hall of Fame caliber players." Another commentator from CCTV Sports, Zhang Weiping, praised, based solely on today's debut performance, Husirui's future is undeniably boundless. It is noteworthy that both of the aforementioned players entered the league as college students, with Robertson at 22 years old and Thomas at 20. In comparison, Hu is even younger. Zhang's assertion was correct. One should not be deceived by Hu's age, for he possesses exceptional training experience in the United States, allowing him to quickly align with the international elite level of competition, as evidenced by his performance in this year's World Championships. Su Jiqing nodded, acknowledging that without Hu, China's team would have found it exceedingly difficult to secure victories against Germany and New Zealand, which was pivotal for the team's historic advancement to the quarterfinals on the world stage. McGrady had now accrued 5 fouls. Realizing the conversation had veered off course, Zhang Weiping redirected the focus back to the game, which was proving to be a further misfortune for the beleaguered Magic team. Only 4. Only 4. The home crowd erupted in a chorus of cheers as Husirui cautiously advanced the ball past half-court. He heard the fans chanting only 4 points away, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. It seemed that Barkley's wager had become common knowledge across the nation. McGrady, upon noticing Husirui smirking in his direction, felt a surge of irritation despite his lackluster performance today. How dare this rookie mock him? A player who had just been selected for the All-NBA first team last season. McGrady resolved to prevent Hu from surpassing 26 points at all costs, though this matter was not his concern, and he was not one to sabotage another's success. Husirui's dismissive demeanor had sparked his annoyance. Unbeknownst to Hu, his smile had inadvertently ignited an unnecessary misunderstanding. aware that one-on-one against McGrady would be a formidable challenge. He called for a pick from his teammate. Stepanius stepped up to set the screen, allowing Husihue to gain a sliver of space. However, the tenacious McGrady was not about to let him shoot so easily. He forcefully pushed through the screen and lunged toward Hu as he went up for a three-point shot. Beep! The referee's whistle pierced the air as McGrady fouled Hu, resulting in a shooting foul. With 5 fouls, McGrady was ejected from the game. To everyone's astonishment, Husihue, despite being knocked off balance, managed to make the shot. A three-point play. Hu stepped to the free throw line, and amidst the crowd's only one chance, he secured his 26th point of the evening. Subsequently, Rivers of the Magic called a timeout to substitute in reserves, conceding defeat, while Riley took the opportunity to bench his starters. Good job. The energetic Bryant on the bench exchanged a high five with the departing Husihue, congratulating him on a splendid performance. With milestone figures of 26 points, 5 rebounds, 10 assists, and 2 steals, this surely set a record for rookies, did it not? Nearby, Spoelstra nodded in agreement. A performance of 25 points, 5 rebounds, and 10 assists should indeed be historically unprecedented. The Big O fell short in scoring, while the McGrady lacked 2 rebounds, in stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere on the Heat's bench. The Magic side was steeped in gloom. With McGrady sulking in his seat, his head cradled in his hands, as the final buzzer rang, Mike James hurled the basketball toward the opposite half-court. The players from both teams embraced in mutual respect. Husihue sought out his counterpart Vaughn, who had committed 12 fouls throughout the match, drawing 3 fouls against Hu himself, a truly formidable opponent. Well done, young man. The 27-year-old Vaughn embraced the rookie, nearly a decade his junior. Your performance tonight was astonishing. I felt like a mere backdrop. Husihue humbly replied. No, my friend, you taught me a valuable lesson. Every NBA player possesses immense skill, and your knack for drawing fouls left me quite bewildered. After exchanging pleasantries, Hu intended to seek out McGrady, only to discover that he had already retreated through the player tunnel to the locker room. The final score stood at 100-130, with the Heat claiming their first victory of the regular season at home. Husihue played for 33 minutes, shooting 9 of 14 from the field, making all 3 of his three-point attempts, and hitting all 5 of his free throws, culminating in 26 points, 5 rebounds, 10 assists, 2 steals, 3 turnovers, and 4 fouls. The Heat boasted 7 players in double figures, with Jones and House, the Eddy brothers, contributing 3 and 4 steals respectively, leading to a total of 14 steals, an impressive tally. The Magic struggled with their shooting, hitting only 29 of 77 attempts for a dismal 38% shooting percentage. Had it not been for the referee's calls that restrained the Heat players from being overly aggressive, Riley was confident he could have limited the Magic's shooting percentage to below 35%. The officiating in this game was nothing short of outrageous. The first half saw a relatively balanced distribution of fouls, with calls made against the Magic often countered with calls against the Heat. However, as the Heat established a commanding lead, the officiating seemed to falter entirely, resulting in a staggering total of 51 fouls called. With both teams combining for an astonishing 85 free throws, the Heat's 54.5 three-point shooting rate, 6-11, afforded them greater space within the paint, leading to a scoring advantage of 16 points over the Magic's 24 points in the paint. McGrady, the Magic star, struggled with a shooting line of 4 for 12 and made 14 of 21 free throws for 23 points, alongside 3 rebounds and 6 assists. His performance was lackluster. Mike Miller maintained his hot streak from the previous game, scoring 26 points and grabbing 6 rebounds on 11 of 16 shooting. Grant Hill, in his second game back, failed to replicate his earlier success, contributing a mere 8 points, 8 rebounds, and 6 assists on 3 of 11 shooting. Oh, how would you grade your debut performance? You had just made history as the first player in the NBA to debut with a stat line of 25 points, 5 rebounds, 10 assists, and 2 steals. How did you evolve so rapidly? During the post-game press conference, Pat Riley brought only Husihue to participate. While Hu wore a smile on the surface, he felt an acute embarrassment inside. 25 points, 5 rebounds, 10 assists, and 2 steals. He had only surpassed that benchmark by 1 point, making it sound like a custom statistic. It was worth noting that the likes of Zhang Dashui, despite not achieving such figures in his debut, had managed an astonishing 43 points and 28 rebounds. Was he not superior to himself? For tonight's performance, I would rate myself a perfect 10, Hue stated, adjusting the slightly askew microphone. Now was not the time for modesty. If he were to give himself an 8 or 9, some among the media would surely portray him as an ungrateful individual, dissatisfied despite setting a record, as if he disrespected his predecessors. The reporters in attendance erupted in laughter. This young man was utterly unfazed, subtly mocking some of his peers who exaggerated the truth for attention. Of course, not including you, ma'am. I recognize you as an ESPN reporter, and your organization is renowned for its rigor in the sports industry. The female journalist who posed the question responded with a polite smile. Regarding tonight's performance and my recent progress, the individual who has impacted me the most is undoubtedly our head coach, Mr. Pat Riley. Beside him, Riley chuckled, a rare display of levity in front of his players. It is widely believed that numerous NBA reporters have heard whispers regarding our coach, suggesting that the training regimen of the Miami Heat is nothing short of hellish, leaving players in a state of despair. While Riley himself is often labeled a dictator, Hue surveyed the room, paused momentarily, and then spoke. Allow me to clarify. This is no mere rumor. It is an undeniable truth. Do not be misled by Riley's gentlemanly demeanor beside me. On the training court, he is nothing less than a tyrant. Ha ha ha. The laughter erupted not only from the journalists present, but also from Pat Riley himself, who could not contain his amusement at this audacious jest aimed at him. Many may not grasp the sheer intensity of our training, but Mr. Riley has devised a specific drill that will elucidate the matter on the very first day that Karen and I reported to the team. Riley commanded us to complete 17 suicides within a minute, with no more than a minute's rest between 4 grueling sets. Moreover, we were strictly prohibited from bending over and resting our hands on our knees during moments of fatigue, lest we incur an additional set and a 100 fine. Initially, we presumed this was a punishment for not participating in the Summer League, but later Jones informed me that this was simply a standard task within their training routine. Lacking extraordinary talent, our only recourse to victory was to engage in relentless practice. Veteran players refer to this training method as the Devil 17. Many may recall a humorous incident involving the Knicks when Coach Riley pushed the New York players to the brink, causing them to sweat profusely to the point that they had to change training venues. This is no exaggeration, as we have experienced similar circumstances. The Heat's training is famously grueling. During the era of the Big Three, renowned for his work ethic, the 37-year-old veteran Ray Allen once exclaimed in frustration during practice, "When the hell does this training end?" Such rigorous training regimens also carry the risk of injury. Wade's already burdened knees, James's back issues and hamstring troubles, and even O'Neal, despite being a celebrated superstar, endured a challenging existence with the Heat as he continuously sought to reduce his body fat. Aside from James, who left the Heat after a mere 4 years to mitigate his losses, other players who departed from Miami have, to varying degrees, faced injuries. Even Udonis Haslem, a stalwart who played for 20 years, spent 8 seasons with the Heat while nursing injuries within the Heat organization, whether one is a superstar or an obscure player, a seasoned veteran or a promising rookie. If you are able to move, you are mandated to complete the training. This is a primary reason why the Heat were able to reach the finals with a roster filled with second-round draft picks and undrafted players. Here, hard work is paramount. Regardless of your entry point into the league, there exists an opportunity for distinction. However, it must be acknowledged that Riley's training philosophy renders him somewhat cold-hearted. As a staunch proponent of the superstar basketball ideology, from the mourning Penny Hardaway duo to the Shaquille-Wade partnership, culminating in the Big Three era and the acquisition of Butler, he is fervently dedicated to constructing formidable rosters, often at the cost of relinquishing all his first-round picks. Throughout his 26-year tenure with the Heat, he has participated in only 14 drafts, placing his faith solely in his own judgment, trading away draft picks for superstars, while showing little regard for the drafted rookies unless they exhibit exceptional talent. Ordinary rookies must practice. Players procured from the free market can also be trained, and if they falter, they can be replaced. So why retain and use draft picks? This is a quintessentially unsentimental approach, assigning roles based on one's value. Even Wade, who never commanded a max contract, found that Riley was unwilling to grant him a retirement deal. opting instead to part ways with the player who had brought 3 championship titles to the franchise. It is likely that even Kobe would not have enjoyed a harmonious relationship with a coach like Riley. Consider the typically low-key blue-collar player Butler, who has had his share of disputes with Riley, who, in turn, publicly criticized Butler after games. Point 1 can only imagine the friction between Riley and the self-centered, obsessive Kobe. In 1993, a quote from Dave Cowan stated, "Why are guards more suited to be head coaches? While big men are often sidelined, because the big men are accustomed to being subservient, whereas the small ones are control freaks." Thus, it becomes clear why Riley chose not to remain as the head coach of the high-profile New York Knicks, but instead opted for the relatively obscure basketball desert of Miami. For the sake of power, he sought to be a dictator rather than a coach constrained by others, a desire fully realized with the Miami Heat. Fortunately, Husirui possesses a tenacious character, having always engaged in diligent training, which enabled him to swiftly adapt to the Heat's intensity. His evident potential soon captured Riley's attention. As it stands, the two are currently in a honeymoon phase. Husirui, first and foremost, congratulations on your debut with 26 points. However, the nation is more intrigued by another matter, the wager involving NBA legend Barkley regarding your performance. How do you view the fact that you caused Barkley to lose this bet? Will he truly kiss a donkey? Husirui discerned that this was a reporter from the New York Times. Journalists from large cities often favor entertaining questions, which are indeed popular with audiences. Forgive me, but this is a misunderstanding. Husirui's expression shifted abruptly, his smile vanishing as he adopted a serious demeanor. The journalists, still puzzled, leaned in, eager for his insights. You all must have seen my compatriot Yao Ming's pre-game interview, where he stated, "If that's the case, I can only score 18 points per game from now on." In truth, my thoughts align with his. I plan to request Coach Riley to substitute me once I reach 25 points. However, McGrady committed a foul against me, leading to an additional free throw. Husirui shrugged in resignation. That moment, I stood at the free throw line, tracing a cross over my chest with my hand. He mimicked the scene. I told myself, "Oh, this is destiny. This is God's will. The divine has a plan." There was nothing to be done, since it was God's will that Tracy fouled me and sent me to the free throw line. Then surely it must also be God's will that Sir Charles kisses a donkey, right? The reporters were momentarily taken aback, stunned by this unexpected reasoning. Just as the crowd fell silent, a burst of laughter erupted. Breaking the tension, it was Riley, who had remained silent until now. As a devout Catholic, he had observed everything from the sidelines. When did Husirui ever draw a cross at the free throw line? That kid was grinning joyfully while shooting free throws. Upon seeing the playful smirk on Husirui's face and the laughter from the head coach, the journalist finally realized that the young man from the East was merely joking once again. In the following 2 days, the Heat had no scheduled games. However, Husirui did not find himself idle. Aside from the day designated for training, he devoted another day to searching for new accommodations. Until his first paycheck arrived, he was temporarily staying at the home of his older teammate, Eddie Jones. Although Jones earned a hefty salary of $66.97 million over 5 years, affording a lavish villa was not an issue. It was still somewhat inconvenient, given that his wife and children were also residing there. To be candid, the taxation in the U.S. is quite burdensome. For instance, Husirui's rookie contract would net him approximately $55 million after deducting the federal tax of 33.6, the league's escrow fund of 10, and factoring in state tax and agent commissions. Many players might not see half of that amount. Fortunately, Husirui was somewhat lucky. Both Florida, where he played, and Texas, where Yao resided, have no state income tax, only corporate tax. This means they could avoid the 10 to 12 state tax. Additionally, his agent is none other than the father of his good friend Kevin Porter. Mike Porter, an experienced Hollywood agent. For the rookie contract, he only charged a 1 fee, a remarkably low friendship rate compared to the typical 4 charged by other agents. Although the elder Porter had no prior experience representing athletes, his exceptional skills allowed him to adapt quickly. It was not much different from working with Hollywood stars. Consequently, Husirui's business affairs, alongside numerous Hollywood stars, fell under the management of the elder Porter. Thus, it can be inferred that Husirui would take home around $1.41 million annually. Moreover, NBA players receive their salaries bi-monthly. Excluding the off-season and playoffs, their regular season salaries are distributed over 6 months, resulting in 12 payments. Therefore, Husirui could expect to receive approximately $120,000 per paycheck. This sum is neither excessively large nor particularly small. At the very least, it would suffice to purchase a small apartment outright in the tourist city of Miami. Though acquiring a beachfront villa or a large apartment would be an unattainable dream. However, at this point, Husirui was not encumbered by family responsibilities, living comfortably as a single individual. Thus, it is merely a matter of entrusting Jones to find a conveniently located, comfortable apartment. Originally, he intended to send his first paycheck back home. After all, for a young person, the value they create with their own hands is something they wish to repay to their parents at the earliest opportunity. It serves both to validate their abilities and to express gratitude for their parents' nurturing. However, Ma Yanfang, feeling for her son, did not agree and instead wished to send him additional funds to secure a better living arrangement. As Husirui contemplated this, he felt a bittersweet smile emerge, his heart tinged with a slight it is noteworthy that, at this moment, the average annual income for Chinese citizens was a mere 81.77, 35 yuan, approximately equivalent to $988. According to estimates by the Paris-based Bain Company, the annual income for middle-class families in China ranged from 75,000 to 80,000 yuan, even less than 1/10 of his salary. Suddenly, he realized he had grown up, earning more than his parents. "Kenny, where did you find that donkey?" Barkley asked, gazing at the donkey that had appeared in the studio, a wry smile on his face as he looked at Kenny Smith. Moments ago, the television network had shown no respect for Barkley, the pillar of the show, by replaying the original video of Barkley's bet, immediately followed by the appearance of a rather large donkey on the screen. "Barkley, I bet you didn't know that Yao Ming scored 22 points just now against the Nuggets, facing off against Marcus Camby. Maybe you need to kiss that donkey's behind twice, once on each cheek." Kenny quipped, leading the docile donkey over to the sofa. "This is a special donkey I bought just for you to kiss. The entire audience across America is waiting for you to fulfill your promise. Go ahead and kiss its big behind live on air." "This is your donkey?" Barkley exclaimed, astonished. "Good heavens, you bought a donkey just to make me honor my bet." His eyes widened as he turned to the camera, his comical and exaggerated expression eliciting laughter from countless viewers at home. Kenny shook his head. "Well, this isn't mine. I rented it for $500. "Hurry up and kiss it, Sir Charles. I need to return it afterward. Look, I even thoughtfully prepared lipstick and a puff for you." Indeed, with a bit of decoration, the donkey had transformed into quite the beauty. Perhaps I should call it Lady Barkley. Barkley couldn't help but laugh at the scene. Kenny was now applying powder to the donkey's rear and even intended to put lipstick on it. "Never mind. You should do it yourself. I'm afraid Lady Barkley might find me unworthy," Barkley said with a wry smile as he accepted the lipstick from Kenny. "Kenny, you really are," Barkley started, rising while chuckling. "You just want to humiliate me." "Not at all. It's just uncivilized to expose my rear on live television. The donkey is fine. It doesn't need pants. You just want to humiliate me." "Hey, you made the bet." "Barkley, didn't you have to pay up in Las Vegas before leaving?" Kenny pretended to be serious, suppressing his laughter. "All right, Barkley, enough chit-chat. Quickly fulfill your wager. So, would you prefer to kiss the donkey's behind or Kenny's?" The host, Ernie Johnson, who had been laughing heartily, finally managed to control himself and quivered. "If given another chance, I'd still choose Kenny." The other guest, former wrestling champion Ventura, chimed in with a laugh. Kenny Smith looked at them in disgust. "Damn, don't come near me. I brought the donkey." He didn't specify how or when to kiss it, so he had to let the donkey contribute its ample backside to the cause. "Damn it, I keep my word." With that, Barkley seemed to have made a resolute decision and slowly bent down towards the donkey's rear. "Oh my God, he is going to kiss it." The other three burst into laughter, and Kenny pulled him behind the sofa. "Watch out. The donkey might kick him." "Muah." Barkley closed his eyes and kissed, then plopped down on the sofa, as if drained of energy. "He did it." "Ha ha." Kenny jeered. "And don't think you can back out, Barkley." Barkley thought to himself that since he had already kissed the donkey's rear, what was the big deal about the mouth? He might as well go all in. Closing his eyes again to kiss the donkey's mouth. "Look, the great Sir Charles is enacting the will of God. Kissing the donkey." Barkley lightly tapped the donkey's mouth, but to his surprise, the previously docile donkey suddenly nudged him in the face. Oh, fuck. Although the force was minimal, it startled Barkley. Kenny was now laughing so hard he could barely breathe. Look, Lady Barkley really likes you. She is a lady who understands romance and knows how to return a kiss. With that, Kenny, still in fits of laughter, took out a small mirror from his suit pocket and handed it to Barkley, a crucial prop he had prepared in advance. Fuck, Kenny, you set me up? Barkley realized. Looking in the mirror, that his face bore a ring of lipstick marks. It turned out Kenny had applied lipstick to the donkey before bringing it in, waiting for Barkley to take the bait. Seeing the trio laughing uproariously, Barkley helplessly put down the mirror and joined in their laughter. In this regard, Barkley truly exemplified a tough guy, a man of his word. The October Player of the Month was soon announced, with Usirui and Yao Ming both having played only one game in the month. Thus, the two, having each secured double-doubles, were unanimously named the Eastern and Western Conference Rookies of the Month. However, the competition for the Player of the Month was far more intense in the West. The big-ticket Kevin Garnett triumphed with comprehensive stats of 21 points, 17 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, and 4 blocks, illustrating what it means to be a two-way player. This, however, drew the ire of Shaquille O'Neal, who, as the first three-time FMVP in the post-Jordan era, considered himself the undisputed top center in the league. Averaging 31.5 points, 12.5 rebounds, and 3 blocks over 2 games in October, how could he possibly lose to a kid who hadn't even made it past the first round? In contrast, the Eastern Conference award was undisputed, with the answer Allen Iverson averaging 33 points, 5 rebounds, 8.5 assists, and 1 steal, leading his team to an undefeated record that on November 2 ND, Saturday at 10 p.m., in the New Orleans Arena, home of the Hornets. The score stood at 96-96, as the Heat had just been equalized by their opponents in the final quarter. Only 56 seconds remained. This was Usirui's first away game, and the cheers of nearly 16,000 spectators, the exact number being 15 for 19, but considering the presence of some Chinese fans, that seems reasonable, right? Made him a bit anxious. He rubbed his palms together, feeling the sweat accumulate. The morale among the Heat players was low. Just moments ago, Karen Butler had suffered an injury during a confrontation with the Hornets starting point guard, Baron Davis. According to the team doctor's preliminary assessment, it was likely a left knee contusion, and further examinations would determine the recovery time. Watching his good friend limping off with assistance, while Davis wore a seemingly indifferent expression, Usirui felt a surge of anger, having already been injured by Baron during the World Championships. Usirui was determined to exact revenge now. Within less than 3 quarters, he had managed to foul Baron Davis out of the game, with his playing time capped at 20 minutes. The feisty style of the Little Dynamo often resulted in Usirui's clever flops, sending him flying across the court, creating a visually impactful spectacle. Jerome Moiso, C6, stood ready to inbound the ball, while David Wesley, SG4, received it and charged towards the basket, undeterred by Jones. After a forced shot missed, Wesley quickly snatched the offensive rebound, showing no sign of panic as he maneuvered around Jones and executed a reverse layup in front of Mourning. The score now stood at 96-98, and with 47.2 seconds left, Riley called a timeout. Mourning was gasping for breath. Having already played 33 minutes, his stats only reflected 4 points, 5 rebounds, and 2 assists, but he had contributed 5 blocks defensively. Quite an impressive feat for a 32-year-old battling kidney disease. "Are you all right, Zoe?" Riley asked, glancing down at his clipboard. Mourning straightened up. "I can still hold on, Coach. As the tough kidney fighter, Mourning was a man who knew no limits. Riley nodded thoughtfully, promptly orchestrating a new tactical arrangement. In the fourth quarter of the match, the Heat accumulated 19 points and 7 rebounds, while the Hornets garnered 27 points and 11 rebounds. Notably, the Heat managed to narrow the gap with 2 3-pointers from Usirui at the top of the arc and the left 45-degree angle, thus maintaining their external threat. However, in the paint, the Heat's offensive might was significantly diminished due to the absence of their forwards, as their remaining players lacked remarkable finishing ability under the basket. Attempting only 4 shots in the restricted area and making just 2. In contrast, the Hornets relentlessly attacked the paint, challenging the aging Mourning, who was met with 9 attempts and 5 conversions. Close-range shots accounted for 3 attempts. fewer than their opponent's 9. On a positive note, when Ginóbili was primarily defending the strong side, the opponent's close-range shooting was a dismal 1 for 5. Riley instructed the forwards to collapse into the paint. With Byron Davis fouled out, the Hornets' perimeter shooting was severely hampered, and their remaining players struggled with three-point and mid-range effectiveness. Aside from Byron's successful corner 3, they shot 0 for 4 from beyond the arc and 7 for 20 from mid-range. On the offensive front, Riley directed Ginóbili, Jones, and House to aggressively target the interior, knowing full well that the Heat's overall field goal percentage in the paint was under 45%, 10 for 23. Riley insisted they persistently attack the rim, anticipating that the opposing team would heavily guard the perimeter. Grant and Mourning, despite lacking shooting threats, were instructed to stay away from the paint to create space, as their current stamina rendered them incapable of competing for offensive rebounds, thus relinquishing that aspect of play. Upon returning from the timeout, the Heat deployed Ginóbili alongside the Eddy brothers, Grant, and Mourning. The Hornets countered by bringing in starting center Jamal Magloire, C21, and Jamal Mashburn, SF24, while Wesley, George Lynch, SG9, and P.J. Brown, PF42, remained on the court. Following the timeout, Bryant Grant inbound the ball. Ginóbili and House maneuvered, one circling the arc while the other slipped to the corner in preparation to receive the pass, with Jones setting a screen for Ginóbili. Wesley closely shadowed Ginóbili, managing to keep pace even as Jones failed to impede his steps. Unexpectedly, Ginóbili accelerated toward the paint, where an opening awaited him. Mourning provided a high screen, forcing Magloire to interfere and prevent Ginóbili from receiving the ball. House occupied Lynch in the corner. Mashburn and Jones engaged in a tussle at the arc, uncertain if it was for Jones to execute a catch-and-shoot 3-pointer, a S for Brown. He was merely leaping in front of Grant like a fool. Attempting to disrupt the inbound pass, this created a perfect opportunity for Ginóbili to penetrate the Hornets' paint. Wesley, realizing the impending danger, hastened his steps to catch up with Ginóbili, but Mourning stood as an impenetrable wall before him. Grant lofted the basketball, the orange sphere landing precisely in Ginóbili's hands, who effortlessly laid it in. The execution of this play was flawless. Ginóbili quickly transitioned back on defense, celebrating with his teammates. With 42.3 seconds left, the Heat equalized once more. However, the score was soon reversed again as Wesley passed to the cutting Mashburn, who was double-teamed by Jones and Mourning. This left Magloire wide open, who redeemed himself for a previous defensive lapse with a thunderous dunk, bringing the score to 98-100. The crowd erupted in cheers once more. Riley opted against calling a timeout, with only 34.4 seconds remaining and each team holding one timeout apiece. Amidst the shouts of defense, Ginóbili attempted to penetrate the paint twice, but ultimately had to reset the offense. With only 5 seconds left on the shot clock, he lowered his head to charge back inside. However, Lynch stepped forward and intercepted the basketball, allowing Wesley to seize the opportunity. In a panic, House rushed to foul Wesley. With 13.2 seconds remaining, Ginóbili's critical turnover loomed large. Wesley approached the free throw line. The first shot was smoothly executed, making it 98-101, placing them in an unassailable position. The second shot also found its mark. With a 4-point lead, Riley called for the final timeout. Upon returning to the bench, Riley refrained from chastising Ginóbili and instead focused on devising the last strategy. His teammates remained silent, wary of exacerbating the guilt felt by the remorseful rookie. It was as if nothing had transpired, with Jones offering reassurance as he re-entered the game. "It's nothing to worry about. We all believe in you." The familiar lineup was retained, but with Mourning now inbounding the ball, the others lined up on the court. Indeed, this was the renowned starburst tactic learned by the Zen master from the esteemed Coach Halsman in New York. This tactic has been in existence for so long that I cannot guarantee Riley had heard of it in 2002. So let's take some creative liberties. The essence of the starburst tactic is that aside from one player inbounding the ball, the other four converge closely together. Then, at the moment of the inbound, they quickly disperse, running in all directions. This strategy aims to confuse the opponents, making it difficult for them to discern the true receiving target, thereby impacting their defensive decisions. Due to its unpredictability and suddenness, it can yield advantageous scoring opportunities in high-pressure moments. However, The execution of this tactic heavily relies on the players' synergy, execution skills, as well as their individual abilities and basketball IQ. That a classic instance occurred in 2009 when the Lakers faced the Heat. After the Zen Master employed this tactic, Kobe made a game-winning three-pointer off the glass against Wade with just 3.2 seconds remaining. Later, during LeBron's era with the Lakers against the Bucks, they also utilized this tactic, which was humorously dubbed the long snake formation by a trio of commentators in an NBA livestream. As the Heat players exploded outward, Jones seized the moment and received the ball in the corner. However, Mashburn lunged at him, disrupting his shot, which missed the mark. McGloire claimed the rebound, only for Mourning to swat the ball away with a single finger. Grant retrieved the deflected ball and passed it to Husey Rouet, who stepped beyond a three-point line and launched a decisive shot point 101-102. Although the tactical objective was achieved, it consumed far too much time, with Wesley stepping to the free throw line once more, only 3 seconds remained in the game. However, the Heat had no timeouts left. Husey Rouet received the ball and hurled it toward the opposite end, the basketball soaring across the court, ultimately resulting in a resounding clang as it hit the rim. 101-104, the Heat succumbed to defeat in this game. Husey Rouet played for 35 minutes, scoring 27 points, grabbing 2 rebounds, and dishing out 8 assists, shooting 9 for 19 from the field and 5 for 8 from beyond the arc. He recorded just 1 turnover, yet it proved to be the most pivotal error. Nevertheless, Husey Rouet had no time for self-recrimination, as the following day brought a back-to-back matchup against the Sacramento Kings. The disparity in team strength was stark, with the Kings fielding star players such as Mike Bibby, PG-10, Doug Christie, G13, Peja Stojakovic, SF-16, Vlade Divac, C21, and Chris Webber, PF4. Their bench also boasted formidable talents like Bobby Jackson, PG-24, and Gerald Wallace, SF-3. In contrast, the Heat were still without Karen Butler, who, according to medical reports, was estimated to be sidelined for an additional 2 to 3 weeks. Yet even so, the Heat fiercely contested the score at home during the first 3 quarters. It was only in the fourth quarter that Webber unleashed his prowess in the paint, leading to a complete collapse. Chris Webber, undoubtedly one of the league's premier interior players, amassed 30 points, 12 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 blocks in just 31 minutes. Had it not been for this Fab Five member sealing the game in the final moments, the outcome might have been uncertain. Husey Rouet's matchup against Mike Bibby was equally commendable. Although he could not contain him, Bibby's impressive 17 points and 13 assists showcased his stellar ability to orchestrate the team's plays. The Heat saw only 3 players reach double figures, with Husey Rouet contributing 26 points, 8 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block, embodying an all-around warrior. Yet victory eluded them, leaving him unable to vent the frustrations from the previous game. It seems Husey Rouet's anger will remain pent up for the foreseeable future, as their next opponent is the Indiana Pacers. Even though Pacers small forward Al Harrington, SF3, suffered an elbow fracture in the season opener against the Rockets, sidelining him, the challenges ahead remain daunting. However, their roster depth remains unparalleled by the Heat. Reggie Miller, before his young admirer Husey, seemed to experience a resurgence, returning to his peak form. He shot 9 out of 17, hitting 5 out of 10 from beyond the arc, and made all 11 free throws, amassing an impressive 34 points and 5 assists, crushing the Miami Heat with a score of 119-91. Little Shaquille Jermaine O'Neal, PF7, and Ron Artest, SG23, also delivered substantial performances, recording double-doubles of 27 points and 14 rebounds, and 19 points, 8 rebounds for assists, 3 steals, and 5 blocks, respectively. Notably, Artest caught the attention of head coach Pat Riley. Once again, Husey found himself isolated, registering 28 points, 8 assists, and 2 steals in a futile effort, even when his former teammate Reggie Miller personally sought him out to exchange jerseys under the arrangement of best, who still felt a tinge of discontent. The bitterness of defeat significantly dampened his excitement at meeting his idol. The Heat had a 3-day respite from games, with their next opponent being the winless Seattle Supersonics, who had lost their first 5 matches. Thus, Riley scheduled a training session solely for November 6, allowing the remaining 2 days for the players to rest and recuperate from their 3-game losing streak. That on this day, Husirui proactively requested to intensify his training to enhance his physical resilience and ability to withstand interference. Nevertheless, he was the first to complete his training and the first to leave the gym. The reason was simple. He needed to catch a flight to Los Angeles that evening to visit his girlfriend, who was already attending university. The University of Southern California, USC, located in downtown Los Angeles near Hollywood, was founded in 1880. It is the oldest private research university on the West Coast and a member of the Association of American Universities and the Pacific Rim University Alliance. Over its 100-plus years of development, USC has become a world-renowned institution of higher education, recognized for its exceptional academic research, particularly in its School of Cinematic Arts, Thornton School of Music, Marshall School of Business, and Keck School of Medicine, all of which rank among the best in the nation. That USC also boasts a prestigious School of Cinematic Arts and remarkable athletic achievements, with alumni holding the highest number of Oscars and Olympic gold medals. It is no exaggeration to assert that USC's film program is arguably the finest in the United States, averaging one Oscar winner every 2 years, which is why Anna Dalens chose to attend this esteemed institution. In order to arrive in Los Angeles as early as possible, Husirui took a red-eye flight, lasting approximately 6 hours, spending the night in the air. However, to his surprise, he had gained a modicum of fame. Whether in the airport or on the plane, he was recognized by fans who requested autographs. This compelled him to don a mask and lower his hat brim, allowing him to catch some sleep on the flight. At 6 in the morning, Husirui successfully landed at Los Angeles International Airport, the closest of the 5 major airports to downtown Los Angeles. Including taxiing, baggage claim, and exiting the airport, he did not board the subway until nearly 7 o'clock. Compared to taking a taxi, navigating the subway was more convenient for him, as he currently lacked the energy to engage with others, not even a taxi driver, although it was his first visit to Los Angeles. Anna had prepared a thorough itinerary for him, and with the signs on the walls, he managed to ascertain how to reach USC via public transport. He first took the Green Line, Line G, to the airport station, then transferred to the Blue Line, Line C, to 7th Avenue in downtown, and finally switched to the Red Line, Line P, to reach USC. Unfortunately, due to Anna's busy morning schedule and academic commitments, she could not pick him up from the airport, leaving him to check into a nearby hotel by himself. The Los Angeles subway station was filled with numerous homeless individuals still in slumber, resembling a series of mounds, which appeared somewhat unsettling. Inside the train, there were no young black men performing the traditional culture of Los Angeles subways, likely either still reveling from a night out or lost in sleep. Upon exiting the station, Husirui hurried to the hotel. After checking in and sending Anna a text message, he collapsed onto the bed, fully clothed and without showering, and fell into a deep slumber. Finally awake. The basketball superstar, he heard as he opened his eyes, discovering that his jacket had been removed and he was now clad only in a t-shirt and shorts, despite his minimal attire. Husirui, wrapped in a thin blanket, was still sweating profusely. Los Angeles, being at the same latitude as China's Guangdong region, had mild outdoor temperatures even in November, rarely dipping below 10 degrees Celsius, not to mention indoors. Anna, having traced him down using the last text he sent before shutting down, found her boyfriend sprawled on the bed. Being a cleanliness enthusiast, she could not rouse him, so she first removed his jacket and pants before adjusting him and covering him with a blanket. "All right, stop dawdling. You look like you're in a daze." Anna feigned annoyance as she said, "Quickly brush your teeth and wash your face. You stink. We still need to go out for a meal. Honestly, I rushed over to take care of you right after class without even having lunch." "I'm starving." Husirui raised his left hand to check the watch on his wrist, realizing it was already 1 in the afternoon. This was an 18th birthday gift from Anna, an LV mechanical watch from the Tambour series, the first watch produced by LV. However, Husirui had never been particularly interested in luxury items, with the exception of limited edition sneakers, so he had no idea of its cost, merely content that it told time accurately. "Sorry, sweetheart." Husirui stood up, intending to ruffle Anna's hair, but she dodged away, clearly unimpressed. He then opened the window to let in some fresh air, only to be met with a chilly draft that made him shiver. Anna pulled him back, saying, "Look at you, you're already sweating. You can't be blowing cold air. Hurry and take a shower, or you'll catch a cold." Husirui chuckled sheepishly, despite his fearlessness towards Riley, the tough coach. He did harbor a certain trepidation towards tigresses. He retrieved a fresh outfit from his luggage, whispering Mother Tiger as he passed Anna, before hastily slipping into the bathroom. Thankfully, Anna was oblivious to his Chinese muttering. Otherwise, instead of merely tossing his dirty clothes into the washing machine, she might have stuffed him in there too. By the time they emerged from the hotel, it was already past 2 in the afternoon, well beyond the usual meal times. Consequently, there were not many restaurants still open for business, leading them to venture into Chinatown or Koreatown in hopes of finding something to eat. As for Japanese cuisine, they opted out, preferring something warm to fill their stomachs. Fortuitously, they stumbled upon a restaurant named Din Tai Fung in the Chinese community of San Gabriel Valley, though it had only been established a few years prior. The food was quite delectable, particularly their signature soup dumplings, although different from those found in Wuxi or Nanjing, for whose Sirui, being able to enjoy such cuisine while abroad was a heartwarming experience. Anna was intrigued by the dish, chiding Husirui for not making her this food sooner. Husirui could only smile wryly. He could barely make open-faced dumplings, let alone the intricacies of soup dumplings. Unlike Miami, the well-traveled Angelenos, upon stepping outside, encountered not only Hollywood stars but also basketball giants, rendering them somewhat indifferent. Thus, even a super rookie like Husirui went largely unnoticed, making no significant waves. However, in the Chinese community, Husirui was relatively well known. Numerous middle school students and young Chinese Americans recognized the prodigious point guard for his homeland, eagerly requesting autographs and photos. Eventually, overwhelmed by the persistent attention, Husirui grasped Anna's hand and made a hasty retreat, while the exuberant girl laughed heartily, brandishing the Sony f717 camera that had gifted her, capturing the comical scene. After a satisfying meal, Husirui initially intended to take Anna to watch a Los Angeles Lakers game that night. However, during a phone call, Kobe informed him that although the Lakers had back-to-back games in the next 2 days, however, neither team played on their home turf, and the local Clippers were also set to visit the New Jersey Nets. Thus, the duo opted to venture to a cinema, heralded as one of the 3 great dating sanctuaries, to enjoy a film. The year 2002 witnessed rapid growth in the film industry, with major blockbuster franchises unveiling exceptional works domestically. Zhang Yimou's Hero premiered in August across the United States, a movie that Husirui had made a special trip to see. Internationally, classics such as Ice Age, Die Another Day, Star Wars, Episode 2, Attack of the Clones, and Men in Black 2 graced the screens. The most monumental releases, however, were Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, Spider-Man, and The Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers, which collectively ignited a nationwide fervor, swiftly establishing fantasy-themed films as the current golden ticket. Among the trending films, the young couple did not choose to watch the romantic comedy My Big Fat Greek Wedding nor the animated feature Ice Age, but rather selected the superhero film Spider-Man. The reason was simple. Upon learning that Harry Potter and The Lord of the Rings would not debut until November 15th and December 18th respectively, they had to settle for this film, which had already been released earlier in the year. Spider-Man marked the 4th live-action adaptation, following the 1974 The Amazing Spider-Man, the 1977 to 1979 The Amazing Spider-Man television series, and the 1978 Japanese version. Unlike its predecessors, this iteration was a bona fide cinematic piece, directed by Sam Raimi, a devoted fan of Spider-Man since childhood, and starring the earnest yet powerful Tobey Maguire. This film was elevated considerably. Husirui, already familiar with the Spider-Man comics, found himself engrossed in the story just 5 minutes into the film. Beside him, Anna munched on popcorn while playfully pointing out continuity errors, such as when Norman Osborn and the General were discussing plans, and the background shifted from a barred wall to the front of a courthouse, or the dialing sound emanating from Harry's phone after Mary Jane hung up. A phone system does not produce dialing sounds. Or when Peter's uncle dropped him off at the library, the reflection seen through the car window indicated traffic going in the opposite direction. Despite the interruptions, Husirui remained unbothered, eagerly watching the film, secretly admiring Anna's diligence in her studies. When Uncle Ben, Peter Parker's guardian, imparted the wisdom, "With great power comes great responsibility," Husirui unconsciously nodded along, murmuring the phrase to himself, his thoughts wandering elsewhere. How sour. Stepping out from the dim cinema into the gradually darkening sky, Husirui stretched his limbs. Remaining in one position for an extended period could lead to various injuries. Thus it was prudent to engage in some exercise. "I'm hungry." He turned to find Anna gazing at him with the pitiful eyes of a starving puppy. "Haven't we just eaten?" he exclaimed in surprise. Anna shot him a look. "What did we eat?" "Those tiny buns barely filled the gaps between my teeth." Ah, girls are indeed like this. Eating little yet often, a phenomenon attributed to their large appetites and small stomachs. "Let's go, I'll grab a taxi." Husirui resignedly took her hand, leading her to the roadside. It seemed he should consider purchasing a car. Otherwise, traveling would prove inconvenient. He observed the flow of traffic, silently contemplating, "I'll get my driver's license during the off-season." Alas, happy moments are fleeting. In the blink of an eye, Husirui's two-day holiday came to an end. The Miami Heat was set to host the Seattle Supersonics on the evening of November 9th. At that time, the Supersonics had already suffered 6 consecutive defeats following their match against the Magic, where Tracy McGrady had dominated with 40 points in his home arena, leaving the Supersonics with insufficient defensive resources to counter him, rendering them helpless against the onslaught. When they faced the Heat, their star player, Gary Payton, unfortunately sustained a fractured left kneecap after being knocked to the ground by Grant during a rebounding contest just 6 minutes into the game. Unsurprisingly, the Heat triumphed narrowly over the Supersonics with a score of 95-89, while Husirui notched up 24 points, along with 2 rebounds, 7 assists, and 2 steals in his 5th consecutive game, scoring over 20 points. On November 10, McGrady set a new personal record with 57 points in Orlando, following a 40-point game and a 50-point game, earning him the title of Eastern Conference Player of the Week and helping the Magic break their 5-game losing streak. Welcome, fans at home, to this exciting matchup featuring the Miami Heat hosting the Los Angeles Clippers that Husirui's favorite commentary duo, Su Jiqing and Zhang Weiping, had already settled into the broadcast booth, gearing up for today's commentary. This marked the second China Derby in NBA history. Zhang Weiping flipped through his pre-prepared notes, stating, "The first China Derby in NBA history occurred on March 4, 2002, when Wang Zhiji's Mavericks faced Badar's Nuggets. Ultimately, the Mavericks triumphed in overtime with a score of 116-110. Wang Zhiji and Badar were both substituted in with 8 minutes and 19 seconds remaining in the third quarter, thus showcasing the Chinese showdown." Su Jiqing nodded in agreement. "What Coach Zhang said is spot on. Thus, this match is also the first China Derby of this season." "Hey, rookie." While Husirui was engaged in pre-game shooting practice, he suddenly heard someone calling out to him from behind. Turning around, he was delighted to see Lamar Odom, an old acquaintance that "You've really made a name for yourself in the NBA lately," Odom exclaimed, playfully patting Husirui on the shoulder, causing him to wince. Rubbing his shoulder while grinning, Husirui replied, "What brings you here so early? Your enthusiasm almost makes me not recognize you." Odom flashed his broad grin, revealing a dazzling set of teeth. "Ha, it's your fellow countryman. He was eager to see you, so I brought him along." Following Odom's, Husirui spotted a tall Chinese player, Wang Zhiji, the Clippers' backup center. Brother Xi. Their shared heritage brought them together, and despite not being particularly close, they embraced warmly. "How's life in Los Angeles treating you?" Husirui inquired, looking up at the towering figure of 2.16 meters, the first Chinese player in the NBA. Wang Zhiji chuckled, "This season has been quite good. Thanks to your and Yao's stellar performances. Coach Gentry is willing to give me more playing time." Last season, Wang Zhiji averaged less than 11 minutes per game with the Mavericks, recording 5.6 points. 2 rebounds, 0.4 assists, 0.2 steals, and 0.3 blocks. Notably, he had an impressive 3-point shooting percentage of 41.4 this season. Under the Clippers, Coach Alvin Gentry has revitalized this Eastern canon, possibly realizing his tenure was on the line and needing a fresh start. Thus, Wang Zhiji's playing time increased to 18.7 minutes per game, with averages of 8 points, 3.4 rebounds, and 0.4 blocks. "Wang, don't be so modest. Even without that little rascal, you are more than capable." Odom feigned indifference as he glanced at Husirui, remarking, "After all, you are our team's most reliable 3-point shooter, with a shooting percentage exceeding 50. It's simply incredible that you maintain such a shooting touch despite your height." That Odom's statement held truth. It was indeed Gentry's recognition of the Chinese player's talent that granted Wang Zhizhi this opportunity. However, his ability to maintain a steady rotation relies entirely on his own skills. Upon hearing the team's praise for the second-in-command, Daji offered a modest smile, with little time for pleasantries and the match about to commence. Caron Butler's injury had long since healed, ensuring that the Miami Heat's starting lineup remained unchanged. The starting lineup for the Clippers was as follows: PG, Andre Miller, number 24, SG, Corey Maggette, number 50, SF, Lamar Odom, number 7, PF, Elton Brand, number 42, and C, Michael Olowokandi, number 34. Notable substitutes included Quentin Richardson, SG number 3, and Wang Zhizhi. As the game began, it was evident that our Daji was once again coming off the bench. While Xiao took to the court as the starting point guard, soon as the match commenced, commentator Su Jiqing seamlessly transitioned into his commentary role. Recently, many players had been in exceptional form. While narrating the game, he casually remarked, "Take for instance, Tracy McGrady from the Magic, scoring 40 points in one game and 57 in another, right?" Indeed, there was also Kobe Bryant. Director Zhang, who served as the translator during Kobe's visit to China in 2001 and is regarded as the country's foremost Kobe fan, chimed in. The Black Mamba Kobe recently scored an impressive 49 points during his visit to Cleveland. Moreover, just in a recently concluded match, he tied the game against the Hawks in the final moments, ultimately amassing 41 points to lead his team to victory. Speaking of Kobe and McGrady, it brings to mind a popular phrase from the 2000 to 2001 season in the U.S., known as the four great shooting guards. Su, who had previously conducted field research in the U.S., elaborated. This refers to Kobe, McGrady, Carter, and Iverson, all of whom were selected for the All-Star team and made it to the playoffs that season. From 2000 to 2006, over the span of 7 seasons, all 4 shooting guards were All-Star starters for 4 consecutive years, with 3 of them starting in the remaining 3 years, a testament to their immense popularity. This phenomenon might be attributed to the league's star-making endeavors following Jordan's retirement, but it also confirms that the concept of the 4 great shooting guards did not originate with the Chinese. I had presumed that only our compatriots enjoyed forming groups like the 4 Heavenly Kings. But it seems that foreigners have a penchant for this as well, commented Director Zhang with a chuckle. Su laughed in response. It's the domestic fans who take it to heart, categorizing the 4 great shooting guards as West Kobe, East Iverson, North Carter, South McGrady. Now, regarding Iverson, during the first 5 games of the season, he scored over 40 points in 4 of them. 44, 22, 40, 48, and 44 points. He is a diminutive player capable of leading his team to victory against the peak Lakers by a single point. A 3-time scoring champion, he is now vying for his 4th title this season. Lastly, concerning Vince Carter, some fans might not be well acquainted with him due to their late introduction to basketball, in the United States. Carter enjoys immense popularity, having emerged from North Carolina like Michael Jordan, and is renowned for his aerial prowess. Jordan is nicknamed Air Jordan, while Carter's nickname is even more formidable, UFO. Last season, I came across discussions on domestic forums where some fans suggested that Carter pales in comparison to Ray Allen. I can only say, do not underestimate Carter. Although he may not have recorded explosive scoring games of 40 or 50 points this season, in his recent 4 games he scored 35, 39, 38, and 37 points, plus 39 points in the season opener, totaling 5 games of 35 points or more, showcasing remarkable efficiency. That I hope that our young Chinese players can also seize this wave of momentum and deliver some outstanding performances. As the 2 commentators engaged in their lively discussion, the second quarter commenced, and Wang Zhizhi finally took the court. Daji is finally in the game for the second quarter. Riley, being astute, brought back Xiao, who had rested for 4 minutes. The focus shifted back to the game, as this was the Chinese derby in the NBA. Hu Sirui removed his jacket to avoid catching a chill and re-entered the court. He and Daji exchanged smiles and nods. The Heat's starting lineup featured Hu Sirui, Jones, and Caron Butler, with Eddie House and Stojanovich rounding out the 5 on the court. The Heat's backcourt was rather crowded, while their frontcourt resources were scarce, restricting the starters from taking extended breaks. The Clippers countered with Captain Brand and Wang Zhizhi in the paint, supported by Maggette, Miller, and Quentin Richardson on the perimeter. due to the fact that the Clippers' 213 cm center Olowokandi won the jump ball at the start of the first quarter. The Heat gained possession at the beginning of the second and third quarters. While the Clippers retained the first and fourth quarter possessions, Sirui steadily advanced the ball past half court. Compared to the Supersonics, the Clippers' perimeter defense resembled a sieve. At least the Supersonics had the DPOY Defensive Player of the Year, Gary Payton, anchoring their perimeter defense, capable of guarding the opposing team's offensive spearhead. In stark contrast, the Clippers averaged 106.0 points allowed per game, ranking 8th highest in the league, with a defensive efficiency of 106.4, placing them 9th from the bottom. Without the support of their interior players, they might plummet into the bottom 5. Their perimeter defense could only be described in 2 words. Laughable. That it was no wonder the Heat had already established a commanding 28-17 lead in the first quarter. With Olowokandi, the shot-blocking maestro on the floor, the Clippers' rim protection was bound to decline even further as expected. Sirui seized the opportunity on his first possession, delivering the ball directly to Jones, who powered through Richardson to score. Only Captain Bryant faced significant pressure at the rim. Aside from Sirui, who had limited finishing ability, the other players on the floor were all adept at driving to the basket, with the ball changing hands. It was now the Clippers' turn to attack. The Clippers, trailing by double digits, displayed a noticeable disruption in their rhythm. Star player Brand, still relatively young, made a reckless move by demanding the ball in the low post without ensuring his teammates were properly positioned. He sought to leverage his own abilities to force a breakthrough for the team. Faced with this behemoth in the paint, Butler clearly struggled to contend, but fortunately, Stojanovich arrived to double-team Brand, compelling him to pass the ball back to Miller. Andre Miller, quick on his feet, deftly sent the ball to the corner where Wang Zhizhi lay in wait. Stojanovich, stationed beneath the basket, could only watch helplessly as Wang took a shot. With a swift motion, Dodgy confidently sank his first three-pointer of the night, marking his initial points. Vladimir, don't lose your position so easily, Sirui patiently advised his center. Wang Zhizhi has three-point shooting capability. You cannot afford to leave him open. Let Butler handle Brand on his own. Vladimir Stojanovich glanced at Dodgy, retreating on defense, shaking his head in bemusement that we are both 216-centimeter centers. Why not focus on playing in the paint instead of attempting three-pointers? In contrast to the frivolous Clippers, the Miami Heat's most significant advantage lies in their maturity. It is noteworthy that among the youthful roster of the Clippers, the oldest players in the rotation are the 27-year-old Olowokandi, the 26-year-old Miller, and the 25-year-old Wang Zhizhi. This team of youngsters, brimming with enthusiasm, lacks the crucial stabilizing force in critical moments, resulting in disorganized play when they fall behind. In contrast, after Wang Zhizhi sank a three-pointer, Sirui did not hastily initiate an offensive response. Instead, he orchestrated his teammates to engage in proactive movement, methodically establishing their positions. They are acutely aware of their advantages. Karen Butler maneuvered around the three-point line, creating considerable discomfort for his defender, Brand, who found himself in a quandary, neither able to advance nor retreat. However, his hesitation soon bore consequences as Butler received a pass at the free throw line and confidently made a mid-range shot. Brand appeared somewhat dejected by this defensive lapse, which prompted him to intensify his external defensive efforts. Yet he is not a defensive titan like the big-ticket Garnett, capable of sweeping defenses both inside and out. Sirui seized the opportunity presented by the vacant paint, attempting to feed his center, driving into the lane against Wang Zhizhi. However, Wang Zhizhi played with the fervor of a rejuvenated athlete, providing ample resistance to Stepania in the paint. He adhered closely to his opponent as soon as he received the ball, resolutely denying him an easy score. This led to Sirui's 3 consecutive passes to the basket being thwarted. With no other options, Sirui was compelled to abandon that strategy. When it was time for their offensive turn, Miller astutely increased Wang Zhizhi's involvement, and within a mere 3 minutes, Wang Zhizhi had taken 2 more shots. Although he missed a close attempt, the skillful shooter made use of his strengths to punish his adversary, sinking a mid-range jumper from the left side. This ignited a playful spirit in Wang Zhizhi, who provocatively gestured towards Sirui, beckoning him with a sly motion. Wang Zhizhi is indeed teasing little Hu. The observant coach Zhang noted Wang Zhizhi's antics, advising Hu to refrain from passing and to take matters into his own hands. Teacher Su chuckled, explaining, Wang Zhizhi can no longer tolerate this. He's telling Hu, in this China Derby, I put in all my effort, and you, little Hu, keep passing instead of taking your own shots. What's the meaning of that? Hurry up and score a few yourself. It was evident that Wang Zhizhi was indeed playing with great determination today. Zhang Weiping praised, look at how he defended those shots in the paint. Wang Zhizhi certainly gives no quarter. He knows that basketball fans across the nation are watching him. Thus, I hope little Hu can grasp Wang Zhizhi's underlying message and start taking a few shots for the fans' enjoyment. Amused by Wang Zhizhi's playful taunt, Hu Sirui decided to take the matter seriously. He immediately called for Stepania to set a screen, forcing Miller to switch onto Wang Zhizhi. What does your provocation mean? Big brother? Hu Sirui inquired with a smile, while dribbling and shifting Wang Zhizhi's weight. Wang Zhizhi, however, was far from relaxed, intently mirroring Hu's movements and responding, of course. Before he could finish his sentence, Hu Sirui abruptly raised his hand for a shot. Catching Wang Zhizhi off guard, his body instinctively reacted, sending his arm towards Hu in an attempt to block the shot. Unfortunately, it was too late. The ball had already slipped from Hu's fingertips, marking a futile defensive effort. Swish! The basketball found its mark. Hu Sirui had audaciously scored a three-pointer over Wang Zhizhi. Upon witnessing the basket, Wang Zhizhi realized he had been outwitted. You little rascal, that's quite sneaky. Big brother Wang. Do remember to stay focused on the court, Hu Sirui replied with a grin, casually retreating to play defense. Elton Brand retrieved the falling basketball and inbounded it to his teammate Miller. Miller crossed half-court. Wang Zhizhi, positioned at the left 45-degree angle beyond the three-point arc, called out, Andre, give me the ball. Though Miller was surprised by this rare instance of a teammate demanding the ball, he executed the pass without delay. Come defend me. Little Hu, Wang Zhizhi shouted in Chinese, deliberately provoking that Hu Sirui quickly stepped up to guard Wang, allowing Stepania to cover Miller. After all, Miller lacked a shooting threat, so there was little fear of being punished for a size mismatch. Oh, I wonder what Wang Zhizhi said to prompt little Hu to guard him, Su Jiqing remarked, excitement evident on his face. He's looking to retaliate. Indeed, such competitive exchanges make the game all the more engaging. Zhang Weiping widened his eyes. While the two appear cordial, it's the competitive nature of basketball that thrives on a bit of friction and direct confrontation. On the court, Hu Sirui closely monitored the basketball in Wang Zhizhi's possession. Mentally strategizing. Is he going for a triple threat drive? Trying to overpower me with his body? That plan won't work, big brother. My long arms will prevent you from even getting a shot off. However, it dawned on Hu Sirui too late that this was not a triple threat scenario. Wang Zhizhi unexpectedly executed a pull-up three-pointer from the arc, employing the most familiar skill of both players to exact revenge. Hu Sirui found himself in a helpless situation. How could he defend against a man who stood 26 centimeters taller than him, making a pull-up three? It felt akin to Kevin Durant. At 2.11 meters, shooting over Chris Paul, who stands at 1.83 meters. What good were 7 attempts at defense when Durant could simply shoot over him? The success of the shot would depend solely on Durant's touch. Little Hu, remember not to get flustered by provocations. Wang Zhizhi chuckled, turning to impart a lesson to Hu Sirui. Getting flustered leads to mistakes. Switching defenses carelessly can result in trouble. In the second quarter, Wang Zhizhi's impact was unmistakable as the Clippers and the Heat engaged in a fierce offensive exchange. Although he did not score again for the remainder of the game, his three-point threat effectively constrained Stepania, generating numerous scoring opportunities for his teammates. Particularly after Odom re-entered the game, the Clippers' three giants wreaked havoc upon the undersized Heat, forcing Riley to call a timeout to substitute in Mourning and Grant. With a score of 32-32, the two teams collectively amassed 64 points in that quarter. In response, Pat Riley also fielded a three-giants lineup to staunchly defend the paint, significantly diminishing Wang Zhizhi's offensive influence. On the defensive end, the formidable duo of Grant and the seasoned Mourning collaborated to limit Wang Zhizhi, who accrued 3 fouls within a mere 5 minutes. Meanwhile, Maggette and Odom capitalized on this opportunity, both scoring in double digits in that quarter, propelling their team to a 32-21 lead and leveling the deficit created in the first half. As the fourth quarter unfolded, the two squads once again battled to the final moments. Hu Sirui, having absorbed previous lessons, played with renewed resolve, seizing the ball and taking charge. He executed 2 consecutive N1s, extending the lead and exposing the Clippers' backcourt as helpless. The Clippers struggled to respond with crucial counterpoints, ultimately succumbing to a 102-106 defeat to end this match. Ginóbili set a new career high, playing for 36 minutes, shooting 11 of 23, with 5 of 9 from beyond the arc, and going a perfect 5 for 5 at the charity stripe. Accumulating 32 points, 4 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 turnovers, and 4 fouls. The other main character in this China derby, Wang Zhizhi, played for 16 minutes, shooting 4 of 7 from the field, 2 of 3 from 3, and 1 of 2 from the free throw line. Contributing 11 points, 5 rebounds, 1 assist, and 3 fouls. Although Wang Zhizhi did not deliver statistics as dazzling as Ginóbili's, he played with commendable spirit. However, the scoring prowess of the duo still left the domestic fans exhilarated by this derby match. After the game, the two amicably exchanged jerseys and posed for a commemorative photograph in front of the cameras of CCTV Sports. Following a brief respite of 2 days, on November 15, the Miami Heat were set to face the New Jersey Nets. Led by Jason Kidd at their home ground at this juncture, the Nets remained a formidable force, having concluded the previous season with an impressive record of 52 wins and 30 losses, securing the top seed in the Eastern Conference playoffs. They advanced through the postseason by eliminating the Pacers with a 3-2 record, sweeping the Charlotte Hornets 4-1, and sending the Boston Celtics packing with a 4-2 victory in the Eastern Conference Finals, marking their inaugural entry into the NBA Finals. Although they were swept effortlessly by the dominant Lakers in a 4-0 series, their strength should not be underestimated as the reigning top point guard. Kidd delivered a stern lesson to Ginóbili, having been selected for the all-defensive team for 4 consecutive years, 3 times on the first team and once on the second. In contrast to Eddie Jones, who required 12 attempts and no free throws to score 19 points, Ginóbili, under Kidd's particular scrutiny, needed 23 attempts to amass a mere 24 points. Doubling his shot attempts only yielded an additional 5 points, effectively stifling the young core of the Heat. Nevertheless, compared to his 2 substitutes, Ginóbili's performance could still be deemed commendable. Best went 0 for 5 points, thanks to 1 3-point foul and 1 layup foul, which granted him 5 free throw opportunities. While Mike James managed only 4 points on 1 for 7 shooting. The Nets' third-year rookie, Kenyon Martin, exhibited an explosive performance, scoring 28 points and grabbing 10 rebounds on 12 of 15 shooting, proving to be unstoppable. Fortunately for the Heat, Kidd's shooting touch was also cold that night. Ginóbili showcased his defensive prowess, finishing with 20 points and 11 assists on 21 attempts, achieving a remarkable shooting percentage of 95. Otherwise, the Heat would have lost by more than the 20-point margin of 92-112. The Heat had no time to rest as they were scheduled to fly to the nation's capital, Washington, for back-to-back game the following day. To be honest, my friends, I felt a twinge of nervousness as Ginóbili paced anxiously in the locker room, fidgeting like a rookie. Eddie Jones stood up, placed his hands on his shoulders, and gently pushed him back in his seat while offering words of reassurance. What's there to be nervous about? Their team is merely a bottom feeder. They only won 37 games last season, just 1 more than us. That's not the same, Jones interjected Mourning, who was changing his jersey nearby. His muscular shoulders exuded strength. And it was clear that facing Michael Jordan, even on a struggling team, would instill a sense of reverence in any rookie. Mourning expressed his respect for a former adversary, having been eliminated by Jordan's Bulls in the playoffs for 3 consecutive seasons from 1994 to 1997, twice in the first round and once in the Eastern Conference Finals. Throughout his tenures with both the Heat and the Hornets, Mourning had never triumphed over Jordan, in contrast to his other nemesis, the New York Knicks, who had at least managed to best him once despite losing 4 times, including a notable upset. Mourning had never tasted victory against Jordan. Thus, both Mourning and Riley were left in awe of Jordan's undeniable prowess. The latter even retired Jordan's number 23 jersey for the Heat upon his retirement. In this era, Jordan is unequivocally regarded as the basketball deity, having forged his legacy through relentless effort rather than media hype or orchestrated idolization. Yet, there was no need for excessive concern after donning his jersey. Mourning stroked the stubble on his chin, reassuring Ginóbili, as long as you don't provoke Michael, he is relatively easygoing. He's simply here for the fun of it. Surui nodded in relief, looking forward to his second away game. The Wizards roster could only be described as rather lackluster. Aside from Jordan, only Jerry Stackhouse and Kwame Brown held any recognizable status and there was also Jordan's former enforcer, Charles Oakley. Speaking of Oakley, he could be considered Jordan's moonlight, serving as his exclusive golden bodyguard. However, after 3 sweet seasons together, in the summer of 1988, Bulls general manager Jerry Krause made the bold decision to trade Oakley to their arch-rivals, the Knicks, in search of the missing puzzle piece for a championship run, receiving center Bill Cartwright in return. Jordan was incensed and targeted Cartwright during practice, derisively referring to him as Medical Bill, largely due to Cartwright's injury-plagued seasons before joining the Bulls, in which he played only 2 games across the 1984-85 and 1985-86 seasons. According to ESPN reports, the vengeful Jordan would intentionally pass high-difficulty balls to Cartwright during practice, making him appear incompetent. They nearly came to blows. However, the subsequent joy of winning 3 consecutive championships alleviated their tensions, and their relationship was mended. The Wizards' starting lineup for tonight's game consisted of PG, Larry Hughes, number 20, SG, Jerry Stackhouse, number 42, SF, Michael Jordan, number 23, PF, Kwame Brown, number 5, C, Edin Thomas, number 36, the much-anticipated first overall pick. Kwame Brown had a lackluster season thus far, with a shooting percentage of 33.3, averaging 23.1 minutes per game, contributing 6.1 points, 7.2 rebounds, and 1.1 blocks. Playing under the pressure monster Jordan, one could only wonder whether it was a blessing or a curse. Despite being 39 years of age, Jordan remained a formidable presence, averaging 36.7 minutes per game with 25.9 points, 6.1 rebounds, 3.9 assists, and 1.6 steals. He continued to shine as the league's most dazzling figure. As Surui inhaled deeply, amidst the thunderous cheers of over 20,000 fans, he stepped out of the player tunnel. He was about to face a legend. Once both teams were positioned on the court, the referee stood at center court, tossing the basketball high into the air, signaling the commencement of the match. Edin Thomas tipped the ball, winning the jump against Mourning. After Larry Hughes retrieved the ball and advanced past half court, he wisely passed it to the three-point line, where Michael Jordan stood ready. Karen Butler, gazing at Jordan, felt a wave of anxiety, although he was aware that the old rogue was no longer the player he once was. The aura surrounding him remained, exerting immense pressure. Just as Jordan was about to initiate his move, Hughes inadvertently brought along Surui, who had been pursuing his assigned opponent. Sensing Jordan's focus was elsewhere, Surui seized the opportunity, deftly stealing the ball from Jordan's grasp. What a steal, whose impressive defensive efforts set the tone for the game. Naturally, CCTV 5 chose to broadcast the matchup between Surui and Michael Jordan, showcasing the fearless spirit of a young player who had just stolen the ball while originally guarding Hughes. Coach Zhang nodded approvingly. Larry Hughes certainly did not anticipate that his normal tactical movement would result in a turnover for his own star player. As the Heat prepared for their offensive possession, Hughes' solid defense left Surui with no viable shot opportunities, forcing him to pass the ball to Jones at the top of the arc. At that moment, Mourning had just reached the three-point line, and Jones executed a handoff pass, allowing Mourning to drive towards the free throw line. Seeing this, Jordan quickly moved to double-team him, as Mourning initially intended to pass. However, upon seeing that the defender was Jordan, he was determined to score a basket. Fortunately, Thomas displayed awareness and promptly moved to assist Butler, allowing Jordan to engage in a one-on-one defense. Mourning backed down all the way to the basket, and with a powerful elbow, he pushed Jordan aside just before the restricted area, effortlessly depositing the ball into the hoop. 2-0. The Heat took the lead. Observing this, Michael Jordan, filled with indignation, immediately transitioned to offense, challenging Mourning in the paint, though this resulted in a foul against Butler. Jordan stepped to the free throw line and sank both shots. Mourning inbound the ball, and Surui, alongside 3 teammates, swiftly crossed half court. Orchestrating plays from the top of the arc meanwhile, Mourning sauntered back to join them. Thomas, initially anticipating a screen from Mourning for Surui, quickly moved up to disrupt, only to be caught off guard when the veteran suddenly accelerated towards the basket. Surui seized the opportunity, delivering a precise pass to him, and Mourning executed a layup with finesse. "Damn," Thomas exclaimed, striking his fist in frustration, realizing he had been too naive to fall for such a ruse. Subsequently, Stackhouse, who circled to receive the ball, missed a mid-range jumper, concluding the opening flurry of scoring. Mourning secured the rebound and swiftly passed to Husirui, with the Heat's 4 players racing down the court like untamed horses. Eager to launch a fast break before the Wizards could settle defensively, Husirui, gathering momentum, charged into the paint, while Stackhouse encroached from the side, inadvertently leaving Jones wide open for a cut. Husirui adeptly tossed the ball into the air, and Jones soared, catching the basketball and slamming it home. A flawless alley-oop. The two celebrated with a high five during their return to defense. Stackhouse, having made a mistake, sought to atone in the next play. Utilizing Thomas's screen near the baseline, he received the ball and launched a mid-range shot, executing the same strategy once more. Beep! The whistle blew, as Jones was called for a shooting foul. Swish! The shot was good. It was a 2+1. Stackhouse converted the free throw with ease. Shortly thereafter, during the Heat's offensive sequence, Jones's layup failed to find the mark, but Stackhouse, claiming the rebound, made an emphatic dunk. 7-6. The Wizards took the lead. Husirui, who had yet to attempt a shot in the opening 2 minutes, finally took a three-pointer, but it missed. Larry Hughes, in transition, halted for a mid-range jumper that found the net. Butler's floater was disrupted and missed. Michael Jordan received a pass, turned, and hit a fadeaway jumper. The Wizards surged with a 9-point streak. Next, the 211-centimeter-tall Kwame Brown blocked Grant's attempt to initiate an offensive move in the low post. However, while bringing the ball across half-court, Grant made a decisive steal. Rather than recklessly attacking the paint, Grant awaited Husirui's arrival before passing, resulting in a mid-range jumper that broke the Heat's scoring drought. Stackhouse's wide-open three-pointer failed to connect, but Grant secured the defensive rebound amidst the crowd and passed to the open Jones. Upon reaching the frontcourt, Jones failed to find a suitable opportunity to penetrate. Meanwhile, Husirui, leveraging Mourning's screen, found half a step of space and promptly released the ball, enabling Mourning to sink a three-pointer. 11-11. The Heat leveled the score. The two teams then engaged in a relentless exchange of offense, with Jordan's thunderous slam igniting the fervor of the home crowd, who erupted in chants of MVP, much to his delight to show off. Husirui overheard Mourning's low-toned comment. Jones followed up with a three-pointer off the dribble, once again tying the score. 21-21. With 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter, Wizards head coach Doug Collins called for the game's first timeout. "Your defense is still lacking in tenacity," Riley stated, observing the players guzzling water, his expression unyielding. "Especially you, Karen." Karen Butler, feeling singled out, looked up, bewildered. "What's wrong with me? I know you're matched up against Michael, but he is already 39 years old." Riley rolled a piece of paper into a stick and lightly tapped it on Butler's head. "Can you let a 39-year-old man score 8 points on you in 9 minutes?" Between 1991 and 1997, whether with the Knicks or the Heat, Riley faced the Bulls 6 times, managing only one victory, which occurred during Jordan's brief retirement to play baseball. Thus, Riley harbored a deep disdain for Zen master Phil Jackson, believing him merely to be riding Jordan's coattails, while simultaneously holding a profound admiration for Jordan and an obsession with mentoring him. Had the Bulls not hemorrhaged talent to keep Jordan, Riley would have had the formidable duo of Jordan and the Beast Ewing on the New York Knicks, an alliance that could have amassed numerous championships. Yet, while admiring Jordan, Riley possessed the pride of a renowned coach. Even when facing a 38-year-old Jordan, his competitive spirit demanded victory. "You all need to step it up," with time running out during the timeout. Riley refrained from devising strategies. "It doesn't matter if it's Michael Jordan on the other side or if we're at home. Just remember, you must overpower them." Riley retained Mourning and Husirui on the court while substituting in Mike James, Eddie House, and Stepania. The Wizards countered with Christian Lettner, Jared Jeffries, and Juan Dixon alongside Thomas and Stackhouse. Both teams' bench players were finding their rhythm, and the Heat edged ahead 30-28 as they entered the second quarter. In the second quarter, the Heat maintained their firm grasp on the game, attempting 8 three-pointers and sinking 4, prompting the fiercely competitive Jordan to personally guard Husirui. Thus, as the second half commenced, Husirui found himself defended by none other than Michael Jordan. It is worth noting that Jordan, a 10-time scoring champion, was also a 9-time first-team All-Defensive member, a 3-time steals leader, and a 1-time DPOY, making him an indisputable elite perimeter defender. Coupled with the invisible aura he exuded, Husirui felt a wave of anxiety, his palms sweating as he struggled to convert his three-point attempts to "Is this all you've got, kid?" Michael Jordan taunted, diligently defending while hurling insults. "You shoot threes like a girl? Come at me like a man. I'll be waiting for you in the paint, and I promise I won't swipe the ball from you mid-flight." Surrounded by the incessant barrage of trash talk, Husirui felt powerless to retort so far in the game. He had attempted 11 three-pointers, but only made 4, all before Jordan began his defense. Yet, whenever he passed the ball to assist a teammate or moved without the ball, Jordan would close in, taunting him. "What's the matter? Lost your courage to shoot? Is your talent merely a product of media hype?" I can't fathom why Riley, so proud and ambitious, would choose to develop you. Enduring torment on the court was one thing. Off the court, he faced criticism as well, as Riley expressed his dissatisfaction with Husirui's timid demeanor. Thus, upon exiting the court, Riley pressured him, inquiring why he hesitated to shoot and played so cautiously. "Even if you go 0-4-10, I want you to stick to the game plan and shoot with conviction. Whether you make it or not is on me. But if you disobey and fail to adhere to my strategy, that's your issue." However, what Husirui did not realize was that Jordan's trash talk was also a request from Riley. Otherwise, given Jordan's stature, targeting a rookie high school player would be beneath him. The reason behind all this was that following the Heat's previous loss to the Hornets, Riley had discerned that Husirui's mental fortitude was lacking and his ability to handle pressure was insufficient. As the core of the team, a weak mental state indicated an inability to manage crucial moments and key plays, often resulting in a tendency to shift blame and shy away from taking shots when it mattered most. Relying on such a player as the core would spell disaster for any team. Hence, at halftime, he sought Jordan, the trash talk king, to apply pressure on Husirui, even if they lost the game. He wouldn't mind. It would merely be a lesson learned. Riley held firm confidence in Husirui's potential. Naturally, Jordan, who had a good rapport with Riley, gladly accepted the request, as pressuring rookies was a specialty of his. Thus, the scene of Jordan's relentless taunting unfolded. "Kid, are those tears in your eyes?" Jordan suddenly chuckled. "My heavens, you are leagues behind that kid Kobe. At least he dares to trade barbs with me. You're as stiff as a log." Husirui, infuriated, shoved Jordan aside and fiercely launched a three-pointer. Unfortunately, the ball ricocheted off the rim, yet again resulting in a clang. As the third quarter concluded, the Wizards capitalized on Husirui's cold shooting streak, scoring 35-27 and narrowing the gap to 8 points. The cumulative score stood at 84-85, effectively erasing the disparity from the first half to, remember my words, I want you to obliterate them, even if you score nothing in the third quarter. I will assign you the most crucial strategy. Riley leaned in, locking eyes with me. "Do not let me down." Husirui lifted his head, gazing intently into Riley's eyes, and nodded resolutely. "Now, wipe away those tears. Don't disgrace me by acting like a softie," Riley said softly, employing an exceedingly rare tone to convey his usual words. Husirui wiped away his tears and re-entered the game with renewed vigor in the final 6 minutes. He did not disappoint Riley, successfully executing the tactical demands placed upon him. Riley no longer assigned him the role of facilitator. Instead, he became the team's finisher after shooting 1 for 4 in the fourth quarter for 3 points. His overall statistics read 5 for 20, with 17 points, 9 assists, and 2 steals from 14 three-point attempts. Then, with 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining and the score at 109-104, he received a pass off a screen. Regardless of whether the play was successful, Husirui resolutely chose to take the shot, even as Jordan surged past the screen. Swish! The long-awaited three-pointer finally found its mark. "Michael, do you know?" The usually silent Husirui finally spoke. "The first NBA game I ever watched as a child was yours." "What do you mean? You trying to pull the emotional card on me?" Jordan responded, somewhat perplexed. He struggled to comprehend the Eastern mindset. If this were an American rookie, he would either be benched or embroiled in a physical altercation. "I don't think you're lucky just because you made one shot. That don't assume you can claim to be my fan. I won't ease up on you for that. Jordan retorted. No. Hu Surui shook his head. Back then, when I first learned about you, my father said you were always Mr. Clutch, the one who consistently clinched victories and ensured no one was left disappointed. Always the one who laughed last. His father is a fan of mine. Jordan was bewildered by his words. Yet, lamentably, that game was the Eastern Conference Finals Game 6 in 1998. Hu Surui anticipated Jordan's move, swiftly swiping the ball away. What I want to say is, this ends here. Michael. Today's game will mirror that one, and the one who laughs last will be us. The final statement was nearly a shout, as Surui had already picked up the ball for a fast break. Jordan momentarily froze, realizing that a rookie had brazenly stripped the ball from his possession. A wave of humiliation washed over him, and he sprinted after Hu Surui dashed toward midcourt, the path ahead clear. As all of the Wizards' defenders were left behind, with a mere step on the gas, he could charge into the paint. Not even a high school basketball standout would miss an open layup. However, Hu Surui chose to halt at the three-point line. Jordan was taken aback. He had not expected Hu Surui to stop at the arc thus. He skidded to a halt in the low post. Staring back at Hu Surui with astonishment, the latter responded with a radiant smile before raising his hand for a three-pointer. The ball traced an exquisite arc in the air, captivating even Jordan, who momentarily forgot to box out and protect the rebound, his eyes fixed on the soaring basketball. Swish! The sweet sound of a perfect swish echoed. Hu Surui beamed even more at Jordan. Indeed, fortune always favors the bold. You re audacious. Why choose a three-pointer? After the game, in the locker room, a beaming Riley playfully slapped Hu Surui on the back, jesting, if that three-pointer hadn't gone in, I would have benched you for several games. Feeling sheepish after the reprimand, Hu Surui replied, well, the game was nearly won, and I had already scored 17 points. I was just 3 points shy of 20 if I had gone for a layup. I'd only have 19 points, and my streak of consecutive 20-point games would have ended that if I took another shot, I'd feel embarrassed. What if Michael flies off the handle like Reggie did? His voice trailed off. Laughter erupted in the locker room as he referenced the previous season's altercation between the Black Mamba Kobe Bryant and the sniper Reggie Miller. At the time, the game was nearing its conclusion, with the Lakers comfortably ahead and victory secured. Yet Kobe chose to shoot a three-pointer in front of Miller, even when he could have let the clock run down. Infuriated, Miller unleashed a barrage of trash talk, prompting an irate Kobe to throw a punch. At the veteran T.O. Miller's astonishment, Kobe retaliated, and the two became entangled in a scuffle. Though teammates rushed in to separate them, Kobe and Miller were locked in combat, ultimately tumbling towards the scorer's table in a twist of irony. It was Kobe who threw the first punch, only to find himself pinned down by the veteran Miller, a memorable episode in his career. Amidst the laughter, Jones jokingly pretended to call Kobe to report Hu Surui, prompting Hu Surui to leap forward to snatch the phone away. In a way, if Kobe knew I was making fun of him, he'd be furious. The room erupted into laughter once more. Hu Surui's performance in this game could only be described as painfully inadequate. Over 33 minutes, he shot 7 for 22, including 6 for 19 for beyond the arc, totaling 20 points, 2 rebounds, and 9 assists. Had it not been for the stellar performances of his teammates, he might have truly, ironically lost. Eddie Jones and Mourning took on the mantle of team leaders. The former scored 36 points on 15 for 24 shooting, including 6 for 13 from three-point range, alongside 2 rebounds and 2 assists, while the latter efficiently tallied 15 points on 6 for 8 shooting. At 39 years old, Jordan proved he still had it, playing for 41 minutes and scoring 31 points, with 4 rebounds and 6 assists, complemented by Stackhouse's 35 points, as the two dragged the suspense of the game into the fourth quarter. Otherwise, based on their first-half performance, they could have surrendered long ago. On November 17, following the Hu-Jordan showdown, Chinese fans anticipated the Yaosha showdown. One side featured the big shark Shaquille O'Neal, fresh off 3 consecutive championships and 3 finals MVPs. The other was newly crowned rookie Yao Ming, the CBA's most dominant MVP. This was a clash between the premier centers of the U.S. and China. Prior to the game, many media figures boldly proclaimed that Yao would be overwhelmed by O'Neal, predicting he wouldn't even score 10 points. However, this did not include the round mound of rebound Charles Barkley, who had learned his lesson and refrained from hastily critiquing Yao Ming and Husirui. He focused on praising their performances instead. After all, he had had his fill of opening champagne prematurely, and he sensed that the little giant would explode in tonight's game. That in truth his instincts were correct. Yao Ming once again forcefully silenced his detractors. Although the Rockets suffered a disheartening 107-125 defeat to the Lakers, Yao held his ground against O'Neal, finishing with 33 points, 15 rebounds, and 3 blocks, even showing signs of dominance. O'Neal, aside from his assists, was thoroughly outperformed by Yao, recording 24 points, 11 rebounds, 7 assists, and 2 blocks, if not for Kobe's scorching performance, contributing 36 points, 8 rebounds, for assists, 2 steals, and 1 block. The outcome might have been uncertain. However, this was for the best. Let the data belong to me, while the victory goes to you. Preserving the suspense of this center rivalry, such an enticing narrative cannot be concluded by a single game. The better Yao performs, the more delighted NBA Commissioner David Stern becomes. The outcome of the battle of the first centers of China and America is of little consequence. It is of paramount importance that the more captivating and evenly matched the process is, the greater the profits for the alliance. The next game for the Heat involves traveling to Milwaukee to face the Bucks. This moment, the Bucks appear formidable on the surface, yet they are, in reality, merely a fade of strength, internally fragmented and in disarray. The departure of Big Dog Glenn Robinson during the 2000-2001 season marked the official end of the era of the Three Musketeers. However, fortune smiled upon the Bucks as they unearthed the promising rookie Michael Redd in the second round of the relatively weak 2000 draft. It was hoped that the new Three Musketeers, comprising gentleman Ray Allen, alien Sam Cassell, and Redd, would lead the Bucks to resurgence, but the relationship between head coach George Karl and Ray Allen deteriorated drastically. Owner Herb Kohl believed that Redd could fully replace Allen, thus siding with Coach Karl. The team was rife with discord, with the star player and the owner drifting apart. Consequently, the Heat triumphed effortlessly over the Bucks with a score of 107-98. Husher's shooting touch returned, as he amassed 32 points, 3 rebounds, and 11 assists, while Eddie Jones contributed 25 points, together dismantling the Bucks' proud backcourt. Throughout the game, Allen's tactical standing visibly diminished. With only 11 attempts, he ranked 4th on the team, suggesting that rumors of the Bucks wanting to trade this sharpshooter were not without merit. It remains uncertain which team might emerge victorious in this potential trade, acquiring the peak-performing fifth guard. On November 20th, the Heat faced the Pistons in Detroit. This team, once renowned for its bad boys era, can be considered one of Pat Riley's mentors. From this team, Riley gleaned lessons in staunch defense from their coach, Chuck Daly, which led to the emergence of the New York Gang, with some of Daly's coaching philosophies continuing to influence Riley today. Clearly, the Pistons have adhered to their glorious tradition, employing aggressive defensive tactics that resulted in Husher sustaining an injury after only 4 minutes of play. Initially diagnosed as a left finger contusion, in those fleeting minutes, he had already scored 3 points, grabbed 3 rebounds, and provided 2 assists, regrettably ending his streak of 9 consecutive games, scoring over 20 points. Following Husher's exit, both teams engaged in an intense defensive battle. The Heat valiantly secured 26 offensive rebounds, surpassing the Pistons by a staggering 19. However, their shooting percentage faltered, hitting only 40 out of 102 attempts, resulting in a mere 39 success rate. Ultimately, they suffered a narrow defeat to the Pistons with a score of 93-99. After professional evaluation of his injury, Husher was deemed to be sidelined for 1 to 2 weeks. The Heat faced the Pistons again at home. This match was exceptionally close, with quarter scores of 18-20, 22-24, 31-30, and 33-30. The scores fluctuated back and forth until the final 8 seconds when masked man Hamilton hit a close-range jumper, nearly sealing the game. However, the Heat players held their breath, and Grant's last-second mid-range shot achieved a dramatic tie. Yet, in overtime, the Heat fell short, losing 115-117 to the Pistons. Brian Grant notched his season high with 14 points and a remarkable 19 rebounds, while Alonzo Mourning seized 7 offensive rebounds amidst the fray, contributing 19 points and 14 rebounds. Jones unleashed a torrent of scoring with 25 points and 9 rebounds, with nearly every player giving their all until the end this match. Everyone played with a clear conscience. Even the bench players exerted their full potential. However, losing a core player poses a significant challenge. Although the situation within the Heat is precarious, Husher himself finds himself with a rare abundance of free time. By mid-November, his second paycheck had arrived, and he typically spends very little on essentials, except for that one date. Thus, he has managed to save approximately $240,000. Moreover, several brands are eager to collaborate with Husher for endorsements or events. Currently negotiating with his agent, Mike Porter. Once Porter finalizes the deals, Husher's assets are poised to multiply substantially. Particularly, partnerships with sports brands, as both Adidas and Nike have already expressed interest, seizing the opportunity during his injury hiatus. And with some spare cash on hand, Husher decided on a new home, a cozy 70-square-meter apartment near a beach park, secured at a reasonable price. While Husher could have opted to wait for a larger sum to purchase a luxurious residence, he was not inclined to do so. His primary reasons are that he has overstayed his welcome at Jones' home and feels guilty for burdening them further. Additionally, at just under 19 years of age, with his parents absent, he sees no necessity to reside in a large house. A small nest suits him just fine, and he finds it quite comforting that on November 24, the Miami Heat will visit Orlando to take on the Magic. Seizing this opportunity, Husher extended an invitation to the Jones family to join him a day early for a visit to Orlando as a gesture of gratitude. Coincidentally, since it was a Saturday and Sunday, the two little princesses, Alexis and Chloe, had no classes, prompting Jones' wife, Trilla, to happily accept the invitation. When mentioning Orlando, one cannot overlook the sacred place in children's hearts, Disneyland. Since its establishment in 1955, California's Disneyland has become one of the world's most beloved theme parks. Often hailed as the happiest place on earth, thus becoming a hallmark of California. In 1964, plans were set in motion to construct a larger Disneyland in Orlando, with an initial investment of a staggering $400 million. 7 years later, in 1971, this sprawling park, occupying 124 square kilometers, approximately one-fifth the size of Singapore, officially opened its doors to the public, making Orlando home to the largest Disney resort in the world. Some humorously assert that among the 4 Disney parks worldwide, only Orlando dares to call itself Disney World. The Disneyland in our country opened in 2005, while the Shanghai Disneyland debuted in 2016. The first 4 locations are California, Orlando, Tokyo, and Paris. Fortunately, Orlando and Miami are both situated in Florida, with a flight duration of just over an hour. Thus, amidst the excitement of the little ones, on the 22nd, after Jones had just finished a game, he was eagerly whisked away to Orlando despite his fatigue. Husher had pre-booked first-class tickets and airport pickup services, ensuring a seamless arrival even late in the evening. With a direct transfer to a resort hotel within the park, where the entire family would stay that night, he also thoughtfully inquired about the preferences of the 2 little ones and reserved themed rooms accordingly, prompting Trilla to marvel at this young man's attention to detail. Initially, Husher intended to invite Anna to join them, but the poor college student was overwhelmed with preparations for several course final exams and auditions for minor roles, leaving her unable to participate. These auditions were facilitated by Old Porter, who evidently cares deeply for his wayward son, Kevin Porter, and shows great concern for his friends. "Thank you, Husher," Jones remarked as he and Husher sat on a bench, watching his beloved wife and 2 children shriek with joy on a pirate ship ride. A look of contentment on his face. "I haven't had the chance to truly spend time with my family in ages." This feeling is simply wonderful. For a professional basketball player, although the off-season provides ample leisure time, once the regular season commences, it signifies a return to training facilities and various courts, leaving little opportunity to dedicate time to family. An outing like this with his daughters, without prior arrangement, would have been unthinkable in the past. Husher gently patted his older brother's shoulder with his remaining right hand, saying, "Logically, you have helped me more. Without you, I would have been homeless with nowhere to stay." With a chuckle, Jones chose not to elaborate further. Such is the nature of men. Even when there exists a 12-year age gap, they can still regard each other as brothers in spirit. It is essential to recognize that excessive expressions of gratitude can sometimes distort their true meaning. After enjoying a rare day of leisure with his family, Jones, the following day after lunch, made his way to the home arena of the Magic. The TD Waterhouse Center, also known as the Amway Arena, located in Orlando. With a game scheduled for 5 o'clock that afternoon, time was of the essence. Accompanying him was Terrari, as Jones wished to showcase his masculine prowess on the court to his beloved wife. Believing that her presence would bolster his performance, he initially intended to bring his daughters along, but the two little ones, engrossed in their play, were reluctant to leave and cheer for their father, preferring instead to savor the moment a while longer. Thus, he entrusted Husirui with their care to Husirui, despite his lost left hand, assured him that he would manage effortlessly, finding no trouble in looking after them. It was an opportunity to gain some experience in childcare ahead of time. The trio enjoyed another delightful day in the park. However, their joy was short-lived as Jones faced yet another defeat. This time a heart-wrenching loss to their rivals, 90-93, with the Magic successfully avenging their earlier defeat by the Heat. In this match, Jones expended every ounce of his energy, recording an impressive near triple-double with 23 points, 9 rebounds, 7 assists, and 4 steals. Indeed, having his wife by his side made a significant difference. Perhaps had his daughters been present, victory would have been theirs. The Heat's record plummeted to 10th in the Eastern Conference after suffering 3 consecutive defeats. Now standing at 5 wins to 7 losses, the team yearned for the return of the rookie who had once led them to triumph. Husirui did not keep Miami fans waiting long. Upon returning from Orlando, he underwent another assessment of his injury. Following a thorough evaluation by a professional medical team, it was determined that Husirui's left hand had healed remarkably well, nearing full recovery. However, they advised a few more days of rest. Even the devilish coach Riley granted him an additional week off to recuperate, a privilege seldom afforded to other players. The notion of taking a break? He would not permit players to practice through injuries, let alone compete while hurt. That would be considered an act of mercy. If one is unwilling to play, there are many others ready to step in. Yet, Husirui declined this generous offer, fully aware of the team's need for him. Having been away from the court for nearly a week, he was itching to return, eager for a high-level competition to recalibrate his form. Coincidentally, the next opponent was formidable enough to ignite his excitement. The Los Angeles Lakers, boasting a record of 10 wins and 4 losses, firmly positioned at third in the Western Conference. The West truly lives up to its moniker of the Wild West, having monopolized all 4 championships since Jordan's retirement. Even with superstars Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant on the roster, the Lakers found themselves overshadowed by the Kings with a record of 12 wins and 4 losses. And the Timberwolves at 11 wins and 4 losses ascend to the top of the Western Conference. They must decisively conquer weaker Eastern teams like the Heat. Thus, the stakes for tonight's game were exceedingly high. On paper, their strength provided ample justification for a victory. The lineup included PG, Derek Fisher, number 2, SG, Kobe Bryant, number 8, SF, Rick Fox, number 17, PF, Samaki Walker, number 52, and C, Shaquille O'Neal, number 34. The bench also boasted formidable players like 5-time champion Robert Horry, making the roster undeniably luxurious. Notably, the Black Mamba, Kobe, had evolved yet again this season, averaging 32.4 points, 8.8 rebounds for 0.9 assists and 1.9 steals per game, showcasing an exceptional two-way game. The big Shaq O'Neal remained equally dominant, contributing an average of 28.9 points, 12.6 rebounds, 3.1 assists, and 1.7 blocks, asserting his reign in the paint. The Heat found themselves at a considerable disadvantage, particularly on the front line, foreshadowing a fierce battle ahead. Kobe, it has been a while. Prior to the game, Jones took Husirui to visit the Lakers' locker room to greet Kobe, who was riding high on a wave of success. Upon seeing his good friend Jones and the younger Husirui, Kobe's face lit up with enthusiasm. Eddie, Sirui. Jones immediately pulled Kobe into a warm embrace. It's only been a month into the new season, and you've already had 3 games scoring over 40 points? You must have been sneaking in extra practice, Kobe replied with a grin. Me? Sneaking practice? I, Kobe, have always trained openly. Indeed, Kobe's dedication was renowned throughout the league, Despite having won 3 championships, he showed no signs of complacency, continuously striving to surpass his own limits. After all, the proud Kobe had always set his sights on eclipsing Jordan's legacy. Even as he approached fatherhood, he still spent countless hours in the gym. Jones, as a seasoned veteran, imparted sage advice. Make sure to spend time with Vanessa. She's pregnant now. You need to be more mindful that you're 24, not a boy anymore. You can't afford to play around like you used to with Husirui. It suddenly dawned on Husirui that Vanessa was nearly 7 months along. When Kobe first learned of her pregnancy, he had sent Husirui a message to share his joy. "Kobe, how is your wife doing lately?" Husirui inquired with concern. "Has she had a checkup? Is it a boy or a girl?" When discussing his impending fatherhood, Kobe couldn't help but smile. "It's a girl. I was so excited that I came up with her name a month ago. Natalia Diamante Bryant." Jones, thrilled to learn it was a girl, exclaimed, "You must let me be her godfather." "Well, you might as well put me to death, then," Kobe replied, humorously leaning in. "After all, I've already promised Pelinka that he would be her godfather." "Wait a moment," Kobe suddenly realized. "Your congratulations are meaningless at this point. I want to go easy on you in tonight's game." Jones playfully slapped Kobe's thigh. "Do you really need to? Just give it your all. It doesn't guarantee you'll win against us. What about him?" Kobe laughed as he pulled Husirui closer. "Hey, little Hu, let me see how much you've improved during this time. I have high hopes for you. Don't let me down. After all, if Big Brother Eddie believes in you, you must be extraordinary." Just as the trio was enjoying their light-hearted conversation, Husirui suddenly felt a piercing gaze upon him. Turning around, he found himself face-to-face with a behemoth. This gigantic figure was none other than Shaquille O'Neal. "Hello, Shaquille," Husirui greeted politely, noticing the intense stare directed at him. To his surprise, O'Neal's expression was fierce. And he growled, "Kid, tonight, I'm going to crush you all. What have we done to warrant this?" Husirui wondered aloud, perplexed by O'Neal's animosity. O'Neal shook his head, dismissing the notion of misunderstanding. "Your fellow countryman, Yao Ming, that insufferable giant, has outscored me in the paint, and that annoys big Aristotle, the big philosopher, the big broom, the big preacher, Superman, the big faith. So many." Husirui gasped in astonishment. "Are all these people your fans? Did Yao offend that many?" Upon hearing this, O'Neal's already dark expression deepened. He replied, exasperated, "These are all my nicknames." Indeed, O'Neal was notorious for his penchant for self-bestowed titles. During his time with the Magic, Superman became his first moniker, inspired by his idol, and he even tattooed it on his arm. The media and fans readily embraced the name, as he displayed unparalleled prowess on the court. Shortly thereafter, he coined yet another nickname for himself. "The Big Faith," reasoning, "Children admire me, big men respect me, pretty girls are fond of me, and even grandmothers like me. Everyone loves me." Upon joining the Lakers, particularly after securing the championship, Shaquille O'Neal's self-confidence swelled to an uncontrollable extent along this self-proclaimed path. Following his first title in 2000, he remarked in an interview, "In the past, I was swept away by others. Now, it is I who shall sweep them aside, that I am invincible, the great broom in truth." At the commencement of the 2002 to 2003 season, O'Neal was sidelined due to toe surgery, missing games until November 22, and thus had not faced Yao Ming prior to that. During his absence, Kobe's status within the team ascended, revealing his burgeoning ambition. Upon O'Neal's return, tensions arose over ball possession, leading to a gradual rift between the two. For narrative convenience, I shall omit O'Neal's surgery, allowing for his matchup with Yao to occur. Although the bond between the dynamic duo remains intact, albeit temporarily. Furthermore, during this period, O'Neal quoted the philosopher Aristotle's maxim, "Excellence is not an act, but a habit." Consequently, the moniker the Great Aristotle emerged. Additionally, he proclaimed that the greatest centers in NBA history were George Mikan, Wilt Chamberlain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and Hakeem Olajuwon, asserting that it was now his era, and he would carry forth this grand tradition as the Great Preacher, adding yet another alias to his repertoire. Yet, Husirui pondered, what relevance does this hold for me? Shouldn't the grievances be directed towards Yao? While this assertion holds merit, perhaps in his eagerness to speak, O'Neal quipped with a bottle of oral solution to moisten his throat, declaring, "But I can't wait, so I'll take you on first." Just then, Shaquille, Kobe, and Jones noticed the commotion, realizing the playful O'Neal was once again teasing the newcomers. Intimidating the rookies? O'Neal found it difficult to maintain his fierce facade for long, quickly reverting to his usual playful demeanor. "Haha, did I scare you? But I spoke the truth. I will still crush you tonight." Husirui, however, paid little heed to such pre-game bravado. Once the players stepped onto the court, each was wholly committed to the contest. Even if the big shark refrained from making such threats, those destined to be crushed would inevitably face their fate. As the referee tossed the ball into the air, Husirui began to position himself defensively. With over a dozen games played, he had long since abandoned hope for a fair jump ball against Morning. "Are you polite?" Morning inquired, as anticipated. The towering O'Neal, standing a full 8 centimeters taller, effortlessly won the jump ball, granting the Los Angeles Lakers the first possession. Upon receiving the basketball, Kobe did not pass it to the point guard. Old Fisher, but instead advanced it himself. He called for O'Neal's screen near the three-point line. Even though the big shark casually set the pick and rolled, Kobe still delivered the pass, allowing O'Neal to easily score amidst the crowd. "Hey, Sirui," O'Neal affectionately mimicked Kobe's address, affirming, "I told you I would crush you." This statement was overheard by Morning, who was preparing to inbound the ball from the baseline. Yet he refrained from responding, suppressing his anger. This distinction marked O'Neal from other centers. While others embodied a less talk, more action mentality, O'Neal was the focal point of the spotlight, a natural darling of the media to alleviate the pressure on Husirui's health following his return. Riley assigned the primary ball-handling duties to Jones, leaving Husirui to serve as a facilitator and finisher. Jones utilized Grant's screen to shake off Kobe and attempted a three-pointer, which clanked off the rim. O'Neal secured the rebound. Fox advanced the ball past half-court, establishing himself on the right wing, while Kobe sought opportunities in the low post on the same side. On the left side, O'Neal and Walker executed a cross-screen for Fisher, but Husirui's quickness allowed him to closely shadow Fisher. Fox, left with no choice, passed to Walker before repositioning to the top of the arc, clearing the weak side for Kobe. Walker and Fisher executed a handoff. Moving to the left elbow, where Husirui and Butler swiftly converged to apply pressure, aiming to force a turnover through physical confrontation. However, Fisher's experience shone through as he passed the ball back to Walker at the top of the arc. Kobe immediately sprinted to the arc, requesting the ball. Walker executed a handoff with Kobe, evading Jones, while the remaining 3 Lakers shifted back to the original weak side, right? Jones, recognizing their intent to clear the left side for a Kobe isolation, opted not to navigate around Walker's screen, but instead directly contested Kobe on the cleared side. Cunningly, Kobe employed a Chin Wong, rounding the pillar maneuver, darting right to evade Jones, and executed a picture-perfect stop-and-pop jumper from mid-range. The basketball swished through the net with remarkable precision. 4-0. The Lakers extended their lead on the sidelines. Riley shook his head, observing that the Lakers did not underestimate the Heat's apparent lack of prowess. Their execution was marked by patience. Even after 2 failed attempts, they had contingencies in place to rectify their errors. "Let me handle the ball, Eddie," Husirui called out to Jones while discreetly gauging Riley's expression. Upon receiving a subtle nod from Riley, he dashed to the baseline to receive the ball to the top of the arc. Husirui orchestrated his teammates' movements, but the Lakers' defense was tenacious, thwarting any promising offensive opportunities. O'Neal's presence in the paint was overwhelmingly intimidating, significantly complicating the execution of penetration plays. With no alternative, Husirui resorted to calling for a screen from Morning, shaking off Fisher to attempt his first three-pointer of the night in O'Neal's presence. Bang! The three-pointer clanked off the rim, marking the Heat's 2 failed attempts from beyond the arc. Both O'Neal and Morning surged towards the rebound, but in his eagerness to teach O'Neal a lesson, Morning fumbled, inadvertently knocking the ball out of bounds. Thus, not only did they fail to secure the rebound, but they also incurred a turnover, an unfortunate trade dash-off. In the subsequent 2 possessions, O'Neal displayed his absolute dominance in the low post, repeatedly overpowering his opponent, ultimately finishing with ease over Morning. The Heat found themselves trailing 0-8 with 9 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. Heat head coach Pat Riley called for his first timeout. "Alonzo, control your emotions," Riley admonished, having identified Morning's issue. Morning's temperament indeed affected his defense. Had he not been so intent on blocking O'Neal, he might have maintained better positioning that if he had simply held his ground, he could have contained O'Neal's advances. Riley surveyed the players encircling him, letting out a slight sigh. Though he was a renowned coach, even a skilled chef finds it challenging to cook without ingredients. With Kobe on the perimeter and O'Neal in the paint, it was nearly impossible to contain them. While the Heat could limit the Magic's efforts, it was merely a case of bullying a helpless McGrady, lock him down, Husarui, Jones, and Butler had to rotate through three defensive resources to exhaust McGrady's shooting ability. When Mike Miller, the Magic, stepped up, it was a solitary effort in vain, just as the Heat managed to secure victory. But what of Kobe? Not only is he renowned as the league's Iron Man, but at just 24 years old, he is in the prime of his physical prowess. Exaggerate a bit, considering Vanessa's pregnancy. Kobe is unlikely to fall prey to nightclub syndrome without the opportunity to study elsewhere. The veteran AC Green has proven the benefits of players distancing themselves from women. Given Riley's three perimeter defensive resources, can they truly contain Kobe? Moreover, even if Kobe were somehow stifled, who would handle O'Neal? This is a player capable of explosive scoring, having once tallied a career-high 61 points. And what if they attempted a zone defense? The NBA zone defense had only been legalized in 2001. In that very year, after O'Neal aided the Lakers in clinching back-to-back championships, the NBA, seeking to curtail his extraordinary dominance in the paint, legalized the previously prohibited zone defense to significantly compress offensive space and restrict interior players like O'Neal and slashers like Iverson. Yet, standing across the court was a historically exceptional zone buster. In comparison to other contemporaneous superstars, Kobe's shot attempts in the paint amounted to a mere 21.9. That not only was he proficient in back-to-the-basket fadeaways and low-post scoring techniques, but he also possessed commendable footwork akin to the Dream Shake. Even when confronted with his own defense, Kobe had an array of scoring methods at his disposal, driving to the basket, shooting, and three-point attempts. Most notably, Kobe also possessed an exceptional yet often overlooked passing vision. Thus, when faced with him, the zone defense was rendered almost ineffective, as it could effortlessly dismantle the defense. Moreover, Fisher was capable of shooting from the perimeter, making it nearly impossible for the opposing team to stifle their offensive momentum. The duo of Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant was, in terms of compatibility, an amalgamation of sheer force, achieving a three-peat not through delicate coordination or enchanting chemistry, but purely through their overwhelming aggression. While other teams were meticulously crafting their strategies to enhance their players' strengths, these two operated with a chaotic audacity that left defenders utterly perplexed. The only viable defensive strategy was a straightforward, brute force approach, matching up player for player, bringing in a similarly skilled counterpart. If that was unfeasible, one could resort to the crude method of double teaming. Both players had average abilities to counter such double teams. Yet this tactic would deplete significant defensive resources, thereby leaving the remaining three players exposed. The OK combination was akin to two cups of poison. One must choose to drink from one, epitomizing the agony of lacking a top-tier interior defender. Had Mourning returned to his prime, Riley would not have been so beleaguered, as merely containing O'Neal would have opened up the possibility for a BO1, 1-on-4, defensive scheme to effectively limit their impact. With no hope for defense, the only recourse was to rely on offense. Aside from the twin stars, the Lakers' old guard, Fish, posed some defensive threat. Fox's defense was barely adequate, while Walker was merely a sieve. Thus, the offensive focus was straightforward. Exploit the glaring weaknesses of Samaki Walker. Grant and Hazim would frequently engage in pick and rolls on the weak side, as Walker's lateral movement was far too slow to keep up. On defense, the strategy remained to rotate and exhaust Kobe's defensive matchups. Once Kobe entered the attacking zone, they would double-team him, switching on screens. Hazim would apply pressure on Fisher defensively, aiming to disrupt passing lanes and sever Fisher's connections with his teammates, thereby increasing Kobe's opportunities to create offense himself. At this juncture, the hand-check rule was still in effect, significantly increasing Kobe's exertion. The Lakers could hardly afford to let Shaq handle the ball. Following a timeout, the Heat returned to the court. Before Hazim entered, Riley seized the opportunity to remind him, "No matter how this quarter unfolds, I will not call another timeout. That I need you to assess the situation on the court and direct your teammates to execute the correct offensive strategies when faced with adversity. Furthermore, their backup point guard, Brian Shaw, lacks Fisher's defensive prowess that he is inferior in strength, speed, and jumping ability. If Phil Jackson opts to bring him in, I grant you unrestrained freedom to shoot. Unleash your offensive might. If you can't make the shots, I want you to bang the rim until you find your rhythm. Go out there. Tonight's victory hinges upon you. Hazeem held the ball, calling for Brian Grant to set a screen. Grant, mindful of Riley's directive, ensured Hazeem had ample space, resolutely blocking Fisher's path with an exceptional screen. Hazeem accelerated past Walker, who was simply too slow to keep pace that O'Neal arrived to provide help defense. But this maneuver entirely liberated Mourning in the low post. Hazeem delivered a low pass, assisting Mourning in a dunk. 2-8. The Heat enjoyed a bright start. Fisher brought the ball over half court, tightly guarded by Hazeem, whose long arms made it exceedingly challenging for Fisher to maintain control, forcing him to pass to Kobe. However, Jones, quick on his feet, intercepted the pass, prompting Hazeem to dash forward. Jones delivered a direct pass to the basket, assisting Hazeem in a successful layup. 4-8. After a brief timeout, the Heat had already rejuvenated their performance. The Lakers, resigned to their fate, let Kobe take control of the ball. This time, Butler positioned himself against Kobe, a tactic devised by other teams as the most reliable method for one-on-one defense, which Riley reinforced by alternating Jones and Butler in their defensive assignments. The principle was straightforward. Whoever was nearest would defend. Observing the Heat gaining momentum, Kobe attempted to retaliate with his raw talent, disregarding O'Neal's call for the ball in a low post, opting instead for a mid-range shot. Bang! This time, it was akin to a small blacksmith from Milan shooting. Grant secured the rebound and passed it to the awaiting Hazeem. After allowing his teammates to reposition, Hazeem once again engaged Grant in a pick and roll. Fisher found himself at a loss, as Grant stubbornly refused to roll, leaving no openings for Fisher to exploit. Hazeem noticed Walker retreating a few steps, clearly attempting to impede his drive. Unable to contain his amusement, he chuckled to himself. Please, driving is my least proficient skill. Subsequently, Hazeem raised his hand and launched a three-pointer. 4-3, 7-8. The Heat were hot on the Lakers' heels. Kobe resumed ball handling, and faced with Butler's relentless defense, he defiantly attempted another fadeaway jumper. Bang! The iron was nearly bent from the impact. However, the Sea Beast soared above the crowd, forcefully slamming the ball back into the hoop. It was O'Neal. After delivering the dunk, Shaq shot Kobe a discontented glance during the transition, as if to say, "You could have passed me the ball." The Heat remained undeterred by O'Neal's emphatic dunk, and under Hazeem's orchestration, they mounted another powerful counterattack. He once again called for Grant's screen, but this time, Mourning joined in, creating a double screen. O'Neal guarded Mourning to prevent a roll to the basket. However, Walker was now overly cautious, tightly adhering to Hazeem. And Fisher, he had long since given up, unable to keep pace. Yet unexpectedly, Grant rolled to the basket this time. Kobe was the first to react, but faced with Grant, who towered over him by 10 centimeters, he was powerless against the alley-oop. Rather than risking a foul, he opted to stand still. Bang! Grant executed a powerful dunk, and Kobe was caught unprepared, suffering a posterization. The Heat's offense had awakened. Riley indeed refrained from calling another timeout, with the Lakers being the first to crumble. With less than 4 minutes remaining in the first quarter, the score stood at 19-14. Zen Master Phil Jackson called for a timeout. "Well done, kid," Riley said with a satisfied smile. In the first 8 minutes, aside from missing an initial three-pointer, Hazeem had made 3 consecutive shots after the timeout. Coupled with the fast break assisted by Jones, he had already tallied 11 points and 2 assists, contributing to 15 of the team's 19 points. "All right, take a breather," Riley instructed, substituting Hazeem for Eddie House. Mike James and Stepania. Remaining on the court were Jones and Butler, forming a small ball lineup of 1 big and 4 smalls. The Lakers replaced all but Kobe and Fisher in the backcourt, letting O'Neal rest while bringing in Robert Horry, Devin George, and Mark Madsen for the front court. Riley's intentions were clear. Deploy 4 smaller players to neutralize Kobe, not necessarily to extend the lead, but to wear him down. Phil Jackson anticipated Riley's strategy. thus inserting Horry and retaining the veteran Fisher to alleviate the pressure on Kobe at this critical juncture in the pursuit of a fourth consecutive championship. The Zen Master was wary of compromising O'Neal's health due to a mere regular season game, hence adhering to the rotation to allow him rest. This season, with Jackson's protection, O'Neal had seen his average playing time decrease from 36.1 minutes last season to 31.9 minutes. However, he overestimated the assistance these two could provide to Kobe. Riley had issued orders to spare no effort, and the players who adhered to his directives fought tooth and nail for each possession. They bore no championship pressure, playing with the freedom to compete in whichever games they desired. Until the conclusion of the first quarter, the Los Angeles Lakers failed to narrow the gap, which remained stubbornly fixed at 5 points. The score stood at 28-23, with the Miami Heat in the lead. As the second quarter commenced, Husirui was reintroduced to the game, now matched up against Brian Shaw. The veteran Fish, who had played continuously for 12 minutes, was substituted for a much-needed rest. Meanwhile, the persistent Kobe Bryant remained on the court, joined once again by Shaquille O'Neal. However, Kobe's tenacity did not yield positive results, as he struggled with the shooting that Husirui, on the other hand, marvelously discovered that the defense of Brian Shaw was as flimsy as paper in front of him. Despite Shaw's imposing height of 1.98 meters, with growing confidence, Husirui began to shoot effortlessly from near the three-point line, and each attempt found its mark. This left Shaw in a state of exasperation, raising his hands in helplessness each time he became a target that my goodness, who resembled a human shooting machine. The DJ at the Heat's home court, along with the spectators, erupted in excitement. How many three-pointers had he made? The sixth one. Husirui had successfully landed 6 consecutive three-pointers tonight. He was utterly on fire. At that moment, he had achieved 6 three-pointers out of 7 attempts, with an overall shooting record of 11 out of 17. Amassing 28 points by halftime. Tonight, he was poised to break his career scoring record and potentially the NBA single-game three-point record as well. His defender had now shifted to Fisher, while Shaw was left questioning his life choices. Yet it seemed irrelevant who defended him. Husirui once again bulldozed his way into the paint against Fisher, drawing a shooting foul point 30. The fans on the sidelines were already anticipating the arrival of his 30th point, which would signify a remarkable first-half performance. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the crowd, Husirui sank both free throws, transitioning from offense to defense. A determined Fisher sought to reclaim some pride, overpowering Husirui beneath the basket and scoring. Even managing a 2-1, however, Riley promptly substituted Husirui again for a breather, concerned that the players might escalate tensions and engage in excessive physicality that Hu had just recovered. He could not afford another injury. Throughout the second quarter, the Lakers still struggled to find solution, with Kobe's shooting touch seemingly siphoned away by Husirui. He managed a paltry 4 of 18 from the field, scoring just 12 points. Without his 4 free throws, Kobe might have only mustered 8 points to honor himself. The score stood at 47-62, with the Heat leading by 15 points as they entered the second half. Are you on drugs, kid? In the Heat locker room, the players gathered around Husirui, neglecting their rest. His form tonight was astonishingly good, with a shooting rhythm so hot that every release resulted in success. This was the key to the Heat maintaining a double-digit lead in the first half. Who, surrounded by his teammates, beamed with happiness. I don't know. There's just a voice inside me telling me to shoot. And it turns out every shot goes in. It's all thanks to my extra practice. Coach Pat Riley entered the locker room, prompting everyone to return to their seats. In China, we have a saying, 10 minutes on stage requires 10 years of practice off stage. Riley took a sip of water to clear his throat. Having scolded the team from the sidelines, his point was clear. You perform for 10 minutes on the court, but you must practice for 10 years, right? Exactly, that's the point. Husirui quickly chimed in. Coach, you truly are well-versed. Riley ignored his flattery and continued. So, the practice you often complain about is immensely valuable. If you desire victory, crave a championship, and seek greater salary, then dedicate yourselves to rigorous training. Our defensive strategy in the first half was executed to perfection. Kobe's shooting percentage was significantly hindered by our attrition tactics. O'Neal, too, struggled to receive the ball due to our aggressive press and gambles that disrupted passing lanes. You all executed my strategy remarkably well. Aside from Husirui's stellar performance in the first half, Vladimir, you also did an admirable job. The player mentioned, Stepanovic, appeared pleasantly surprised. You secured 9 rebounds in front of O'Neal, effectively fulfilling your role as the sole rim protector, which was commendable, even though you did not score. The group erupted in laughter at this remark. However, the opposing team was not foolish and would undoubtedly make adjustments. So, I urge you all to stay alert. The battle is far from over. As the laughter subsided, Riley's demeanor turned serious. For victory, we must persevere. For victory, we must persevere. The team echoed in unison. Upon returning from halftime, the Heat players appeared invigorated. The break included. The commentators, Su Jiqing and Zhang Guiding, quickly returned to their roles after casual chatter. Su, a staunch supporter of Husirui, noted, tonight, who has once again shattered an NBA record, breaking the first-half scoring record for a rookie with 30 points. Furthermore, he had the potential to break Wilt Chamberlain's record for the highest single-game score by a rookie in the regular season, which stood at 58 points, as well as Dennis Scott's record of 11 three-pointers in a single game. Wow! As they spoke, Husirui sank yet another three-pointer. Zhang exclaimed in astonishment. That's the 7th three-pointer of the night. The arena, which had cooled during halftime, reignited with excitement at Husirui's latest shot. With his 33rd point secured, he moved one step closer to breaking the record. On the sidelines, the Zen master bore an anxious expression, pacing back and forth, a rare sight for one known for his composure. Meanwhile, Heat coach Riley felt a wave of relief upon witnessing the performance of his longtime rival. The Lakers began the second half employing a double-team strategy against Husirui. Initially, it did not yield the desired results. However, no matter how talented he was still a rookie under 19, and prolonged defensive pressure was wearing him down, especially with the likes of the defensive-minded Kobe in the mix. Yet, Husirui was not merely a three-point shooter. The acclaim surrounding Montverde Academy was not solely due to a few three-point shots. His true strength lay in orchestrating the offense, reducing his shot attempts. Husirui returned to his roots, facilitating plays for his teammates. In a mere half-quarter, the score shifted to 14-9 in favor of the Heat, with Hu contributing 5 points and 2 assists. Although he recorded only 2 assists, his impact on the court was significant. It is essential to understand that assist numbers do not equate to organizational ability. Organizational ability refers to controlling the pace of the game, directing teammates in executing strategies, and making continual decisions throughout the match. While there is some correlation between assist totals and organizational skills, the amount of ball control plays a more substantial role. For instance, after 2003, Russell Westbrook managed to average 8 assists in his second year, while Tracy McGrady, during his peak, averaged only 6. However, by around 2012, Westbrook's ability to manage half-court offenses and handle passes was severely lacking. In contrast, McGrady was widely regarded as a genius-level wing player capable of orchestrating plays, often compared to LeBron James. The most telling evidence is that Westbrook and James dominated the assist leaderboards from 2017 to 2021, yet once these two playmakers shared a team, their synergy noticeably faltered. Today, the veteran Westbrook, earning $3.3 million, has experienced a resurgence alongside a portly teammate, demonstrating that certain players can significantly enhance team dynamics simply by their presence. Some may interpret my comments as criticism of Westbrook, but his assist numbers are heavily impacted not by his organizational skills, but rather by his scoring ability. Early in his career, Westbrook was a formidable threat at the rim, which allowed him to create opportunities for teammates. Conversely, players like Jason Kidd, known for their lower scoring desire, are recognized as exceptional facilitators. Due to his reliance on basketball IQ and understanding of the game, coupled with a remarkable ability to read matches, his organizational skills naturally surpass those of a privileged player. For instance, during the 2023 to 2024 season, after Chris Paul departed, Devin Booker's average assists surged to 6.9, alongside peak performers like Bradley Beal and Kevin Durant, who averaged 6.6 and 6.4 assists, respectively. Consequently, the Phoenix Suns transformed into a mere isolation-heavy team, with a trio of stars taking turns to dominate the ball, resulting in a chaotic style of play. ultimately leading to a 4-0 sweep by the Minnesota Timberwolves in the playoffs. In the subsequent season, they acquired Tyus Jones on a minimum salary, a player averaging around 7 assists. Even with Jones's significantly reduced ball-handling responsibilities while supporting the trio, the Phoenix Suns' offense visibly flourished, even briefly claiming the top spot in the Western Conference early in the season. Riley once again opted to rest Husrui, substituting him with a bench player, given the prolonged defensive pressure and double teams he faced. Husrui had already begun to experience fatigue, prompting Riley to allow him some additional rest. After all, tonight was destined to be a career-defining night for Husrui, and Riley was determined to assist him in achieving greatness. Once Husrui left the court, the defensive burden on the Lakers diminished significantly, allowing Kobe to regain his rhythm and spearhead a scoring rally, culminating in a 14-4 run. The score stood at 23-18, with the Lakers narrowing the gap by 5 points, yet still trailing by a substantial 10 points overall. "Kobe, can you hold on?" Phil Jackson inquired with concern, suggesting that Kobe take a breather in the fourth quarter after logging 36 minutes without respite. Kobe shook his head resolutely, responding, "No need, coach. I can still play. Sigh, if it weren't for that kid's exceptional three-point shooting tonight, I wouldn't have to keep you on for so long," Zen Master sighed. "Then go ahead and play the entire game." The reason Phil Jackson is referred to as the Zen Master lies in his adherence to Eastern Zen philosophy. His character exhibits a remarkable capacity for tolerance, allowing for the minor flaws and rebellious tendencies of his players. A reflection of his own youthful spirit, while placing immense faith in them. Unless absolutely necessary, he prefers to leave decision-making in the hands of his players. Thus, he respected Kobe's choice to remain on the court. Husrui's shooting touch was remarkably sublime this evening. Kobe's gaze was piercing as he had entered the zone state. This state, initially articulated by Michael Jordan, refers to an athlete's complete immersion in their skills and tactics during a game, rendering them oblivious to external distractions and solely focused on the match. Within this state, an athlete can elevate their strength, jumping ability, speed, vision, and reflexes to extraordinary levels, showcasing astonishing prowess. According to Jordan, the key to entering the zone lies in relentless practice, conditioning the body during training to enhance the likelihood of entering this state during actual competition. Once in the zone, one's physical or technical performance can exceed ordinary capabilities. Jordan, possessing unparalleled basketball talent, could effortlessly access the zone during his mid-career peak, particularly during the 91-93 championship run. A notable instance was during a finals game against the Trail Blazers, where he remarkably drained 6 three-pointers in a half. Despite three-point shooting being a clear weakness in his skill, a devoted admirer and challenger of Jordan, Kobe was undoubtedly attuned to the concept of the zone, having experienced that feeling himself. Scholars suggest that the zone and the concept of flow, introduced by Hungarian psychologist Mihai Csikszentmihalyi, represent the same phenomenon of an athlete's flow state. Csikszentmihalyi defines flow as a unique mental state characterized by intense focus, complete immersion, heightened efficiency, and creativity, allowing one to lose track of time and bodily signals. In interviews, pianists have described entering this flow state as a euphoric experience, where they feel as though they cease to exist, with music flowing effortlessly from their hands. This sensation closely resembles what we often refer to as being in the moment or achieving transcendence. When Husrui returned to the court in the fourth quarter, the Lakers had managed to close the gap to a mere 6 points. That moment, Shaquille O'Neal stood at the free throw line, grappling with the basket, while a breathless Kobe leaned against his knee at the three-point line. "Hey, Kobe," Husrui approached. "You've not had a minute's rest tonight. How are you holding up?" "Exhausted." Kobe could only nod in response. Husrui refrained from further conversation, just as O'Neal missed his free throw, prompting the Heat to initiate a counterattack. Husrui pivoted to launch a fast break, with Kobe closely trailing him. Mourning had already passed the ball, and upon receiving it, Husrui used Kobe's body to leverage a spin move for a layup. With his stamina depleted, Kobe could only watch helplessly as Husrui scored, marking his 37th point. After the fourth quarter commenced, Husrui resembled a wild stallion, embarking on another scoring spree. Having been sidelined for 10 minutes by Riley, he was eager to showcase his prowess. The Heat's offense flowed like mercury, and Husrui, once positioned beyond the three-point arc, unleashed shot after shot, even from 2 or 3 steps beyond the line. The spectators erupted into cheers, chanting, "MVP, MVP, MVP." Initially, only a small group of fans joined in, but soon the entire arena resonated with the chant. The notoriously tardy and early leaving Miami fans remained in their seats, eager to witness just how many points this extraordinary Eastern talent would ultimately amass. Miami, being a city of tourism and immigration, has historically lacked a robust sports culture. Compared to the fervor exhibited by fans in the Northwest, Northeast, and Great Lakes regions, Miamians do not possess the same deep-seated allegiance to their teams, lacking the generational support seen elsewhere. For example, if you hail from Liaoning and are a CBA fan, would you feel a sense of belonging to the Guangdong team while working there, passionately cheering them on throughout the game? Or if you were to visit Shanghai, would you remain in the arena until the end, akin to die-hard fans of the Sharks? Clearly, the answer is no. This absence of a passionate sports culture has contributed to the desolate basketball atmosphere in Miami, both now and likely a decade from now. The city offers sunshine, beaches, beauty, and nightlife, rendering basketball a trivial pursuit. Lacking allure, a humorous incident occurred during Game 6 of the 2013 Finals when, in the last minute, some Heat fans began to leave the American Airlines Arena. However, after LeBron James and Ray Allen's clutch three-pointers prolonged the game into overtime, numerous fans who had exited sought to re-enter and witness the thrilling conclusion. However, due to the majority of sports venues prohibiting re-entry once exited, they could only glean the news outside that the Miami Heat had triumphed over the Spurs in overtime, setting the stage for a decisive Game 7. Behold, even with the likes of the Big Three, LeBron James and Dwayne Wade, who were among the league's elite players, loyalty seemed a foreign concept to the Miami fans. Thus, in a scenario like this, where supporters remained in the arena to witness a game that held little suspense, chanting MVP for a rookie, such behavior had become nothing short of miraculous. In the midst of this miracle, Husirui set a new record, 4-3, Husirui's 50th point of the night. The home crowd erupted. He had crossed the monumental threshold of 50 points. He surpassed the legendary Rick Barry of the Golden State Warriors, becoming the youngest player to achieve this feat. Both the DJ at the venue and the commentator from the United States and CCTV excitedly announced the birth of this record. 18 years and 271 days. He hadn't even celebrated his 19th birthday yet. He was nearly 3 years younger than Rick, who had achieved the milestone at 21 years and 261 days. With only 2 minutes remaining, the Lakers' objective was no longer to win the game. They aimed to prevent Husirui from breaking the record. It was not out of a desire to preserve the legacy of their storied player, Wilt Chamberlain, who reached the finals 4 times in 5 years, thus earning a partial claim to greatness, but rather to avoid becoming mere footnotes in history. That would be utterly humiliating. The Lakers were resolute in their defense against Husirui's three-pointers and sought to slow the game's tempo to an unbearable crawl. In response, Husirui remained unfazed. While he indeed wished to shatter the ancient behemoth's record of 20,000 points, he couldn't help but consider his weary friend, Kobe. He felt it prudent to afford his companion some dignity. With Kobe's fierce competitive spirit and stubborn nature, what if he truly broke the record? Would Kobe sever ties with him? With that thought, Husirui relaxed, abandoning the three-point attempts in favor of a couple of drives to the basket, which rather fortuitously he executed successfully. Observing Mourning, who was valiantly boxing out Shaquille O'Neal to create space in the paint, suddenly giving him a thumbs up, Husirui felt a surge of encouragement, as if to say, "Look, with the big brother supporting you, you can charge forth without worry." Husirui chuckled in gratitude, contemplating, "Kobe, this isn't my fault. My teammates are just too enthusiastic." As he retreated on defense, he sidled up to Mourning and asked, "Big Z, how many points do you have tonight?" Mourning, somewhat puzzled, replied earnestly, "I think I have around 8 points." Husirui nodded, saying, "In a moment, I'll set you up for an alley-oop under the basket. Seize the opportunity and don't let me down." In gratitude, he aimed to help his elder brother notch a double-digit score. As the Heat initiated their offense, Husirui once again charged into the paint, where O'Neal, Kobe, and Fisher converged to double-team him. Sensing the plan had come to fruition, he was just about to pass the ball out when, smack, Kobe fouled him on the wrist. Husirui was at a loss for words. Was he not allowed to do the good deed? Approaching the free throw line, Ginóbili, adhering to his principle of not wasting opportunities, made both attempts. With merely 16 seconds remaining, he realized he had no chance to reach 58 points. I have a gift for you, Kobe said, stepping forward. Ginóbili was bewildered. What gift? A celebration for scoring 50. Immediately after, Kobe received the inbounds pass and dashed across half-court, casually launching a three-pointer. Swish! The shot went in, 110-93. Everyone's gaze turned to Kobe. The Heat players were incredulous. Seriously, with such a point differential, why not just concede? No wonder they're getting dominated by Miller. The Lakers players chimed in. Dude, couldn't you just run down the clock? Why go for another possession? Ginóbili remarked. Is this what you call a gift? A long-range shooting exhibition? Kobe sighed, thinking, I merely wanted to offer Ginóbili a chance. Who would have guessed it would actually go in? Kobe quickly urged Ginóbili. There are 12 seconds left. Let us hurry. I'll switch my defense and create space for you. Whether you make the three-pointer and reach 59 points is up to you. At last, Ginóbili understood what Kobe meant by gift. It was his intention to help him break the record and reach 59 points. He had mistakenly assumed Kobe would be upset. He had grossly underestimated his intentions. As the two crossed half-court, they stood poised beyond the three-point arc, true to his word. Kobe cleared a path and signaled with his eyes for Ginóbili to shoot. Ginóbili smiled and shook his head. With Kobe being so generous, how could he truly take advantage of him? Sacrificing a friend for personal gain was hardly noble. Were others to discover his thoughts, they would surely deem him either insincerely virtuous or simply naive. Yet it must be recognized that Ginóbili was still under 19 years old, caught in the throes of youthful idealism, steadfast in his principles and worldview. Youth is often endearing, even in its folly. Should the same scenario unfold years later, his mature self might not entertain such notions. Why refuse an opportunity that was handed to him? But fortunately, the most generous Kobe encountered the most kind-hearted Ginóbili, and both young men retained a sense of chivalry. Must I send you to the free throw line? Kobe, perceiving this lad's intentions, felt a warmth in his heart as he moved closer. Startled, Ginóbili quickly passed the ball to Jones and embraced Kobe. Just as the final buzzer sounded, creating the illusion of a post-game player hug. Thus, the referee did not have the opportunity to whistle for a free throw. Then I shall feign a missed shot. You'll have no recourse, Ginóbili whispered playfully into Kobe's ear. Kobe paused in surprise, then laughed. Well then, next time we meet, we will surely seek revenge. With that, Kobe tightened his embrace around Ginóbili. All right, I'll be waiting. Just then, Eddie Jones approached, perplexed. What else with a brotherly bond? What are you two discussing? After embracing Ginóbili, Kobe pulled Jones into a warm hug as well. Sorry, Eddie, but this is something I cannot disclose. It's a secret. Jones turned to Ginóbili, his face a canvas of confusion, and the latter simply smiled, replying, It's a secret. As the three conversed, Ginóbili noticed the shadows around him deepening, as if engulfed by a dark cloud. Turning to see, he found it was Shaquille O'Neal who, congratulations on your impressive scoring, O'Neal said nonchalantly. But next time, you want to find fortune smiling upon you. I shall crush you. Ginóbili burst into laughter, leaving O'Neal bewildered. You two truly are teammates, he chuckled, echoing Kobe's earlier revenge declaration, eliciting laughter from all four. Well, we should take our leave now. Tomorrow we fly to Orlando for a back-to-back, Kobe noted, as other Heat players approached. Eager to celebrate, he and O'Neal began to depart. Until next time, I'll be waiting for you in Los Angeles. See you in Los Angeles. The match concluded with the Miami Heat triumphing over the Los Angeles Lakers with a score of 110-93. Kobe Bryant played a full 48 minutes, achieving a commendable 28 points, 9 rebounds, 8 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks from 38 attempts. It could be said that, had it not been for a resurgence in the third quarter, this game would have been an undeniable historical feast of missed shots. Shaquille O'Neal, under Riley's special care, struggled significantly throughout the game. Despite a high shooting percentage, he attempted few shots and committed several errors. Finishing with 24 points and 18 rebounds in 33 minutes, but also with 5 turnovers, as the star of the evening. Ginóbili played 36 minutes, shooting 21 out of 33, including 10 out of 14 for beyond the arc and a perfect 4 for 4 from the free throw line, achieving a career high of 56 points along with 2 rebounds and 6 assists. This game set numerous records. He surpassed Rick Barry to become the youngest player to score 50 points. His 56 points ranks second in the single-game scoring for a rookie season, only behind Wilt Chamberlain's 58 points. He established a new record for the regular season with 10 three-pointers in a single game, tying for second in history with Ray Allen, Joe Dumars, and George McLeod, just shy of the 11 set by Dennis Scott of the Magic on April 18, 1996, in light of his remarkable achievements. Teammates and assistant coaches jokingly demanded a celebration meal from him, and even Riley unusually joined them for dinner post-game. Though he departed shortly after the meal, it was indeed a remarkable occurrence. It is known how stringent Riley can be. O'Neal once recounted that after their championship victory, Riley's first words were, "I expect you all to hit the training facility, even after winning a championship." He demanded training from his players, which is quite extraordinary. Nonetheless, it is evident how rare it is for Riley to accompany them for a meal and permit a brief indulgence. Friend from high school sent congratulatory messages, while family and close friends, such as his parents, girlfriend Anna, and Wang Jiahua, called to express their well-wishes. Huc Rue was particularly surprised that Yao Ming and Wang Zhizhi chose to call him rather than text. Especially Wang Zhizhi, who achieved a career high of 19 points in his game against the Utah Jazz that night. For Chinese basketball fans, it was truly a double celebration. Los Angeles has indeed become a fortunate ground for Chinese players. Yao Ming scored a career high of 33 points and 15 rebounds against the Lakers. Now Huc Rue has just set a record with 56 points against them since arriving in Los Angeles. Wang Zhizhi has seen more opportunities and improved his skills. Los Angeles, not a land of fortune. Moreover, it can be said that Huc Rue's performance tonight has elevated his status to a legendary level, enhancing his recognition both domestically and internationally. In China, many who do not typically follow basketball are now aware that there's not only Yao Ming in the NBA, but also a young man named Huc Rue, who is said to be even more formidable. Furthermore, even the media giant Time Warner Sports Illustrated has planned to feature him in a professional interview and appoint him as a cover star. Throughout his years in the United States, whether during high school or in the NBA, Huc Rue has been featured in Sports Illustrated several times, but this marks his first time as the cover star. In this regard, he does not quite match Yao Ming, who graced the cover even before the regular season commenced. Nevertheless, after this day, Huc Rue will no longer be regarded as merely a promising rookie. He has truly entered the ranks of the elite within the NBA and the broader American sports arena. Not only will the Los Angeles Lakers face back-to-back games in the coming days, but the Heat will also have a back-to-back matchup, flying to Philadelphia to face the 76ers. The Philadelphia 76ers, led by Allen Iverson, currently hold a record of 10 wins and 5 losses, placing them second in the Eastern Conference, thus presenting a formidable challenge. Hence, Riley has only permitted them a slight indulgence, with no room for excess. That a drink is permissible, but should anyone dare to venture into nightclubs? Well, as long as you remain a member of the Heat, Pat Riley, the taskmaster, will find a way to keep you in line. While the 76ers are undeniably a strong team in the league, they are overly reliant on their star player, Allen Iverson, in comparison to other well-rounded teams in the Eastern Conference, such as the Pistons, Nets, and Pacers. At the beginning of this season, the 76ers launched a 7-game winning streak, fueled by Iverson's stellar performances, including 6 games with over 40 points and 1 with over 50, which can only be described as extraordinary. Aside from Keith Van Horn and Eric Snow, he has no substantial assistants. Derek Coleman was once an excellent player in his youth, but at 35 years old, his age prevents the possibility of a dual top-pick partnership that could have propelled the 76ers to greater heights in the East. However, the harsh reality remains. Without capable support, Iverson's performance faltered tonight as he scored 18 points, 9 rebounds, and 10 assists on 7 of 18 shooting, resulting in a loss to the Heat with a score of 98-108. Nevertheless, the Heat's victory was not easily won, as Brian Grant became the team's 3rd injury casualty of the season. Sidelined for 4 to 6 weeks due to left knee tendinitis. Huc Rue obediently followed Riley's directives during this game, putting in a modest 30 minutes of play, scoring 18 points, 3 rebounds, 13 assists, and 3 steals with ease before clocking out. After all, there are matters to attend to in the coming days. Anna called to congratulate him and extended an invitation from her parents to join them for Thanksgiving. The current president of the United States, George W. Bush, declared Thursday, November 28, 2002, as a national day of Thanksgiving, and the NBA scheduled only 2 games that day to allow players to spend time with their families. Fortunately, the 4 teams that were not included in the festivities were the Mavericks visiting the Pacers and the Clippers hosting the Nets. Thanksgiving, a holiday originating from the American people, is a time for family gatherings. Initially, Thanksgiving did not have a fixed date, determined at the discretion of each state. It wasn't until 1863, post-independence, that President Lincoln proclaimed Thanksgiving as a national holiday. In 1941, Congress officially designated the 4th Thursday of November each year as Thanksgiving. The Thanksgiving holiday typically extends from Thursday to Sunday. Thus, this year's Thanksgiving falls from November 28th to December 1st. And Hu Si Rue, alone in a foreign land, has been invited to celebrate in New York. The origins of Thanksgiving carry a touch of dark humor. According to legend, the ancestors of Americans, immigrants from England seeking a new life in the New World, were struggling to establish themselves. The benevolent indigenous Native Americans provided the newcomers with essential supplies and taught them skills such as hunting, fishing, and corn cultivation, with the help of the Native Americans. The immigrants eventually reaped a bountiful harvest. In celebration of their harvest, and in accordance with religious traditions, the immigrants designated a day to give thanks to God and invited the Native Americans to join in their festivities in gratitude for their sincere assistance. In late November 1621, the immigrants gathered with 90 Native Americans to celebrate the first Thanksgiving in American history. They fired cannons at dawn, processed into a makeshift church to express their gratitude to God, and then lit a bonfire for a grand feast, serving the turkeys they had hunted to their Native American guests. The following days were filled with wrestling, racing, singing, and dancing. The male immigrants ventured out to hunt for turkeys, while the women prepared delicious dishes using corn, pumpkins, sweet potatoes, and fruits. Thus, the white settlers and Native Americans gathered around the bonfire, feasting and conversing, celebrating together for 3 consecutive days. The myriad celebrations of the first Thanksgiving have been passed down through generations. However, the subsequent narratives are far more familiar to us, depicting how the steadfast settlers, in their quest to claim ownership of this new land, soon embarked on a systematic campaign of displacement and slaughter against the indigenous peoples. What is purported to be a tale of gratitude has, in truth, ignited a protracted saga of suffering and bloodshed for the native populations spanning several centuries. Yet, when it comes to matters of ethnicity and history, Hu Si Rue finds little merit in taking sides or expressing opinions. To assert that it is inappropriate to celebrate Thanksgiving in someone else's home is not a stance of justice, but rather one of folly. Clearly, Hu Si Rue is no fool. From the moment he disembarked from the plane, Mr. Dollins personally drove to the airport to welcome him. Upon arriving at the host's residence, the warm inquiries of Mrs. Dollins made Hu Si Rue feel the comforting embrace of home in this foreign land. Whether it be Thanksgiving, Christmas, or traditional Chinese festivals such as the Mid-Autumn Festival or Spring Festival, R&T, they all simply occasions for families to gather and celebrate together. Little Hu, you must be tired after such an early morning flight. Should you take a shower first or have lunch? Mrs. Dollins, akin to a future mother-in-law, continued her customary warmth. Anna is still asleep. She took a red-eye flight last night. That if we're dining, I can wake her up afterward. Hey, Daniela, you haven't even checked in on me. Mr. Dollins feigned jealousy as he complained to his wife, before turning to Hu Si Rue with a smile. She has been urging me since dawn to pick you up, fearing you might have to wait longer, which left me with hardly any time to rest. I brought Anna back last night. It was too late, and I didn't want her to take the subway home alone. Daniela insisted that the driver head back to spend the holiday with his family, so I had to come personally. Listening to the future father-in-law's grievances, Hu Si Rue chuckled sheepishly. Had I known, I would have taken the subway myself. Thank you for your trouble, Mr. Dollins. No worries at all, replied George Dollins, the design director, who, despite a name that might seem somewhat feminine, was nonetheless a rather cool middle-aged man. He waved dismissively. It is my honor to pick up the youngest 50-point scorer in NBA history. Over time, George had warmed up to Husirui, no longer treating him like a pig that had devoured his prize cabbage, but rather engaging in light banter. Suddenly recalling that Mrs. Dollins was awaiting his response, Husirui hastily declared, "I'll take a shower first and let Anna sleep a little longer. Afterward, I'll come out and assist you in the kitchen." Before he could finish, George interrupted, "Whatever assistance you think you can offer is unnecessary. Daniela knows her way around the kitchen. The housekeeper came by this morning and prepped the food before leaving. All that's left is to pop it into the oven and the toaster to heat up." "Ack!" George exclaimed, as Mrs. Dollins pinched him sharply at the waist. She then huffed playfully, "That LL teach you for ever disparaging me." After enjoying a heartwarming Thanksgiving at his girlfriend's home in New York, Husirui was soon to embark on a non-stop flight to Atlanta for back-to-back games over the next 2 days. Meanwhile, his agent, Old Porter, called, informing him that 3 endorsement contracts required his signature. Husirui, typically clueless about business negotiations, delegated these matters entirely to Old Porter, only ensuring that his father reviewed the contracts before signing his name. Endorsement collaborations are the primary avenue for high income among NBA players. For those who are not particularly skilled, the top-tier players strive not only for lucrative contracts with their teams, but also to showcase their commercial value to secure higher endorsement deals. Take LeBron James, for example, whose total income in 2018 reached $124 million, with taxes amounting to a staggering $44.52 million, accounting for 35.9% of his annual earnings. Yet his salary for the 2020 to 2021 season was a mere $22 million, insufficient to cover his tax obligations. This illustrates the significant contribution of endorsement income to a player's overall earnings. The 3 contracts in question were from Coca-Cola, McDonald's, and Nike. It is noteworthy that while Husirui is among the league's most promising perimeter stars, he also has a vast domestic market backing him, which means his endorsements could potentially influence billions of prospective consumers. Consequently, Coca-Cola, eager to outpace its rival Pepsi, extended a 6-year, $40 million contract to Husirui, encompassing both domestic and international endorsement fees. Since 1999, Coca-Cola's marketing strategy has undergone a remarkable transformation, opting to produce television advertisements in China, employing Chinese advertising firms for design and casting Chinese actors, thus clearly relinquishing its long-held American identity in pursuit of greater market share through localization. Thus, the endorsement contract Husirui received comprises 2 components. These contract figures are trade secrets, unlike the transparent nature of sports brands, making them hard to verify. For instance, claims that LeBron signed a 6-year, $100 million contract with Coca-Cola in 2003 are exaggerated. The most accurate information I found indicates that from 2011 to 2013, Yao Ming's endorsements for McDonald's and Coca-Cola totaled $25 million over 2 years. In 2003, Yao's first contract with McDonald's was approximately $14 million for 3 years, not accounting for inflation. His Coca-Cola contract likely exceeded $5 million annually. I also came across the 1983 contract between Michael Jackson and Coca-Cola worth $5 million. While Husirui's influence may not compare to MJ's, a market does exist for him, and since Coke isn't as exorbitantly priced as sneakers, an annual $6 million is not unreasonable, though I am uncertain of the revenue-sharing model, which is certainly not a lump sum payment. The second contract comes from the American fast food giant McDonald's, offering a staggering $16 million over 3 years, surpassing Yao Ming's by $2 million. However, the most substantial contract remains that with a sports brand, as a sponsor of the NBA, Nike would not overlook this rising star. After all, they built their empire through basketball, and they are unreserved in their financial commitments within this domain. Mentioning Nike inevitably brings to mind their most successful investment in history, signing Michael Jordan. At that time, Nike was merely a small company valued at $25 million, having been established for just over a decade, and was unable to compete with Converse, which boasted superstars like Magic Johnson, Dr. Julius Erving, Bernard King, and Larry Bird, or Adidas, which primarily focused on soccer and the European market. In early 1984, Nike's budget for rookie contracts was a hefty $2.5 million, aiming to turn the tide, targeting players like Barkley and Jordan. However, Nike scout View Caro insisted that all funds be allocated to Jordan, After gaining approval from higher-ups like Strasser, further discussions ensued. Ultimately, Michael Jordan led the Dream Team to Olympic gold. And with Vuccaro's persuasive efforts, the negotiations culminated in a 5-year, $2.5 million contract with various guarantees, signing bonuses, and annuity insurance. Nike pledged to vigorously promote the Air Jordan brand, ensuring that Jordan would receive a 25% commission on every pair sold. Along with a share of sales from other Nike Air Series shoes. It is essential to realize that a $500,000 annual endorsement was a colossal gamble. At that time, Jabbar's endorsement was barely above $100,000 annually, and that was already the highest price for basketball shoe endorsements. Had Nike conducted a standard risk assessment, this deal would never have materialized. Fortunately, Nike placed its faith in Vuccaro's intuition rather than a mere business proposal. Vuccaro, a genius, transitioned from an intermediary to a top-tier agent. In the 1990s, he left Nike to join Adidas, where he signed Kobe and Tracy McGrady. He nearly secured LeBron's signature, but was thwarted when Adidas refused to meet Vuccaro's proposed terms, leading to his departure from the company. Ultimately, Nike's gamble paid off, as Jordan's success propelled Nike's growth, establishing it as the preeminent sports brand in the realm of NBA basketball. As the imminent retirement of Jordan approaches, they are in dire need of securing the next face to perpetuate their brand's influence, willing to invest heavily in this pursuit. After all, Kobe and McGrady have been signed by Adidas, while Iverson entered into a contract with Reebok. Although Kobe chose to part ways with Adidas this year, it does not guarantee that Nike will claim him. According to the contract, Adidas stipulated that Kobe could not sign with any brand during the final year of his contract and could not wear the same brand of shoes for 3 consecutive games. Consequently, Kobe frequently switched his footwear during games. Fortunately, Husirui heeded Porter's counsel and refrained from prematurely signing a shoe deal. Now, with his soaring market value, his contract fee has multiplied several times. Husirui's stellar performance, scoring 56 points, compelled the indecisive Nike to reach its breaking point, offering a monumental 7-year contract worth $85 million. This includes a check of $10 million after taxes. This means that upon signing, Husirui will leap into the ranks of millionaires. Alongside his exclusive shoe deal, a 5% royalty on shoe sales, and various bonus clauses, Husirui finds himself in a whirlwind of financial complexities. Fortunately, he has a father of sufficient caliber. His finance graduate father, along with their company's legal advisor, engaged in a night-long discussion. Eventually, Hu Shuliang sent a text to his son, "Just sign." Writing such contracts is indeed challenging, with numerous revenue-sharing details remaining obscure. So, everyone, take a casual look. Consider this my indulgence. Furthermore, LeBron's first contract was a 7-year deal worth $93 million, a result of nearly a year of planning by Nike. Therefore, it's rather swift for young Hu to secure such a substantial contract, and it raises some eyebrows. Apologies for that. However, I believe Husirui's current performance fully merits such a lucrative contract. After all, scoring 56 points and setting a debut record is certainly on par with a player who has yet to play a single NBA game, LeBron. While LeBron may be the chosen one, Nike's influence in North America, under Jordan's legacy, is already formidable. The Chinese market, however, remains largely untapped. From a commercial perspective, Husirui possesses immense value. Naturally, Husirui places complete trust in his father and unhesitatingly seizes the opportunity to meet with Porter, signing 3 contracts after deducting 33.6 federal taxes and 11.4 for the agent's commission. Husirui stands to receive $55 million from his contract. Over the next 7 years, he is guaranteed a check of $10 million plus $72.05 million, totaling $82.05 million. If we factor in future shoe royalties, the sum could even exceed $100 million. Initially, Porter sought only a 10% commission. Typically, commissions for business contracts range from 10-20, significantly higher than team contracts. However, Husirui, feeling hesitant about taking undue advantage, recognized that without the goodwill of his father's connections, he would not have landed such a lucrative contract. After some negotiation, Porter agreed to a rounded figure, settling for an 11.4 commission. This still amounts to nearly $15 million. Although Porter will also have to share this with his agency staff, his net after taxes will be close to $7 million. Reflecting on this year, at least for the current season, the contracts with McDonald's and Coca-Cola span for January 1, 2003 to January 1, 2006, and must align with the NBA season from September 2002 to June 2009. Husirui is expected to earn approximately $12.5 million, excluding the check. Adding in the rookie contract, he is nearing $14 million. Husirui has decided to set aside $2.5 million and the team's bi-weekly contract fee for daily expenses, transferring the remaining $20 million to his mother's foreign account. Given the complications of currency exchange domestically, it is more convenient to remit funds abroad, allowing his parents to exchange as needed, which is safer than converting a lump sum at once. As for the shoe royalties, Nike has indicated that Husirui will only don his new signature shoes in the following season, as the brand and design details have yet to be finalized. Now a millionaire, Husirui has no intention of purchasing a new house or car. He cannot drive yet, and at nearly 19 years of age, he finds himself at a loss regarding how to spend such a windfall. He can cook for himself, and his culinary cravings are not excessive, obviating the need for frequent visits to Michelin-starred restaurants. AS for attire, Nike provides for him on the court, while in his leisure time, George Dennis sends him new releases from their brand. His living situation is adequate, with no pressing need for a larger space, though he considers buying a bigger place upon returning to China next year. Travel expenses are generally covered by the team during the season, and personal outings do not incur significant costs. He has contemplated acquiring a stylish motorcycle, perhaps a Harley-Davidson, BMW, or Ducati, as obtaining a license for such vehicles is relatively straightforward. However, after mentioning this to Jones, the latter promptly divulged his intentions to Riley. Upon hearing this, Pat Riley was incensed, exclaiming that this big baby was jeopardizing his professional health. After all, many NBA players with promising futures have met untimely deaths due to accidents. Take, for instance, the European prodigy Durant and Petrovi, dubbed the Mozart of basketball. What happened to him? He once scored 112 points in a single game in European leagues and delivered 25 assists. Not to mention, he even overshadowed Jordan on the international stage. Yet, this comrade from the socialist bloc, a Yugoslav, was taken down by a mere accident involving the Transformers. Point one must recognize that motorcyclists often ride recklessly. Do you think that possessing unwavering faith translates to possessing an invincible physique? Is it true that the ironclad masters are invulnerable? Those who know him are aware that he signed with Coca-Cola. Those who don't might mistakenly think he signed with Red Bull. Is he throwing his life away? Angered, Riley called Husirui into his office one day after practice to warn him that rather than risk breaking his legs on a motorcycle, he might as well let Riley do it personally. Terrified, Husirui never broached the subject of purchasing a motorcycle again. During the Thanksgiving period, the Heat's performance yielded one victory and one defeat. They triumphed over the higher-ranked Hawks, but fell to the Cavaliers, who had a subpar win rate. In these two games, Husirui scored 34 points with 8 assists and 35 points with 3 rebounds and 10 assists, respectively, coupled with the Lakers' stellar performance, earning him the title of Eastern Conference Player of the Week. He also secured a spot on the November Eastern Conference All-Rookie team with averages of 27. 6 points, 2.7 rebounds, 7.4 assists, and 1.6 steals. Yao Ming, contributing an average of 18.2 points, 12.9 rebounds, and 2.7 blocks, also retained his position as the Western Conference Rookie of the Month. The two players from China have undeniably dominated this year's rookie class. Kobe and McGrady were named Players of the Month, and when combined with Iverson's honor from the previous month, 3 out of the 4 great shooting guards have received accolades this season. Despite the Magic's lackluster record, McGrady's efforts are undeniable. He scored a career-high 57 points to barely secure a victory. He averages 39 minutes on the court, netting 31.5 points, 5.9 rebounds, 4.9 assists, 1.9 steals, and 1.3 blocks. Yet the outcome is still summed up in 3 words. He cannot carry the team. The little flying warrior Kobe, aside from his underwhelming performance against the Heat, has been stellar throughout November, showcasing his prowess in all 15 games. This Iron Man not only excels at scoring, but also embodies durability. Averaging 42 minutes, he achieves 33.8 points, 9.1 rebounds, 5.3 assists, 1.8 steals, and 1.0 blocks. That he is both an offensive and defensive juggernaut. Moreover, He does not merely accumulate stats. Alongside Shaquille O'Neal, the Lakers have triumphed in 10 of those games. As December's schedule commenced, the Heat first easily defeated the Suns 102-90, only to face a dismal 100-131 loss against the Clippers. In this China derby, although Yao Ming's performance was somewhat lackluster, scoring 9 points and grabbing 4 rebounds in 18 minutes, the victory mattered most. Ginóbili, on the other hand, maintained his excellent form, scoring 34 points and 6 assists. Though it could not avert the team's crushing defeat by the Clippers, Riley swiftly adjusted the team's strategy, leading the Heat to consecutive victories against the Trail Blazers, Supersonics, Grizzlies, and Knicks, achieving a 4-game winning streak and climbing to 13 wins and 9 losses, securing the 4th position in the Eastern Conference. However, all of this came at a cost. On December 7, during a game against the Supersonics, Eddie House played only 2 minutes before inadvertently suffering a foot injury due to a misstep by Peja Stojakovic, resulting in a right ankle fracture and an expected recovery time of 1 to 2 months. In this match, since the opposing team's Peyton was also unfit, no one could contain Husserui's prowess in a stunning display. The latter racked up an impressive 38 points, 9 assists, and 3 steals, leading to a commanding away victory of 118-89 against the Supersonics. However, on December 10, during a clash against the Grizzlies, Alonzo Mourning fell painfully to the ground at the end of the 3rd quarter. The injury report revealed that Mourning had suffered a torn medial collateral ligament in his right knee, sidelining him for at least 2 months, although the Heat managed to secure a win in that game. Thanks to an extraordinary performance from Husseru, who scored 43 points and provided 9 assists, it became evident to all that the Heat's over-reliance on him would only exacerbate injury woes. After all, he is merely a rookie, still in the process of physical and technical development. Excessive exertion could jeopardize his future. While Pat Riley has always been known for pushing the limits, he is not foolish enough to sacrifice the prospects of future All-Star or even an MVP-caliber player for a handful of regular-season victories. Yet it was apparent to all that with both Grant and Mourning injured, the Heat's interior was severely lacking. With House also out, the small lineup was rendered ineffective and the bench's firepower had diminished. The upcoming challenges for the Heat appeared daunting. On December 14, following a 4-game winning streak, the Heat faced the 5th-seeded Golden State Warriors at home. This formidable young squad, led by the 26-year-old Anton Jamison, PF 33, had surged to 5th place in the Western Conference early in the season. Jamison was averaging 24.4 points and 7.1 rebounds per game, trailing only behind the likes of Dirk Nowitzki, Anthony Walker, Kevin Garnett, and Tim Duncan in scoring. Meanwhile, the team's backcourt featured 2 second-year players, Gilbert Arenas, PG0, and Jason Richardson, SG23, both of whom had evolved into 20-plus point scorers this season. However, Arenas, now referred to as the Agent Zero, was still on a modest 1-1 contract as a second-round draft pick from 2001, and with free agency looming, the cash-strapped Warriors seemed unable to retain him. Notably, Jamison, Arenas, and Karen Butler were all future components of the Wizards' trident, yet they were competing for different teams in the same match. With a weakened interior, the newly rotated power forward, Alfonso Ellis, 3, proved inadequate. Despite possessing a decent mid-range shot, his lackluster defense could not contain the similarly offensively minded Jamison, who inflicted significant damage with a double-double of 26 points and 14 rebounds. Richardson, a master of attacking the rim, took full advantage of the Heat's porous interior, scoring 27 points with his speed and leaping ability. Additionally, Arenas contributed 10 points, 9 rebounds, and 13 assists, while Mike Dunleavy, SF10, added 11 points and 7 rebounds. In the face of this collective onslaught, Husseru's valiant effort of 32 points, 6 assists, and 2 steals was not enough to prevent the Heat from falling short, losing 95-100 to the Warriors. The absence of key players compelled Husseru to develop rapidly. Over the subsequent 11 games after returning from injury, he had already notched 6 performances scoring over 30 points, including one with 40 and another with 50 points on December 16, what can only be described as an NBA spring festival for Chinese fans unfolded, as the Houston Rockets, boasting a record of 7 wins and 15 losses, visited Miami. While not a matchup of 2 powerhouse teams, it captivated the attention of all Chinese basketball enthusiasts as the long-awaited Yao versus Hu duel finally arrived. These two, representing the future of Chinese basketball, one as an interior presence and the other as an exterior threat, were set to clash in what domestic fans deemed more thrilling than the finals. The Houston Rockets were not without their own injury challenges. Starting power forward Kenny Thomas, PF 21, would be out for 2 to 4 weeks due to a fractured right hand, and franchise Steve Francis, PG 3, while nursing a painful right foot, chose to play through the discomfort to support his younger counterpart, Yao Ming, in this contest. Initially, I thought Thomas had been traded, only to discover that on December 18th, just 2 days later, a 3-team trade would send him to the Philadelphia 76ers, while the Rockets would receive James Posey from the Denver Nuggets in return for a 2004 second-round draft pick. Thus, both teams entered the game with depleted rosters. Rockets starting lineup: PG, Steve Francis, 3, SG, Ginóbili, 5, SF, Glenn Rice, 41, PF, Maurice Taylor, 2, C, Yao Ming, 11. The Heat's interior featured Stepania alongside Malik Allen, PF 35, relegating Ellis back to the bench. The 208 centimeters tall Allen's rim protection far surpassed that of the 5 centimeters shorter Ellis. The game commenced at the Heat's home court, and, as the host, Hushery invited Yao for a meal prior to the match. Observing Yao devouring dumplings across the table, Hushery lamented, "Yao, Houston is the 4th largest city in the U.S., far more vibrant than Miami. Surely there must be a decent Chinese restaurant here." Yao, with a mouthful of dumplings, looked up and replied, "There are, but I can't seem to find one to—" "How could you not find it?" Hushery quipped, casually picking up a toothpick to clean his teeth. Yao, still chewing on a piece of pork, mumbled, "You think everyone has the time to search for restaurants like you? The Chinese restaurants I find in Houston serve fusion cuisine. Everything tastes odd. This sweet and sour pork is quite delicious. Not too greasy. You certainly know how to choose a good place." Yao opened another drink, reflecting on how dumplings, which he had never enjoyed back home, tasted delightful in America. Hailing from Suzhou and raised in Shanghai, Yao was an authentic Southerner, seldom indulging in northern dumplings. Moreover, given the sweet-toothed nature of the regions he hailed from, it was no surprise that he struggled with the sweetness of American Chinese cuisine. "Oh my goodness, this young man can really pack it in," the dumpling shop owner exclaimed, her accent thick as she encouraged, "If you like it, have some more. We've got cabbage and pork filling. If you want beef, I can cook some up for you. It's delicious." She added vinegar to enhance the flavor. "And no need, ma'am." Hushy disregarded the longing look from Yao, who had not had his fill. He stood up, intercepting the owner. "We have a game of play later. Best to eat lightly. Is he your colleague?" the owner inquired, slowing her pace. "No wonder you're so tall. You play basketball too?" "Not a colleague, but a rival," Hushery replied with a smile, pulling out a stack of cash. "How much, ma'am?" "Rival, you say?" The owner pondered, lowering her voice conspiratorially. "How about I cook up another pot for you? My daughter bought some laxatives for her diet, and I still have some left." Hushery couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity, responding with a hint of accent. "No need for that, ma'am. That I can win without any extra ingredients. Just tell me the price, and we'll be on our way." "Forget the money," she waved her hand. "You gave my husband tickets last time. I can't possibly charge you. Just come by whenever you're hungry. Next time, I'll have him make you some sweet bean paste. It's delicious, but the Americans wouldn't understand it, so it's not on the menu. Don't argue with me. If I say no charge, then no charge. Just take it back. You were just a kid trying to earn a living out there." In the end, Hushery not only left without paying, but also walked out of the restaurant with a bag full of Harbin sausages, looking bewildered. Yao, munching on a sausage, remarked, "These Northeastern folks are so warm-hearted." Breaking news: Rockets starting point guard Francis suffered a right ankle sprain during warm-ups and would not participate in the game. Before the camera, Francis wore a pained expression. He had intended to battle through his injury to support his brother Yao Ming in securing victory. But unexpectedly, before the game even commenced, he was sidelined. Alas, it is often said that an athlete's greatest adversary is injury. Teacher Sue, with a look of sympathy, remarked, "Look at that," even before the game has begun. Both teams have already lost 4 starters and 1 rotation player. Coach Zhang nodded in agreement, asserting, "Indeed, injuries are the most formidable foes for players. Countless talented athletes have seen their careers devastated by them." Stepping into Francis's starting position was Mookie Norris, the veteran known for his penchant for light-hearted humor, often livening up the locker room during interviews with Yao Ming. teacher Sue recognized the player in the number 12 jersey with his explosive hairstyle. According to Yao, Norris was a considerate teammate, as their lockers were adjacent. No further introductions. Curious readers may seek more information themselves. As the two veteran commentators engaged in idle chatter, the game was already underway. Without a doubt, the towering Yao Ming, standing at 2.26 meters, easily secured the jump ball over the shorter Stepania, who stood 10 centimeters less. Following the play, Norris did not adopt the slow pace typical of other point guards. Instead, he swiftly advanced past the half-court line. Yao positioned himself to block Hussire's defensive path, and Norris seized the opportunity to take a mid-range shot as the Heat's defense faltered. Merely 4 seconds into the game, Norris scored the first basket, catching Hussire off guard. However, the Heat players responded quickly. Freshly minted starter Allen promptly retreated from the baseline to pass the ball to Hussire. While the other three rushed for a fast break, Hussire seized the moment, delivering a precise pass to the sprinting Stepania. Observing Taylor under the basket and Yao yet to arrive, he opted for a mid-range shot. Fortunately, the open shot found its mark. Otherwise, he would certainly have faced Riley's wrath later. "Yao, I've told you to eat less," Hussire remarked as he passed Yao Ming. Yao, initially taken aback, quickly realized it was teasing him about his sluggish pace and chuckled. Shaking his head, "Damn it, you really don't hold back, do you?" The passing old Mobley happened to overhear their exchange, puzzled, wondering why Yao frequently mentioned tomato. Did he have an affinity for tomatoes? As the transition between offense and defense unfolded, Morris Taylor received a pass from Norris and attempted a powerful dunk, only to be thwarted by Allen's interference. While Stepania secured the rebound, the Heat advanced, with Butler isolating Glenn Rice and scoring over him. Naturally, Rice could not let this go unanswered. He executed a handoff with Yao Ming, utilizing Yao's solid screen to easily score. The score was now 5-4, with the Rockets regaining the lead. However, the Rockets' respite was short-lived, as Jones capitalized on a pass from Hussire to score a mid-range jumper. Old Mobley attempted to regain the offensive rhythm, but faltered, falling victim to Hussire's quick hands and losing possession. Allen reacted swiftly, racing back to the defensive end. Hussire executed a bounce pass, aiming to assist Allen with a dunk. Amusingly, Allen returned the ball to Hu, signaling him to take the shot instead. Hu smiled, no longer modest, and effortlessly laid the ball into the basket. "If I can dunk, I will. Otherwise, I'll take the layup." Riley had previously instructed Hu not to dunk unless absolutely necessary during gameplay, or else face a pay cut. "You dunk, and I'll dock your pay." Riley took considerable care for his health as the game progressed. The Rockets struggled to keep pace with the Heat. It is worth noting that aside from the Lakers, the Heat had yet to falter against any team. Sure enough, with 5:25 remaining in the first quarter, the Heat led 21-14 by 7 points, prompting coach Rudy Tomjanovich to call a timeout. Riley seized the opportunity to substitute Hussire, Butler, and Stepania with Best, Mike James, and Ellis. Tomjanovich also benched Yao Ming, who had performed poorly in the first 6 minutes, shooting 0 for 2, with only 2 rebounds. 1 assist and 1 steal to his name. Hussire, on the other hand, settled into a familiar rhythm, assisting teammates and, when necessary, taking shots himself. The Heat starters were on point tonight, while Hu focused on facilitating the team and defending. Accumulating 5 points, 2 assists, and 1 steal. Yao's performance today was indeed subpar. The commentators from CCTV5 were left perplexed by Yao's halftime statistics, astonished that the Heat had established a 22-point lead with a score of 58-36 at halftime. Given the Heat's lack of interior resources, Yao's struggle was truly bewildering. Coach Zhang candidly expressed, after 13 minutes on the court, Yao shot 1 for 6, scoring 2 points with 5 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 steal, and 1 block. In contrast, his counterpart Stepania played 16 minutes, scoring 8 points, with 12 rebounds and 3 assists. This simply should not be the case. Furthermore, after just 5 minutes in the second quarter, Yao was substituted out and did not return to the sidelines. Heading to the locker room, was he feeling unwell? As it turned out, Coach Zhang's conjectures were indeed accurate. Yao was feeling ill, and part of the blame lay with Hussire, while the other half rested on Yao's own cravings. The issue stemmed from the afternoon meal. The restaurant's ingredients were undoubtedly safe. However, Yao, unable to resist temptation, indulged in hot food while sipping cold drinks. This drastic temperature change wreaked havoc in his stomach. As the saying goes, holding in discomfort can lead to great distances, yet an upset stomach can hinder one's every step. The agony of an upset stomach is not something the average person can endure. Not even a robust figure like the truth Paul pierced to make matters worse. This discomfort chose the most inopportune moment to manifest, just as the first quarter was drawing to a close. Yao persevered for a while, but could no longer endure. He realized that playing in such a state would only exacerbate his teammates' burdens rather than alleviate them. Thus, after the second quarter, he informed coach Tom Ginóbili of his condition. The coach understood, acknowledging that everyone has their urgent needs, and urged Yao to resolve his issue quickly. Should he continue to feel unwell, there would be no need for him to return to the court. However, Yao had been eagerly anticipating this China Derby, and thus he declined the coach's kind offer, assuring him, "Don't worry, guys, I will definitely return for the second half." As halftime concluded, the commentators welcomed back the fans. Once the break was over, Coach Zhang redirected the conversation back to the game, stating, "The halftime score stands at 58-36 in favor of the Heat. That it remains to be seen whether, under Yao Ming's leadership, the Houston team can extend the suspense of the game into the fourth quarter, or if Usire and the Miami squad will seize the momentum and close it out before the final bell." With Yao's return, the sight of the Great Wall of China donning his number 11 jersey brought a sigh of relief to Teacher Sue, so Yao did not leave due to injury. He merely appeared a bit pale, likely still feeling unwell. "Yao, are you all right?" Rockets head coach Rudy Tomjanovich inquired with concern. Wiping the perspiration from his brow, Yao nodded, "I'm fine." Unlike food poisoning, abdominal discomfort lingers even after a trip to the restroom, so Yao still felt somewhat weak. However, after taking some medication and sipping warm water, Yao's condition had significantly improved compared to the first half. "All right then, you can continue to start," Tomjanovich said without hesitation. "If you feel unwell, just call a timeout. There's no need to push through." "Understood, coach," Yao affirmed with a nod as he stepped back onto the court. "Yao, what's wrong?" Usire noticed Yao's unusual demeanor and approached with concern. Yao managed a wry smile. "It's nothing you need to worry about. Just my own weakness. I shouldn't have indulged in so many drinks," upon learning that Yao's discomfort stemmed from his cravings. Usire immediately adopted a disdainful expression. "I told you to eat less, yet you kept going to don't blame me. I didn't poison you. Have you taken any medicine? Are you feeling better? If it gets too bad, just sit out. I want to say you're backing down." "You rascal," Yao gently patted Usire on the head, "that you're much better now. At least it wouldn't be a problem to slam dunk you. You'd best not stand under the basket, or I'll make you acquainted with the taste of being posterized." Rarely did the usually low-key Yao Ming unleash such fierce words when addressing his teammates. However, before they could exchange more banter, the referee announced the commencement of the second half. The Miami Heat seized the opportunity for the first offensive play. Usire slowly brought the ball across the half-court line. Despite having only scored 11 points at that moment, the team was leading by a considerable margin, leaving little desire for further offense. Consequently, he began directing his teammates' movements, creating space for Jones to execute a driving strategy. The play unfolded successfully, with Jones deftly shaking off his defender and charging towards the basket. The area beneath the hoop lay barren. He took 3 steps in 2 strides, leaping swiftly to elevate the ball above his head. Raining fire, yet instead of the anticipated thunderous sound of a slam dunk, an entirely different dull noise resonated. Pong! Yao appeared out of nowhere, swatting the basketball away from Jones's left flank. It was a theft. Yao Ming seized the ball directly from Jones's hands. Jones remained momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend where Yao had emerged from. Meanwhile, Yao was already orchestrating a fast break for his teammates. The agile Mookie Norris received Yao's quarterback long pass, confidently depositing the ball into the basket. "Good! Dynasty!" Norris celebrated with a high five to Yao Ming upon returning to defense, marking a perfect block and counterattack. Besides the nicknames Little Giant and Yao, Francis had also bestowed upon Yao the moniker Dynasty, frequently referring to him as such. Over time, other players in the Rockets adopted this powerful nickname as well. Perhaps translating it into Chinese, Ming Wong, will be even more fitting. Not my fabrication, I assure you. "I'm back," Yao Ming smiled, declaring his return to his teammates, the return of Ming Wong. Yao Ming's presence brought a palpable change to the game's dynamics, prompting both coaches to make different adjustments. Ginóbili crafted strategies centered around him, while Riley devised countermeasures specifically targeting Yao. It must be acknowledged that this 22-year-old giant had gradually become one of the most formidable players in the league's frontcourt. On the defensive end, Stefania, who managed to score 8 points in the first half, went scoreless in the second, missing all 4 of his attempts, and the other guards fared no better. Whenever they ventured near the paint, Yao Ming swatted them away effortlessly, establishing himself as a true guardian of the paint. Offensively, once Yao received the ball in the low post, he was nearly invincible, standing at a towering 226 centimeters. His adept footwork, combined with a soft shooting touch and an unguardable hook shot, made him a nightmare for defenders, to be honest, aside from a slight deficiency in raw strength. Yao's interior skills had already become sufficiently refined. He was well-versed in nearly all offensive techniques, mastering at least 90 of them. The only area lacking was experience in NBA gameplay. It was akin to Yao possessing a complete arsenal of weapons, yet needing to discern which weapon to wield in various situations and how to utilize it effectively. However, at this moment, Yao Ming was far beyond the defensive capabilities of Stefania. Under Yao's leadership in the third quarter, the Houston Rockets surged forward, narrowing the deficit to 15 points with a score of 26-19. Yao Ming recorded 2 steals, 1 block, and tallied 8 points, 8 rebounds, and 1 assist in that quarter alone. This performance had already eclipsed his entire first-half output, highlighting the significant impact that physical factors had on him earlier. Yet the first half had dug too deep of a hole, even though Yao performed admirably in the final 2 quarters. He could not compensate for such a substantial deficit. In the final quarter, the Miami squad abandoned their targeted defense against Yao, opting once again for a big and small lineup. Although Stefania was overwhelmed in the paint, Yao was unable to stave off the relentless barrage of 3-pointers from Miami sharpshooters, especially Ginóbili, who, upon witnessing Yao's resurgence, sank 3 consecutive 3-pointers in the fourth quarter, rendering the Rockets powerless. There was little recourse. Under Riley's guidance, Ginóbili had managed to reduce his body fat percentage to 5.8 while simultaneously gaining 1 kg, now weighing 85 kg or 187 pounds. Yet Riley still insisted he should shed down to 5 before the next season, motivating who by claiming Michael Jordan's body fat percentage was only 5. Overall, given Norris's height and weight, 186 cm, 84 kg, it was indeed a challenge to defend against Ginóbili. As he struggled to keep up physically, the final whistle blew. This much-anticipated NBA Spring Festival Gala came to a close, with Ginóbili leading the Miami Heat to a triumphant 103-93 victory over the Houston Rockets. Although the win bore a hint of opportunism, Yao Ming's performance was one of peaks and valleys, ultimately amassing a significant double-double of 20 points, 17 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 steals, and 3 blocks. Yet his awakening came too late, leaving him to lament his role as the leader of the empty stats brigade. Ginóbili, on the other hand, could be seen as coasting in the first half and then performing remarkably in the latter half. He played 32 minutes, scoring 28 points with 4 rebounds, 8 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block, showcasing brilliance on both ends of the court. However, Yao's aspiration to posterize Ginóbili remained unfulfilled. Nevertheless, this clash of titans provided domestic viewers with a thrilling spectacle. At the very least, the performances of both players illuminated a bright future for Chinese basketball. Maintaining peak competitive condition is not only a test of an athlete's physicality, but also a trial of their mental fortitude. The NBA's regular season often proves monotonous and tedious for both players and spectators alike, resulting in significantly lower attendance compared to the playoffs. For the Heat players, recent games have been a series of either resounding victories or crushing defeats. Aside from their match against the Cavaliers on the 23rd, which went down to the wire, their encounters against the Celtics, Raptors, and Knicks all culminated in margins exceeding 15 points. The reason for the close game against the Cavaliers was due to Ginóbili's absence from that matchup. After playing an away game in New York on the 22rd, Riley opted to rest for the following days back-to-back against Cleveland, considering the player's health. Furthermore, with Christmas approaching, the Dalens family had invited him to celebrate the holiday. Thus, Ginóbili remained in New York, foregoing the trip back to Miami. Christmas is a significant holiday commemorating the birth of Jesus Christ, also referred to as Jesus' Christmas, the Feast of the Nativity. And in Catholicism, the Feast of the Nativity of Jesus, the Bible does not specify the date of Jesus' birth. However, the Roman Church began celebrating it on December 25th in 336 AD, a date originally designated for the birth of the sun god in the Roman Empire. Some believe that this day was chosen for Christmas because Christians regarded Jesus as the embodiment of justice and the eternal sun. Thus, this could be seen as Christians forcibly associating the sun god with their faith to celebrate their doctrine of salvation through Jehovah's Son. Jesus, regardless of the holiday's origins, for whose Sirui, any break is a good one. The heat schedule is quite accommodating, with no games from the 24th to the 26th each. Coupled with this day off, Husirui finally enjoyed a hard-earned 4-day holiday, free from injury concerns. However, not all teams are as fortunate as the Heat. Just as the Spring Festival in China features entertainment programs like the Spring Festival Gala, Christmas, often referred to as America's Spring Festival, is a prime opportunity for the NBA to capitalize on this natural excitement. Since the 1940s, the NBA has maintained a tradition of showcasing high-stakes games on Christmas Eve. They arrange for only a few heavyweight teams to compete on Christmas Day, with these matchups dubbed the Christmas Showdown. This innovative business strategy proved remarkably ahead of its time. Following the rise of television broadcasts, watching exciting NBA games live on Christmas Eve has become a cherished American tradition. While it may not be universally embraced, as not every American is an ardent basketball aficionado, the two most iconic Christmas showdowns prior to this moment both featured the legendary strategist Pat Riley. The inaugural clash took place in 1992 at the United Center in Chicago, where the dominant Bulls faced off against the New York Knicks, their adversaries from a grueling 7-game Eastern Conference semifinal the previous year. Pat Riley's staunch defensive philosophy had always posed a significant challenge for Phil Jackson. However, the New York gang cultivated by Riley diverged from the notorious bad boys of Detroit in their approach to the game. The proud New Yorkers would never resort to morally questionable tactics for victory. Instead, they exhibited an almost obsessive emphasis on physicality and fiercely contested positioning. Their seamless rotations and collaborative defensive efforts were nothing short of impeccable, effectively stifling the fluid ball movement central to the Bulls' triangle offense while restricting the extraordinary individual prowess of Jordan and Pippen. Referencing the Jordan rules established by the Pistons, Chuck Daly famously declared, "I want to see blood on Jordan tonight." The Knicks held a 10-point lead at halftime. Alas, that evening, the divine figure donned his iconic number 23 jersey once more. Jordan exploded in the second half, allowing the Knicks to muster a mere 28 points over the final 24 minutes. He finished the game with an impressive tally of 42 points, 8 rebounds, 5 assists, and 3 steals, leading his team to a comeback victory of 89-77 despite being thoroughly outmatched on the boards. 35-54, the second classic Christmas battle unfolded in 1997, with the Bulls once again as the protagonists, this time facing the Miami Heat, a team that had unfortunately served as a stepping stone for the Bulls dynasty on 3 previous playoff occasions. The Heat boasted a prime Alonzo Mourning along with a versatile frontline composed of P.J. Brown and Jamal Mashburn, complemented by the rising star point guard Tim Hardaway, an ensemble rivaling the Bulls, who were missing the invaluable Scottie Pippen due to foot surgery that sidelined him for the first 35 games of the season. Nevertheless, true greatness prevailed, as the Bulls triumphed 90-80, with Mourning fouling out, and Riley once again relegated to the background. Yet both the Bulls and the Heat have gradually faded into obscurity, leading to their absence from this year's Christmas festivities. This year, alongside the appetizer matchups of the Pistons versus the Magic and the Celtics facing the Nets, the grand finale has been set. The Lakers versus the Kings. The Staples Center welcomes back its old rivals, the Sacramento Kings, who engage in a legendary 7-game series against the Lakers in the 2001-2002 Western Conference Finals. Even the most forgetful fans cannot overlook the controversies of that series, including Vlade Divac's infamous flopping and the questionable officiating in Los Angeles, which have become perennial fodder for fan debates. Perhaps even 2 decades from now, fans will still lament the Kings' fate, believing that the league conspired to ensure the Lakers' passage to the finals and the establishment of their dynasty, leaving Sacramento bereft of a championship title. As Jason Kidd of the Nets lamented, What about my dignity? Am I not to be rewarded for reaching the finals? Thus, prior to the game, the media dubbed this encounter the revenge match, a customary practice in the league, as rivalries inevitably breed animosity. With such theatrics, a highly anticipated matchup was set in motion. Meanwhile, Husirui sat comfortably in an air-conditioned room, enjoying delectable food with his family while watching the reluctant expressions of Kobe and Shaquille on the television screen. If given the choice, who would wish to participate in such a Christmas showdown devoid of bonuses? Shaquille had long been vocal about his discontent regarding working on Christmas, often concocting various excuses to shirk this obligation. Last Christmas, during a game against the 76ers, he feigned a toe injury to request a sick day from the league. Kobe, too, had recently suffered a rib injury in a prior match against the Grizzlies. Yet, under the pressure from David Stern, Kobe ultimately had no choice but to acquiesce to participation. This year, however, both players were in good health, leaving no valid reason to decline. Kobe merely wished to conclude this tiresome game swiftly and return to his pregnant wife for some quality time together. "Are you feeling cold?" "Who?" Mrs. Dellens raised the indoor temperature, contrasting the natural gas heating commonly used in Europe with the electric heating typical in American households. Those with the means often opt for central air conditioning for its convenience. The winter in New York is not as forgiving as that in Miami. It is considerably colder, lacking the warmth and comfort of the South American climate. New York's latitude is akin to that of China's capital. With winter temperatures hovering around freezing. Husirui, having journeyed from Miami, felt as if he had traveled from Guangdong to Beijing. "Not at all, Annie. The indoors are quite warm, and I can even enjoy ice water," he replied, shaking his icy cup and taking a sip that sent chills through his teeth. "Don't disturb who. Can't you see he is engrossed in the game?" Mr. Dellens was frantically managing the gingerbread dough, as the pre-baked goods had been devoured by the ever-hungry Anna, who insisted on chocolate-flavored treats. He was likely analyzing the game footage and needed to focus in peace. Husirui felt awkward, akin to a student caught playing on their phone while doing homework, facing parental inquiries about whether he was researching something. "Come on now," Anna chimed in, entering with a plate of fruit. "With your laziness, how could you possibly be delving into something so mentally taxing during the holidays?" Who shot her an irritated glance before snatching the fruit platter from her hands and distributing it among Mr. and Mrs. Dellens, both of whom were in high spirits. Always trying to curry favor, Anna rolled her eyes and shrugged behind him, as if to suggest they were the only true family here. The Lakers, eager to leave work behind, unleashed a barrage of scoring in the first quarter, with Shaquille and Kobe netting 11 and 8 points respectively, propelling the team to a commanding 35-23 lead over the Kings. Mike Bibby was absent for the Kings due to back issues, and Peja Stojakovic and Bobby Jackson's performance in the opening quarter left much to be desired. Thankfully, the Kings' interior presence, led by Divac and Chris Webber, held firm, despite the Sharks' ferocious defense. The Kings' Twin Towers were no pushovers, managing to retaliate offensively and preventing the score from ballooning further as the second half commenced. The previously struggling Kobe found his rhythm, shooting 11 for 13 in the quarter and raising his shooting percentage above 50. Delivering a staggering 41-30 run that extended the lead to 11 points in the final quarter. The Kings were utterly dismantled, unable to contain the Lakers while failing to mount any significant counteroffensive, ultimately succumbing to a 93-121 defeat. Kobe finished with an impressive 32 points on 17 shots, including 1 of 3 from beyond the arc and 10 of 11 from the charity stripe, while Shaquille amassed 35 points, 14 rebounds, and 2 blocks, having shot a staggering 22 free throws. Both players poured their hearts into this game, eager to relish the Christmas festivities to come. Time is an unstoppable force, and in the blink of an eye, humanity has traversed the third year of the 21st century, stepping into new explorations of the fourth. The year 2002 stands out as perhaps the most ordinary of the century. Yet, alongside the introduction of the euro, the illegal nuclear ambitions surrounding the North Korean crisis, and domestic advancements like the Shenzhou 3 and Long March 4 launches, the significance of Yao Ming and Husirui entering the NBA seems almost trivial. The Atlanta Hawks were set to face the Heat for the third time this season. Yet, regrettably, They had yet to secure a victory. They had previously delivered the final win of 2002 and the first win of 2003 to the Heat on December 30th and January 1st, respectively. A promising omen that the Heat would soar to new heights in the new year. The players of the month for December were awarded to Kidd and Shaquille, whose influence on the game's outcome was profoundly evident. Firstly, Kidd, over 15 games this month, saw his average free throws plummet from 5.2 to 3.4, yet his scoring increased by 4.8 points, averaging an impressive 26.2 points, 8.7 rebounds, 11.1 assists, and 2 steals per game. It is almost unfathomable that a point guard standing at 1.93 meters could achieve such rebounding prowess. At least, Husirui certainly cannot. Shaquille O'Neal's statistics are even more commanding, boasting an average of 31. 9 points, 13.5 rebounds, 3.2 assists, 1.1 steals, and 2.7 blocks per game. Such figures undeniably uphold the legendary reputation of the Big Shark. The honor of Eastern Conference Rookie of the Month was undoubtedly claimed once more by Husirui, whose average of 26.1 points this month solidified his unassailable position among rookies. Conversely, Yao Ming in the West found himself outshined by Amare Stoudemire, whose 17.6 points and 6.6 rebounds eclipsed Yao's 16 points and 13.1 rebounds, a reality that is rather perplexing as the new year dawned. Husirui found himself increasingly occupied. Beyond the court, he had numerous responsibilities to manage. Foremost among them was the activation of his signed contracts, with the first-year fees from 3 agreements now arriving, requiring him to collaborate with McDonald's and Coca-Cola for advertising campaigns that McDonald's had invited him to shoot an advertisement alongside Kobe Bryant, where the 2 NBA stars were seen relishing McDonald's burgers in the locker room, only to crumple the wrappers and toss them into the bin. Husirui effortlessly made his throw, while Kobe, in a fit of competitive spirit, missed his first attempt, only to reattempt after consuming another burger, ultimately succeeding and igniting a playful rivalry between them. Though neither spoke a word throughout the advertisement, Husirui couldn't help but chuckle at Kobe's expression of culinary delight. The first burger was genuinely consumed, while the remainder was merely for show. Yet Kobe's performance was nothing short of captivating. Particularly in the initial shot, tossing the wrapper into the bin was far simpler when one was not attempting to shoot airballs, but rather swishes. Kobe required several attempts before achieving success. Coca-Cola's advertisement, however, was not filmed alongside Kobe, as he was endorsing Sprite, a product under the same umbrella. Husirui opted to first shoot a domestic Coca-Cola New Year advertisement, using sheep as a central theme and incorporating various elements of the new year, resulting in a visually appealing presentation. Dressed in a vibrant traditional Chinese tang suit, Husirui concluded the advertisement by extending New Year greetings to the nation, a testament to the thoughtful planning behind the campaign. Yao Ming was also set to film an advertisement for Coca-Cola, albeit for its fierce rival, Pepsi. It was rumored that Pepsi had enlisted the renowned Jay Chou, who had achieved fame in the Chinese music scene within just 3 years, to shoot the advertisement remotely. In addition to these professional commitments, Husirui also needed to address personal matters, particularly the purchase of a new home. His parents had not seen him for quite some time, and with the Spring Festival falling on February 1st, typically midway through the regular season, they decided to visit their son in the United States for the holiday. To ensure his parents did not have to stay in a hotel, Husirui promptly sought a new house, a detached villa located south of the Southwest Ranches in Miami, built in 1998. Boasting an area of 308 square meters with 5 bedrooms and 6 bathrooms. This property, situated near the Miami Wetlands Park, features an expansive yard of approximately 10,000 square meters, including ownership of the trees within it. Most importantly, the community guarantees safety. Unlike the haunted mansions depicted in horror films, it is rather vibrant, as the average income and educational levels in the area significantly surpass national averages. The location is close to nature, providing fresh air and serving as a preferred residence for the affluent. When his parents come to visit, they can enjoy leisurely walks and relaxation. Furthermore, Husirui would find it convenient to host friends for gatherings, as it would be impractical to cram everyone into his small apartment. What could a group of grown men possibly do in such a confined space? Husirui had also considered purchasing a car. Even though he does not drive himself, his father does that. It would be rather inconvenient for the family to travel without a vehicle. Yet, after surveying the plethora of models available on the market and lacking knowledge about cars, he decided to wait for his parents to arrive before making a decision. The NBA All-Star Game, a showcase event held annually in the American Professional Basketball League, was first conceived in the autumn of 1950, merely 4 years after the NBA's inception, during which the league began to decline. The league's first president, Maurice Podoloff, along with Walter Brown, president of the Boston Celtics, agreed to select the finest players from the Eastern and Western divisions, which at the time consisted of only 11 teams, for a competitive exhibition match midway through the season. On March 2, 1951, Walter Brown generously offered the Boston Garden to host the inaugural All-Star Game, which attracted an audience of 10,094 fans, thereby laying the groundwork for the All-Star tradition. Over time, this evolved into what is now known as All-Star Weekend. Spanning 3 days and encompassing the All-Star Gala, the Rookie Challenge, the Slam Dunk Contest, the Three-Point Contest, and the All-Star Game itself. Among these, the Slam Dunk Contest and the All-Star Game are particularly thrilling, with legends like Kobe and Jordan leaving their indelible marks in the competition. Since 1975, the NBA has allowed fans to participate in selecting the All-Star starting lineup, with fan votes accounting for half of the total, while the remaining votes are equally divided between current players and media journalists. During the voting process, the Eastern and Western conferences operate independently, further subdivided into 5 positions, specifically comprising 2 guards and 3 frontcourt players, forwards and centers. The selection of the All-Star reserves is entrusted to current NBA head coaches, who also designate replacements for any injured players. Consequently, a player's popularity is crucial for securing a place in the All-Star roster. The greater the fan engagement, the more votes they are likely to receive. Given the relative inexperience of Rui and Yao Ming as rookies, they undoubtedly faced fierce competition from the seasoned veterans of the league. However, when it came to popularity, they excelled. Throughout January, Chinese fans with access diligently cast their votes for Rui and Yao Ming daily. By the end of the month, the duo had firmly entrenched themselves in the 5th and 6th positions in total votes across the league. Kobe emerged as the leading vote-getter with over 1.5 million votes, while Tracy McGrady claimed the Eastern Conference title. As January 30th approached, the All-Star roster was officially announced, and the Chinese twin stars, Rui and Yao Ming, both earned their spots in the All-Star lineup. Coincidentally, January 30th also marked the league's trade deadline, though it is actually February 20th, if I am not mistaken. The Milwaukee Bucks, unable to endure any longer, opted to part ways with their star player, Ray Allen, in this trade battle. The Seattle Supersonics even expressed willingness to part with their veteran Gary Payton and promising young player Desmond Mason. Enraged Seattle fans halted the trade, brandishing signs proclaiming the impending dissolution of the Supersonics and vociferously protesting, believing that without Payton, the Supersonics would no longer be the team they once were. Fortunately, the New York Knicks intervened. Having failed to make the playoffs the previous season, their prospect for this season appeared equally bleak, as the largest city in America and the biggest basketball market. Such a scenario was entirely unacceptable. Point 1 can only imagine the financial loss the league would incur if the Knicks were to decline. With the influential support of David Stern, the Knicks orchestrated a trade featuring the madman Latrell Sprewell, alongside Kurt Thomas, their own non-protected first-round pick from 2005 and second-round selections from both the Nuggets and their own 2003 draft. They also engaged the Orlando Magic in a 3-team trade, with the Magic seeking to part with Stephen Hunter in exchange for Ronald Murray. Ultimately, the New Yorkers secured their coveted Ray Allen, along with a minor addition, Kevin Ollie, setting the stage for significant moves in the summer as they aimed for a championship in the upcoming season. Concurrently, the Memphis Grizzlies traded Gordon Jirasek and Drew Gooden to the Orlando Magic in return for Ryan Humphrey, Mike Miller, and a first-round draft pick from 2003. This transaction appeared rather ill-conceived, despite Gooden's rookie season contributions of 14.1 points and 8.1 rebounds. Miller was not to be underestimated, boasting averages of 18.3 points and 5 rebounds. The exchange was questionable, particularly with the inclusion of a first-round pick, perhaps the conflict of the forward positions involving Miller and Hill, compounded by the presence of McGrady, necessitated a sacrifice. Jirasek, while a commendable backup scorer capable of contributing around 10 points in his first year, might evolve into a formidable sixth man. Prior to this, There was a three-team trade involving the Philadelphia 76ers, Denver Nuggets, and Houston Rockets. The Nuggets traded James Posey to the Rockets, who in turn sent a 2004 second-round pick to the Nuggets and Kenny Thomas to the 76ers. The 76ers dispatched Mark Bryant, Art Long, and a 2005 first-round pick to the Nuggets. Meanwhile, the Heat were also active. Riley traded away Rafer Alston to acquire swingman Wesley Person from the Grizzlies. The Heat's backcourt was now primed for action. Sometimes one wonders if Usirui truly comprehends his coach Riley's intentions. The couple arrived in Miami on January 26, just days before the Lunar New Year. With Usirui's financial contribution, the renovation company worked diligently, nearing the completion of their new home. However, cleaning was still pending, prompting Usirui to first bring his parents to his old residence before arranging for a cleaning service. Initially, Usirui planned to treat his parents to a meal out. But his mother, Ma Yanfang, insisted on cooking at home, reminiscing about her son's longing for the flavors of home during their phone conversations as they dined that evening. Enveloped in the rich essence of mother's cooking, Usirui found himself moved to tears. This foolish boy, is he too shy to admit that mother's cooking is bland? Does he really need to add his own salt? Hu Shuiyong thought, as he wiped away his son's tears. Feeling a warmth in his own eyes, the family enjoyed a night together that had long been absent from their lives. Usirui fell asleep quickly, comforted by the presence of his family. However, time was limited. The following morning, they rented a vehicle and procured New Year supplies before heading to the arena for the day's game. The Heat were set to host the Pacers, and Usirui had reserved 2 tickets for his parents. As a seasoned NBA fan, Hu Shuiyong had never witnessed a game live. As he put it, "I'm merely riding on my son's coattails." The game concluded with a resounding victory, with Usirui deliberately showcasing his skills. Scoring 32 points, grabbing 6 rebounds, and dishing out 9 assists, leading the team to a 107-90 triumph over the Pacers. In the subsequent days, Usirui focused on preparing for games while delegating other matters to his parents. Meanwhile, his parents busied themselves, whether selecting a vehicle or furnishing his new home, traveling halfway across the globe to assist their son. The league schedule was rather unforgiving, with back-to-back games on January 31st and February 1st. The first requiring a flight to Philadelphia, followed by a return to face the Spurs the next day. However, Riley displayed a sense of empathy, learning of Usirui's parents' visit and generously providing tickets, as well as granting him leave on New Year's Eve, allowing him to relax before returning to the team for the February 1st match. This gesture left Usirui's parents feeling somewhat embarrassed, stating that one day off would suffice, assuring that their son would indeed be on the court the following day. Usirui found himself momentarily bewildered, unable to distinguish whether Riley was his coach or had assumed the role of a homeroom teacher, reminiscent of his middle school days back home. Regardless, he felt grateful to Riley for enabling him to enjoy a pleasant new year. Initially, Usirui intended for a simple family reunion, but his mother insisted on inviting Anna over to meet them. In her eyes, her son lacked decorum, often visiting his girlfriend's family during holidays while hesitating to invite her to their home. Though their relationship was still in its infancy, she felt it inappropriate not to introduce Anna to the family, especially when Usirui had no qualms about visiting her family for festivities. Under parental pressure, Usirui reluctantly called Anna, inviting her to celebrate the holiday with them. To his relief, Anna responded enthusiastically, expressing her eagerness to meet his parents. Ironically, it was Usirui who appeared somewhat shy, a contrast to Anna's confident demeanor. On the evening of January 29, Anna arrived in Miami just as Usirui completed a game against the Knicks. He and his father went to the airport to fetch her home. While the villa was not entirely finished, it was suitable for living with only minor details pending. They had also acquired a vehicle for transportation, a BMW 745Li, which was a modest yet respectable choice at around $200,000. Upon meeting Anna, Ma Yanfang was immediately taken with her beauty, increasingly enchanted as she observed the tall, healthy young woman, resembling a movie star. In contrast, her own son, despite his height and fair complexion, lacked comparable attributes, especially as he had darkened since moving to Miami, and he had no college degree, only a high school diploma. Nevertheless, reassured by her husband that Usirui would likely receive special offers from schools upon his return to China post-retirement, she felt somewhat at ease, hoping their family legacy of higher education would continue. Upon arriving at Husirui's new home, Anna initially felt a twinge of nervousness, which quickly dissipated in the warm and welcoming atmosphere created by Hu's family. She soon immersed herself in the joyful environment, even volunteering to assist in the kitchen with dumpling preparation. Though Anna was typically extroverted, meeting the parents of someone she liked naturally brought a hint of anxiety. Who would not be cautious about making a good impression? She feigned fullness after eating a small bowl of rice, causing Hu's parents to worry that the New Year's feast did not suit her palate. Only after receiving a reassuring glance from Husirui did Anna abandon her pretense, devouring 2 more bowls of rice. This prompted Hu Shuliang and Ma Yanfang to chuckle at the table, continuously serving her more dishes. This girl had one admirable quality. She was never picky with food. Unlike most Americans, who often struggle with traditional Chinese cuisine, Anna possessed an appetite that was truly exceptional. The absence of Husirui did not deter the Miami Heat from enjoying a comfortable victory on New Year's Eve, which only serves to highlight Pat Riley's astute vision. He traded an otherwise bench-bound Ellis for the capable backup scorer. In his debut match in Miami, Pierce scored an impressive 18 points, the highest on the team, as 6 players reached double figures, leading to a decisive 102-86 triumph over the 76ers. Frankly, it was a tremendous gain. Husirui couldn't help but reflect on how he fell short compared to his coach. Sometimes, what a leader says may not be entirely trustworthy. For instance, while Riley allowed Husirui to skip the game on the first day of the new year, would he dare to do so? Did he truly consider resting for both back-to-back games? Riley, you really think you can skip it? In a tone reminiscent of Louis Koo. Thus, on New Year's Day, Husirui found himself on the court, ready to face the challenge posed by the Spurs, led by Popovich. At this juncture, the Spurs had firmly secured their position as the 2nd seed in the Western Conference, although the other 2 components of the GDP trio were still maturing. They had begun to shine. Duncan and Robinson's interior duo continued to dominate the league, and with the likes of Bowen and Steven Jackson, futures Marshall Saint, in their ranks, the Heat seemed no match for them. Yet perhaps due to the fresh beginnings of the new year, or the encouragement of family and loved ones in the stands, or possibly the fatigue resulting from a prolonged road trip and back-to-back games, the Spurs appeared weary. Regardless of the reason, the Heat's entire team saw 7 players reach double figures, stunningly overturning the 2nd seed with a score of 118-97, earning the title of West's executioner. Aside from Duncan's 20 points and 16 rebounds, the rest of the Spurs were nearly unrecognizable. Pierce, coming off the bench as the 3rd position player, managed to score 19 points, second only to Husirui's 26. Maintaining an outstanding performance. On February 17, 2003, the NBA All-Star Weekend, which also marked the 53rd All-Star Game, was to be held at Phillips Arena in Atlanta. The Western Conference was coached by Rick Adelman of the 1st-seeded Kings, while Isaiah Thomas, coach of the 1st-seeded Eastern Conference Pacers, took charge of the East. This marked the first NBA All-Star Game to be broadcast on cable television, thus garnering heightened attention in what is often a lengthy and tedious regular season. The All-Star Game provides a glimmer of entertainment for those seeking diversion. To be honest, being from China has its perks. Stoudemire, disregarding the presence of Yao Ming and Husirui, complained to Gowden beside him. They don't have to do anything to make it to the All-Star Game. Upon hearing Stoudemire's veiled mockery, Husirui instinctively felt the urge to retort. However, the composed Yao Ming calmly restrained him, advising don't act impulsively. There's no point in engaging with such a rabid dog. What did you just say? Was it the word that? The increasingly irate Stoudemire seemed to latch onto something, confronting Yao Ming, who had been dragged in as a mere pawn, seized the chance to slip away, unwilling to offend anyone. Besides, having heard the conversation in Chinese, he knew Yao Ming was certainly not using the racial slur nigga, and Stoudemire's behavior was purely provocative. He was right. Stoudemire was indeed looking for trouble. As fellow players hailing from Florida, he could not accept that Husirui and Yao Ming were all-stars. Why should you be the absolute core of the team? Why should you be an all-star, even a starter? Jealousy threatened to envelop him. Although Husirui was seething with anger, wishing to hurl a retort at Stoudemire, I said nigga. He restrained himself, knowing that in America, such racial issues are far too serious. One wrong word could jeopardize his career in the NBA. He suppressed his ire. Huh. You a blabbermouth. Go ahead and report it to the league. Let's see if the commissioner believes your nonsense. He added, remember, Stoudemire, this rookie challenge is your only chance to share the stage with me. Make the most of it, you thief of Yao's Player of the Month. With that, he turned and walked away, giving Stoudemire no opportunity for a comeback, and Yao Ming quickly followed suit. Watching the two depart, Stoudemire clenched his jaw in frustration, his face reddening with anger. He intended to seek out Gowden to complain. But upon turning around, he found that he had vanished. The Rookie Challenge is one of the key events during the NBA All-Star Weekend. First held in 1994, historically, the match features the current rookies facing off against the previous year's rookies, the sophomores. The coaching staff selects 9 of the best rookie players in January to form the rookie team. This year's rookie team included J.R. Williams, Husirui, Karen Butler, Drew Gowden, Amare Stoudemire, Carlos Boozer, Nene Hilario, and Yao Ming. The sophomore team consisted of last year's Gilbert Arenas, Tony Parker, Troy Murphy, Richard Jefferson, Andre Kirilenko, Tyson Chandler, Jamal Tinsley, Pau Gasol, and Jason Richardson. During the Rookie Challenge, Husirui deliberately avoided passing the ball to Stoudemire, leaving him without a touch for 5 or 6 minutes, even losing rebounds to Yao Ming. Ultimately, he could only rely on the coach to put him in with the bench players to finally get his hands on the ball, finishing with 14 points. Naturally, the MVP of the All-Star Rookie Challenge was awarded to the standout Husirui, who in 29 minutes of play tallied 19 points, 7 assists, and 3 steals, while Yao Ming contributed 16 points, 12 rebounds, and 3 blocks. These two, having been teammates on the national team, exhibited remarkable synergy. Unfortunately, compared to the sophomore players, their rookie teammates were simply too inexperienced, and the team narrowly lost 100-106. Congratulations. Little Hu, Yao Ming said, gazing enviously at the trophy in Husirui's hands. Being able to shoot threes is fantastic. Tossing a few from the perimeter is far easier than battling inside. Husirui chuckled, shoving the trophy into Yao Ming's arms. If you want it, it's yours. I'll teach you how to shoot threes. Imagine if you had a three-point shot like Wang Zhizhi, Shaquille O'Neal wouldn't stand a chance against you. Huh. I won't be learning that. Yao Ming waved his hand. Occasionally taking a three is fine, but if I relied on it as my primary offensive tactic and neglected my positioning inside, I'd surely face the wrath of the coach. What is there to fear? You don't have to shoot, but you should at least know how, Husirui encouraged, patting Yao Ming's shoulder. Having multiple skills never hurts. I could see that moment. He caught sight of Stoudemire approaching the player's tunnel and switched to English, saying to Yao Ming, quickly, secure my MVP trophy so it doesn't get stolen. And don't forget about your Player of the Month. Though Stoudemire clenched his fists in anger upon hearing this. He could only feign ignorance as he passed by Husirui and Yao Ming. With the towering 226 centimeters, Yao Ming standing like a mountain in front of him. Come on, let us head back to the hotel together. My parents are here I must tell you, my dad and mom can cook a fantastic meal. Seeing Stoudemire scuttle past like a turtle, Husirui cheerfully invited Yao Ming. This NBA is quite considerate. The hotel suite has a kitchen, which makes things much easier. Let us go buy some ingredients together. Yao Ming initially hesitated to trouble Husirui and his family, but upon hearing about the prospect of Chinese food, his eyes lit up. Oh, I feel so bad about this. Can your dad cook fish? Let us see if we can find a nice sea fish. By the way, I heard your girlfriend is coming too. I haven't met her yet. I need to get to know her well. Just as they were preparing to freshen up in the locker room and change into casual clothes to leave the arena, two familiar figures unexpectedly approached. Michael, come here quickly, Kobe exclaimed, tugging at Jordan's jersey as he pulled him toward the court. That I've recently developed a new move that will definitely fool you. Hey, you guys haven't returned to the locker room yet. Kobe noticed the two standing aside. Yes, Husirui responded, observing the two in their playful banter. Weren't you two just taking our all-star photos this morning? Why are you still here after we've finished the rookie challenge? Kobe, feeling a touch of embarrassment, scratched his head. This moment. He was no longer the explosive-headed youth from a few years ago. His dark scalp gleamed under the lights, of course. It was still not as striking as the figure beside him. That black egghead that I had intended to converse with Michael about some techniques. So I lingered, especially since you had just cleared the arena. Jordan cast a helpless glance at Ginóbili, clearly at a loss against the stubborn mule that was Kobe. His expression seemed to plead, "Help me." Ginóbili, with a hint of sympathy, looked back at Jordan, indicating his inability to assist. Once Kobe, this basketball fanatic, had you in his grasp, whether you were the god of basketball, the god of baseball, or the god of golf, escape would not come easily. After all, the Kobe of today was no longer the naive rookie of yesteryears, although Jordan had not favored him back then. As their interactions increased, he gradually developed a protective fondness for this similarly obsessive individual. Well, it seemed today there was no escaping. Jordan resignedly spread his arms, remarking that Kobe always managed to trouble him. Like a piece of chewing gum that simply wouldn't come off, Tim Grover, their shared trainer, reminisced after Kobe's passing. "I remember, whenever the Lakers faced the Bulls post-game, Kobe would wait for Michael in the player tunnel. Michael was always the last to leave the locker room, yet Kobe would remain there, unwavering." Jordan typically spent about an hour in the locker room post-game, undergoing therapy, reviewing statistics, showering, and dressing up. Only after the fans had dispersed would he depart. During this time, Kobe would wait for him, while all the other Lakers players would be on the team bus waiting for the rookie Kobe. The Lakers security would often urge, "Come on, Kobe, the bus is about to leave." But Kobe never cared. He would wait patiently. When Jordan finally emerged from the locker room, Kobe would immediately seek his guidance on matters like footwork and fadeaway jump shots. To tease such moments, Grover would quietly stand aside, allowing space for Jordan and Kobe. Occasionally, Grover observed Jordan explaining a particular technique to Kobe. Many athletes would approach Michael, hoping for his mentorship. However, as they realized how challenging it was to maintain that intensity, most would retreat, but not Kobe. The more information Michael provided, the more eager Kobe became. Michael often found everyone bothersome, Grover chuckled, but when he said Kobe was bothersome, it was more akin to calling him a little brother. "But why are you two out so late?" Jordan inquired, perplexed, glancing at Ginóbili and Yao Ming. What could a center and a point guard possibly discuss? "Are you learning shot blocking and post moves from him?" He then turned to Yao. "Or are you learning how to shoot three-pointers from this little brat?" Yao, unfamiliar with Jordan, could only respond with awkward laughter. "All right, Michael." Ginóbili rolled his eyes. "Have you forgotten how I shot three-pointers right in front of you? Your three-point shooting is far worse than mine, that I doubt I could even manage 5 points in this year's three-point contest, even with my eyes closed." Ginóbili had also signed up for this year's three-point contest. Upon hearing this, Jordan's competitive spirit ignited. He hadn't anticipated Ginóbili would bring up his 5-point record from the 1993 point contest. "Come on, don't run off. Let's head back together and see who can shoot better from beyond the arc." "I am not going," Ginóbili retorted, swiftly dodging. "Yao and I still need to buy ingredients to cook." Jordan's demeanor shifted from the authoritative boss Jordan to that of a lewd old rogue. "Speaking of cooking, I'm a bit hungry. You still owe me a meal." He grabbed Ginóbili again, unwilling to let him slip away easily. Ginóbili widened his eyes. "When did I owe you a meal?" Riley said so. He shrugged. "He mentioned that as long as it taught you a lesson in that game, you'd owe me a favor." This old fellow was clearly trying to take advantage of him. When it came to Chinese cuisine, Kobe realized he was feeling a bit peckish as well. "During my last trip to China, I had a delightful noodle dish, draped in sauce, reminiscent of spaghetti." Kobe had lived in Italy for 6 years as a child. Thus he held a fondness for pasta. "Was it fried sauce noodles?" Yao inquired. "Yes, it seemed to be fried sauce noodles." Kobe's eyes lit up. It had a hint of sweetness and was utterly delicious. "Then let's go together. Let this little brat cook for you." Jordan wrapped an arm around Kobe, asserting that playing on an empty stomach would hinder any technique. "What do you say, Kobe? We can play another time." Kobe, still reminiscing about the taste of the fried sauce noodles, mechanically nodded, not quite catching what Jordan had said. "But your family has come too, hasn't it?" Kobe suddenly realized, wondering if it might be inappropriate to intrude. "Your family's here too? Your dad?" Jordan's eyes sparkled. "It doesn't matter if you find me uninteresting. I remember your old man is a loyal fan of mine." He could hardly contain his excitement. "Yes," Ginóbili replied cautiously, eyeing Jordan, uncertain of the old rogue's intentions. "That's wonderful. Send me the address to my personal number later, will you? I need to head back and prepare. Remember, I love steak. Is there any in Chinese cuisine?" "Forget it if not. It's all right." Just make sure it's pepper-flavored. None. Husey Rue dug through his phone for a while, realizing he had indeed forgotten to save Jordan's personal number after the last game. Jordan shot him a glare. His personal number was something sought after by many, and Kobe had taken a long time to obtain. It was surprising that he had given it out so readily. Only for Husey Rue to disregard it. He snatched Husey Rue's phone, re-entered his number, and said with annoyance, "All right, if you delete my number again, you'll never get it back. Like anyone would care," Husey Rue muttered in Chinese. Then turned to Kobe. "Are you coming with us to buy ingredients, Kobe?" Kobe waved his hand. "Just send me the address later. I'll prepare as well. Vanessa and Natalia are still waiting for me at the place. You don't mind if I bring my family along, do you?" "Of course not," Husey Rue replied with an odd expression, recalling that Natalia was born on January 19th. "Isn't she just a few days old?" "Yes," Kobe, unaware of Husey Rue's intentions, responded happily. "She is truly adorable, resembling both Vanessa and me." Upon hearing this, not only Husey Rue, but even Yao and Jordan's expressions turned peculiar. "Though Yao and I are not yet married," Husey Rue remarked, "is it really all right for you to leave your wife and newborn in a hotel while you come to play ball with Michael?" Kobe knew he had once again made a foolish decision for the sake of basketball. Thinking Vanessa had help nearby and he could take a moment to play, Jordan patted his shoulder. "All right, enough chatter. If we talk any longer, dinner will be upon us. Besides, with your looks, if your daughter takes after you, she won't be adorable at all." Jordan, having produced a cigar from somewhere, mused that if she resembled Vanessa, she would undoubtedly be a beauty. Husey Rue inwardly scoffed, thinking, "How audacious of you to say that. Old man, Kobe is already considered quite handsome among African Americans. As for Jordan, if I had a few billion, I'd be just as handsome as you. Knock, knock, knock. Husey, go check if someone is at the door. Anna and I are busy in the kitchen. Can you open it?" The voice of Humu resonated from the kitchen. To be honest, finding hotel suites with kitchens during this period is quite a challenge. Fortunately, Atlanta, being the largest city in the southeastern United States and one of the top 10 most bustling cities in the country, finally offered a hotel that met the requirements near the arena. Observing Jordan seated on the sofa, boasting to his father, Husey let out a silent sigh. This old chap had been bragging incessantly since he walked in, yet who felt he could hardly object. Firstly, his father was a fan of the boiled egg, a nickname for Jordan. And secondly, the old pro had thoughtfully brought 5 pairs of his personally signed Air Jordan sneakers, the ink still fresh, indicating they were just signed. These 5 pairs included the AJ1, the first pair of Jordan's signature shoes, the AJ6, the inaugural championship sneakers, the AJ11, Jordan's all-time favorite, the AJ13, the final championship shoes, and the soon-to-be-released AJ23, a commemorative piece for his retirement. Who was perplexed? He had little personal rapport with Jordan, so why was this boiled egg being overly generous? Even Jordan himself couldn't quite pinpoint the reason, though he had a fondness for the 2 Chinese rookies, Yao and Husey Rue. This sentiment wasn't rooted in their nationality, as Jordan had little interest in politics. Back in 1998, during his training camp, he had already taken a liking to the 18-year-old Yao Ming. Later, upon his second comeback, he even persuaded the Wizards' owner to draft Yao. Had it not been for the Chinese Basketball Association, Yao might have entered the league in 2001 to assist Jordan. As for Husey Rue, Jordan found him particularly interesting. The young lad did not exhibit the same eagerness to challenge him as Kobe and Iverson did, nor did he display the fear exhibited by Kwame Brown. Instead, he maintained a stance of respectful equality, neither obsequious nor arrogant. This demeanor intrigued Jordan, stirring a sense of conquest within him. Having triumphed over rivals of an entire era, he thought, how could he not impress a mere rookie? Meanwhile, Yao was in the kitchen, diligently preparing fish under Humu's guidance. The image of the 226-centimeter giant crouched down, diligently filleting fish for a meal, brought a smile to Husey Rue's face that he rose and approached the door, opening it to reveal Kobe and his wife. Kobe, holding his daughter, stood at the threshold with the beautiful Vanessa behind him. "Hello, Husey Rue," Kobe greeted, his face beaming with happiness. "This is my wife, Vanessa." Vanessa graciously acknowledged Husey Rue, who quickly returned the gesture. "This is my daughter," Kobe remarked, almost handing Natalia over to Hu. "Isn't she adorable?" Unable to resist, who gently poked the baby's cheek. Kobe leaned in. Where are they? Has Michael arrived? Who shifted aside, revealing Jordan in the living room, adorned with his 6 championship rings, regaling Hu Shuliang with tales behind each day. Oh, you arrived so quickly. Jordan noticed Kobe outside and greeted him and Vanessa before returning to boast about his accomplishments. Hu Surui, you rascal. Don't you know to let the family in? It's freezing out here, exclaimed Hu Mu, stepping out of the kitchen and spotting the group. You must be Kobe. What a handsome young man you are. I hear this little rascal often speaks of you. Is this your wife and child? They are so beautiful. They look like mixed blood. Mother, Hu Surui shivered at his mother's call and quickly ushered the Kobe family inside. His sister-in-law, like Anna, had Latin American roots, naturally enhancing her beauty. Besides, with Kobe's discerning eye, he couldn't be mistaken to ask for himself. Well, while Kobe was indeed a strikingly handsome man, who felt compelled to tease him a bit, the young couple, upon receiving compliments, became shy and took a seat on the sofa, listening intently as the adults conversed. Such pretentiousness, Jordan remarked, eyeing Kobe's earnest demeanor. Kobe had intended to leave a gentlemanly impression, but Jordan's comment shattered that facade in an instant. Hey, Michael, how dare you say that? You show up for a casual meal dressed so formally and even carry your championship rings around, as if you're eager to flaunt them. Vanessa, concerned he might say something inappropriate, tugged at him from behind. Ignoring her, he continued, unlike me, even with 3 rings, I leave them at home rather than flaunting them. Hu Surui's gaze fell upon Jordan, who, clad in a tailored suit that accentuated his tall frame, was almost adorned with championship rings on both hands. This old fellow had prepared not only gifts and signed sneakers, but also his entire ensemble to show off. Caught out, Jordan's face flushed, and pretending not to hear, he raised his right hand and said, "This is the championship ring from 1996, my favorite one. I never expected Chinese cuisine could be so delectable." Jordan remarked, praising the black pepper beef before him. Oh, it is a bit too juicy. It offers a different texture compared to steak. Hu Sirui was engaged in a playful contest with Kobe over the last piece of cola chicken wings. Kobe also relished sweet dishes. Upon hearing Jordan's critique, who muttered in Chinese, "The mountain pig cannot eat fine brand," Hu Shuliang shot him a glare, softly admonishing, "How rude." Hu Sirui stuck out his tongue, resumed his meal. And Yao, understanding their exchange, chuckled, while the others at the table were left puzzled, unaware of the conversation's content. Kobe, may I have a bite of your fried sauce noodles? After finishing his rice, Hu felt unsatisfied and reached for Kobe's large bowl. The latter cautiously cradled the bowl, quickly shoving the remaining noodles into his mouth, leaving only a layer of sauce at the bottom. "Dream on," Kobe said, sipping his cola. Hu Suri muttered stingy under his breath and turned to search for Anna to forage for more food. Observing their playful banter, Jordan chuckled and instinctively pulled out a cigar, intending to unwind after dinner. As a basketball superstar, Michael epitomized the ultimate representative of cigar enthusiasts in the sports world, notoriously known for his fondness for cigars. An interview with an American cigar magazine revealed that Jordan confessed to smoking 6 cigars daily, a staggering number, considering that cigars pack a stronger punch than regular cigarettes, even after injuring the nerve in his right index finger while cutting a cigar in 1993. He never quit smoking them. "Michael," a thunderous voice called out, "no smoking indoors. There are children present." While others at the table might have hesitated to speak up due to Jordan's 6 championships aura, Ma Yanfang had no such reservations. Unfamiliar with basketball, she simply knew that smoking in front of a baby was inappropriate. Jordan sheepishly smiled, retracting the cigar and apologizing profusely to Vanessa and her family. Hu Sirui and Kobe struggled to contain their laughter at his predicament that on February 8th at 9 the second day of All-Star Weekend, the three-point contest was set to take place. The previous 2 events had been the Basketball Skills Challenge and the All-Star 3-on-3 game. This year's three-point contest featured 7 participants, 1 less than the previous year. Hu Sirui, Brent Berry, son of Rick Barry from the Supersonics, Pat Garrity, Magic, Wesley Person, Heat, Anthony Walker, Celtics, David Wesley, Hornets, and Peja Stojakovic, Kings. Among them, Peja was the reigning three-point champion and whose strongest competitor, T.O. Surprise. The hefty Anthony Walker, standing at 2.06 meters, was also a three-point shooter, attempting 645 three-pointers over the previous season, almost 8 per game. Such data is indeed quite terrifying. We are speaking of a premier scorer from around the year 2000. The three-point shooting contest is one of the events held during the NBA All-Star Weekend, taking place the day before the main event. Typically, the competition is divided into 2 rounds, with each player given 1 opportunity per round. The top 3 scorers from the first round advance to the finals. The format of the second round mirrors that of the first. In the event of a tie in the finals, a tiebreaker will be conducted until a ranking is established. The player who accumulates the most points within 1 minute is declared the victor. Contestants must shoot 5 three-pointers from designated spots, the left and right corners, the 45-degree angle, and the top of the arc, with each angle featuring a special ball worth 2 points, culminating in a total possible score of 30 points. Rue, are you feeling nervous? As another member of the Heat alongside 7 others, Person naturally pays close attention to his teammates. Rue shook his head, replying, I'm fine. I'm feeling hot right now. With that, he cast a glance at Jordan, who was seated on the sidelines, laughing and chatting with others. The latter caught his gaze and shot him a fierce glare in return. And no matter how poorly I perform, I won't score just 5 points, Rue thought with a smile, effortlessly sinking another three-pointer. The first player to take the court for the three-point contest tonight is the rookie, Rue from the Heat. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Rue stepped onto the court as a rookie. He was the first to compete, while Peja, the champion of last year's three-point contest, would close the event. This Mr. 3 from China, as his name suggests, is currently the league's sharpshooter. The announcer began to introduce him. This season, he has outperformed numerous three-point specialists, with a total of 191 three-pointers made, averaging 4.1 per game. This statistic is nothing short of miraculous for a rookie, having made 191 three-pointers in 46 games. He is poised to break the single-season record of 267 three-pointers set by Dennis Scott during the 1995-96 season. Taking a deep breath, Rue prepared himself as the timer began its countdown, signaling the official start of the competition, with a total of 25 basketballs and 60 seconds on the clock. The time available for each shot must be compressed to within 2 seconds after accounting for movement. This means players have little opportunity for adjustments, relying solely on muscle memory and reflexes to fine-tune their shots and find a rhythm. Before long, Rue had launched all the balls from the right corner. Except for the second shot, which missed, the rest found their mark that he had already secured 5 points. He dashed to the next shooting spot at the right 45-degree angle. He barely had time to catch his breath before picking up another basketball. Swish, another successful shot. For Rue, shooting stationary three-pointers was not a challenge, as long as he maintained his composure. Advancing to the second round would be a breeze. After missing 1 standard shot and 1 special ball from the top of the arc and right wing, his score rose to 14 points. The left wing is Rue's hot zone. He missed none of his attempts from there. With 20 points in hand, advancing to the second round seemed all but guaranteed. Oh my goodness. This guy is insane, the announcer exclaimed in astonishment. He is just 5 points away from Craig Hodges' score. He is only 4 shots shy of matching that. Time was still on his side, with 15 seconds remaining. Rue took a deep breath, steadied himself, and at the left corner, launched a shot that swished through the net. 21. The second shot followed suit. 22 points, just 3 points away, with his third shot. However, bang, the basketball clanged off the back iron, and no matter. He still had chances. The announcer's voice lowered slightly, as he couldn't help but rise in anticipation. There remained a 2-point special ball, if he could make his next 2 shots. Before he could finish his thought, Rue adjusted his stance and smoothly sank the final 2 shots, netting a score of 25 points. He had matched the record set by Craig Hodges in 1985, as well as the record of 21 shots established by the Bulls' 2-time champion at the end of his career in 1991. Rue cast a smug glance at Michael Jordan on the sidelines, extending 5 fingers. Michael, I got 5. With 25 points registered, Rue had undoubtedly secured his place in the finals. He merely needed to remain calm and watch as the other 6 competed for the remaining 2 spots. Among them, he particularly focused on his teammate Wesley and last year's champions, Peja and Brent Barry. Wesley struggled with his shooting, ultimately scoring only 15 points, while the latter two both managed to score 19 points, successfully advancing to the second round. This meant the three would face off in the final showdown. Go for it. Rue, it's your turn to shine again. Naturally, Kobe, a close friend of Rue, was present at the sidelines to watch. He took the water bottle just emptied by Rue and playfully nudged him towards the court. The biggest dark horse, Rue, stepped onto the court once more, and the excited audience collectively held their breath, uncertain whether this rookie could create another miracle and break a record that had stood for nearly 20 years. That Rue took a deep breath, and the competition commenced. Bang! His first three-pointer clanged off the rim. However, an exceptional shooter always knows how to adjust. Rue did not falter, but continued to shoot with precision. Three-pointers, they're just 1 point more than 2 pointers. He even managed to lighten the mood by singing a silly song in his head while shooting. Although his performance from the right corner was lackluster, missing both the first and last special balls for a total of only 3 points. He found his groove on the wings and at the top of the arc, missing just 2 standard shots out of 15, thus scoring 16 points. At this juncture, his cumulative score reached 19 points. Although he had missed the chance to break the previous round's highest single-round score, he still held the potential to surpass the finals record of 24 points set by Cavaliers legend Mark Price in 1994. Just as everyone anticipated, bang, Rue again hit the rim. Even Kobe, as an observer, felt the frustration and stood up, shaking his fist in disappointment. Rue himself smiled sheepishly, quickly resuming his shooting. Oh, Rue, you have no more room for error. Can you still equal the third record? The announcer's voice trembled slightly, unawares. After all, the three-point contest, among the All-Stars' 3 major events, three-point shooting, dunking, and the main event, has often garnered the least excitement. Yet today's contest was unlike any other, as this rookie had already equaled 2 records. Fortunately, Rue did not disappoint, sinking the next 4 shots consecutively. The final special ball bounced precariously on the rim multiple times before finally dropping through the net. With a sigh of relief, Rue secured 24 points, once again matching the historical best record. Seeing this, Kobe finally exhaled deeply and returned to his seat. My goodness, he is nothing short of a record creator in the realm of three-point shooting, the announcer exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. The subsequent 2 contestants, Peja Stojakovic and Brent Barry, appeared somewhat affected by the pressure, resulting in scores of 20 and 16 points respectively, leading to their unfortunate defeat. Ultimately, Rue returned to the court, under the spotlight and amidst the media's flashing cameras, to receive the championship trophy from the event organizers, raising it high above his head. After all, this was his first significant trophy. Moreover, it was an accolade that even Jordan had never achieved. With that thought, Rue shot a provocative glance at the sidelines towards the black egg. Holding the trophy aloft, his arm became even straighter. Compared to the upcoming dunk contest, the three-point contest garnered somewhat less fervor. After all, the soft three-pointers could hardly evoke the same adrenaline rush as the violent dunks. The dunk contest featured 4 participants, all of whom had been in the NBA for less than 3 years. The competition consisted of 2 rounds. First, the 4 players would take turns performing dunks while being judged and scored. The dunk must be deemed valid by one of the referees before the ball enters the hoop. If it is in the player's grasp, it will be considered valid. Conversely, it would be deemed invalid. It is akin to the dunk contest that James participated in, where a careless throw resulted in an inadvertent basket, thus rendering it a nullified score. In the initial round, each contestant performs 2 dunks, with the cumulative scores compared afterward. The highest score is capped at 100, while the lowest is set at 60. The top 2 scorers advance to the subsequent round. In the final round, each participant again executes 2 dunks, with the player who scored lower in the first round going first. The higher cumulative score secures victory. To mitigate the risk of errors, players are afforded a second chance for a missed dunk, but only 1 such opportunity is allowed per round, and any successful dunk cannot be repeated, regardless of whether it was aesthetically pleasing or not. The panel consists of 5 judges, who score each dunk between a minimum of 6 points and a maximum of 10 points. Therefore, the highest possible score for a single dunk is 50 points, while the lowest is 30 points. Should a player who has exhausted their retry opportunity fail again during their second dunk, that failed attempt will still be scored within the 6 to 10 point range. This year, the 4 contestants include the rookie Stoudemire from the Suns, the second-year Richard Jefferson from the Nets, last year's champion Jason Richardson from the Warriors, and Desmond Mason from the previous year's champion Supersonics, who was nearly traded away. The first 2 competitors demonstrated a somewhat juvenile approach to dunking. Particularly, Stoudemire's towering physique, which should have been an advantage in practical dunking, fell short in this exhibition context due to a lack of fluidity and elegance in his movements. In contrast, the 2 smaller competitors, Richardson and Mason, both under 2 meters, executed their dunks with a blend of grace and ferocity, transforming the act into a form of as anticipated. The 2 dunking kings progressed into the second round and battled down to the final dunk. Jason Richardson executed the most flawless dunk of the evening during his second attempt, which ultimately clinched him the victory. He launched the ball from the sideline, allowing it to bounce back, and then, while airborne, performed an under-the-leg reverse dunk. This maneuver elicited a chorus of cheers from the audience, and he triumphed with a score of 96-93 over Mason, successfully defending his title as the dunk contest champion. The All-Star Game assembles the most illustrious NBA stars, along with their families. Yao Ming's parents also flew to Atlanta on February 9th. Around noon, the Western Conference team, participating in the All-Star Game, commenced an hour of warm-up. Yao Ming's parents watched from the sidelines. After the training session, the charismatic Shaquille O'Neal approached Yao's parents with great warmth, embracing Yao's father like a family member and giving Yao's mother a kiss on the cheek. Despite being adversaries on the court, the 2 shared a congenial relationship off it. O'Neal, who is 8 years Yao's senior, is poised to become a significant rival for Yao to overcome in the near future. But this rivalry is confined to the court. All-Star Game highlights. O'Neal embraces Yao's father and kisses Yao's mother on February 11, 2003 at 09:59. China Sports Online reported that the highly anticipated NBA All-Star Game was set to officially commence. However, prior to the game, the interviews and interactions among the All-Stars became a focal point. Regarding Yao Ming, who stole his starting position, O'Neal exhibited remarkable generosity. During warm-ups, he engaged in polite exchanges with Yao and his family. "Yao, we'll play together when the time comes," the big shark said, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. "The likes of Ben Wallace and J. O'Neal from the East simply cannot compete with us. Just envision the terror of our inside combination. We could dominate the paint effortlessly." Yao Ming concurred. "However, I believe you still need to persuade Coach Rick." "Leave that to me," O'Neal replied, thumping his chest, asserting that putting effort into his whimsical ideas was no burden. At this moment, franchise Steve Francis, who had been selected as an all-star starter for the second time, stood beside Yao, keenly observing the dynamics between him and the Shark, worried that O'Neal might lash out at Yao due to the starting position controversy. However, it was evident that this kind-hearted elder brother was overly concerned. Yao Ming possessed a sharp intellect and seamlessly integrated into the NBA milieu, forming bonds with his predecessors midway through the warm-ups. Kobe Bryant made a late entrance, having arrived at the arena with Michael Jordan after spending time with his wife and daughter. The Western Conference All-Star starting lineup, featuring Kobe, Yao, Francis, along with forwards Duncan and Garnett, was nothing short of a formidable trio, maximizing defensive intensity. Fans across America were aware that this match might mark the great Michael Jordan's final All-Star appearance prior to the commencement of the season. Jordan had announced his decision to retire for the third time, making this his last season in the league, in stark contrast to the camaraderie in the Western Conference. The atmosphere within the Eastern Conference All-Star team was somewhat awkward. This marked Jordan's 14th All-Star selection, yet it might be his first time participating as a reserve. The Eastern Conference starting frontcourt comprised Shaquille O'Neal, Tracy McGrady, and Ben Wallace, while the backcourt featured Allen Iverson and Vince Carter. Iverson was edged out by 50,000 votes, while Jordan trailed him by 73,000 votes. Nonetheless, as a venerable veteran of the league, it remained uncertain whether any player would willingly relinquish their starting position for the sake of goodwill. After all, such instances were not unheard of. In 1987, the Eastern Conference All-Star coach, the smiling assassin Isaiah Thomas, yielded his starting position to the Dr. Julius Erving that time. Thomas was the only player in NBA history to have been selected as an all-star starter for the first 5 years of his career. Yet he willingly ended his streak for Irving. Numerous similar occurrences have transpired. In the 1978 All-Star Game, Doug Collins granted his starting position to Havlicek. In the 1992 All-Star Game, Tim Hardaway relinquished his position to the Magic's Johnson, who had announced his HIV diagnosis. McGrady, on the other hand, exhibited remarkable magnanimity, repeatedly expressing his willingness to forfeit his starting position for Jordan prior to the game and even reaching out to his idol privately. However, Jordan unequivocally rejected the proposition and asked the leading vote-getter in the Eastern Conference. Michael felt that McGrady should not withdraw from the starting lineup. Consequently, attention turned to Carter, intensifying the pressure on Vinsanity that a week before the All-Star Game. A reporter directly inquired whether Carter would consider calling Jordan to relinquish his starting position. Carter's response was, "Next question." Stars like Barkley and Ray Allen openly criticized Carter in the media, urging him to step aside. Rumors circulated that a certain sports brand was pressuring Carter, suggesting that the Eastern starters all wished to yield their positions to Jordan, and the league had determined that Carter must concede. On the eve of the game, Carter maintained his stance during a media engagement, resolutely stating that he did not intend to relinquish his position, and his reasoning was not without merit. "My starting position was earned through fan voting, and I must respect my supporters. Now is not the time to clarify various matters concerning Michael Jordan. I regard him as a legend, the greatest player of all time, which makes this decision all the more challenging. I respect his historical significance." That Carter's response was somewhat ambiguous, yet it subtly conveyed, "I respect him, but I refuse." As Vince Carter walked back to the locker room, a sense of despondency washed over him, his mind echoing with Coach Isaiah Thomas's earlier words. "This is Michael Jordan's last All-Star game. Vince, you must understand how selfless this act would be. I believe Michael would genuinely appreciate it. After all, I have experienced something similar to that moment." Carter stood at the locker room entrance, rallying himself. "Hey, Vince, listen, this is merely an all-star starting position. It's not a monumental issue. What you must do is something far greater than just being a starter. People need to witness Michael in the starting lineup. You want that too, don't you? You have compelling reasons to step aside. First, you both play the same position, and only one of you can start, both being shooting guards. Secondly, you and Michael are alumni of North Carolina. In a typical scenario, as a junior, one ought to make certain sacrifices for the senior. Was only as Vince Carter enumerated reason after reason to persuade himself at the entrance that Usirui made his tardy appearance from the hotel. After indulging in a midday nap and savoring a bowl of longevity noodles prepared by his mother, the jubilant who, now just 19, stepped out into the world. However, before he could reach the locker room, he spotted Carter, who was lurking at the entrance, muttering to himself. "What are you doing there, Vince?" who inquired as he approached, casting a curious glance at him. "Shall we go in together?" Startled, Carter looked up to find it was the fellow starter, the Chinese rookie. Momentarily a loss for words, he could only manage an awkward smile, replying, "I just arrived and was about to head in." With that, he pushed open the locker room door and entered. Who, opting not to pry, nodded and followed closely behind. The atmosphere in the locker room was initially lively, but upon seeing Carter enter, a hush fell over the crowd, all eyes silently fixed upon him. After all, his pre-game demeanor in front of the media had led many to believe that his relationship with Jordan might be strained. The ambience had turned somewhat peculiar. Only who, blissfully unaware of any tension, hummed Jay Chou's nunchaku as he strolled over to the locker beside Jordan S. A spot specifically reserved for him by Lou Dan. Once seated, he retrieved a bottle of cola from his bag. Relieved that Riley was absent during the All-Star festivities, had that cantankerous old man discovered his recent indulgence in sugary sodas, he would surely have been furious. With a pop, he opened the cola, the carbonation having been slightly disturbed during transit, causing the sound to resonate conspicuously in the quiet locker room. In an instant, all eyes shifted to him, and who finally grasped that something was amiss. "Why are you all staring at me?" he asked, perplexed. He raised the cola he had already taken a sip from and queried, "Would you like some? I have 2 more bottles in my bag." The others regarded him with bemusement, their expressions reflecting their disbelief. It was Jordan who first broke the almost surreal silence. He reached for whose bag and said, "How old are you?" "Still enjoying this kind of beverage." Real men should indulge in alcoholic drinks. The last time we dined together, I offered you champagne, yet you refused, opting instead for soda like that Kobe fellow. He has a wife to care for him. I don't understand your reluctance. Before Jordan could finish, Carter interjected, "No, Michael. While many might step down from the starting lineup, I feel indebted to the fans. They believe I should relinquish my place, so why would I slap them in the face? I understand, but there's only one person, the greatest of all, who would warrant such a gesture from me. Otherwise, I would disappoint millions. That is you, Michael." He raised his gaze, a look that stirred something within Jordan. "I believe my fans wish for me to make this choice." Jordan, recognizing his sincerity, gestured for Carter to take his position. "No need for that. Vince said I understand the immense pressure you're under, and I do not wish for you to have an unpleasant evening." Carter wanted to say more, but was silenced by Jordan. Meanwhile, McGrady, unable to contain himself, stood up and declared, "Michael, allow me to give up my position to you. After all, this is your final All-Star game. And we need you, both the league and the fans." Jordan chuckled. "All right, you two, let us not dwell on this tonight. You are both starters, and some should yield their positions before you." With that, he kicked who was changing into his jersey. "Hey, I'm talking about you, you little rascal." The other younger players chimed in, indicating it was whose turn to concede. Of course, who shrugged nonchalantly, ready to take another sip of his cola. For him, merely being an all-star was already a tremendous achievement. Whether he started or not seemed trivial. He couldn't fathom why others placed such weight on the starting position. Besides, the votes that secured his selection came from compatriots across the ocean. Did Jordan dare to undermine McGrady or Carter? Surely, he wouldn't truly claim whose position. Thus, who continued, "Suit yourself. If you wish to start, go ahead. I'm just beginning my career. There will be plenty of opportunities." "Okay," Jordan laughed. "Then you shall sit on the bench today." Who gasped in shock, cola spraying from his nose. "Not Lou Dan. You dare challenge me? I was merely being polite, and you took me seriously? Are you playing tricks on me? What? Are you not Chinese, learning this from history books?" Witnessing whose flustered demeanor, Jordan felt a sense of vindication. "Serves you right for being so chatty. Now look at you." Caught off guard, Jordan chuckled, hinting to a cloth, "Did you really think I would want your starting position? I'm not taking Vince's spot because the fans support him. Similarly, your compatriots are so enthusiastic. How could I disappoint them by pushing you aside?" Who shot him a resentful glance, snatching the cloth from Jordan's hand and vigorously wiping his face. Cola, if not cleaned promptly, would leave an uncomfortable, sticky residue. As Jordan remained steadfast, McGrady ceased to press the matter. Carter, meanwhile, walked pensively to his locker to change jerseys. "Hey, Michael," who rummaged through his locker, "where are my shorts? I can't find them. What if I've lost them?" Anxiety crept in. Typically, the locker would be stocked with the necessary gear for the day's game, and it was rare for items to go missing. Surely they had a second set prepared? "I just gave them to you, didn't I?" Jordan furrowed his brow. "You took them not long ago. Have you lost them already? When did you give them to me?" Who faced Jordan, struggling to recall. "Wait." He quickly grabbed the cloth he had used to wipe his face. "Michael, you're in trouble. Give me your shorts. I don't want this one." Once again, the locker room erupted with lively banter. First to be introduced was the Western Conference All-Star starting lineup. As per tradition, prior to the commencement of the main event, the DJ would deliver an exhilarating introduction. The first player to take the stage was the five-time All-Star. Tim Duncan. The camera panned to the seemingly dazed Duncan as the inaugural player to step onto the court. His entrance mirrored his demeanor, humble and unpretentious. Glancing up at the screen, he raised his right hand and offered a simple wave. Six-time All-Star Kevin Garnett. The Wolf King exuded a remarkable nonchalance as he spread his fearsome arms wide, laughing heartily as he strode through the jubilant throngs. Yao Ming, selected for the NBA All-Star Game for the first time. The Eastern Giant from the Orient appeared notably reserved, hands on hips. Taking a deep breath before exhaling slowly, he waved casually at the crowd, ultimately making his unsteady way towards the court. After all, at this moment, Yao Ming was still a youthful lad, not yet the composed Great Wall of China he would later become. Steve Francis, a two-time All-Star starter, exhibited rather peculiar movements, his hands raised as if in surrender. Jogging onto the stage, the crowd erupted as Kobe Bryant, the All-Star voting champion for the first time and a 5-time All-Star starter, made a late entrance, elevating the atmosphere to new heights, observing the fans' adulation. The flamboyant Kobe struggled to contain a triumphant grin while attempting to maintain an air of indifference. Hu Sirui, watching him on the screen, could hardly suppress a smile. Steve Nash, a 2-time All-Star, was next. His flowing locks mirrored his style of play, yet he seemed somewhat downcast, merely shaking his hands before bowing his head as he approached the court. Perhaps recent news had cast a shadow of concern regarding the international situation. It is worth noting that Nash had attended a press conference clad in a shirt emblazoned with "No War and Shoot for Peace," actively opposing the war between the U.S. and Iraq. Nash stated, "War is a grave error. People must come to realize this. The repercussions of war are vast, not just in the Middle East, but in the United States as well. According to the Constitution, war should only be waged in self-defense, and I do not believe the war against Iraq qualifies as such, nor do I find it necessary to initiate conflict." 10-time All-Star and 1-time MVP Shaquille O'Neal, known for his playful antics, had lost his starting position but was unwilling to forego any opportunity to shine. He waved his hands flamboyantly, akin to the fluttering of butterfly wings, as he flew past the audience. "Has he grown fins?" Hu Sirui whispered to Jordan, who, chewing gum, murmured, "Stand tall. It's your turn soon. Don't be so lackadaisical." After introducing Western Conference coach Rick Adelman, it was time for the Eastern All-Stars to make their entrance. 3-time NBA All-Star voting champion and 4-time All-Star Vince Carter was met with a cacophony of boos from the audience, who seemed to have turned against the once popular player. Unfazed, Carter kept his head down and sprinted towards the court. Next came 2-time All-Star Shaquille O'Neal and 1st-time All-Star Ben Wallace. As their introductions concluded, Hu Sirui felt a swell of anxiety, unsure of how to make his entrance to 1st-time All-Star, 3-point champion Hu Sirui. Before he could gather his thoughts, Hu was thrust before a global audience, momentarily stunned before awkwardly waving to the spectators with a sheepish grin. The Eastern Conference's final act was none other than Tracy McGrady, a 3-time All-Star whose astonishing scoring feats this season had earned him a plethora of fan votes. With a drowsy expression, McGrady nonchalantly touched his lips before pointing skyward, making a stylish entrance. Frustrated, Hu Sirui cursed himself for not having prepared a grand entrance beforehand, allowing McGrady to bask in the spotlight. Following McGrady were the Celtics duo, Paul Pierce and Antoine Walker, and then Big Z, Zydrunas Ilgauskas of the Cavaliers. Undoubtedly, the true star of the All-Star game was yet to make his appearance. The moment everyone had been waiting for arrived with the entrance of the 9-time All-Star voting champion, 3-time MVP, and 14-time All-Star selection, the legendary Michael Jordan. The old maestro made no grand gestures, simply waving his hand, yet an undeniable aura of dominance radiated from him, embodying the essence of the god of basketball. Perhaps in other realms, Jordan did not possess such presence, but on the court, he would make it clear what Black Jesus truly meant. As the introductions concluded, the main event was about to commence. Players maneuvered through the throngs of enthusiastic fans onto the court. Carter suddenly grasped Jordan's arm and whispered, "Michael, you're starting not because the league is excluding me, but because I genuinely want you to have this." Jordan attempted to protest. No. This is yours." Carter insisted. "Yes, Michael, but this is your last All-Star game, and you must start. If you refuse, I'll walk back to the player tunnel and into the locker room, leaving you with no other option." Jordan inhaled deeply, recognizing that he could no longer decline. This was not merely Carter's goodwill. It was an honor bestowed upon him by the fans. Carter was right. Whether in the arena or watching from home, countless viewers awaited the sight of him donning the number 23 jersey for one final time as a starter. "Go ahead, Michael," Carter urged with determination. Having finally come to terms with the situation, Jordan, overwhelmed with gratitude, found himself at a loss for words. To claim he did not want to start would be disingenuous. Who would not desire a perfect ending in the twilight of their career? He enveloped Carter in a warm embrace, the latter's face beaming with joy. However, Hu Sirui, oblivious to the moment's sentimentality, yanked Jordan away, reminding him that the audience awaited his presence. Jordan, suddenly back to his usual self, exclaimed, "Let go of me. This is my last All-Star jersey, and it holds immense sentimental value. If you ruin it, can you afford to replace it?" Watching Jordan being pulled onto the court alongside the aggressor Husirui, Carter chuckled, feeling a sense of relief. The Eastern starting lineup appeared unchanged, igniting a frenzy among the audience. For the player who was supposed to start, Carter now sat on the bench. While the much-anticipated Michael Jordan took his place on the court, Jordan removed his jacket and joined Husirui. The arena erupted with cheers that celebrated not only him, but also the respect for Carter seated off the court. I believe it was significant for Carter to be named as starter and to acknowledge him as such. When he relinquished that position, we honored Michael Jordan, and I feel both should be recognized. It was a momentous occasion, Eastern coach Thomas remarked. "Kid, make sure to pass the ball to that old man, Michael," he advised. In the pre-game interlude, players from both teams mingled with familiar faces. Most gravitated towards Jordan to congratulate him, while only Kobe stealthily conferred with Husirui. "So, what's the plan? Want to take him on one-on-one? Haven't you had enough of that from previous All-Star games?" Hu queried as he tightened his shoelaces. Kobe scratched his head awkwardly, reminiscing about how, back in 1998, during his first All-Star selection, he had relentlessly sought to challenge Jordan one-on-one, even leading to Jordan's playful banter with teammates in the locker room about the young Lakers' eagerness to take on everyone. 6 years had passed. Jordan had experienced retirement, transitioning from Chicago to Washington, while Kobe had secured 3 consecutive championships, no longer the brash youth he once was. "Hey, this is Michael's last All-Star game. After all," Kobe said, pulling Husirui up. The league had even crafted a special MVP trophy for him. After all, they needed to give him the ball. All right, I get it," Hu agreed, and Kobe, satisfied, made his way back to their half of the court. Yao Ming and Ben Wallace approached the center circle, and as the referee tossed the ball into the air, the game officially commenced. Husirui remained uncertain whether he was somehow cursed, regardless of the team composition. It seems that winning the jump ball remains an elusive goal. Ben Wallace stands a full 20 centimeters shorter than Yao Ming, who effortlessly dominates the jump. After Francis secures the ball, he dribbles past half court and subsequently passes to Duncan in the elbow area. The Stone Buddha delivers the basketball to Garnett in the far corner, who attempts a blood and iron jumper from mid-range. Tracy McGrady fails to disrupt his shot, allowing the Wolf King to score first, bringing the score to 2-0 as the Western All-Stars take the lead. The possession shifts. Husirui just crosses half court when Francis presses up to defend him. Shaquille O'Neal called for the ball in the low post, while Jordan struggles to shake off Kobe through a screen. Consequently, Husirui passes the ball without hesitation. Shaquille attempts a turnaround jumper, but unfortunately it misses. Fortunately, the rebound lands favorably, allowing Ben Wallace to easily secure the first rebound of the night. After grabbing the offensive board, Wallace returns the ball to Jordan on the wing, while Kobe diligently maintains his defense without revealing any vulnerabilities. Jordan immediately signals for a screen from Ben Wallace, and upon switching to Yao Ming, Husirui attempts a three-pointer against the towering 226-centimeter figure. The ball not only clangs off the rim, but also ricochets off the shot clock, resulting in a turnover to the Western team. Husirui passes by. He cannot resist teasing. "Can you actually make that shot? Shooting threes isn't your forte. That wasn't TA3. You little brat," Jordan retorts awkwardly. "I stepped out. That's no excuse for hitting the shot clock. Enough chatter, just defend." Jordan pushes Husirui aside as Kobe brings the ball up from the backcourt. However, it is McGrady who meets him first. Kobe internally sighs at the lack of challenge and passes to Francis on the wing. That moment, a pair of long arms intercepts the pass, and 2 white streaks dash toward the front court. It's Husirui. This is his specialty, predicting the opponent's passing lanes. The other figure is, of course, Jordan, who anticipated the outcome as Kobe casually made his pass. Realizing the danger too late, Kobe accelerates back on defense. Husirui, instead of driving to the basket, cleverly positions himself between Kobe and Jordan, deliberately slowing down to intercept Kobe. He then lofts the ball toward the basket, and the flying man catches it perfectly, slamming it through the net. Boom! The thunderous alley-oop dunk sends Jordan swinging on the rim for a moment before finally descending. The atmosphere in the arena is reignited. Their transcendent flying man has returned. "Ah, look who's fastest on the fast break," Husirui quips, "just playing this easy ball. You could have passed to me," Jordan responds, exhilarated after the dunk. "You can't even tally up 2 points. and an assist. After regaining possession, Francis notices Kobe reaching out on the wing and Garnett calling for the ball at the high post, yet he chooses to disregard both. Instead, he launches a long shot right in front of Roué. What's this? The form is all off. How could he possibly score? Roué thinks to himself, just as a towering figure springs from the crowd, leaping high for an alley-oop dunk. Oh, I forgot about Yao Ming. That walking cheat. The Rockets duo celebrates with a high five after executing a flawless play. Roué, feeling generous, passes the ball to McGrady on the wing before half-court. McGrady, on Garnett's defense, attempts a three-pointer to test his rhythm, but misses. Duncan secures the rebound and quickly passes to Kobe, who finds Francis curling out from the low post. Jordan immediately rushes to provide help, and others join in to double-team. With no shooting space, Francis is forced to close his eyes and pass out. Fortunately, Duncan receives the ball, pivoting to hand it off to Garnett, who nails a jumper with determination. Now, it is Jordan's turn to handle the ball. Shaquille sets a screen, and Duncan steps up to defend him. Yet, instead of challenging the four-time Defensive Player of the Year, Jordan passes to the rolling Shaquille O'Neal. Duncan quickly returns to double-team O'Neal, who then kicks it out to Roué in the corner as Kobe shifts to assist Francis in containing him. With a flick of his wrist, Roué returns the ball to Jordan, who, now wide open, finally sinks a three-pointer. The score reads 5-6, and the initial exchanges have been quite delightful. What do you say now? Dare to claim I can't shoot threes, Jordan boasts. That was merely a misfire on the first attempt. That was Duncan giving you room. Roué counters, unrelenting with that interior lineup in the West. Why would you even bother to double-team O'Neal? Jordan, exasperated, wishes to disengage from this conversation. Just knowing is enough. No need to vocalize it. This new generation truly lacks understanding. Shortly thereafter, during a transition, Kobe gets blocked by Shaquille in a powerful display, and Jordan seizes the opportunity to lead a fast break. Near the three-point line, the Black Egg lofts the ball high into the AI. Yao Ming believes he has established position, preparing to track the ball's descent. A figure cuts sharply from the side. Soaring high. Roué. He receives a connection request from Jordan and completes an extraordinary dunk. I'm not forbidden from dunking. It's just that I'm not allowed to. Yao Ming, caught off guard, is unexpectedly dunked on by Roué. OMG. I can't believe Roué just dunked on Yao. The commentator exclaims passionately. Roué grins down at the towering Yao before releasing the rim and preparing to retreat on defense. Yao, not taking offense, merely accepts it, recognizing they are on the same team. This all-star game is transformed into an aerial showcase, where the 10 players on the court have turned it into an alley-oop extravaganza. After receiving a baseline inbounds pass from Francis, Yao capitalizes on the East disarray, scoring a quick 2 points to regain the lead. McGrady and Roué execute a little give and go, with the former scoring over Duncan, who kindly helps the fallen McGrady back up. The starting players from both teams exchange points rapidly, with the score oscillating back and forth. The game is a blend of relaxed play and fervor, with ball handlers and defenders exerting maximum effort while off-ball players step aside to provide ample space for the show. Consequently, turnovers and fast break dunks become commonplace, alongside simple yet effective two-man plays, albeit often resulting in raw, powerful dunks that leave fans in a WSA result. Roué's assists become significantly easier to achieve. That be why the time he and Jordan exit the court after 8 minutes. He has accumulated 5 points, 1 rebound, 7 assists, and 2 steals, having only attempted 1 three-pointer and 1 alley-oop, with the rest of his contributions focused on facilitating for his teammates. Jordan, too, has found success, scoring 11 points, setting a promising tone for the beginning of the game. Subsequently, both coaches gradually rotate out their starting lineups, yet the intensity on the court remains palpable. The Western frontcourt is led by O'Neal, Dirk Nowitzki, and Matrix Sean Marion, with a backcourt featuring Marbury and Nash. Remarkably, 4 out of these 5 players have spent portions of their careers with the Suns and 3 with the Mavericks, a testament to the peculiarities of fate. In contrast, the Eastern backcourt is comprised of the formidable duo of Carter and Iverson, while the frontcourt lacks star power, featuring Pierce and Anthony Walker, with Brad Miller anchoring the paint. The Eastern team, lacking height, finds itself severely outmatched inside, as O'Neal wreaks havoc in the post, leaving no one able to contain him. To make matters worse, at the start of the second quarter, Adelman naively listens to the whispers of the Shark, opting to pair Yao Ming with him in a twin tower setup. The already struggling Eastern team finds itself further beleaguered. Even accelerating the pace proves futile. After all, the Yao-Shaq combination guarantees successful scoring on every offensive possession. But who can assure the East scores on every fast break? Before long, Isaiah Thomas reintroduces the starters, forcing the West to pull Yao Ming off the court, returning to their starting lineup, the 8T this juncture. The All-Star game has evolved beyond mere exhibition. It promises to approach a staggering total of nearly 400 points. While there exists a theatrical element and the intricacies of human relationships, the competition is undeniably fierce and genuine, resulting in a tightly contested scoreline at halftime. The scoreboard read 68-64, with the Western All-Stars holding a slender 4-point lead as the players relish their moments of leisure, preparing to regain their stamina for the second half. The arena's lights abruptly dimmed, and a robust, emotionally charged female voice resonated through the air, but there's a hero. The spotlight flickered back on, revealing none other than the reigning pop diva, Mariah Carey, who was performing during the halftime show. If you look inside your heart, dressed in Michael Jordan's iconic 23 jersey from his Wizards days, she exuded both elegance and allure. Her captivating vocals ensnared the attention of every audience member and player present. You don't have to be afraid of what you A.R.E.Hu Sirui recognized the song as Hero, a masterpiece released by Carey in 1993, originally intended as the theme for the film Little Giants. It was meant to be performed by Gloria Estefan. However, after hearing the demo, Columbia Records president Tommy Mottola insisted that Mariah keep the song for herself. This track holds a unique place in Mariah's illustrious career, as its uplifting message has inspired countless listeners, providing them with hope and strength, and she has received numerous letters of gratitude for it. The song also earned her a Grammy nomination, a mere footnote compared to her 3 Grammy Awards. There's an answer if you reach into your soul, and the sorrow that you know will melt away. The audience listened intently to the Cow sisters' impassioned performance, and Husirui noticed Jordan's eyes glistening. Perhaps moist with tears? Had the great man shed a tear? "Hey, old man," Husirui whispered, careful not to be caught by the cameras, glancing at Jordan. "Shut it," Jordan retorted, wiping his eyes while maintaining his gaze ahead. "Just listen to the song. Stop chatting to In truth, Jordan's tears were understandable. Although this god of basketball is renowned for his fierce demeanor, the old adage rings true. Even the mightiest heart can be softened by the delicate scent of roses. In the twilight of his career, the league had orchestrated a final grand celebration. A top star serenaded him, and countless loyal fans bid farewell to his last All-Star game. Especially poignant was the selection of Hero, a deeply emotional song that tugged at the heartstrings. Jordan epitomized the title of Hero for the NBA. In the 1993 Finals, Michael Jordan averaged an astounding 41 points, 8.5 rebounds, 6.3 assists, and 1.7 steals per game, with a shooting percentage of 50.8, leading the Bulls to a 4-2 victory over Charles Barkley's Suns. That same year, tragedy struck as Jordan's father was murdered, and he found himself embroiled in gambling scandals, coupled with the pressure of leading his team to a three-peat championship, leaving him without a purpose. Thus, he announced his retirement. However, his sudden departure had repercussions far beyond anyone's imagination. Within 24 hours of Jordan's retirement announcement, the Dow Jones Industrial Average plummeted by 125 points, Nike stock fell by 4, and the NBA's television ratings dropped by over 10. Never before had a sports superstar wielded such profound influence. In light of this, players like Barkley urged Jordan to return, with Magic Johnson even dramatically kneeling before him. It was not until March 18, 1995, that the American public received a startling news break. "I am back." The 3 major television networks in the U.S. interrupted their scheduled programming to cover this momentous event, a rarity reserved for only the most significant occurrences, such as the Gulf War or the passing of President Nixon. This time, the cause for such a disruption was singular: the return of that man, Jordan. Following his comeback, all companies associated with Jordan witnessed a stock market surge, with Nike's shares skyrocketing by 31. The sales of Jordan's 45 jersey surpassed the combined sales of other top stars like Shaquille O'Neal, Penny Hardaway, and Grant Hill within a week. His first game back shattered single-game viewership records, revitalizing the NBA's ratings and simultaneously creating numerous job opportunities. President Clinton even remarked that Jordan's return had generated 10 million new jobs for America. Fast forward to 1998, at the age of 35. Jordan led the soon-to-be fragmented Bulls to triumph over the formidable Utah Jazz in the finals, averaging 33.5 points throughout the series. After securing back-to-back three-peats, he once again found himself lacking motivation to continue, especially as the Bulls had begun to disintegrate. Thus, he announced his second retirement, leading to an NBA lockout that on September 11, 2001, the infamous 9/11 attacks shook the nation. Terrorists commandeered commercial airliners and struck the World Trade Center, causing immense societal and economic repercussions, with stock indices plummeting to their lowest points in 3 years, resulting in a global financial upheaval. Against this backdrop, Jordan announced his second comeback, which carried even greater significance than the first. Some media outlets even exaggeratedly claimed that Jordan was there to save America. NBA Commissioner David Stern remarked that Jordan's return provided a measure of solace and joy to a grieving nation. But that was not the end. Jordan subsequently donated his entire salary from his time with the Wizards to families affected by the 9/11 tragedy. Americans hold heroes in high regard. And at that moment, Jordan was their quintessential superhero. On October 30, 2001, the new NBA season commenced with the Washington Wizards visiting the New York Knicks. Undoubtedly, this matchup was a deliberate arrangement by the league. The Wizards, featuring Jordan, faced the Knicks in a city that had just endured the trauma of 9/11 a mere 49 days prior, at Madison Square Garden. The arena was filled to capacity, as spectators sought more than just an enthralling basketball game. They yearned not only for Jordan's performance, but also for a glimpse of hope for the future, a source of courage and motivation to persevere through life's adversities. As he himself stated, "In such difficult times, I hope my actions can offer some assistance to a portion of people, and that is all." Suddenly, the entire arena erupted with enthusiastic applause, interrupting Husirui's train of thought. It turned out that Mariah Carey's song had reached its climax. She smiled and waved to the crowd, responding to the fervor of the fans. Lord knows dreams are hard to follow, but don't let anyone tear them away. Perseverance will lead to dawn. In time, you'll find the way. The strength of the brave will propel you forward, and if you cast your fears aside, you will learn to survive when you feel like hope is gone. Look inside you and be strong, and you'll finally see the truth that a hero lies in you. As the song came to a close, the audience remained immersed in its beauty, even bringing Jordan to tears, a testament to Carey's profound talent. Before the audience could regain their composure, the concluding notes of the previous song had barely faded when another distinctly different tune began to swell from afar. The unmistakable rhythm of the Chicago Bulls anthem, "Sirius," filled the venue, known to Chinese fans as Tian Lexing. From the University of North Carolina, in the center of the stage, the DJ emulated the Bulls' home atmosphere, introducing the hero. The shooting guards of Chicago and Washington, "It's your time, Michael." Husirui whispered to Jordan. Jordan nodded, embraced him, and then stood up. The surrounding stars rose as well, joining Jordan in a heartfelt embrace, standing at 6 feet 6 inches tall. The applause grew increasingly thunderous, with nearly everyone rising to their feet, eagerly anticipating the moment. Michael Jordan, a roar of cheers erupted as Jordan and Carey shared a tight embrace, with Carey even planting a kiss on his left cheek. That old rogue, truly fortunate in his charm. While Husirui wore a smile and clapped for Jordan, he couldn't help but internally critique. Before stepping off the stage, Carey handed the microphone to Jordan. He took it with gratitude. Thank you, everyone." The fervent applause and cheers were relentless, interrupting Jordan as he attempted to speak several times. "Thank you all," he reiterated, seeing that the crowd's enthusiasm could not be contained. Jordan continued amidst their cheers. "Once again, thank you all. That I have some words to share." Husirui, Kobe, and Carter deliberately stir the fans on the sidelines to create more noise. "I want to thank my teammates, my opponents, and all the fans. That I also want to express my gratitude to my family for their unwavering support throughout my journey on the court. That I leave with peace of mind, having entrusted the game of basketball to even more outstanding hands." I have received the NBA baton from legends like Dr. J, Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, and others, and here, on the All-Star stage, I pass it on today as he spoke these words. The camera swept across the faces of young All-Stars, including rookie Yao Ming and Husirui. I am immensely grateful for your continual support. Even if your support extends beyond just Michael Jordan, I thank all of you fans. Now, I can go home and savor the tranquility and comfort that basketball has brought me. As he spoke, Jordan's eyes brimmed with tears. He then walked to the sidelines, shaking hands with players as a gesture of respect, as if truly passing the baton to each successor. If Carey's song and introduction successfully ignited the audience's boredom during halftime, his earnest speech propelled their emotions to a fervent climax. More than 20,000 fans rose in unison, offering prolonged applause to honor the greatest basketball player in American history. Once the halftime speech concluded, even if Michael's words were touching, the Western opponents showed no mercy as the second half commenced. Jordan missed 3 consecutive shots at the start, and Kobe's tight defense proved a challenge. Little Flying Guy had this unfortunate trait. He was always so serious, leaving no room for favor for the old Jordan. Husirui generously ceded his playing time to the veteran kid, and Yao also remained on the bench. However, whether this was a voluntary decision was uncertain. Although Kid's playmaking skills surpassed Husirui's, his three-point shooting was not particularly remarkable, limiting his ability to create space for Jordan. Moreover, Kid did not extend the same courtesy to Jordan as Husirui did, leaving him momentarily unsettled. After all, he had scored 20 points in the first half with a shooting percentage of 14 out of 9, but in the second half, he suddenly felt empty-handed. Fortunately, other Eastern players rallied, managing to keep the deficit within 10 points. Entering the fourth quarter with a score of 104-96, to the start of the fourth quarter. The Eastern team faced difficulties again as the West introduced a lineup featuring Garnett, Duncan, Kobe, Marion, and Nash. This combination possessed speed, shooting ability, and defense without sacrificing height. Nash, please ignore me, quickly widening the score gap against the East. Thomas, out of options, had no choice but to substitute in the entire starting lineup. Upon entering the game, Husirui changed his approach from the first half, feeding Jordan 2 passes while focusing on his own offense, scoring 2 3-pointers and a floater, reigniting the suspense. With a score of 125-118 and 3:26 remaining, the Eastern team trailed by 7 points, and the West held possession. Kobe took over as the primary ball handler in Nash's absence, leaving poor old Nash to linger beyond the arc, attempting catch-and-shoot threes. This fellow, the more he shot poorly, the more he pressed on, diminishing his efficiency to below 50% during this stretch. Fortunately, his teammates exhibited remarkable unity. Big Ben, true to his nickname, Big Ben, was earnest and straightforward, promptly passing the ball to the guards after securing rebounds. The temperamental Shaquille O'Neal, despite his self-importance, understood whose stage it was and diligently performed his role, despite having a misunderstanding, which was, in fact, a misconception, with Husirui. McGrady, though somewhat petty, still dutifully ceded ball control to the team's point guard, hoping to win the game while securing an MVP for his idol, thus playing exceptionally hard on defense. As for Jordan, he remained unconcerned. After all, Husirui was sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted, and he would still create easy opportunities for him. If it's not served to me on a platter, I want to indulge. Kobe, engaged in a one-on-one with Jordan, found his energy reserves dwindling. After all, nearing 40, one is no longer the sprightly youth of a decade ago. Thus, Kobe was successfully outpaced by sheer speed, observing the towering Ben Wallace beneath the basket. Kobe ascended with great vigor, aiming for a momentous dunk. However, he evidently underestimated Wallace, the newly crowned Defensive Player of the Year, who was never one to play the role of a gentleman. He was, after all, a hard-nosed warrior hailing from the Motor City. The moment Kobe made contact with Wallace's steel-like, tempered physique mid-air, he found himself momentarily lacking the core strength necessary to convert his astonishing leap into a basket, resulting instead in the ball being swatted away by Wallace's formidable hand. Tracy McGrady, with swift reflexes, leapt to rescue the ball just as it was about to bounce out of bounds, redirecting it back into play, landing it perfectly in the front court. However, he found himself tumbling into the crowd of spectators. Husirui, seizing the opportunity, picked up the basketball, and sprinted forward, the sound of pursuing footsteps echoing behind him. Yet upon reaching the basket, he had no intention of jumping. Instead, he unhesitatingly tossed the ball behind him and barreled out of bounds, ultimately crashing to the ground. "Good ball," exclaimed Jordan in midair as he received the pass. "Why couldn't you have been born 20 years earlier? I would have convinced the Bulls to draft you, you little rascal, and our championship tally would certainly surpass Russell's." Roué, without needing to glance back, was well aware of who was pursuing him. Only Jordan could react so swiftly. Needless to say, this maneuver was reminiscent of a certain player. However, during that era, player salaries were not conducive to affording the services of a psychologist. Roué grasped Jordan's outstretched hand and hoisted himself up, as he certainly did not wish to become the second in line after the first, Kwame Brown. Jordan recognized the reference to his harsh treatment of Brown, having indeed been rather stringent, bordering on cruel, towards that high schooler. Yet he saw potential in him. Utterly unprepared for how fragile his psyche was, even at this juncture, Jordan still harbored hopes for Kwame Brown as potential, believing it to be merely a psychological hurdle, rather than a lack of ability. After all, the god did not err in his judgments. However, Roué remained oblivious to Jordan's thoughts, dismissing them as he focused on the 5-point gap that still separated them from a tie. The possession changed hands, and Kobe continued his offensive, this time achieving success as he faced Jordan, executing a shot that was as beautiful as a painting. Poor imitator, Jordan overheard Roué's mutterings. And although he recognized it as a jest aimed at Kobe, he could not suppress a chuckle. Even his annoyance at being directly mentioned was mitigated. "What are you standing there for? Get on with the offense," Roué urged, glancing at the dazed Jordan. "Michael, you are a 6-time champion. What praise haven tea you heard before?" Snapped back to reality. Jordan's face flushed with embarrassment as he internally chided himself. To take a rookie's compliment to heart. "You must truly be getting old. Get lost. Stop hurrying me," he muttered, his words betraying a mix of irritation and fatigue. "I've been running for so long. Do I need to speed up, slow it down, and set up the play?" Roué shot him a glance. "Oh, then you could just wait back there. We'll be right back." With that, he dribbled past half court. The two big men had yet to establish their positions. And as Jordan stepped over the mid-court line, Roué boldly launched a 3-pointer over Nash. Despite their similar heights, the disparity in wingspan and vertical leap was significant. Roué called no play, simply overpowering Nash with a shot. Swish, the 3-pointer sailed through the hoop with precision. Among the Western team, Nash's defense was undoubtedly the weakest. The trio of Duncan, Camby, and O'Neal were all stalwarts of defense. Shawn Marion was considered a super 3D player and a formidable perimeter defender. So who else but Nash could be exploited? Moreover, Roué's action was a matter of necessity. Both teams were trading baskets, and it would take an eternity to catch up. They often said that in the final moments, one should look for the stars to shine. Yet was there anyone on the court who wasn't a star? The superstars were not in short supply. The opposing team could afford to drag it out, but the Eastern team could not. After successfully defending against Marion's catch-and-shoot 3-pointer, Roué found another opportunity, delivering a perfect pass to McGrady, who then executed a successful 3-point jump shot point 126-127. The gap had narrowed to just 1 point, with less than 2 minutes remaining, precisely 1 minute and 12 seconds on the clock. The true moment of reckoning had begun. Adelman called a timeout, substituting the starting lineup with everyone except Yao Ming, who was naturally replaced by O'Neal. Isaiah Thomas made no elaborate adjustments, simply instructing Wallace and O'Neal to pay extra attention to the paint. For the opposing trio was undeniably terrifying as the timeout concluded. Players from both teams gradually returned to the court. The Western players, save for Kobe, appeared rather relaxed, chatting and laughing as they made their way back. Duncan initiated the inbounds play, and Francis successfully received the ball. Facing Roué's relentless defense, he struggled to find a viable path to break through, eventually passing to Garnett at the top of the arc. Garnett found himself matched up against McGrady, with the two of them glaringly mismatched in height at critical moments. Garnett could effectively play center, while McGrady was primarily a shooting guard, having even played point guard at times. Thus, a one-on-one defense was quite the challenge for Tracy. Garnett backed down to just beyond the free throw line, and McGrady was utterly unable to impede him. Then, with a clean and smooth fadeaway jumper, Garnett shot right over McGrady, showcasing a skill level that seemed far beyond that of a 4 or 5 position player. His long arms rendered McGrady defenseless, and having long been accustomed to exploiting mismatches, McGrady found himself on the receiving end of 1.126-129. The gap widened to 3 points. At this juncture, every offensive and defensive play was pivotal. The Eastern team could not afford to miss a single shot. Hence, it was imperative that a player with a strong heart take charge. Fortunately, they possessed the league's finest clutch player, whose shot of the century and final shot had both come from his hands. "Give me the ball, C. Rouet." This marked the first time Jordan had not referred to him as Little Rascal tonight, indicating that the old-timer was beginning to take things seriously. While C. Rouet controlled the ball, he caught a glimpse of the situation. Kobe loomed menacingly before him. Duncan lay in wait at the high post, and the Shark station beneath the basket appeared eager, seemingly ready to swat anything that approached him. Although Garnett was positioned on the other side, his mobility allowed him to cover ground quickly, and even Francis, positioned before C. Rouet, seemed ready to pounce as if he were preparing to double-team Jordan. Jordan was not unaware that passing the ball to him was not an optimal choice, considering he was the primary focus of the defense. However, the events of the night had transported him back to the days of his prime, to an era where he was invincible. Yet now, it was a challenge for Jordan to break free from the double-team. Wait, a double-team? An idea sparked in C. Rouet's mind. He then executed a one-handed pass in Jordan's direction. As expected, Francis fell for the bait, opting for a gamble-style defense and lunging toward the perceived passing lane. However, C. Rouet did not release the ball. Instead, he held onto it firmly, mimicking Michael's one-handed fake to shake off his opponent. With bow drawn and arrow knocked, he unleashed a deadly shot. 129-129. With just 49 seconds left, he had tied the game. Jordan was indeed a clutch player, but it must be noted that the Eastern team had more than one heart of steel. Did he think Riley had me practice clutch shots for nothing? Although he hadn't received the ball, Jordan harbored no ill feelings, celebrating with C. Rouet with a high five. This three-pointer granted them a momentary reprieve. Yet the game was far from over. The Western team once again placed their hopes on the interior, as Francis aimed to alley-oop to O'Neal. However, it was intercepted mid-air by a vigilant McGrady, who had been lying in wait. The Eastern Conference team glimpsed the dawn of victory. This moment of transition between offense and defense was precisely the style favored by their smaller lineup. Jordan and C. Rouet charged towards the paint like unbridled stallions, while a rapidly retreating Kobe found it exceedingly difficult to defend against both, ultimately left helpless as he watched Jordan effortlessly finish at the rim. The score flipped to 131-129, with only 28 seconds remaining on the clock. With no other recourse, Adelman called for another timeout that a defensive stand was imperative. Isaiah Thomas substituted C. Rouet for Kidd, hoping to successfully thwart this crucial possession. Upon resuming play, the opposing lineup had also shifted, replacing the venerable big dog with Nash and Duncan with Nowitzki, aiming to stretch the floor. Garnett initiated the sideline inbounds, and Nash received the ball seamlessly. The defensive pressure was immense, with O'Neal stationed underneath, Nash at the top of the arc, Kobe on the wing, and Nowitzki at the high post. Kobe reached out for the ball, and without hesitation, Nash distributed it. The former called for a pick and roll with Garnett, maneuvering into position to shoot. The newly substituted O'Neal reacted swiftly, leaping to contest Kobe's shot with an impressive block landing right in front of him. The good news was he successfully contested Kobe's shot. The bad news, he truly contested it. A whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul. Fortunately, the interference prevented a potential three-point play, with 16 seconds remaining. Kobe approached the free throw line at this juncture. He had three choices. The first, to make all three free throws, leading his Western team to a 132-131 triumph over Jordan's Eastern squad. The second, to convert 2 of 3, creating a tie and prolonging the suspense. Or the third, to make just one, granting victory to Jordan's Eastern team and allowing him to bask in glory. This indeed was a formidable decision. The prospect of making just one or none out of 3 free throws was nearly inconceivable for a player of his caliber. Not only would he be unwilling to concede defeat so readily, but even Jordan would not acquiesce to such an outcome. After all, that man was too proud to accept such charity. Making all 3 free throws would not be ideal either. If he succeeded entirely, he would undoubtedly bear the brunt of public scorn, with the entire nation perceiving him as the antagonist who ruined Jordan's All-Star night. Thus, 2 out of 3 appeared the most prudent option, allowing for a serious defensive effort in the subsequent possession to drag the game into overtime, where they could engage in a true battle. With this thought in mind, Kobe no longer hesitated, resolutely positioning himself at the free throw line. The first shot was a certainty. Kobe converted effortlessly. The second shot danced precariously on the rim, but ultimately fell through as Hucue was substituted back in. And the next possession would undoubtedly be an offensive one. That accompanying him was Iverson, as Thomas prepared for an all-out assault, not intending to pursue the rebound, nor placing their fate solely in Kobe's hands, opting for a lineup of 1 big and 4 smalls. Jordan and McGrady positioned themselves on either side of the free throw line, for it would be imprudent to have Iverson and Hucue contest the boards. Adelman re-established the 3 towers and Francis for the final defensive stand. Kobe inhaled deeply and released the basketball. Bang! Thankfully, the shot, as anticipated, did not find its mark. Big Ben leaped, securing the rebound with tenacity. The counterattack commenced. Hucue, not intending to waste time, had no thought of overtime, but he stood at the 3-point line and launched a direct shot. Once again, he did not pass to a teammate, feeling hot in his shooting hand. Despite having only taken 6 3-point attempts, he had already made 5. Bang! Alas, the shot clanged off the iron. The Western team surged toward the basket. As long as they secured the rebound, overtime was a certainty. At that moment, a robust figure leaped among the 3 towers, claiming the rebound. It was Big Ben, the reigning rebounding champion from the previous season. He hurled the ball like a cannonball into Hucue's waiting hands, who immediately went up for a shot. Kobe and Francis rushed to contest. No, it wasn't shooting a 3. It was a fake. Hucue pivoted, extending his long arm to Iverson stationed in the left corner. Unexpectedly, the first to perceive Hucue's intentions was none other than Big Ben, who immediately set a screen for Iverson in the left corner, with Garnett and Shaq hastily joining the defense. Duncan guarded McGrady in the right corner, rendering him somewhat ineffective in the unfolding situation on the other side. However, one individual was overlooked. Jordan cut without the ball. The pass Hucue intended for Iverson remained firmly in his grasp. As he pulled it back, subsequently, without looking, he delivered a no-look pass to Jordan beneath the basket. The ball seemed to find its way into Jordan's hands, and he soared high for the finish. Bang! Beep! The final buzzer sounded, and the Eastern All-Star team triumphed with a score of 133-131. In the final moments, Jordan executed his signature logo dunk to seal the victory. Hucue's final assist deceived everyone, including his own teammates, Big Ben and Jordan. The former was perfectly fooled, adding authenticity to the feigned motion, as a screen effectively cleared Garnett and O'Neal from the paint, opening the lane for Jordan. The latter was indeed deceived, but his well-honed basketball instinct from years of experience prompted him to cut to the basket when the defense sagged, making a decisive choice when Hucue's pass reached him. The Big Egg was initially dazed, but his reflexes swiftly shifted from putback to dunk, resulting in an exquisitely executed play. Overall, Hucue's no-look pass was simply brilliant. On this momentous night, it could be aptly termed the pass of the century. Comparable to Jordan's shot of the century or Bird's steal of the century. Wong Defa, even the man himself, accustomed to high-pressure situations, could not help but exclaim in awe, "Fuck! How the hell did you do that? This is the most beautiful pass I've ever seen." Not only his teammates on and off the court, but even Kobe, O'Neal, and several Western players gathered around him, marveling at the sheer incredibility of the pass. "Hucue, you genius!" Kobe feigned annoyance and playfully nudged him. "You acted too well. We never saw that coming." O'Neal chimed in, "And you, Big Ben, how did you react so quickly?" "Kevin and I were completely fooled." Big Ben sheepishly scratched his head. "Honestly, I wasn't aware it was a fake. I just thought about the second layer of the fake pass. So I want to set the screen for Allen that I didn't expect it either." Iverson playfully thumped Hucue's chest. "I was waiting for you to pass to me, and then you kept me hanging. I thought I was intercepted, only to discover Michael had the game winner. It's all your fault. He turned to blame O'Neal and Garnett. If you two hadn't been so aggressive, I wouldn't have missed how Michael received the ball for the win. Garnett, unfazed by the loss, chuckled at his friend. Hey, Allen, how can you blame us? You should have grown taller. With that, he reached out and playfully ruffled the hair of the 1.8-meter little guy, who impatiently swatted his hand away. Don't say it's just you two. I didn't see it coming either. With that, Jordan tightly embraced Husihue. Photographers began to swarm, their cameras aimed at the All-Stars gathered in the center of the court. The flurry of flashes momentarily blinded Husihue. However, he distinctly heard Jordan lean in and whisper, "Thank you, my brother." By the time he processed this, Jordan had already released him, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he began to field questions from the media. Prideful, Husihue couldn't resist muttering in Chinese. What prideful? The previously absent Yao Ming reemerged, accompanied by a few reporters. Noticing Husihue's puzzled expression, Yao Ming smiled and introduced the journalists. They included Wang Jifei, chief reporter from Chengdu Commercial Daily, Yang, once Yao's beat reporter, CTV's Yu Jia, among others. Husihue's eyes darted towards Jordan as a mischievous thought crossed his mind. Before the entire nation, this basketball deity's prideful demeanor was immediately laid bare. Meanwhile, Jordan and Kobe were interviewed together. A reporter inquired of Jordan about his mention of passing the torch from the previous generation to the newcomers, asking if there was a specific player he envisioned as his successor. In a jovial mood, Jordan replied, "I haven't considered any single individual, but rather a group of players. Initially, I thought Kobe was leading the charge. However, I believe Usiri may soon catch up," he added, glancing at Kobe. "You don't mind me saying this, do you?" Kobe shrugged. "Of course not," he then added, "but others better not get ahead of me. Just one is enough, too many, and I won't acknowledge them." Jordan and the reporters erupted into laughter at the naively charming Kobe. Setting aside personal relations, Kobe genuinely acknowledged Usiri's prowess, with a remarkable night of 56 points and a century-old legacy, leading him to believe Usiri possesses the potential to stand alongside him in the future. Players like Tracy McGrady, Vince Carter, Allen Iverson, Shaquille O'Neal, and rookie Yao Ming could also emerge as frontrunners, but selecting a singular candidate at this moment proved exceedingly challenging. The All-Star game had yet to conclude, with the highly anticipated yet predictable process of awarding the All-Star MVP, AMVP, trophy still pending. In this match, Jordan scored 31 points with 4 rebounds and 4 assists. McGrady contributed 24 points, 5 rebounds, and 2 assists, while Usiri added 19 points and 14 assists. Garnett stood out as the West's best player with 28 points and 8 rebounds. Kobe managed 20 points, 5 rebounds, and 6 assists, showcasing only average efficiency. However, everyone knew who the ultimate recipient of the award would be. He was the most prominent player on the court. He had the best statistics. He was the one who executed the game-winning shot. And he had just surpassed Jabbar to become the All-Star scoring leader. The audience began to chant his name. Michael MVP. Michael MVP. Michael MVP. Amidst the cheers, Jordan rightfully received the AMVP trophy from League Commissioner David Stern. The trophy bore the inscription MJ, a grand golden accolade specially crafted for him by the league. Undoubtedly, he was the brightest star of the evening. Jordan spotted Usiri in the crowd, applauding in celebration. And he called out, "You little rascal, come over here. This trophy is a bit heavy. Lend me a hand." Amidst the applause, Usiri bashfully assisted Jordan in lifting the trophy, a gesture that met with unanimous approval. It is no exaggeration to say that he had salvaged Jordan's final All-Star appearance. Thus he deserved this moment. Even McGrady's applause grew more vigorous. Well, that kid who delivered the great pass certainly deserved the title of star among stars. The presentation of the MVP trophy formally signified the conclusion of the All-Star game. The league had no game scheduled for the following day, prompting players without pressing engagements to gather for dinner and enjoy a splendid evening. After the match, Usiri planned to invite Kobe and Yao Ming for a family dinner. Coinciding with his birthday on February 19th, he had already made reservations at an upscale restaurant nearby. The league operates like any workplace. Fostering good relationships with colleagues is essential. Moreover, Yao and Kobe could be considered as close friends. Naturally, Michael Jordan could also be invited if he had the time. especially after just receiving the AMVP. He would likely be quite busy tonight. Like other players, if he encountered anyone, he would extend an invitation, for navigating social nuances is inescapable. Who says there are no social intricacies in America? These principles apply everywhere. Yao Ming was the first to accept the invitation, and he even invited his teammate Francis. Introducing the two. Francis, being a straightforward individual, promptly agreed, having long desired to meet Yao's compatriot. However, trouble arose when inviting Kobe, as both he and O'Neal stated that their coach required them to return to Los Angeles to prepare for the game on the 11th. Thus, they could not attend tonight's gathering. Sorry, Sirui, Kobe said apologetically. You know how demanding coaches can be. Phil has nearly lost his mind in pursuit of a fourth championship. He wants us to be in top form every day. So, I apologize. I'll make it up to you next time. Happy birthday, Sirui. O'Neal, the gentle giant, also expressed regret. You know, if given the chance, I wouldn't refuse. After all, no one wants to feast with you more than I do. If not for the pressing circumstances, this would have been a truly wonderful evening. O'Neal lamented poetically. Sirui expressed understanding. All right, we'll gather next time. The treat is on me. Watching Kobe and O'Neal, the contrasting duo of one stout and one slender, gradually depart, Sirui turned to Yao Ming with a puzzled expression. Isn't it said that the Zen master usually grants his players freedom? After all, Rodman even participated in wrestling matches. Yao shrugged. Coaches are like that. Coach Tom was no different during his tenure with the Rockets. With the OK duo's invitation out of reach, they promptly sought out Jordan. However, that old fellow had already vanished without a trace. They could only send him a message. Sirui understood the situation. This guy was notorious for being elusive. Just as they were about to call it a day, they encountered Ben Wallace and Iverson in the player tunnel, both returning as well. The camaraderie displayed during the All-Star game had been remarkable, leading them to exchange contact information. Naturally, Sirui invited the two to join the dinner that evening, and the sociable Iverson, along with the enthusiastic Big Ben, readily accepted. Yao, Jordan still hasn't responded to me, Sirui remarked, fiddling with his phone while addressing Yao Ming. Yao looked quite uncomfortable, his large frame making the vehicle feel like a mini. His long legs curled up uncomfortably. Well, there's nothing to be done. We'll have to invite him and Kobe again next time, Yao suggested, attempting to shift positions. How long until we arrive? Sirui inquired of the driver, receiving a response that indicated they had 5 more minutes. Yao Ming sighed in relief. If they took any longer, he might struggle to walk after getting out of the vehicle. Are you sure this is the right place? Sirui asked, gazing at the closed door with uncertainty. The restaurant's location and reservation had been arranged by his father and Yao Ming, so he learned the address from Yao. The exterior of the restaurant indicated it was open, a stylish upscale establishment. Yet upon arrival, there was no sign of activity within. Moreover, Francis, Iverson, and Big Ben, who had accepted the invitation, had not yet appeared. What are you saying? Yao Ming chuckled, pushing open the door. It's not like I could sell you out here. Inside was pitch black, and just as Sirui was about to step in for a closer look, a chorus of voices erupted in song. Happy birthday to you! A candle was suddenly lit, followed by one flickering flame after another, revealing the scene clearly. Big Ben, Iverson, Francis, O'Neal, and his family were inside, singing a birthday song for him. Francis and Iverson were relatively shy, not wanting to sing too loudly. But Big Ben and O'Neal, the life of the party, belted out the tune from either side. What are you standing there for? Yao Ming smiled, nudging Sirui inside. Ate tea that moment. Sirui was still in a state of shock. He could comprehend the presence of the others, but he could not fathom why O'Neal, who should have been boarding a flight to Los Angeles, was there. If O'Neal was present, where was Kobe? Just as he was about to seek out Kobe, the fellow unexpectedly appeared before him, carrying a birthday cake. Surprise! My bro! Kobe suddenly struck, launching the cake directly at Sirui's face. Caught off guard, he could not evade the onslaught and fell victim to a golden headshot. Fuck! Even with a slow mind, Sirui realized at that moment that all the talk about returning to Los Angeles for preparation was merely a ruse to lull himself into complacency. Wiping the cake off his face, he turned to both Yao Ming and Kobe, delivering a playful jab. And you, O'Neal, were you singing or wailing just now? How dare you deceive me? Don't you dare run. Upon seeing the cream-covered Husirui charging at him, O'Neal instinctively turned to flee. Nearby, Ben Wallace looked up at the ceiling, while his small feet inadvertently shuffled aside. Fuck! Where did that foot come from? O'Neal, caught unawares, tumbled to the ground. Ben, before he could finish his sentence, Husirui, with a wicked grin, hurled the remnants of the unfinished cake at O'Neal, transforming him from black to white in an instant. At that moment, Jordan emerged from the restroom. Due to the crowd and poor lighting, he could only vaguely make out Husirui's back. He then casually remarked, "How's it going, kid? That place you chose earlier wasn't quite suitable. This is a prime location I selected for you. I booked it all for your birthday." Speaking in such a manner should certainly convey high status. This fellow would undoubtedly be deeply moved, especially since it was Michael Jordan himself celebrating his birthday. Happy birthday, kid. Words alone were insufficient for a truly impressive display. So as Jordan spoke, he rummaged through his suit for his cigar, failing to notice Husirui slowly rising. "Hey, why aren't you saying anything? I prepared a birthday gift for you." Just as he finished speaking, a splat of white cream landed on his face. Happy moments are always fleeting. With the conclusion of the All-Star weekend, it signaled that the regular season was entering its final phase. The intensity of the games would only escalate in the remaining 2 months. Teams with lesser abilities would be sprinting for a playoff berth, while stronger teams would strive for higher rankings, seeking greater home court advantages in the postseason. Upon returning to the team, Husirui's first order of business was to claim the team's exclusive bonus. Being selected for the All-Star roster not only came with financial rewards from the league, but also bonuses from the team and affiliated brands. Even the outcome of the All-Star game would influence the amount of this bonus. Combined with the prize money from the three-point contest, he stood to gain no less than $200,000, a substantial income indeed at this juncture. The Miami Heat were performing commendably, with a record of 28 wins and 21 losses, placing them fourth in the Eastern Conference, an unexpected turn of events for Riley. Initially prepared to embrace a losing season, he promptly reversed his stance, committing to a full-fledged push for the playoffs. Originally, he had intended to draft another promising rookie in 2003 to form a twin-star foundation for the team. However, Husirui, this rookie, had proven surprisingly formidable. Within 3 years, once he truly matured, the Heat would undoubtedly emerge as a top-tier championship contender. Thus, the 2003 draft pick seemed less significant, potentially tradable for immediate impact players when necessary. Riley had never placed much value on draft picks. They were merely tools to be leveraged for a championship run. A team only gains prestige through securing a championship, thereby attracting quality players to join. Otherwise, it amounts to nothing. The so-called draft year held little importance, serving merely to increase the value of the pick in hand. With his parents returning home and Anna heading back to school after the winter break, Husirui soon found himself a lonely soul. Yet, this was quite advantageous, allowing him to devote his full energy to the game. Throughout February, the Heat enjoyed a favorable win-loss record, achieving 9 wins and 3 losses, propelling them past the Nets and Pistons to claim second place in the Eastern Conference, much to the surprise of many media outlets. It's worth noting that at the season's outset, they were merely viewed as a rebuilding team. Now, they had transformed into a leading playoff seed, all thanks to the addition of rookie Husirui. Countless analysts and coaches across the league began to study him closely. Clearly, he had become the primary threat for the Heat. Neutralizing him would effectively cripple their perimeter game. Statistics are never misleading. Surprisingly, the teams that defended Husirui most effectively included the 76ers, Bulls, Nuggets, Pistons, and Wizards, except for the Pistons, known for their defensive prowess, and the 76ers, boasting a quality defensive point guard in Snow. The Bulls, Nuggets, and Wizards had scant perimeter defense resources. How, then, did they manage to keep Husirui's shooting percentage around 35? Upon reviewing the footage, the answer became clear. The defenders facing Husirui on the Nuggets were Bruce Bowen, Penny Hardaway from the Suns, and Michael Jordan of the Wizards, all around 2 meters tall with relentless defensive tenacity. The 3 teams employed a strategy of mismatched defense. In contrast, the Spurs with Bowen, the Pacers with Artest, the Kings with Doug Christie, the Lakers with Kobe, and the Magic with McGrady, all featuring top-notch perimeter defenders, maintained a rigid defense, allowing Husirui to average over 30 points per game. especially against the latter two teams, whose Sirui's shooting percentage soared to 64 against the Magic and above 50 while scoring an average of 36 points against the Lakers. This was akin to competing against the league's weakest defensive team, the Mavericks. This revelation granted Sirui the same treatment previously afforded to Jordan and Kobe, as mismatched defenders took their toll. When faced with tall shooting guards employing physicality and crafty tactics, his efficiency indeed plummeted, resulting in a scoring average of 24.4 points for the month, 4 points lower than his best month. Particularly against the Pistons, it devolved into a defensive struggle. Sirui managed only 2 of 10 from the field for a mere 8 points, while the team's highest scorer was Jones with 11 points. The Pistons also struggled offensively, with Hamilton leading their scoring at 14 points, shooting 5 of 19, ultimately losing the game 67-69. The situation worsened in March. The Heat faced a denser and more intense schedule in the latter half of the season. And with nearly all teams employing new defensive strategies, Sirui's scoring dipped to 20.8 points, with his shooting percentage falling to 40.8. Fortunately, teams in the Atlantic Division had also been underperforming lately. Thus, the Heat maintained a record of 41 wins, outpacing the Pistons and Raptors with 44 and 42 wins respectively. Securing second place in the league at AS is well known. The NBA is divided into the Eastern and Western Conferences, each overseeing 2 divisions. The Eastern Conference consists of the Atlantic and Central Divisions, while the Western Conference comprises the Midwest and Pacific Divisions. The rankings in the NBA's Eastern and Western Conferences are determined by the win percentages of the top 2 teams from each division, with the remaining teams ranked according to their win percentages. This means that regardless of how poor a team's record may be, as long as they secure the division championship, they can at least rank second in their conference. Conversely, no matter how high their win percentage, without the division title, they can only rank third at most. Thus, the Heat capitalized on this opportunity, achieving second place in the Eastern Conference, according to the new ranking regulations. The division champions of either the Eastern or Western Conference, along with the team with the best record among the second-place teams in the conference, will share the top 4 playoff seeds based on winning percentage, while the remaining teams will be ranked according to their respective winning percentages. In the event of a tie in rankings between 2 teams, the NBA has established 6 detailed criteria for determining the order. 1. The team with the superior head-to-head record will take precedence. 2. If the head-to-head record is equal, the winning percentage within the division will be compared, applicable only to teams within the same division. 3. If 2 teams from different divisions have identical records, their winning percentage in inter-conference matchups will be compared. 4. The team with a higher winning percentage against playoff teams within their own conference will rank higher. 5. If the inter-conference winning percentages are the same, the team with a better record against playoff qualifying teams from the other conference will be prioritized. 6. In the regular season point differential, the team with a higher net point margin will rank higher. On April 11, with less than 6 days remaining in the regular season and 3 games left to play, the teams in the Eastern Conference are relatively balanced, which means that the Heat, after a record of 3 wins and 1 loss, have slipped back to the 6th position in the East. All 8 teams in the Eastern Conference have secured playoff berths, and the remaining games will determine their final seeding. In contrast to the balance in the East, the competition in the Western Conference is far more intense. Only the Spurs, Lakers, Kings, Suns, and Mavericks have secured playoff spots, while the Trailblazers, Jazz, Timberwolves, Warriors, and Clippers are vying for the last 3 positions. The rankings in the West are always uncertain. Until the very last moment, the outcome remains unpredictable. Ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, the impeccably dressed head coach of the Miami Heat, Pat Riley, stands center court, the lights glistening off his head in his signature style. This is a tribute to Michael. He picks up the microphone and declares with great conviction, "In honor of your greatness, Michael, for everything you have done for basketball, not only in the NBA but for fans around the world, tonight we pay tribute to you. Your number 23 jersey will forever hang in the rafters of the American Airlines Arena. No one will ever wear the 23 jersey for the Miami Heat again. You are the best. Congratulations. Good luck. Thank you. Thank you very much." Following his speech, Jordan, seated on the Wizards bench, jogs over to embrace Riley, waving to the cheering crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, Michael Jordan, the red and blue number 23 jersey slowly ascends. The colors symbolizing both the Bulls and the Wizards that A.S. Riley mentioned It will forever soar above the American Airlines Arena, and the Miami Heat will never again have anyone with a number 23 jersey. This marks Jordan's final season, the third to last game, and the last confrontation at the Miami home court. Riley had previously lost to Jordan in the playoffs 4 times, a mountain he had yet to overcome. Hence, from a prowess standpoint, Michael Jordan has conquered all on a spiritual level. Riley has become one of Jordan's earliest admirers. The two had conversed back in 1991 during the Eastern Conference Finals, when Riley was still a television commentator, though he was already a 4-time champion coach. He had just stepped down from the Lakers to become a commentator and would coach the Knicks the following year. At that time, Jordan had yet to secure a championship, and Riley asked him, "If you never win a championship in your life, would you consider yourself a failure?" Jordan replied that if he did not obtain a ring, he would undoubtedly be disappointed. However, his career would never disappoint others because he had shared so many unforgettable experiences with his teammates along the way. He would strive to win a championship, but even if he ultimately failed, he would not deem his career a failure. This response was enough to bring tears to one's eyes, and from that moment on, Riley began to admire Jordan. It was not merely admiration. It bordered on fervent worship. After losing to the Bulls for the last time in 1997, Riley candidly stated, "I simply lost to a superstar." In conclusion, these two supergiants of the player and coaching realm share a mutual respect, leading Riley to suggest to the team's owner that Jordan's jersey be retired and to advocate for all teams in the league to retire the number 23. Thus, the first retired jersey was welcomed into the rafters of the American Airlines Arena, even though its owner had never played a game for Miami. "Michael, this is our last game together. Can't we lighten up a bit?" With just 4.2 seconds left, the score standing at 100-99, Husey Rue closely guarded Jordan, whispering in his ear. Jordan, chewing on his favorite gum, smiled and shook his head. "You, my friend, can't you be a little more ambitious?" "And who told you I would take the last shot? Isn't it obvious?" Husey Rue retorted, "With your attitude, if the last shot isn't taken by you, who else could it be?" Jordan felt a blush creeping up his face. Was he really that domineering? Knowing this, Husey Rue thought he should step up his defense as the referee handed the ball to Kwame Brown at the sideline. Jordan suddenly started to move, attempting to shake off Husey Rue. Not wanting to appear negligent, Husey Rue quickened his pace to keep up. This was a defensive opportunity he had requested from Riley, since they were already safely in the playoffs and facing Jordan. Riley had agreed. After all, the jersey had already been retired. What harm would it do to grant him a buzzer beater? Jordan, having failed to shake off Husey Rue after 2 screens, reluctantly accepted the pass. No matter, for 0.2 seconds was ample time. Upon receiving the pass, Jordan attempted to execute his signature move to get past him. However, he forgot that he no longer possessed his former speed. Yet while speed may have faded, his height remained. Jordan confidently drove right, pulled back, and executed a shot, creating a significant gap from Husey Rue. It was his most iconic and beloved fadeaway jumper. Husey Rue leaped with all his might, lunging toward Jordan. Naturally, he could not block it, nor did he manage to disrupt it. Merely watching as the ball soared above his head, both players turned to witness the outcome of the shot. Bang! Unfortunately, the shot did not go in. Mourning leaped high to grab the rebound. However, the whistle had already blown, rendering his efforts futile. Husey Rue, having regained his footing, pulled Jordan, who had sat down after shooting, back to his feet, as no foul had been called. Jordan laughed heartily, acknowledging his age. "If it weren't for that last shot, even 5 of you couldn't have stopped me. Yes, 1,000 of you couldn't stop me." Husey Rue silently retorted in his mind. Realizing he hadn't even managed to interfere, how could he hope to stop him? Jordan removed his jersey and handed it to Husey Rue. "All right, since there's no Bulls jersey, you can make do with this Wizards one. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and give me yours." Husey Rue, as if awakening from a dream, quickly took off his number 0 jersey and handed it over. Michael Jordan had never exchanged jerseys with anyone throughout his career. This was his first time. In truth, it was likely a habit that did not exist in that era. "Honestly, I meant every word I said that day," Jordan remarked, observing Husey Rue's bewildered expression. "Those words about passing the torch after the All-Star game." Husey Rue nodded, awaiting further elaboration. In that era, none of U.S. would concede to one another. Whether it was Bird or Johnson, Our ultimate goal was always the championship, regardless of who we had to step over to achieve it. However, after my second comeback, observing you young individuals instilled in me a peculiar sensation, as though I had truly grasped an invisible baton from your hands. Passing it on to you. Although our time together spanned merely a single season, I hold great expectations for you. You are sufficiently youthful at just 19 years of age, undeniably talented, having scored 56 points in a game, and remarkably humble and responsible, albeit perhaps a tad too soft. In the past, individuals like you would have been bullied by the seasoned veterans of the team, often brought to tears. Nevertheless, as I mentioned earlier, you are still young, which means there is boundless potential ahead. Jordan embraced Husirui, whispering in his ear, "Carry forth my baton and continue the journey, passing it on to the next generation." Of course. If you find yourself unable to endure in Miami, do seek me out. Just as Husirui felt a surge of emotion, Jordan swiftly pulled him back to reality. After retiring, I plan to become an owner. I wouldn't mind teaming up with you for a championship, thus establishing myself as the GOAT of ownership. He added playfully, "Hey, think about it. When the time comes, if you join the Wizards, I'll ensure you get whatever teammates you desire. Even if it means bringing in Kobe." Poor Jordan remained blissfully unaware of the impending fate that awaited him, still lost in dreams of becoming a team owner. The long and arduous regular season finally concluded. After defeating the Wizards, the Heat faced a second consecutive loss, ultimately finishing with a record of 43 wins and 39 losses, placing them 7th in the Eastern Conference. They would soon confront the 76ers, who boasted a record of 45 wins. Their regular season encounters had resulted in a balanced record of 2 wins and 2 losses, compounded by the injury of their starting power forward, Ski Van Horn. Had it not been for the mid-season acquisition of Kenny Thomas, they would have been left without a viable option in the paint. Note: due to the butterfly effect, team records may vary, such as Carter avoiding injury, as dictated by the plot. Aside from the Pistons and Pacers, the Eastern Conference displayed a remarkably even distribution of records. Meanwhile, the formidable Nets struggled to secure the final playoff spot after a season marred by injuries, including the loss of Uncle Moo. Eastern Conference standings: 1. Indiana Pacers, 57 wins, 25 losses. 2. Philadelphia 76ers, 45 wins, 37 losses. 3. Detroit Pistons, 50 wins, 32 losses. 4. Toronto Raptors, 47 wins, 35 losses. 5. New Orleans Hornets, formerly Charlotte Hornets, later reverted to Charlotte, renamed Pelicans, 44 wins, 38 losses. 6. Orlando Magic, 43 wins, 39 losses. 7. Miami Heat, 43 wins, 39 losses. 8. New Jersey Nets, 42 wins, 40 losses. 9. Atlanta Hawks, 37 wins, 45 losses. 10. Boston Celtics, 37 wins, 45 losses. 11. Milwaukee Bucks, 36 wins, 46 losses. 12. Washington Wizards, 36 wins, 46 losses. 13. Chicago Bulls, 34 wins, 48 losses. 14. New York Knicks, 31 wins, 51 losses. 15. Cleveland Cavaliers, 28 wins, 54 losses. In stark contrast, the Western Conference exhibited a greater disparity. 1. Los Angeles Lakers, 60 wins, 22 losses. 2. San Antonio Spurs, 60 wins, 22 losses. 3. Sacramento Kings, 52 wins, 30 losses. 4. Phoenix Suns, 48 wins, 34 losses. 5. Dallas Mavericks, 44 wins, 38 losses. 6. Portland Trail Blazers, 41 wins, 41 losses. 7. Golden State Warriors, 39 wins, 43 losses. 8. Minnesota Timberwolves, 39 wins, 43 losses. 9. Los Angeles Clippers, 38 wins, 44 losses. 10. Utah Jazz, 38 wins, 44 losses. 11. Houston Rockets, 33 wins, 49 losses. 12. Seattle Supersonics, 33 wins, 49 losses. 13. Memphis Grizzlies, 30 wins, 52 losses. 14. Denver Nuggets, 25 wins, 57 losses. Can you guess where the upcoming rookies will land next year? Although the MVP and All-NBA Team awards have yet to be announced, various statistical leaders are being tracked in real time, so results will emerge swiftly. Among them, Tracy McGrady has once again claimed the scoring title, amassing 2,699 points over 82 games, averaging 32.9 points per game. Just 8 points shy of surpassing Wilt Chamberlain's record for the 10th highest single season scoring total set in 1960. The rebounding and blocking titles belong to Ben Wallace, who recorded an impressive 17.7 rebounds and 3.2 blocks per game, mirroring last year's performance. His becoming the DPOY this year seems almost a certainty. The assist leader, naturally, is the current top point guard, Jason Kidd, averaging 10.8 assists, outpacing the second-place White Chocolate. Jason Williams, by a full 1.2 assists. The diminutive Allen Iverson, known for his gambling-style defense, has become the first player in history to win 3 consecutive steals titles, a feat more easily achieved by smaller players. On April 17th and 18th, the entire league will take a 2-day break, with the first round of the playoffs officially commencing on April 19 at 12:30 p.m. on April 19. The playoff opener will feature the Eastern Conference's second-seeded Philadelphia 76ers against the Miami Heat, followed by the match between the Detroit Pistons and the Orlando Magic, then the Los Angeles Lakers facing the Timberwolves, the Sacramento Kings against the Portland Trail Blazers, and finally, the San Antonio Spurs taking on the Golden State Warriors. Consequently, the Heat will travel to Philadelphia in advance to acclimate to the away environment. While serving as the team's head coach, Riley also acts as the Heat's hidden manager, a meticulous control enthusiast. He first orchestrated a 3-year, $11.29 million veteran extension for Mourning, a contract significantly lower than his current 1-year salary of $20.62 million. This move means that next year, the team will free up nearly $16 million in salary space. After accounting for the existing overcap portion, the Heat will have the capacity to sign a player from the league's upper echelon with a contract around $10 million. Notably, this year's elite shooting guards, Tim Duncan, Pierce, Ray Allen, and Marbury, all have contracts hovering around $12 million, making this space more than sufficient for a second-tier max contract, with the Heat's already fragile interior set to age further next year. They are in urgent need of a strong interior presence to advance deeper into the playoffs. Fortunately, among the impending free agents, several proficient big men are available, including Elton Brand and Lamar Odom from the Clippers, Jermaine O'Neal and Brad Miller from the Pacers, all of whom are potential targets for the Heat. For Brand and Odom, the Clippers can only retain one due to their salary cap situation, with the former likely to be the preferred choice. After all, the fourth-year Brand already boasts an all-star accolade and consistently averages around 20 points and 10 rebounds. Meanwhile, the Pacers will likely opt to retain the younger O'Neal, who has 2 all-star selections and 1 All-NBA third-team honor to his name. Hence, the all-star center Miller may have to be sacrificed. Ultimately, after deliberation between the two, Riley's primary objective is to secure the youthful Odom. On April 19, Husirui awoke naturally and made his way to the hotel restaurant for a meal, ensuring the player's pre-game condition is paramount. So whether at home or on the road, the team's nutritionist utilizes the hotel kitchen to prepare healthy and scientifically balanced meals, ensuring they are invigorated for the game. After all, they must endure back-to-back away games over the next 4 days. Thus, the team meticulously arranges all details. Riley, a 4-time champion coach, handles such matters with utmost precision. Good morning, Eddie Husirui, sipping a glass of orange juice and accompanied by a vegetable sandwich, sat before Jones. Early in the morning, he craved something light, even shunning high-protein foods such as chicken breast, eggs, and milk. Eddie Jones nodded, taking a sip of the hot cocoa on the table. "That you're having that this early?" Jones remarked, glancing at his food. "That's not enough calories, especially with our game starting at 12:30. You won't have time for lunch." Husirui struggled to swallow the dry sandwich, taking a sip of orange juice before responding. "I didn't have much of an appetite this morning, so this is all I could manage. Before the match, I typically replenish my energy with some energy bars or chocolate." Yes, it happens. He gestured towards the cocoa on the table. In truth, Husirui had not anticipated that his inaugural playoff appearance would arrive so swiftly and unexpectedly. After all, at the beginning of the season, the entire Miami Heat team had tacitly accepted that this was a tanking season, and Husirui was likely selected to be nurtured as a secondary option. However, no one could have foreseen that the Heat would achieve a remarkable record, climbing to second place in the Eastern Conference and stagger into the playoffs at the season's conclusion. Even Husirui himself was taken aback. He had expected to wait several more years for this moment. Moreover, the Heat's game was scheduled for the opening match, And as he stood on the floor of the 76ers home court, surrounded by the deafening cheers of countless fans, he realized with crystal clarity, "We have made it to the playoffs. What are you standing there for, Sirui?" The looming presence of Grant pulled him back to reality. The game was about to commence, and he was still in a daze. Sure enough, everyone was waiting for morning to shed his warm-up jacket. Soon as he stepped into the center circle, the playoff debut of Sirui's career officially began. Morning did not disappoint, successfully winning the jump ball against the older and shorter Derek Coleman. After Snow received the ball, he initiated the first offensive play of the game, due to Van Horn's severe ankle sprain. Larry Brown elevated the 201-centimeter-tall Kenny Thomas, a stocky power forward, to the starting lineup, which meant that their team lacked a height advantage at any position. On the wing, Aaron McKie received the ball and prepared to drive into the paint, only to see Butler seemingly flop and fly far away. Beep. Offensive foul. McKie, perplexed, spread his hands in a gesture of complaint towards the referee. However, the officials disregarded him, signaling for the Heat to inbound the ball. The Heat kept their comments to a minimum. Brian Grant obediently stood on the sideline, ready to pass the ball. Suri moved forward to receive it, while Snow attempted to steal the ball, but failed. Seizing the opportunity created by his momentary lapse, Sirui evaded this formidable defender and charged into the lane with great strides. Kenny Thomas and Iverson immediately converged to double-team him, leaving Sirui with no shooting opportunity, prompting him to pass the ball back to Jones on the wing. However, Jones was immediately entangled by Snow, who had no choice but to pass to Grant, who was waiting on the perimeter. Seeing himself wide open, Grant could hardly resist taking a mid-range shot. Bang! The shot clanked off the rim, and both teams' initial attempts ended in failure. Among the crowd, Snow successfully grabbed the rebound and passed it to Iverson, who deftly found Kenny in the midst of the fray, threading the needle to assist him in a successful dunk. 2-0. The 76ers took the early lead. However, their advantage did not last long, as mere seconds later, Sirui and Morning executed a successful pick-and-roll, with the latter receiving the ball and performing a minor surgical maneuver on the opponent's basket. 2-2. The Heat had leveled the score, standing at less than 180 centimeters. Iverson's ability to remain in the league is largely attributed to his remarkable speed that he received the ball in the backcourt and sprinted towards the frontcourt, transforming what should have been an impossible fast break into a one-on-one opportunity. The first to retreat, Sirui, did not dare to be complacent and promptly retreated into the paint. After all, this was a player famously known as the king of crossovers, a man who had previously left the god in his wake. To blindly rush in and defend him would be to court disaster. Seeing that Sirui was not advancing to defend, Iverson, with his swift intellect, took a pull-up jumper, causing Sirui to grimace in sympathy for his knees. Bang! Despite the favorable opportunity, the shot unfortunately did not find its mark. After securing the rebound, Sirui directed his teammates to initiate a fast break. However, since the opponent had sacrificed height, they naturally gained an advantage in speed, allowing the Philadelphia defense to set up quickly. The Heat had always benefited from this principle, but to their surprise, they found themselves at a disadvantage against the shorter 76ers, with no other choice. Sirui had to slow the pace down and engage in a half-court battle. The difficulty of the playoffs arises not only from the heightened psychological pressure on players and the intensified competition, but also from the increased tactical focus. A playoff series typically lasts around 10 days, during which coaching staffs dedicate themselves to studying a single opponent. Consequently, the weaknesses of the opponent are magnified. Compared to the regular season, the playoffs significantly amplify the influence of coaching. While it is often said that the playoffs are a stage for superstars, it is equally a battleground for the two head coaches. Ultimately, basketball revolves around two fundamental aspects: offense and defense. Once the coaches are aware of the resources at their disposal, they must strategically arrange their lineups. On the defensive side, concealing their team's vulnerabilities while maximizing the advantages of their defensive specialists. On the offensive end, identifying the opponent's weaknesses and enabling their players to score in a more efficient and rational manner. The phrase exploiting strengths while avoiding weaknesses sounds simple, yet it is challenging to execute. However, once accomplished, overcoming obstacles becomes less daunting. In the NBA, instances of underdogs turning the tide are not uncommon. Especially within the Heat, tactical arrangements often take precedence over the whims of individual superstars. Although Riley is a staunch advocate of star-centric basketball, he paradoxically adheres to the principle of team basketball, emphasizing the cohesion of the team and the cooperation of the players. This is why the Showtime Lakers were able to execute fluid, mesmerizing offenses, and why the New York gang could dominate the East and contend with the Bulls. While many focus on the prominent figures such as Jabbar, Johnson, and Ewing, they often overlook that all of this hinges on the concept of collaboration. Even during the era of the Big Three in Miami, with Riley possessing some of the league's best players that season, he did not permit them to play freely. His prodigy, Spoelstra, perfectly inherited his philosophy. Were it not for a certain individual sacrificing touches, the accolades of the Big Three would not have been limited to just 2 championships. However, it was precisely this team-centric ideology of the Heat that clashed with James's individualism, leading to his departure from Miami. After all, he is James, and with his lofty self-image, how could he willingly be a puppet under Riley's command? He even played a master strategist move before returning to the Cavaliers. Returning to the present, Riley naturally devised targeted strategies against the 76ers. The saying, "Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never lose a battle," rings true. Thus, to defeat the 76ers, one must dissect their roster composition. First and foremost is their absolute cornerstone, Allen Iverson, an MVP-winning elite player. His scoring efficiency is notably low, perhaps even subpar. When compared to a non-MVP player like Kobe, he pales in comparison, let alone to players of the same caliber. Iverson's peak efficiency barely matched the league average, and his career true shooting percentage was even 2 percentage points lower. In contrast, the notoriously inefficient Kobe surpassed it by 4 points. Some argue that this is due to the 76ers' lopsided roster, where only Iverson is allowed to shoot, rendering others ineffective. If not him, then who? This statement holds some truth, but is also partially flawed. While it is true that others are dismal in terms of offensive performance, the 76ers roster cannot be described as lopsided. After all, even the most inept management would not build a dysfunctional team around an MVP, and a dysfunctional team would not consistently reach the playoffs or even ascend to the top of the Eastern Conference and into the finals. Let us first examine how the 76ers management initially constructed the team around Iverson. Derek Coleman, Stackhouse, and Weatherspoon were all part of a different narrative. Iverson's rookie season was marked by the management's high hopes. They aimed for success in the new season. Thus, they equipped Iverson with a plethora of offensive talents. Unfortunately, their inaugural season yielded a dismal record of 22 wins and 60 losses, a catastrophic performance where no player achieved a BPM, box plus-minus, exceeding 1. With Iverson's being the highest at 0.9, what does this signify? When Daniel Myers devised the methodology for this data, he posited that for BPM, the league average was set at 0.0, thereby facilitating a straightforward comparison of individual performances. For instance, a score of 10.0 is regarded as the hallmark of an exceptional season. 8.0 is deemed MVP caliber. 4.0 signifies all-star status, while minus 2.0 represents the level of a bench player, among others. Within the team, not only were there no players exceeding the all-star benchmark of 4.0, but even those barely surpassing the passing mark were exceedingly rare. Remarkably, their statistics were quite impressive. Iverson averaged 23.5 points for 0.1 rebounds, 7.5 assists, and 2.1 steals. Kerman averaged 18 points and 10 rebounds, and Stackhouse, along with Clarence Weatherspoon, averaged 12.2 points and 8.3 rebounds. It is indeed difficult to reconcile such a uniform distribution of data with the existence of a team that finished with a 60-loss record. This clearly illustrates that the strategy of assembling offensive players for the team was doomed to failure from its inception. Fortunately, in the second season, the team welcomed coach Larry Brown, who infused the squad with the much-needed element of defense. Coupled with the addition of center Ratliff, twice a defensive second team and 3-time blocks leader, the 76ers' record improved to 31 wins. Following this was the arrival of Snow, the team's stalwart perimeter defender. Laying a solid foundation for the 76ers, Snow not only shouldered the responsibility of the team's perimeter defense, but also took on greater organizational duties, thereby liberating Iverson. whom Larry Brown subsequently fixed firmly in the shooting guard position. Embracing his role as a shooting guard, Iverson truly soared. Both his production and efficiency saw a significant enhancement, culminating in his first scoring title after Jordan, signaling the nascent stages of the 76ers team building. With the contributions of defensive stalwarts such as Eric Snow, George Lynch, Ratliff, and Aaron McKee, Larry Brown sculpted a team that ranked fourth in defensive prowess within the league. Ultimately, with the addition of Mutombo, the 76ers took flight, successfully advancing to the finals. Larry Brown had fully grasped the manual for utilizing Iverson, and the ultimate solution for constructing the team around him was a so-called 4 defenders and 1 scorer deformed lineup. In simpler terms, it meant that Iverson would handle the scoring while the others focused on rebounding and facilitating his shots. This stood in stark contrast to the later Magic team, which had Howard dominate the boards while surrounding him with 4 shooters and a 1-star. 4 shooters setup. Here, everyone served Iverson. Returning to the initial topic, why did the inefficient Iverson require a lineup devoid of support to alleviate his offensive burden? The answer lies in productivity, given Iverson's output. There was no need for the team to provide him with a secondary scorer to lessen his load. The benefits derived from a defender far outweighed those of a scorer. The optimal situation was for one to bear the brunt while the entire team maintained a staunch defense. What Iverson took pride in was not merely his speed, agility, or leaping ability, but rather his unparalleled shot creation capability. Those familiar with Kobe know he often opted for unreasonable shot attempts, frequently resulting in misses, which contributed to his less than stellar shooting percentage. However, those who have witnessed Iverson play understand that his shot-making ability was nothing short of extraordinary. One often found themselves perplexed as to how he managed to score. Including his time assisting Anthony in Denver, Iverson averaged 21.8 shot attempts per game, surpassing Kobe by 2 and T-Mac by 5. During the 2000-2001 final season, Iverson's average shot attempts even soared to over 27, exceeding both Kobe and McGrady by a full 7 attempts. Winning can arise from taking more shots or from shooting more accurately, but ultimately, the objective remains to score more. Iverson accomplished this through what many would deem inefficient methods, claiming 4 scoring titles in total. There's a saying that rings true. No matter how inefficient a superstar may be, they remain a superstar, while even the most efficient blue-collar worker can only be a blue-collar worker. Iverson epitomizes this peculiar superstar that to elevate Iverson's productivity, one must increase his shot attempts. To boost shot attempts, one must enhance possessions and ball control. Thus, despite the 76ers ranking in the top 5 for defensive efficiency during the regular season, they also boasted the second-best offensive rebounding rate in the league. The essence of this approach lies in generating more offensive possessions to create additional shooting opportunities for Iverson, thereby enabling him to fully showcase his MVP-caliber prowess. Once you grasp these underlying logics, you too can aspire to be an exceptional member of a team management. However, likewise, if you comprehend the 76ers team building logic, you can naturally discern how to constrain them. Firstly, compared to his peak in 2001, Iverson's capabilities have diminished due to injuries and overexertion. This is an inevitable challenge faced by smaller players. Although Iverson in 2001 was not particularly tall, his nimble movements, lightning speed, robust core, and impeccable body coordination allowed him to withstand physical confrontations, executing astonishing finishing moves at the rim with a remarkable 70 shooting percentage in the paint. That season, he was second only to Shaquille O'Neal as the most formidable finisher around the basket. Yet, in the current season, despite playing all 82 regular season games, Iverson's shooting percentage in the paint has plummeted to 54.8. The wear and tear from earlier years now render him vulnerable against the ubiquitous help defense in the paint, making it nearly impossible for him to carve out paths through the towering players of the NBA as he once did. Furthermore, his shooting proficiency has seen no advancement. During his prime, Iverson could leverage his penetrating ability to create ample shooting space, resulting in a shooting rate of 60. However, as the 21st century has progressed, the mid-range area is no longer the defensive weak spot it once was. Players' defensive reach now extends beyond the three-point line, complicating Iverson's jump shot attempts and making contested shots increasingly common. Firstly, this era allows for zone defenses, and with the hand-check rule still in effect, role players lack the three-point shooting capabilities that would emerge in later years. leading to impenetrable defenses within the 3-second area. This has resulted in a curious phenomenon. As a primary scorer, whether as a guard or forward, players typically engage in isolation plays, often stopping abruptly to take mid-range jumpers. If one cannot shoot from mid-range, they may find themselves overwhelmed in the paint. This explains why players like Kobe and T-Mac, who excelled in shooting, were able to ascend rapidly during this era, as they epitomized the scoring talent demanded by this unique time. As for Rui, he possesses a distinct advantage over other NBA players due to his exceptional three-point shooting ability, with a greater shooting range providing a more effortless scoring method. Regardless of the impressive experiences and models he has acquired in the United States, they cannot alter Rui's origins as a domestic player, as he inherently embodies elements of the national team's attributes: small, quick, agile, and precise. To compete with the extraordinarily talented players on the international stage, domestic training philosophies have consistently emphasized a model of being small, quick, agile, and accurate, enabling them to closely keep pace with the world's elite. However, physical limitations and certain unavoidable factors ultimately dictate their ceiling. Yet, this does not diminish their achievements. Even centers like Ginóbili have developed three-point shooting skills. It is evident that this mindset has indeed penetrated the consciousness of Asian players. Consequently, Rui began training for three-point shooting at an early age. Little did anyone anticipate that this seemingly unavoidable choice rooted in his ethnicity would evolve into an advanced basketball philosophy, yielding unexpected rewards and allowing him to enjoy considerable success in his first year in the NBA. The Heat's offensive system is constructed in this manner. The most common tactic involves Rui orchestrating from the top of the arc, with Jones or other mid-range and three-point specialists utilizing the Iverson cut to create shooting opportunities and execute scoring finishes. This innovative strategy, developed by Riley around Rui, fundamentally explains the Heat's continuous progress this season. Why trade away already frail interior resources to acquire shooting specialist Pearson? It is because Riley has subtly grasped a novel tactical approach. The Iverson cut, a movement-based strategy, not only alleviates the unnecessary exertion of ball handling for scorers, but also generates mismatches or spacing, allowing even the team's offensively challenged blue-collar players to partake in the offense, aligning perfectly with Riley's preferred method. Additionally, with numerous non-ball dominant sharpshooters on the team, even the usual screeners can seize opportunities. Grant's mid-range game is commendable. The Miami Heat's strategic variations have proven to be more effective, as the players adeptly circumvent unnecessary and inefficient isolation plays. Similarly, since Pat Riley has successfully implemented the Iverson cut, he is equally capable of countering it, even in the presence of its originator. Although Riley may not have been acquainted with the switching defense strategy that the Houston Rockets adopted years later, his profound understanding of the Chicago Bulls' defensive system, comprised of Scottie Pippen, Dennis Rodman, Ron Harper, and Michael Jordan, has been meticulously studied by him. These four players exemplify the nascent form of switching defense, possessing the height, physique, and defensive prowess to excel in such a scheme. I would argue that it surpasses the current Celtics switching system, albeit the tactical demands of that era were not as pronounced. During that period, pick-and-roll plays were far less prevalent than today. Certain star players now struggle to navigate without them, whereas back then, there were instances of mismatches being exploited through pick-and-rolls. At this juncture, Riley fortuitously has a commendable lineup at his disposal to execute the switching defense strategy. The heights, speed, and defensive capabilities of players like Hakeem the Beat, Jones, Pearson, and Butler are well-suited to uphold this system, especially considering that the 76ers are similarly undersized. When playing a big and small lineup, Butler often found himself overmatched at the 4 position. However, the 76ers' 4 position is occupied by the similarly sized Thomas, both standing at 201 centimeters. Moreover, the 76ers lack outside shooting. Hence, there are no mismatches to exploit on the perimeter. Although the switching defense has its drawbacks, they can be deftly mitigated. First, it is susceptible to targeted isolation plays. While Iverson's isolation skills are formidable, Riley's defensive strategy is to concede drives while contesting shots, as the Heat possess ample size and defensive range to hinder Iverson's scoring from the perimeter. Even if it necessitates allowing him to drive, they cannot afford to permit him easy scoring opportunities. Furthermore, should the initial defender be beaten, there's a cadre of teammates poised for assistance. Where would the 76ers find the space? While it is indeed challenging to prevent Iverson from finishing at the rim, he must still exert considerable effort, necessitating a reduction in his rhythm. Second, the demands for communication and cooperation are substantial. However, there is no cause for concern, as the Heat's execution ranks among the league's finest, and after half a season of cohesion, they're capable of operating effectively. Third, the risk of losing interior protection is present. Attacking the rim? Would one rely on the 35-year-old Kerr or the 201-centimeter Thomas? Consider how one might navigate past Mourning, Grant, and Stojakovic in the paint. Fourth, the physical toll may be excessive. This strategy is akin to inflicting 1,000 wounds upon the enemy while sustaining 800 losses oneself. Although Iverson is an elite Iron Man in the league, Riley remains unfazed, remarking that even if the starting five were exhausted, there are still formidable reserves like Best, Mike James, Eddie House, and Malik Allen waiting in the wings. After depleting Iverson's stamina, will the 76ers have any resources left? Additionally, Riley demands a decrease in offensive tempo, moving away from the previous reliance on shooting to quicken the pace, instead prioritizing maximum efficiency. Aiming for high-scoring output while minimizing isolation plays and emphasizing strategic cooperation. Furthermore, he seeks to tighten the paint and effectively control defensive rebounds. While this may result in missed fast-break opportunities, it undeniably serves as an effective method to lower the tempo, suppressing the opponent's strengths and attacking their weaknesses. Finally, he instructs the abandonment of offensive rebounds in favor of preemptive defensive positioning, denying the opposing team fast break chances, should you wish to play at a fast pace with low efficiency. Apologies, but we shall slow the pace and outlast you with efficiency. The once fluid offense of the 76ers gradually began to feel the strain. Although Iverson maintained a respectable offensive efficiency, scoring 8 points on 2 of 5 shooting. This constituted his total output for the entire first quarter. For a player who typically averages nearly 30 attempts per game in the playoffs, to have only taken 5 shots in the first quarter is remarkable. Had he not stepped to the free throw line 3 times, converting 4 of 6 attempts, his scoring would likely have been even lower. The 76ers appeared to be mired in a quagmire, finding it exceedingly difficult to accelerate the game. Particularly as the Heat deployed a small ball lineup, they lost their speed advantage, resorting to repeated half-court sets to generate scoring opportunities. Iverson, in a non-ball handling role, felt as though he were perpetually ensnared, unable to shake his defender. Heat players were omnipresent, akin to an adhesive plaster, giving the impression that there were not merely 5 players on the court, but rather 100, with the first quarter concluding at 22-18. The Heat held a temporary lead of 4 points. Observing his fatigued players, Riley, shedding his usual stern demeanor, warmly remarked, "Well done, gentlemen. The strategy we implemented in the first quarter was quite successful, although we haven't widened the gap significantly. If we persist, victory will ultimately be ours." Indeed, while players like the Embiid and Jones had already expended a considerable amount of energy in just one quarter, it also implied that the 76ers were not in a much better position. I possess not only this lineup, but also a rotation to deploy once they tire. However, how many Iversons do the 76ers have, and how long can Iverson endure? Basketball remains a game dominated by giants. For a player under 180 centimeters, to become an MVP is an extraordinary feat, but the cost is substantial. One must exert greater effort and possess additional talent in other areas. Indeed, one may even have to deplete their future. In his prime, Iverson averaged over 44 minutes per game. But what of now? How much longer can he last against a more tenacious defense while bearing the burden of injuries? Riley rose from his seat, his gaze piercing through the crowd to rest upon the MVP, gasping for air on the bench. "Iverson, how much longer can you hold on?" In the second quarter, Riley substituted out the small ball lineup, bringing in Best, James, House, Allen, and Stojakovic, a pure bench unit. The 76ers, meanwhile, opted not to rest Iverson, seeking to capitalize on the Heat's substitution of their starters to close the gap or even take the lead. Their strategy appeared sound, and Iverson had the opportunity to catch his breath. The home court officials were also quite lenient, blowing their whistles at the slightest contact. Riley, however, was unperturbed, continuing to issue the directive for staunch physical defense. Willing to incur fouls. In truth, Iverson's free throw shooting is not particularly stellar, with a career percentage below 80, so sending him to the line is an acceptable risk. The back and forth of the score continued. Riley steadfastly refrained from reintroducing his starters, even as the score reached 28-36. Ultimately, with just 4 minutes remaining in the second quarter, Larry Brown finally substituted Iverson, while Riley brought back his prodigy the Beat and the bench enforcer Pearson. The score stood at 32-40, with the Heat trailing by 8 points in a mere 8 minutes. The 76ers had netted 22 points. 3-point strategy. The Beat began directing his teammates to move. Pearson, aided by screens, seized an open 3-point opportunity, with the Beat threading the needle to deliver him the ball, which he sank, rewarding his teammate with an assist that close the gap, shoot threes. This had recently become the Beat's personal mantra. However, he dared not vocalize it too loudly. For the last time he shared such wisdom with Riley, he was met with harsh criticism. Are you daft? Hitting threes is meant for widening the gap. In critical moments of trailing, 2-pointers are the most reliable choice. Unless absolutely necessary, who resorts to 3-pointers to chase points? Riley was not entirely mistaken. 3-pointers resemble gambling. The more one shoots, the more one desires to shoot. While others laboriously earn 2 points, one can simply launch a 3-pointer from the perimeter. Does that not make you want to shoot even more? Especially in crucial moments of chasing points, when trailing by 3, one might attempt a 3-pointer in hopes of tying the game. The prospect is enticing. But reality can be harsh. Bang! The shot clanged off the rim. The opponent successfully counterattacked, scoring 2 points and widening the gap to 5. In that moment, with the ball in hand, was the choice to take a 2-pointer or continue shooting threes? Alas, the decision leaned towards the 3-pointer, and soon the gap widened further, leading to a loss, while Riley was unaware of the 27 3-pointers made in the Western Conference Finals between the Warriors and the Rockets. He understood probabilities and the mindset of gamblers. The indiscriminate use of 3-pointers is akin to gambling. Only when both teams are engaging in reckless shooting does a chance of victory arise. Otherwise, one should brace for defeat. This moment, Riley's expression remained impassive. Should the ball go in, he would refrain from criticism, but if it missed, the Beat could expect a scathing rebuke at halftime. Undoubtedly, Husirui is fortunate. Faced with the opposing bench, he remains confident in leading his teammates to score. In a mere 4 minutes, the Heat swiftly re-established their advantage from the perimeter, even when Brown reinserted Snow for defense. It proved futile. During these 4 minutes, the Heat seemed to transform into an entirely different team, liberating their natural instincts and soaring with a rapid tempo. Their defensive capability plummeted to 100, while their offensive prowess soared to 1,000. Once they entered the front court, it mattered not whether it was a 3-pointer, a long 2, a mid-range shot, or a close-range layup. The basketball cascaded through the net as if it were raining. Often before the 76ers players could even position themselves, the Heat players, humming a tune, would already be retreating to defend, leaving no time for trash-talking. The alternating pace disrupted the rhythm of the Philadelphia players. Want Defa. The nearly 20,000 spectators at the First Union Center, formerly known as the Wachovia Center, silently cursed, thinking, isn't this just a case of peak travel bullying? Just moments ago, they hesitated to attack. And now that we've substituted, they come alive. Damn those Miami folks. How cunning. A few Miami fans, hidden among the crowd, cautiously stifled their laughter, wary of attracting unwanted attention from the United Philadelphia supporters. Who says peak travel is a bad idea? It's simply marvelous. At halftime, the Heat successfully took the lead in the final 4 minutes. 46-45, they delivered a breathtaking performance, scoring 14 points in just 4 minutes. How does it feel? Riley entered the locker room, observing his disheveled players. Not great, Grant quietly complained, feeling on the verge of exhaustion. Indeed, Grant was the most fatigued among them. Typically, it was Stipania, the towering figure, who would dominate the boards. But to facilitate switches, they had to deploy a quicker player, leaving Grant utterly drained. The need to switch defensively and battle for rebounds had exhausted him, leaving him unable to recover for an entire quarter. The results, however, were nothing short of remarkable. The honest Jones wholeheartedly endorsed this strategy, as it significantly alleviated his burden of one-on-one defense, effectively limiting Iverson. Although Iverson scored 20 points in the first half on 7 of 14 shooting. At this rate, his stamina would likely dwindle by the third quarter. Sigh. Such an excellent defensive tactic. Why wasn't he utilized earlier? Butler felt a pang of regret, recalling how he had been mercilessly tormented by his assigned opponents in previous matches. Riley's face flushed. Wasn't it simply a matter of timing? Just as he was about to explain, Morning interrupted him. What do you know, rookie? This is a brilliant tactic. The coach deliberately concealed it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have had such an effect. Have you seen those old WWE performers? Who starts with their finishing move? They save it for the finale. Didn't you notice Larry Brown pacing the sidelines? Unable to devise a counter-strategy, I was nearly dizzy from the sight. Upon hearing this, Butler contemplated, realizing the depth of his own understanding. Coach, how did you come up with this alternating tempo approach? Husirui appeared invigorated. The end of the second quarter had thrilled him. No, it's not merely an alternating tempo. It's peak travel. The more who thought about it, the more he found it peculiar. Wasn't this akin to guerrilla warfare? Whatever you intend to do, I shall do the opposite. When the enemy advances, I retreat. When they're stationary, I disrupt. When they tire, I strike. When they retreat, I pursue. When the enemy is swift, I slow. When they are slow, I hasten. When they are strong, I defend. When they are weak, I attack. This is utterly devoid of sportsmanship. It's simply the baseness of an NBA coach. Reflecting on the 2001 finals, the 76ers concealed Iverson to defend Fisher, while Snow took on Kobe. Look at how the Lakers operated. After mismatching against Iverson, Kobe even switched to set a screen for a one-on-one against Snow. In comparison, Riley appeared to be exceptionally cunning, aware that his thoughts were inaudible to others. Husirui nevertheless glanced at Riley with a hint of guilt. All right, time is short. Let's not dilly-dally. Riley glanced at his watch, noting that halftime was drawing to a close. Have you rested well? If you're ready, hurry back onto the court to execute the strategy. Fine. Riley, ever the trendsetter, shrugged with exaggerated flair, insisting that even if they hadn't fully recovered, they must play diligently. Anyone who complained of fatigue would have their wages docked. Especially you, Bryant. The mention of Grant caused him to shrink back, surprised that this old chap had not only heard his complaints, but also harbored a grudge. If you're feeling tired, I'll have the trainers increase your conditioning drills once we return. Not tired at all, Grant replied, typically fierce yet now meek before Riley. I'm in great shape. After saying this, he even dropped to the floor in the player's tunnel to perform a few push-ups. What a ridiculous display! Riley chuckled at this amusing spectacle, playfully kicking him as the ball was thrown in from the backcourt. It not only signified the beginning of the second half, but also heralded the onset of Iverson's nightmare. Riley immediately deployed the four horsemen alongside Malik Allen. Cautiously, he refrained from sending Grant onto the court, opting instead for the younger, faster, and taller Allen. After all, young players have an inexhaustible stamina. If Iverson were Chinese, these four would resemble the fearsome black and white impermanence, Nyotu and Ma Mian. The newly introduced Allen, akin to Meng Pa, would leave Iverson bewildered with a single strike. Eddie Jones, a hawk-like defender and former all-defensive team member, maintained an impenetrable defense, his keen eyes locked on a basketball, ready to strip it away at the slightest lapse. Wesley Person, a fierce tiger on defense, though perhaps not as skilled as his counterparts, unleashed his ferocity, making every trip to the free throw line feel like a crushing ordeal for Iverson. Karen Butler, resembling a wild wolf, possessed the ideal forward physique and had honed his stealing abilities under Jones' guidance. Moreover, he was cunning, like a wolf with a pack mentality, lurking in the shadows to snatch the ball at opportune moments. Malik Allen, the brown bear of defense, needed no introduction, finally breaking free from his defender. Iverson would face that innocuous cherubic face, only to find himself unsteady after a sudden blow, at times forgetting his purpose at the free throw line. It would be remiss not to mention the final defender. All right, I'll mention him, the rabid dog of defense, Husirui. This fellow was truly the most bothersome, seemingly omnipresent in the chaotic melee. He would snatch the ball, just when you thought you passed him. He'd strike from behind. As you prepare to receive a pass, he'd suddenly appear to intercept, IT was akin to a rabid dog relentlessly biting at your heels. Even if he incurred fouls, he would persist in his pursuit. Offensively, he distributed the ball and assisted teammates. Defensively, he was a relentless force. Which star player operates like this? While on the surface, Jones and Mourning appeared to be the leaders in the locker room. No one could deny that these two had long since elevated Husirui to prominence. IT was rare to see a star player engage in such gritty work, yet he was the sole one willing to toil. "Let me off the hook," Iverson gasped, leaning against Husirui. "I even celebrated your birthday and brought you gifts, and this is how you repay me." Husirui, equally fatigued, panted heavily but grinned. "That is not quite right. Allen, giving it your all is the greatest respect for your opponent." Iverson, exasperated, merely intended to voice a complaint, not to place his hopes on his adversaries. As the third quarter concluded, the Heat's strategy proved immensely successful. The effects increasingly apparent, with the scales of victory tipping in their favor. 21-15, the 76ers recorded their lowest scoring quarter. With only one successful shot out of 6 attempts, he reduced his attempts, focusing on facilitating for his teammates. However, the Heat players did not let their guard down. Under Riley's directive, they shelved that strategy and prepared to intensify their offensive efforts to close out the game. After all, Iverson had begun to falter, and exhausting the entire team's stamina to wear him down no longer offered substantial returns. It was time for a decisive showdown. In line with Riley's predictions, it was evident that Iverson's stamina had indeed waned by the fourth quarter, to the extent that he resorted to attempting three-point shots, which are not his forte, in a bid to conserve energy. The outcome was unmistakable. None found the net. Had he possessed a reliable three-point shot, the Heat's defensive strategy would not have succeeded. However, to everyone's surprise, the home referees became increasingly involved, not only favoring Iverson, but also allowing other 76ers players to gradually ascend to the free throw line. The Heat, however, remained indifferent to this development. The one attack amidst the four defenses proved futile. What use is a 4 defense if the offensive effort is rendered ineffective? Only Todd McCullough, C11, managed to benefit, attaining a postseason high of 15 points through height advantage, thanks to the assists from Iverson and Snow. The final buzzer echoed. The Heat triumphed with a commanding score of 96-83, securing their first victory on the road. Horry amassed an impressive tally, scoring 23 points, 4 rebounds, 7 assists, and 6 steals from 15 attempts, showcasing a performance akin to that of a master thief. This left Iverson and Larry Brown, who were interviewed post-game, wearing long faces. The former lamented that Horry was like a rabid dog relentlessly nipping at his heels, impossible to shake off, while the latter appeared at a loss when asked about the Heat's defensive tactics. Despite being heavily guarded, Iverson still managed to score a game-high of 32 points, though this included 14 free throws, of which he converted only 10. His overall shooting was a dismal 11 out of 28. With the second half of his performance verging on catastrophic, the underdog was not solely the Miami Heat in this opening game. As this match concluded, the much-anticipated showdown in Detroit commenced, featuring the season's scoring leader, Tracy McGrady, against the DPOY frontrunner, Ben Wallace, drawing the attention of countless fans. Ultimately, it was not the strongest shield that emerged victorious, but rather the strongest spear that McGrady delivered an outstanding performance in Game 1. Scoring 45 points alongside 6 rebounds and 7 assists, leading his team to a 112-105 victory over the formidable defenses of the Motor City. Rookie Gooden played a pivotal role, grabbing 12 rebounds and scoring 18 points. Meanwhile, the masked man Hamilton and Billups fell short, with 33 and 25 points respectively, leaving them to rue their missed opportunities. The Western Conference's elite teams exhibited remarkable steadiness, avoiding any slips. The relentless Kobe Bryant unleashed his full potential in the first round of the series, playing for 46 minutes and amassing a triple-double of 39 points, 14 rebounds, and 12 assists, significantly alleviating Shaquille O'Neal's toe injury. Despite Phil Jackson's protective measures, Shaq still faced injury concerns. The bone spur in his toe caused him significant pain, prompting his decision to undergo surgery that summer. Nevertheless, the dedicated O'Neal played 32 minutes, contributing 23 points and 11 rebounds, a reflection of his less-than-maximum effort. The Lakers crushed the Timberwolves 114-99 that the Sacramento Kings, deemed the most likely to defeat the Lakers, also sailed through with a comfortable 112-99 victory over the aging Galactic Armada. The Portland Trail Blazers, Chris Webber's 29 points and 17 rebounds nearly obliterated Portland's last hopes. Leaving the team, which had been assembled at great expense since 1999, teetering on the brink of disbandment, it was evident to all that they had no future, and a rebuild was merely a matter of time. The Spurs faced the Warriors, and it was not merely a victory, it was a one-sided massacre. Jamison was toyed with by Duncan, managing only 14 points and 12 rebounds on 6 of 19 shooting, leading Golden State to question his humanity on the court. Arenas fared no better, scoring 16 points on 5 of 16 shooting, while the Warriors trio saw Richardson, the most human among them, scored 22 points on 10 of 18 shooting, though he was outmatched by Steven Jackson, who exploded for 27 points. Duncan, ever the silent assassin, quietly compiled 26 points, 7 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, and 3 blocks under the watchful eye of Popovich, embodying the essence of humility. The Heat's next game was set to commence on April 22nd. With a schedule that appeared considerably less grueling compared to the Spurs, Lakers, and Pistons, who faced games every other day, their greater concern lay with the series between the Pistons and the Magic, as the current situation suggested that the Heat stood a strong chance of overcoming the formidable 76ers and potentially clashing with one of those two teams in the Eastern Conference semifinals. The Pistons and the Magic were both formidable adversaries. Riley, observing the national broadcast on television, addressed SPO and Horry, who were in his room late at night strategizing for the next round's opponents. The Pistons' offense is not as feeble as we might think, Riley stated, pointing at the screen where Hamilton, Chauncey Billups, Richard Hamilton, and Tayshaun Prince were at the free throw line. Their perimeter players are taller than us. They possess greater stamina, and their defense is superior. Beyond shooting range, we lack advantages over them, even in terms of shooting accuracy. He paused before continuing, not to mention the interior game, aside from Ben's brute strength. Clifford Robinson, PF 30, is no slouch either. Just then, Robinson received a pass from Prince and executed a thunderous dunk. The score stood at 105-103, with the Magic leading by a mere 2 points and only 2 minutes remaining. Magic coach Rivers called a timeout. "This guy has already scored 26 points tonight," SPO remarked, transfixed, noting that this included 2 3-pointers. Indeed, this 2.08-meter giant possesses a 3-point shooting ability, averaging 4 attempts per game during the 99-00 season, which is impressively high, and his shooting percentage is commendable. Isn't that disastrous? What more is there to analyze? Horry scratched his slightly itchy scalp, realizing that the luxurious shampoo at the hotel was not quite suitable for his skin. Riley glanced back at him. "Are you feeling idle?" Horry quickly recognized his faux pas. Surrendering before the battle was a capital offense in ancient times. "Never mind, coach. Let me fetch you a cup of coffee. You must be parched. What about you, Eric?" Horry inquired of Eric Spoelstra, who was nearby. "That I'll pass on the coffee tonight. Just an orange juice will suffice," SPO replied with a polite smile, once Horry left the room. Riley sighed and spoke. "He not wrong. Our prospect for the next round appear grim, especially considering we can't even claim a 100 chance of winning this series." Rising from his seat, Riley paced the room, clearly agitated. "The 76ers have a bona fide MVP on their roster. We mustn't underestimate the power of any superstar." "But coach," SPO interjected as Riley's prodigy, well aware that Riley was grooming him as a successor. Continued, "We've performed admirably this season. There's no need for excessive worry. This is merely our first year." "Indeed, it is just the first year," Riley mused, standing by the window and gazing out at the nightscape of Philadelphia. "Our rookie has brought us immense joy this year, far more than I had anticipated. I was frankly prepared to tank." SPO nodded in agreement, recognizing that this year's draft class could rival the legendary classes of 84 and 96. With media hype that surpassed both, he understood his mentor well. Riley was always ambitious, preferring to leverage the future for star players rather than succumb to mediocrity. Had it not been for the lack of viable options in recent seasons, he would not have considered this path. Fortunately, Horry had exceeded expectations, injecting a fresh vitality into the Heat and remarkably advancing them to the playoffs. while this indicated that the Heat would leave the upcoming draft empty-handed. They remained confident that Horry would prove to be as formidable as the most hyped prospects. "I'm back." Just then, the focal point of their conversation entered, bearing 2 drinks. "The orange juice is chilled. Eric, be careful when drinking. It might give you a toothache." SPO accepted his orange juice. "Thank you, but it's rather warm in here. The cold is just right." "Coach, here is your coffee. Hu Sirui, turn around." A face full of obsequiousness, and handed the drink to Riley, who was by the window. Riley nodded, opened the lid, and took a sip. Quite good," he acknowledged with a nod of approval. The Magic lost Spo, seated in front of the television, remarked while sipping orange juice. In the last 2 minutes, the Pistons reversed the game, allowing their opponents no points while Hamilton scored crucial baskets, ultimately securing a home victory at 109-105. McGrady, despite his valiant effort with 36 points, found his teammates rendered ineffective against the Pistons' impregnable defense. Even though both Ben Wallace and Prince played through injuries, they struggled to score. Hamilton once again stepped up, delivering a stellar performance with 40 points, matching McGrady's prowess and providing the Pistons with the momentum to win. The series stood at 1-1, the Pistons having leveled the score, resetting both teams to the same starting line. "All right, gentlemen, it's time for you to retire to your rooms." Riley glanced at his watch. Noting it was already past 10, he issued the dismissal, emphasizing the need for them to be in top form for tomorrow's game. "Especially you little rascal," he pointed at Husirui. "I haven't increased your training load these past few days, so you better perform well." Standing straight at the door, Husirui saluted Riley with an American military salute. "Yes, sir." Riley, observing his comical demeanor, turned his head and exchanged a knowing smile with SBS for Riley's cunning defensive strategies. Larry Brown had yet to devise an effective countermeasure within the 3 days. However, as a seasoned veteran of the league, he was adept at finding ways around challenges. This old fox instructed Snow and McGee to work in tandem with Husirui, ensuring that whenever Riley allowed Husirui to exploit mismatches for scoring opportunities, Brown would have these two torment him, disrupting his rhythm. It must be admitted that this tactic threw the Heat off balance. Husirui faced the top-tier perimeter defenders and was only able to manage a dismal shooting percentage of 1 for 9, accumulating a mere 5 points. Fortunately, where there is loss, there is also gain. Although Husirui faltered offensively, his contributions on defense and playmaking did not wane, as evidenced by his 9 assists and 3 steals, indicating he played a positive role on the court. Iverson's performance remained lackluster, shooting 10 out of 19 attempts for 21 points, 9 rebounds, and 8 assists. Until a solution emerged, Larry Brown had no choice but to reduce Iverson's drives and shots, shifting him into a playmaking role to conserve energy. Although Iverson's free throw attempts decreased, the outcome was surprisingly favorable. The Heat's defensive focus was squarely on him, leaving little energy to monitor others. While the 76ers players may have been strong defensively but weak offensively, they were still NBA players capable of seizing opportunities when open. However, the Heat excelled in their depth of offensive talent. Stopping one player like Husirui meant dealing with Pearson. Shutting down Pearson left Butler, and silencing Butler still left Mourning and Jones, those two veteran stalwarts. Today, they've both delivered, one scoring 17 points and the other 16, leading the team to a narrow victory over the 76ers by a single point. 7-7-76. It was ironic that two offensively driven teams ended up in a defensive showdown. Though they triumphed narrowly, both previous games have been played on the road, meaning the Heat enjoyed a 2-0 lead with home court advantage. Damn, is this really our home court? We might as well just declare the 76ers the winners. Upon entering the locker room, the hot-tempered Grant flung his towel onto his seat, exclaiming that if the league didn't want them to win, they could simply forfeit. The Heat players who followed him in wore similarly grim expressions, disheartened by the unjust officiating that had cost them the game by a single point, 110-109. Both teams having scored the highest points of the series thus far. The Heat had only received 13 free throw attempts on their home court, while the visiting 76ers were awarded 38. Iverson, typically more restrained, displayed erratic behavior during the game, disregarding Larry Brown's tactical directives and opting to drive to the basket on his own. Though his shooting percentage was low, he inadvertently earned 16 free throw attempts, racking up 35 points It was clear to any observer that under Stern's directives, the league did not wish to see a swift resolution between the 76ers and the Heat, as their match was the most lucrative of the first round. With the most popular MVP facing off against the formidable Chinese rookie, both American and Chinese fans were intensely invested, with only the series between the Lakers and Timberwolves capable of drawing away some of that attention. Riley attended the post-game interview solely with Husirui. The two refrained from expressing their discontent with the officiating to the media. Husirui took the blame upon himself, while Riley assured that they would perform better in the next game. "Coach, how can you still be so cheerful after today's loss?" Husirui, standing behind Riley, felt uneasy as the old man had maintained a cheerful demeanor throughout the interview that it struck him as rather peculiar. If his joviality was an effort to uphold his gentlemanly image as the godfather in front of the media, surely this should not extend to their return to the locker room. Could it be that he was simply stunned into silence? Husirui mused, pondering over Riley's seemingly normal behavior during the interview. Upon hearing Husirui's words, Riley suddenly halted in his tracks, startling Husirui into a standstill. Bracing for the impending outburst, "You fool, do you think I'm happy about losing the game?" Riley turned to face him, and Husirui noticed a certain gleam in his eyes, as if they were dancing with excitement. "Did you not notice something amiss with the 76ers today?" Seeing whose bewildered expression, Riley sighed and began to explain. Though Philadelphia lost last match, Larry Brown's strategy was the most optimal solution they could devise. The only method capable of countering Husirui nodded, awaiting further elaboration, that if they persist with this strategy, after some adjustment, they may indeed pose a formidable challenge for us. Furthermore, it would allow Allen to play more comfortably. Otherwise, we would have also taken a toll. Riley paused before continuing, but why did they change their strategy today? Or rather, why did Allen Iverson alter the strategy? Given Larry Brown's stubbornness, he wouldn't be foolish enough to change a successful tactic. Husirui pondered this, beginning to grasp the implications. The answer was straightforward. "Internal strife," Riley declared, a spark of excitement in his eyes. "The 76ers locker room has erupted." Upon hearing this, Husirui's breath caught in his throat. How could he have overlooked such a critical point? Riley was correct. The underlying tension within the team had indeed intensified. Larry Brown had spent 6 seasons with the 76ers, and he and Iverson had shared their fair share of sweet moments, having once collaborated to reach the finals. However, fundamentally, they were never a well-suited pairing. First, Brown's coaching philosophy leaned towards team basketball, emphasizing defense, passing, and tactical discipline. In stark contrast, Iverson was renowned for his extreme individualism throughout America, leading to a fundamental clash of styles. Secondly, Iverson had long been known for his rebellious nature, both on and off the court, making it difficult to coexist with the strict and obstinate Brown. Lastly, the catalyst for their discord was Iverson's erratic behavior, often arriving late or absent for training, which deeply dissatisfied Brown, who openly criticized him for it. In retaliation, Allen claimed that Brown stifled his individual expression, creating an adversarial dynamic with the coach. This confrontation undoubtedly brought their conflict to the forefront. The onset of the playoffs had temporarily suppressed their grievances, but this was merely a stopgap measure. As long as there are no results, this season will mark the final collaboration between the two, with a breakup being the inevitable outcome. However, the consecutive home defeats left Iverson unable to tolerate Brown's tactical arrangements any longer. Standing precariously on the edge of a cliff, he unequivocally disregarded the original team strategy and opted to take matters into his own hands. Yet, the victory in this match did little to ease the tensions. Rather, it became a definitive symbol of the rift between master and disciple. Feeling a sense of triumph for having embarrassed Brown, Iverson thought, "Your tactics cannot secure victory for the team. Only my individual play can lead us to win." As a coach, Larry Brown foresaw the bleak future of the 76ers and recognized there was no glimmer of hope. He resolved to leave Philadelphia in the first round, Game 4, although the referees once again favored one side. The free throw ratio stood at 11-32. Nevertheless, the Heat, united in spirit, managed to clinch this crucial game, establishing a 3-1 lead to become the third team to reach match point. The other two teams were the Spurs at 3-0 against the Warriors and the Magic at 3-1 against the Pistons. McGrady scored 35 points to triumph over the Pistons, yet Iverson, as one of the four premier shooting guards, amassed an even higher score of 43 points but was left to swallow the bitter fruit of defeat. The final score was 109-100. Had the 76ers not missed those 10 free throws, they would not have lost. Iverson played with greater selfishness in this match, launching a staggering 33 shots throughout the game. Even when fatigued and missing, he still attempted a couple of three-pointers in a desperate bid to close the gap. However, no matter how hard he struggled, it was futile, for Coach Larry Brown had thrown in the towel. Indeed, as the head coach, Brown had given up during the playoffs. With the team already divided, he saw no need to engage in further discussions with Iverson, opting instead to delegate coaching duties to an assistant due to his supposed physical discomfort. This old man had come to terms with the situation, sitting calmly on the sidelines while trailing, calling for a couple of timeouts to adjust and allow the players to rest, his demeanor more composed than the spectators behind him. Observing his detached presence on the sidelines, one could surmise he was contemplating his next destination. As a capable wandering coach, he had no worries about finding a new position. Riley, of course, discerned his intentions and felt a sense of relief. He urged the Heat players to intensify their efforts, aiming to dismantle this formidable Eastern Conference contender. It seemed as though only a world where Iverson was injured could be realized. The fourth team to reach match point was the New Jersey Nets, who, having recovered by the end of the season under Kidd's leadership, took a commanding 3-1 lead over the Pacers, showcasing a strength that belied their ranking. They were poised to become the third team to achieve the 8th-seed miracle since the 1993-94 Nuggets and the 1998-99 Knicks. As the strong teams in the West were dragged into a 2-2 tie, the second-ranked Spurs decisively swept the Golden State Warriors on their home turf, advancing to the next round. That Duncan's impressive double-double of 26 points and 21 rebounds left the Bay Area team with their heads hung low. While Jamison was utterly devastated, "Alonzo, the final shot is yours. The team needs you to step up." Riley stood among the players with a tactical board, surrounded by eager faces. They would surely guard the perimeter closely, and he would clear the interior for a one-on-one situation. Don't feel too much pressure. Big Zito.Hu Sire, standing nearby. Encourage him. We still have a chance. Worst case, we go into double overtime. Riley playfully delivered a sharp tap to his head. Double overtime? Nonsense. We've already lost 2 players to fouls. Who do we have left? Morning, laughing, stepped in to prevent Riley from further chastising him. It's fine, sire. I've faced bigger moments than this. How could I possibly be nervous? In the life-and-death Game 5 of the first round, the 76ers were just one step away from elimination, while the Heat were equally close to advancing. The league had seemingly abandoned all pretense of fairness for the sake of selling one more ticket. After all, if the 76ers coach had already conceded, how could they still compete with the Heat until the final moments of overtime? It was all thanks to CP3's efforts. Firstly, he earned the 76ers a staggering 40 free throws during regulation time. Had Husair not made a buzzer-beating three-pointer to tie the game, they would have suffered yet another unfair loss. Once in overtime, the referees completely discarded their facade, revealing their true agenda. They first called Husair for a foul, followed closely by Eddie Jones, both of whom were ejected for accumulating 6 fouls. You made a three-pointer to tie the game, didn't you? How can you still do that after being called out? Subsequently, 8 free throws were awarded in overtime, with 7 successfully converted. In total, the overtime period yielded 9 points, with free throws accounting for 7 of those. However, the Heat players did not surrender. The more the referees pushed, the more they resisted. Jones, before fouling out in the first 3 minutes, managed to score twice against Iverson. Following his departure, Pearson added a crucial three-point play, maintaining their offensive momentum, and in the low post, Morning executed a powerful dunk to tie the score. In the end, Iverson maneuvered through the crowd for a layup, but Morning sent it back with a resounding block, securing the final possession for the Heat. Riley quickly called a timeout to set up the last play. After the timeout, Pearson, Best, House, and Morning took the court while the sharpshooter Malik Allen stood ready to inbound the ball from the sideline. Best successfully received the basketball, calmly managing the clock. Given the trend of officiating, it was imperative to score decisively, leaving no time remaining. Allen and Morning set screens for House, drawing the attention of the 76ers defense. Both had shooting range, and if either hit a three-pointer, it would be nearly impossible to recover. With the Heat players moving strategically, the lane was inadvertently cleared, leaving only Mourning and Todd McCullough in the paint. With 5 seconds remaining, Best made his move, delivering the ball to Mourning, who skillfully received it, then tested McCullough's height advantage, pushing him deeper into the paint before releasing a soft hook shot, though McCullough raised his hand to block. Mourning had become so adept that he no longer needed to look up to find the rim's location. Under the gaze of over 19,000 spectators, the basketball swished through the net, not even grazing the rim. With only 2.0 seconds remaining, Mourning executed a near-perfect hook shot to seal the victory. Larry Brown symbolically called a timeout that it was necessary. After all, one could not appear to be too blatant in their lack of effort. This was a matter of professional ethics. As for the final play strategy, naturally, it was designed for Iverson. How he executed it was entirely up to him. Without the coach's guidance, the 76ers players floundered in their movements. Iverson received the ball from 3 or 4 steps beyond the three-point line. Realizing time was running out, and hurriedly launched a long-range three-pointer. The basketball struck the rim with precision. Unfortunately, the mischievous ball spun around several times before rolling out. Beep! The game concluded, and the Heat triumphed over the 76ers. Advancing to the next round, Nice, whose sire could no longer contain his joy, and rushed forward to embrace Mourning. Although this series ended in a gentlemanly sweep at 4-1, it was a hard-fought battle. However, he was also filled with indignation. The unjust officiating had caused the Heat to expend considerable energy in vain. While not directed at Iverson and the 76ers, the abhorrent officiating was enough to infuriate Ginóbili. In this match, Iverson's valiant effort yielded 38 points, 6 rebounds, 4 assists, and 6 steals, effectively burning himself out. Yet the internal and external challenges faced by the team are far beyond what a single superstar could remedy. Ginóbili delivered the finest performance of this series, with 36 points, 9 rebounds, 7 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block, hitting a crucial three-pointer that propelled the team to fight till the very last moment. Had he not been fouled out in overtime, given his current form, it was conceivable that he could have surpassed 40 points. During the days without games, the Heat players, aside from their training, watched tapes of the Magic and Pistons games together. As the matches progressed, following the Spurs and Heat advancing, the Nets achieved a historic upset, defeating the Eastern Conference's top-seeded Pacers 4-1 and moving on to the next round. After a grueling 6-game battle, the Lakers emerged victorious against the Timberwolves, with Kobe averaging an astounding 35 points per game in the series, decisively penetrating Minnesota's backcourt. The Sacramento Kings also dispatched the disintegrating Galactic Empire Trailblazers with a 4-2 victory. The team that once battled the Lakers to a Game 7 in the Western Conference Finals was now in decline. Meanwhile, the Mavericks and Suns, as well as the Raptors and Hornets, and the Pistons and Magic, engaged in fierce struggles that reached a decisive Game 7. Initially, the Magic seemed to be in an advantageous position, leading 3-1 with 3 match points in hand, but Game 5 of the series proved to be a turning point. The Pistons' relentless double-teaming and T-Mac's inherent spinal issues were wreaking havoc on his physical health. It was only after Ben's malicious foul that McGrady could no longer endure. He bravely battled the Pistons despite his injuries, but could not prevent the impending turnaround, helplessly watching as the game was dragged into a decisive 7th match by the Detroit team. It remains uncertain whether Rivers' reversal buff was in effect, or if McGrady's first-round buff had taken hold, or perhaps it was a combination of both. However, at this moment, the focal point of interest was not the outcomes of the 3 Game 7s, but rather the announcement of the regular season awards. Although the league had early designated the recipients of various awards to ensure a smooth progression of the playoffs and maintain fan engagement, they strategically scheduled the announcement between the first and second rounds, thereby heightening fan enthusiasm and discussion. This year, the announcement came relatively early. Following the conclusion of the 4th game, all results were disclosed over 3 consecutive days. Tim Duncan successfully surpassed Kevin Garnett, Kobe Bryant, Tracy McGrady, and Shaquille O'Neal to claim the MVP title, boasting averages of 24.7 points, 14.2 rebounds, 4 assists, and 2.6 blocks, securing the MVP trophy for 2 consecutive years. The decline of David Robinson compelled him to shoulder greater responsibilities in the paint, allowing the Stone Buddha, who peaked upon entering the league, to evolve once more. The Rookie of the Year award naturally went to Silly, whose average of 24 points, 3 rebounds, 8.1 assists, and 1.6 steals was exceptional for a newcomer. As the saying goes, the first step to becoming a superstar is to achieve impressive statistics. Those who cannot even manage their stats have little hope for the future, much like a certain snow mamba, who failed to grasp statistics after 4 years, while fans daydreamed about ousting Shang Jing to become the top player. The Defensive Player of the Year award was bestowed upon Ben Wallace, whose true height may be under 2 meters, yet he dominated with terrifying strength, excelling in both rebounding and shot blocking. The Six-Man award went to Bobby Jackson of the Kings, who contributed an impressive average of 15.5 points, becoming an indispensable source of firepower off the bench. The Warriors' Agent Zero, Gilbert Arenas, was recognized as this year's most improved player, averaging 20.3 points, 4.8 rebounds, and 6.1 assists in his sophomore season, a significant leap from last year's 10.9 points, 2.8 rebounds, and 3.7 assists. The Best Manager and Coach awards were awarded to Joe Dumars of the Pistons and Greg Popovich of the Spurs, respectively. The list of All-NBA teams was somewhat unexpected. First team, Kobe Bryant, Tracy McGrady, Kevin Garnett, Tim Duncan, Shaquille O'Neal. Second team, Allen Iverson, Jason Kidd, Dirk Nowitzki, Chris Webber, Ben Wallace. Third team, Vince Carter, Silly, Paul Pierce, Antoine Walker, Jermaine O'Neal. First team All-Defense, Kobe Bryant, Ron Artest, Kevin Garnett, Tim Duncan, Ben Wallace. Second team All-Defense, Doug Christie, Eric Snow, Sean Marion, Bruce Bowen, Shaquille O'Neal. First team All-Rookie, Silly, Yao Ming, Amare Stoudemire, Nene, Drew Gooden. Second team All-Rookie, Karen Butler, Carlos Boozer, J. R. Bremer, Jay Williams, Manu Ginóbili. And one anticipated that Silly would not only be selected as an All-Star in his rookie season, but also secure a spot on the All-NBA team. It is noteworthy that the last rookie to achieve both feats in the same season was Tim Duncan, who had already claimed the MVP title, although Duncan was named to the first team in his inaugural season. Kobe also celebrated his first appearance on the second team, signifying his formal entry into the ranks of two-way superstars, with the Lakers boasting 2 first-team stars. Meanwhile, McGrady's inaugural selection to the first team marked his emergence as one of the league's finest players. Both Paul Pierce and Antoine Walker of the Celtics made the third team, yet they were unable to lead their team into the playoffs. Much to the surprise of fans, Silly season had been remarkably fruitful, with personal accolades including Rookie of the Year, third team All-NBA, first team All-Rookie, 2-time Player of the Week, 7-time Rookie of the Month, MVP of the Rookie Challenge, 3-point contest champion, and all-star starter. For a rookie, achieving such accomplishments is indicative of a promising future. Following the announcement of all regular season awards, the 3 Game 7s also reached their conclusions. The Mavericks and Suns were evenly matched in the decisive game. Nowitzki rebounded from his earlier lackluster performances, scoring 32 points and grabbing 17 rebounds, while Nash contributed 21 points and 12 assists. Michael Finley also rediscovered his form, tallying 20 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists. Had he not struggled with just 5 points in one game and 8 in another, the Mavericks might not have been pushed to a 7th match. Vince Carter, despite battling injuries, scored 29 points but fell short in the first round. Although the Hornets star player lacked some luster, their balanced team play triumphed over the star-studded approach that McGrady faced a similar fate as his cousin, also hindered by injury, scoring 33 points before succumbing in the decisive 7th match at the Palace of Auburn Hills against the Pistons. The Detroit team saw 7 players score in double digits, none exceeding 20 points, yet, as the saying goes, many wolves can take down a tiger. They relied on tenacious defense and teamwork to complete a stunning 1-3 comeback, ultimately defeating the Orlando Magic and the Heat to advance to the second round. Thus, the matchups for the second round were finalized. Western Conference top seed Los Angeles Lakers versus 5th seed Dallas Mavericks. 2nd seed San Antonio Spurs versus 3rd seed Sacramento Kings. 5th seed New Orleans Hornets versus 8th seed New Jersey Nets. And 3rd seed Detroit Pistons versus 7th seed Miami Heat. As the schedule progressed into the second round, the pace quickened significantly. After all, the attention surrounding the first round paled in comparison to that of the second round, the conference finals, and the NBA finals. That it is not without reason that the first round employs a best-of-5, 3 wins format. Until the playoffs of this season, David Stern believed that the NBA's plate was sufficiently large before transitioning to a best-of-7 series format. The Miami Heat had a historical record of 1 win and 3 losses against the Pistons in the regular season. Thus, they found little advantage against this formidable defensive team, not to mention the heightened intensity and tighter schedule of the playoffs. The Pistons had yet to recover from their grueling battle with the Magic in the previous round, and the Heat's contrasting style caught them off guard, leading to a victory in the first game, with Usirui scoring 27 points and providing 10 assists. The final score of 128-108 could be deemed a resounding defeat for the Pistons. However, that was where the Heat's success ended. The Pistons subsequently won 4 consecutive games, making Game 1 the sole victory for the Miami team. Under the special attention from their opponents, Usirui's shooting percentages plummeted, 9 of 19, 6 of 17, 6 of 24, and 3 of 14. Each game saw a decline in both points and accuracy, rendering him utterly powerless against the Pistons' stringent defense. It appears he still has a long way to go on his journey to stardom, with much left to learn. Similarly, the Spurs and Nets effortlessly swept their opponents with a 4-1 scoreline. Tim Duncan once again dominated his matchup, averaging 26.6 points and 16 rebounds per game, a performance that could be described as monumental, stifling Kings centerpiece Chris Webber within the confines of the paint. This rendered the offensively flamboyant Kings seemingly impotent, as they were firmly held in check. Undoubtedly, Duncan's dominance at the power forward position is unmatched this year. What power do you possess, and what power do I possess? There exists a discernible gap among the 4 great forwards. Jason Kidd's performance was equally commendable as the premier point guard in the league and the triple-double king of the season. Kidd truly deserves the title of Mr. Versatile, contributing an average of 25.0 points, 6.8 rebounds, 12.4 assists, and 2.6 steals per game in this round. Kidd undoubtedly fulfilled his role on the court, significantly enhancing his team's performance, which explains why the Nets were able to achieve such remarkable upsets. Conversely, the Los Angeles Lakers, who finished first in the Western Conference and aimed for a 4th consecutive championship, found themselves pushed to a Game 7 by the Dallas Mavericks. At this juncture, although Dirk Nowitzki had not yet experienced the heartbreaking reversals of the 2006 Finals or the infamous upset in the 2007 MVP season, he had long been branded as a soft player due to his European heritage and somewhat gentle playing style. It is worth noting that during the early 2000s, Nowitzki was not regarded as one of the 4 great forwards. Opinions varied widely on who that 4th forward could be. Some claimed it was Rasheed Wallace. Others suggested Shaquille O'Neal, and some even considered Antonio McDyess. However, no one regarded Nowitzki as being in the same league as the aforementioned players, even after sweeping Kevin Garnett's Timberwolves out of the playoffs last season. Public perception of him remained unchanged. Yet this so-called soft player averaged an impressive 31.8 points and 13.5 rebounds in this series, pushing the formidable duo of O'Neal and Kobe Bryant to the brink. In the decisive Game 7, this 2.13-meter German tank led the Mavericks, tightly contesting the score through the first 3 quarters. But T84-86, they managed to drag the suspense into the 4th quarter. The Lakers began to find their rhythm, with Fox hitting 2 consecutive 3-pointers and Fisher scoring 6 points over Nash, further extending the lead. Compounding the Mavericks' woes, Nowitzki fouled out after 36 minutes of play. By the time only 2 minutes and 34 seconds remained. The deficit had widened to 9 points, 105-114. Fortunately for Mavericks, their players did not surrender. Finley converted a layup off Nash's assist, while Kobe was called for an offensive foul. Finley then hit another close-range jumper, and an unmindful O'Neal was blocked from behind by Popeye Jones, PF 54. The on-fire Finley aimed to score again, but was thwarted by Fox, while Lakers power forward Samaki Walker showcased his sole advantage by securing the defensive rebound. Unexpectedly, in a moment of confusion, he overlooked a lurking Nick Van Exel, PG 31, who intercepted a pass meant for Fisher and hit a close-range jumper. As the 6th man and Nash's backup, Van Exel should have been on the bench during such a critical moment. However, whenever the team found themselves in a bind, the eccentric scientist, Coach Nelson, always provided him the opportunity to shine. Clearly, he did not disappoint his coach's expectations. Fisher made another turnover, allowing Nash to hit a three-pointer from the top of the arc after receiving a pass from Finley. In just 1 minute and 20 seconds, the Mavericks leveled the score, capitalizing on their opponent's mistakes and their own scorching shooting. The Zen Master was compelled to call a timeout, as the Lakers were playing too hastily in the final moments, with a dynamic duo of O'Neal and Kobe. It was crucial for them to maintain composure to secure the victory. Upon resuming play, O'Neal and Fisher executed a pick and roll. O'Neal, after sealing Nash, opted to roll to the basket, faced with the necessity of committing an early foul. Nash had no choice but to do so, lest he gift the opposing team 2 easy points. True to form, O'Neal failed to convert both free throws that in the final minute. An intense defensive struggle ensued. Eduardo Naira, SF-14, missed a layup, followed by Fisher's missed three-pointer, and Finley's mid-range shot clanked off the rim. Fortunately, Jones managed to snatch the offensive rebound and passed it back to Nash, who then scored a mid-range jumper. With only 14 seconds remaining, the Zen Master opted to forego a timeout, allowing the Lakers players to execute their game. Kobe dribbled at the top of the arc, steadily lowering the clock that he aimed for a final, decisive blow, a three-pointer to seal the game. With just 5 seconds left, he suddenly sprang into action, easily shaking off Finley. In 0-1 expected Kobe to take a three-pointer with his team, trailing by 2. As Finley was focused on guarding his drive, with calm determination, Kobe launched the open three-pointer. Bang! Fate did not favor this stubborn individual, as he missed his 3rd consecutive three-pointer of the night, even with no defender in sight. Yet amidst the crowd, O'Neal soared once more, emphatically slamming the rebound back into the basket. O'Neal's dunk tied the game, sending it into overtime. In the overtime period, the Mavericks appeared deflated, succumbing to the Lakers with a score of 12-8. Although the margin was merely 4 points, it was evident that Dallas had lost their vigor during the extra period, ultimately collapsing under pressure and forfeiting their chance to face the Spurs in the Western Conference Finals. In this match, Nowitzki, who had been ejected, recorded an impressive 31 points and 11 rebounds, while Finley stepped up in the clutch, scoring 23 points for rebounds and 6 assists, and Nash delivered a double-double with 19 points and 10 assists. In contrast, the Lakers saw Kobe lead with 28 points, followed by Fisher with 23, Fox with 19, Walker with 14, and Horry with 10. O'Neal, limited by early foul trouble, managed only 19 points, 15 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 steals, and 4 blocks. The Lakers had 6 players in double figures, clinching the final ticket to the Eastern and Western Conference Finals. While the Eastern and Western Conference Finals heated up, another significant event was set in motion. On April 2, 2003, the NBA announced that the draft lottery for the 2003 NBA Draft would take place on May 22nd at 8 p.m. Eastern Time in Secaucus, New Jersey, with ABC providing a 30-minute live broadcast. The 13 teams that did not qualify for the 2002 to 2003 season playoffs would participate in this lottery, with the team possessing the worst record in the league having a 25% chance of securing the first overall pick in the 2003 draft, while the team with the 13th worst record would have a 0.5% chance of obtaining that coveted selection. Currently, the team with the league's worst record is the Denver Nuggets. Since 1988, there have only been 2 instances in which the team with the worst overall record in the league secured the first overall pick in the draft. Recently, rumors have circulated that the coveted first pick is already predetermined for Cleveland. This is hardly a novel occurrence. The lottery system for draft picks is far from the transparent process it appears to be. With murky waters lurking beneath, David Stern, the president of the league, does not adhere to fairness. He functions more like an astute director, orchestrating the allocation of the top pick to the teams of his choosing, crafting a spectacle that captivates the audience. On May 22, during the Eastern Conference Finals, both the Pistons and the Spurs held a 2-0 lead, while the eliminated Hussery accompanied head coach Riley to Secaucus for the annual lottery day. Initially, he intended to return home for the off-season, as numerous businesses awaited discussions with his team, and Nike was preparing an event to promote his new signature shoe. Additionally, there were interviews, promotional activities, and even a request from a lesser-known university for him to give a lecture. It was truly a case of having more money than places to spend it. How could a high school graduate lecture college students? What would he discuss? Perhaps he could share his experiences of playing amidst thugs, drunks, gamblers, addicts, and playboys, while emerging unscathed as a model citizen. However, before returning home, he had to attend a gathering at the Jones residence to celebrate their daughter's birthday, catch a Game 7 of the Mavericks and Lakers in Los Angeles. Husher, indeed. I was present for that G7. Enjoy a meal at Kobe's house, and accept Jordan's invitation to play golf at a resort. Although Jordan's prowess on the golf course was not particularly impressive, it was still a significant improvement compared to Hushery, a novice with only a couple of experiences under his belt. Watching Hushery's clumsy attempts, Michael felt a sense of superiority. After the golf game, he planned to greet Anna's parents in New York before flying back to Los Angeles to see his girlfriend, and finally, head directly back to his home country, just as he was about to depart. A call from Riley summoned him to New Jersey. "Coach, we have all made it to the playoffs, and our draft position is already determined outside the lottery. What is the purpose of our presence here?" Hushery whispered to Riley as they sat courtside. "Did you think we wouldn't come just because it doesn't concern us?" Riley's lips moved slightly, but Hushery could hear him clearly. The lottery results would not only affect the draft positions of these 13 teams, but could also present trading opportunities. "Look over there. Isn't that Billy King, the general manager of the 76ers? Riley gestured subtly, and Old Nelson was also present, along with various representatives from other teams, though not all were general managers. "Couldn't we just watch the live broadcast on television?" Hushery still struggled to comprehend why they needed to be there in person for something that could be settled at home. "Where are we?" Riley shifted the conversation. When Hushery answered, New Jersey, he realized that Riley had brought him along for extra practice, not at the training facility, but to witness the upcoming playoff games. "Listen, you must stay and watch the finals before you leave. The lottery ceremony is about to commence. This is far easier than enduring the rigors of practice. Otherwise, you can return to Miami and train for a month. I'd have no qualms about increasing the trainer salaries for your sake." Hushery wanted to say something more, but Riley interjected softly, "Be quiet. The lottery is starting." Since the mechanism for the draft lottery was altered, only the top 6 positions held any suspense, with teams ranked 7th or lower having less than a 5% chance of securing the top pick, thus establishing a largely predetermined order. This year, the teams with the highest probabilities for the top pick were the Nuggets, Cavaliers, Pistons via the Memphis Grizzlies, Knicks, Grizzlies via the Houston Rockets, and the Supersonics. However, the Seattle Supersonics fell out of the top 6, making way for the 7th-ranked Bulls to break through. The Grizzlies secured the 6th overall pick in the 2003 draft. Hushery noticed that the Bulls representative was nearly beside himself with excitement, indicating they had reached the top 5. The 5th overall pick in the 2003 draft went to the Chicago Bulls. As expected, David Stern still favored the Bulls, who had been waiting for a new hero to emerge since Jordan's retirement 5 years prior. To be frank, the Bulls' management was to blame for their plight. Stern had not deprived them of opportunities in the post-Jordan era. The team experienced a significant loss of quality players, with Pippen leaving for a lucrative contract with the Trailblazers, leaving only Kukoc and Harper as mainstays. This drastic decline saw them tumble from championship glory to the bottom of the Eastern Conference. Fortunately for them, luck was on their side, as they secured the 1st overall pick and the 16th pick in their first year, selecting Elton Brand and Ron Artest. However, due to roster issues, they remained at the bottom of the Eastern Conference the following season, with Kukoc also leaving for the 76ers. Yet they still had the promising rookie Brand to rely on. In the 2000-01 season, the Bulls held 2 lottery picks, the 4th and 7th, later trading down to the 8th. These picks yielded Marcus Fizer and Super 6 Jamal Crawford. Unfortunately, the season yielded no breakthroughs, and the Bulls, dissatisfied with their last place standing in the Eastern Conference, finished with a dismal record of 15 wins, claiming the title of the league's worst team. In the 2001-02 season, the Bulls traded Brand, sending him to the Clippers, who acquired their future captain, while the Bulls received the 2nd overall pick, the brawler Tyson Chandler, and then used their 4th pick to draft Little Shark Eddie Curry. However, they disappointingly traded away the quality forward Artest for a pittance at the season's end. Unsurprisingly, the Bulls once again finished at the bottom of the league. This season, the Bulls had a 22.5 chance of obtaining the top pick, while the Rockets had a mere 8.9 that before the draft. Bulls manager Krause even reassured Yao Ming that if he joined the Bulls, he would handle any issues regarding playing for China in the World Championship if Yao ever grew weary of playing in the NBA. This statement left the inexperienced Yao terrified and locked away. Regrettably, a miscalculation allowed Francis's lucky hand to seize the opportunity, leaving the Bulls to watch helplessly as the Eastern Giant was claimed by the Rockets, forcing them to select Duke star Jay Williams with their second overall pick. The fourth overall pick in the 2003 draft went to the New York Knicks, with a fourth pick and a newly acquired Ray Allen. The future of New York City appeared promising. The league would not permit such a grand opportunity to go unseized. The third overall pick in the 2003 draft was awarded to the Denver Nuggets. The Nuggets general manager, Vander Wide, was on the verge of tears, feeling no joy in obtaining the third pick, as they had been vying for the top selection. Meanwhile, Grizzlies manager West was brimming with delight, their greatest rival. The Nuggets had faltered, and if they could overcome the Cavaliers, that invaluable draft pick would remain in Memphis. The second overall pick in 2003 went to the Cleveland Cavaliers, the heart of Jerry West. The Grizzlies manager was racing. Meanwhile, representatives from the Cavaliers and Pistons were equally anxious. Oh my God. West slumped back his chair as the other two parties practically leaped for joy. The first overall pick in 2003 was an obvious outcome. But the formalities still had to be followed. The Cleveland Cavaliers, the joy on team owner Gordon Gunn's face was unmistakable. Congratulations. Thank you, Gunn responded, shaking hands with the host that LeBron James hails from Akron, Ohio. I imagine you are all quite ecstatic right now. In truth, they had yet to decide whom to select. Gunn, brimming with pride, could hardly contain himself as he stuck out his tongue in celebration. Hushry, he shook his head, bemused by Gunn's smug demeanor. Look at him flaunt his excitement, claiming we haven't even decided who to pick yet. Are we leaving now? Just as Usirui was about to voice a few more complaints, he turned around and discovered that his coach had already risen and departed. Wait for me. Usirui hastily finished the cola in his cup and followed suit. The resilient New Jersey team clinched 4 consecutive victories against the Detroit Pistons, triumphantly hoisting the Eastern Conference Championship trophy on their home turf, marking their return to the NBA Finals for the second consecutive year. The last 8th seed to reach the finals was the 1998 to 1999 New York Knicks, who had overcome the Miami Heat, Atlanta Hawks, and Indiana Pacers, only to succumb to the Spurs in the finals with a 1-4 defeat. This time, the Spurs stood before the 8th seed once more, having decisively eliminated the Los Angeles Lakers with a commanding 4-2 score. Reclaiming their position atop the Western Conference, the Spurs successfully avenged their previous 2 playoff failures against the Lakers over the past 3 years. However, the Lakers faced declining quality in their role players, and internal conflicts were intensifying, compounded by Shaquille O'Neal's injuries, all of which diminished their strength. In contrast, the Spurs demonstrated remarkable unity, with role players fulfilling their designated roles, while newcomers like Ginóbili and Parker began to shine. Even Tim Duncan, the seasoned veteran under Popovich's guidance, was not left idle. He engaged the strongman Botter from China for extra training to counter O'Neal's prowess. With these contrasting dynamics, the Lakers' defeat seemed far from unexpected. Ultimately, the Spurs triumphed in the finals with a 4-2 victory over the Nets, once again lifting the O'Brien Trophy after a 3-year hiatus. Duncan earned his second FMVP award, achieving in 6 years what most superstars might only dream of throughout their entire careers. On June 18, 3 days after the finals concluded, Usirui boarded a flight home. After nearly a year, he finally set foot on his homeland once more, due to the haste of his return. He hadn't informed many, with only his parents and family present to greet him at the airport. Even Yao Ming was not notified. After all, Yao was equally swamped with various endorsements and activities, rendering it unnecessary to trouble him. However, soon enough, Usirui would find himself in a similar situation, as upon landing in Shanghai, his phone was inundated with calls from numerous parties eager to collaborate with him. The first meal upon his return home was destined to be his mother's home-cooked fare. Thus, his parents opted against inviting relatives and friends to dine out, instead returning home for a simple family meal. In the kitchen, my Yanfang busied herself, and when Usirui attempted to help, she shooed him away. Get out, get out. Don't cause me any trouble here. Go to the living room and have a nice chat with your father. He has missed you dearly during this time, that if it weren't for me, he might have been unable to resist coming to find you. Usirui felt a warmth in his heart and chuckled. What's the big deal? If he wanted to see me, he could have come. It wouldn't have been a bother. That won't do. Not to mention the expenses incurred. What about your work? Husirui retorted playfully. It doesn't matter. Anyway, my current salary and endorsement fees combined will surely suffice for our family to live comfortably for the rest of our lives. I even wish you both would resign and stop exhausting yourselves every day. Husirui picked up a small basket of cherries from the counter, popping one in his mouth. It was tart, causing him to furrow his brows. How can you say that? How old are your father and I? Just quit our jobs? You want us to abandon our well-established careers in our own country to serve you in the U.S. while you're still so young? His mother shot him a disapproving glance. This is a step we painstakingly achieved. Not to mention the years of hard work and the nearly 2 decades spent in our careers. Do you expect us to throw all that away? Have you noticed that since you went to America, your perspective has diminished? Are you denying the value of your father and my labor and life goals? Just because you found success now? Does that mean we should give up our lives and rush into a new life of dependency on you? The rhetoric of intellectuals indeed presents a formidable challenge, as Husirui, accustomed to dealing with Americans, found himself overwhelmed and hastily exited the kitchen, naturally taking the basket of cherries with him, determined to share with his father. As he listened to the ceaseless chatter behind him, Husirui felt a sense of fullness in his heart. In truth, his mother's lengthy discourse stemmed from a desire not to burden her son. Although she was aware that her child could support the entire family, what parent wishes to rely on their child so early in life? They would rather earn a little more while they still could, while their limbs remained capable. Meanwhile, whose father sat on the sofa, engrossed in the newspaper, a habit many had cultivated in that era of limited entertainment. Upon seeing his son emerge from the kitchen, Hu Shuiyang set the paper down and remarked, "You should take this off-season to rest at home." "Where else would I go if I'm not at home?" Husirui replied with a grin, handing over the cherries in his hand before plopping down beside his father. "Now that I finally have some time off, I intend to spend it with you too." Hu's father nodded, casually placing the cherries on the coffee table. "What I mean is, during this period, you should refrain from playing ball. The intensity of the NBA is not comparable to high school games. You need to take this time to recuperate and balance work and rest." "What is this? Have you heard something recently?" Husirui asked, puzzled. "Where else could I possibly play basketball beside the NBA?" Hu's father remained silent, simply handing over the newspaper he held. Husirui took it and read. "The 22nd Asian Men's Basketball Championship is in preparation. In December 2002, China successfully defeated South Korea and the Philippines to secure hosting rights for the 22nd Asian Men's Basketball Championship in 2003. According to the Asian Basketball Confederation, an executive meeting will be held on July 7, 2003, in Qatar to discuss the competition's schedule and venue. 16 teams will participate in the final stage of the championship, with host nation China and the top 5 teams from the previous championship, China, Lebanon, South Korea, Syria, Qatar, automatically qualifying, while the remaining 11 teams will emerge from regional qualifiers across East Asia, the Gulf, Central Asia, Southeast Asia, and West Asia. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the men's basketball competition at the 2004 Athens Olympics. Over the course of the previous 21 tournaments, China has claimed the championship 12 times, truly deserving of the title king of Asia. After reading, Husirui set the newspaper down with a perplexed expression. "The Asian Basketball Championship?" Hu Shuiyang, reclining on the sofa, nodded. "Exactly. You must not go. Even if they invite you, do not accept it. I will help you decline." "I thought it was a significant matter." Husirui chuckled. "It's just a regional competition in Asia. Your worries seem a bit premature. Besides, they might not even summon me. Our national team should handle this competition with ease." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Hu Shuiyang. "What do you know? They will certainly seek you out. If I didn't worry about you acting impulsively and agreeing, would I remind you? Had I not sent you to America, you would not be where you are today." Husirui was somewhat confused. "What about Yao Ming? What's happening with him? Players frequently shuttle between the NBA and CBA. I haven't seen them struggle." Hu Shuiyang, hearing this, rubbed his temples in exasperation. With Yao's physique, overexertion will undoubtedly lead to injuries. Just think about it. At 226 centimeters, can he endure running on the court for a year and a half? Can his knees withstand it? "And you've only just turned 19. Alarmed, Husirui replied, "Then I should call Yao and tell him not to go either." Originally, players had a short vacation, and although Yao Ming's Rockets did not make the playoffs, whose point was valid, every additional game posed a risk. Are you really that oblivious? Yao wants to refuse, but can he? Hu Shuliang gazed at his son, baffled by how he had changed in just a year. Players like him have no choice but to repay their debt by delivering results. Otherwise, how would they manage the public opinion? He is not like Wang Zhizhi, who could just be written off. Those guys will say anything to protect their own interests. When they saw that Daji was not cooperating, they even spread false news about him betraying the country and changing nationalities. Without considering the reality at all, Daji is a member of the Bai Rockets, a team composed of Chinese soldiers. This group of ingrates cannot betray Daji. The same goes for Yao Ming. They should participate in every tournament, big or small. Just last year, after the World Championship, they went straight to the Asian Games, and following that, the NBA. Now they're gearing up for the Asian Championship again. And next year, they're the Athens Olympics. Are they treating us like pack mules? What happens if we skip the Asian tournaments? The Korean referees, who can't even win, should not have the audacity to dig into our resources. A bunch of short-sighted, drunken good dash for dash nothings in him. A Yin Fong placed a freshly cooked braised pork on the dining table. As soon as I come in, I hear your incessant complaints. Who has provoked you this time that you feel compelled to curse day in and day out? If we let these fellows continue, even with good players in our country, they will inevitably ruin everything. Hu Shu Liang, still seething, took a sip from the teacup on the table. Yin Fong wiped her hands on her apron, then pointed at Hu Shu Liang. Oh, my dear, should watch your tongue. What if someone with ulterior motives overhears and reports you? Aren't you afraid they will make things difficult for your son later? Seeing Hu Shu Liang about to retort, Ma Yin Fong frowned and impatiently said, Do you want to eat or not? So much chatter. You and your son hurry to the kitchen and help me serve the dishes. After a sumptuous meal, Ma Yin Fong went to the kitchen to clean up the dishes, while Hu Shu Liang and his son studied various brand partnerships at the desk. Dad, what do you think of this brand? Hu Si Rue was selecting from a list provided by Old Porter. The father and son went through the first round of selection, after which Porter's team in China would evaluate each brand's quality control and reputation. Finally, after Hu Si Rue's personal confirmation, they would establish a partnership and sign a contract. With Hu Si Rue's achievements in the NBA, his market value in China has skyrocketed, drawing interest from brands across various sectors, including sports equipment, food, telecommunications, electronics, luxury goods, and insurance, all eager to collaborate and have him endorse their products. Among the myriad of brands, Hu Si Rue even discovered some infant formula brands seeking his endorsement, which struck him as amusing. Do I really have any connection to infants? Why on earth would they want me to endorse baby formula? Ma Yin Fong, who was delivering fruit to the father and son, overheard this and set the fruit platter on the desk, saying sternly, You cannot endorse baby formula. Recently, there have been numerous food safety scandals. Poisonous milk powder, gutter oil, lean meat powder, creating widespread panic that if the baby formula you endorse turns out to be tainted, the first to bear the brunt will be you, the spokesperson. Upon hearing this, Hu Shu Liang nodded in agreement. Indeed, we should avoid collaborating with any food-related brands to eliminate future troubles, especially those associated with children. We will not earn money that compromises our conscience, that Hu Si Rue nodded. His parents understood these matters far better than he did. Thinking long-term, there is no need to tarnish his reputation for a mere endorsement fee, especially since his career is just beginning. There is ample time ahead. By the way, Dad, Hu Si Rue suddenly remembered he had something important to mention. We need to go to Shanghai at the end of June for the promotional event of my signature shoes. After more than 6 months of research and development at Nike, they had gathered various data and feedback from Hu Si Rue's performances on the court, making numerous modifications to his signature shoe, the HT1, finally settling on the final version in early June. This means Hu Si Rue will be donning his first pair of personal shoes next season. Both Nike and Hu Si Rue have invested considerable effort into this shoe. Since the end of 2002, Nike has been preparing Hu Si Rue's personal brand, aspiring to create a product for the Chinese market akin to Air Jordan. The first step was establishing the brand name. After discussions with Hu Si Rue, they decided against the conventional abbreviation HSR and opted for the simpler HT. Next came the logo, a symbol for the brand and Hu Si Rue's entire career. The logo selection was of utmost importance. After continuous discussions and improvements with the design team, the final version was a right-hand OK gesture, simple yet profound. Firstly, compared to Yao Ming's logo shaped like a shield. This rounded, unsharp gesture more accurately symbolizes the gentle characteristics of Chinese people, embodying the philosophy of a gentleman is as gentle as jade. Secondly, the three upright fingers in the OK gesture represent the English transliteration of his name. 3. Symbolizing him as well as his proficiency in three-point shooting. The circular motion below signifies his jersey number, 0. Finally, the overall meaning conveys completion and resolution that Huc Rue hopes to become a lethal player on the court, much like his idol, Reggie Miller. With all preliminary preparations in order, the design of the first generation of HT shoes was put on the agenda. An entire design team followed the Miami Heat across the country, constantly updating Huc Rue on other Nike shoes feedback, integrating data, and ultimately developing his first pair of combat boots, HT. Though Huc Rue does not fully grasp the various technologies in his shoes, the feeling of wearing them is undeniably pleasant, lightweight, and breathable, yet providing excellent support. Most importantly, the cushioning, anti-rollover, and balance are all exceptionally well done, which is crucial for a shooter, as falling after a shot is a primary cause of ankle injuries. However, in terms of aesthetics, the HT can only be described as average, considering the aesthetics of old-school basketball shoes like Curry 7. It's hard to express the sentiment, but thankfully, Huc Rue is not particularly picky. Moreover, as a player, customizing colors is a breeze. Unfortunately, Huc Rue did not have the opportunity to wear these shoes throughout the playoffs. It was only as he was about to leave America that the sample of HT finally reached him. Although he had only worn them during practice in a few games, he was already enamored with them. Moreover, according to rumors, on May 22, the day Cleveland secured the first overall pick, Nike signed the chosen one, LeBron James, to a 7-year, $93 million contract, a plan that had been in the works for over half a year. Regrettably, Huc Rue's unexpected rise led to the advanced deployment of technologies intended for generation being utilized for HT. Even the design team initially intended for James was partially reassigned to address the urgent need for Huc Rue's hasty signing, leaving no one available to assist. Point 1 could say that most employees under this Nike sub-brand were originally prepared for the chosen one. James, he's stepping in his signature shoes. He is, in fact, standing on the shoulders of the unfortunate James. After enduring a few hard-earned days of leisure, Huc Rue once again embarked on a journey of back-and-forth travel. Last year, Nike's sales in mainland China reached a staggering $300 million. To further capture market, Nike is launching retail sales outside the United States for the first time, officially releasing on October 1st. Beijing time, while the United States will have to wait until a month later for the regular season release. Considering the market's consumption levels, the initial retail price in mainland China was set at 999 yuan, approximately 120. While in the US and Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan, it will be 155, about 1,299 yuan. Huc Rue had little to say about this. Although 999 yuan for a pair of shoes is still quite expensive compared to domestic consumption levels, he had little say in the pricing. The fact that they are cheaper than in the U.S. is already commendable. After all, LeBron's first pair of shoes launched at a retail price of 165, equivalent to 1499 yuan. He is currently traversing the bustling metropolises of Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen, signing contracts, filming advertisements, and attending events. A fan meeting organized by Nike in Shanghai. He palpably sensed his popularity and fervor within the country, with his autograph on jerseys leaving his hand weary. Meanwhile, during this frenetic fortnight for Huc Rue, a significant event unfolded on the other side of the ocean in the United States, the 2003 NBA Draft. Held on June 26, 2003, at Madison Square Garden in New York. Prior to this draft, countless media outlets and basketball analysts asserted that this year's selection could rival the legendary 1984 Diamond Generation and the 1996 Golden Generation, dubbing it the 2003 Platinum Generation. LeBron James, Carmelo Anthony, Darko Milicic, T.J. Ford, Maceo Baston, Chris Bosh, Chris Kaman, Dwayne Wade, and Kirk Hinrich, among others, shimmered on paper with immense potential for a bright draft future. destined to become the next pillars and faces of the NBA. With the first overall pick, the Cleveland Cavaliers certainly had the right to claim they faced a luxury problem, as both James and Anthony were prime candidates for the top spot. However, James, hailing from Akron, Ohio, considered Cleveland his second hometown, and his future seemed even more boundless compared to NCAA champion Anthony. This young man, already dubbed the chosen one before entering the NBA, had an unclear ceiling for his draft profile. Some believed he was the next Magic Johnson, while others saw him as the second coming of Batman Scottie Pippen, and even some posited he could be Jamal Mashburn, who was recently ranked as the top small forward in the league by renowned columnist Mike Conn of Fox Sports. Yet, there were those who believed none of these comparisons could adequately define him. His potential was limitless. The selection dilemma for the Pistons, holding the second overall pick, was even more complex. This summer, they signed new head coach Larry Brown, the former 76ers coach known for his defensive prowess, who required a tall player to bolster the team's interior strength. Despite having rebounding king Ben Wallace, the Pistons ranked among the league's worst in rebounding. The tall, agile, and versatile Malisic could provide the Pistons with a more formidable offensive presence. Moreover, Malisic had just turned 18 in June, showcasing even greater potential. However, regardless of whom the first two teams chose, the remaining player would become the Nuggets selection. The Knicks, lacking interior strength, had plenty of options, including Kumon, Bosch, and Maceo Baston. All pre-draft predictions had this 18-year-old Polish player ranked in the top 10, and he enjoyed considerable popularity in the U.S. Outside Madison Square Garden, at least 4,000 fans were fervently chanting, "We want Baston." The Bulls also had various choices. Standing at 6 feet and weighing 162 pounds, Texas guard T.J. Ford possessed remarkable firepower, exceptional breaking ability, and top-tier playmaking skills. After all, he was the first freshman in NCAA history to be crowned assist champion. In his sophomore year, he led Texas to the Final Four for the first time since 1974, earning unanimous All-American honors and winning both the Naismith and Wooden Awards. Texas even retired his number 11 jersey, making him the first player in the university's history to receive such an honor. Later, players like Aldridge and Durant chose Texas largely because of this remarkable little dynamo. Unfortunately, during a recent charity game between the basketball and football teams, Ford suffered a fall while contesting with a defender, losing sensation below his neck. Diagnosed with congenital spinal stenosis, any injury posed a risk of paralysis or even death. Thankfully, he recovered 2 hours later, and subsequent examinations revealed everything was normal. This incident had a profound impact on his draft prospects. Even with speed rivaling Iverson's, the Bulls were hesitant to gamble on his health. The second option was junior Dwayne Wade. Last year's second overall pick, Jay Williams, suffered a tragic motorcycle accident in June that ended his career, prompting the league to consider implementing a motorcycle ban. Thus, given their lack of interior strength, the Bulls' second choice would still lean toward a guard. Wade exhibited tremendous aggression, although his playmaking skills did not match Ford's. He remained an excellent choice. The third option was Kirk Hinrich, a pivotal player from the NCAA runner-up Kansas, who had already proven his mettle in high-stakes games. Despite Husirui's busy schedule, he managed to sneak a glance at the draft proceedings during this pivotal moment. He was uncertain about which player Riley, the cunning strategist, would select without a favorable pick. However, based on his understanding of Riley, it was highly likely he would trade away the draft position. "Mello," James called out. Observing his friend's silhouette from his seat, Anthony turned around instantly, asking, "What is up? Why did they move you to the front?" The concerned James inquired. With a smirk, Anthony replied, "It's more convenient here." "What?" The noise and crowd made it difficult for James to hear. "I said it's easier to exit and get on stage," Anthony patiently reiterated. These two prodigies have been friends since 2001, and Anthony demonstrated remarkable patience with James. With the first overall pick in the 2003 NBA draft, the Cleveland Cavaliers selected LeBron James. The youthful James, exuding a hint of boyish charm in his elegant white suit, rose from his seat. After embracing his mother, Gloria, and other members of his team, he received the Cavaliers cap from the staff and gracefully made his way to the stage. Meanwhile, Husirui, seated in front of his television, munched on unpalatable broccoli while watching the draft. After indulging in too many delicious meals recently, he had to rein in his diet. Otherwise, Riley would ensure he faced dire consequences. Indeed, James is the best choice, Husirui mused, silently calculating that, compared to NCAA champion Anthony, the 18-year-old James held even more promise for the future. With the second overall pick in the 2003 NBA draft, the Detroit Pistons selected Darko Milicic, Husirui's assessment was lukewarm as a championship contender. Selecting a high school rookie seemed a misstep, an ill-fated move akin to feeding ginseng to pigs. Their immediate need was for ready-to-play talent, not potential. They could have chosen Bosch or made a bolder trade. Could a superstar like the second overall pick not fetch an all-star or even a first-team player? Was T. Garnett in a standoff with management for failing to advance past the first round in 7 of his 8 playoff appearances? With the third overall pick in the 2003 NBA draft, the Denver Nuggets selected Carmelo Anthony. This was a straightforward decision. Even the most inept general manager would know to pick Anthony, as others paled in comparison. Watching Melo beam with excitement, Husirui reminisced about his own draft experience, pondering if he had displayed the same exuberance. With the fourth overall pick in the 2003 NBA draft, the New York Knicks chose Chris Bosh. With Ray Allen, Chris Bosh, and Draymond Green, coupled with the Knicks' intent to trade the hefty contract of Allen Houston, significant changes were undoubtedly on the horizon for the team this summer. With the fifth overall pick in the 2003 NBA draft, the Chicago Bulls selected Dwayne Wade. This choice was both surprising and anticipated. Wade was a Chicago native, and Jay's injury had instilled fear in the Bulls' management. Thus, they opted to forego the health risk-laden Ford in favor of the more manageable Wade, who had a knee injury but was deemed controllable. With the sixth overall pick in the 2003 NBA draft, the Memphis Grizzlies selected Kirk Hinrich. It appeared the Grizzlies did not lack for point guards. Given that white chocolate Jason Williams was already in Memphis, what they urgently require is a player in the second position. It remains a mystery why they opted for this tall point guard. In the 2003 NBA draft, with the seventh overall pick, the Seattle Supersonics selected Chris Common. Given the Supersonics' lack of interior presence, this decision appears to be astute, as Common is currently regarded as the finest center rookie of this draft class. In the same draft, with the 8th overall pick, the Milwaukee Bucks chose T.J. Ford. T.J. Ford, still unable to fall out of the top 10, was ultimately picked up by the Bucks, who saw him as a hidden gem. As for their starting point guard, Alien Castle, the rebuilding Bucks have already considered parting ways with this veteran, as predicted by Husirui. Raleigh did not choose to retain this first-round pick. The Heat orchestrated a trade with the Hawks, sending the 19th pick of the 2003 draft in exchange for a future first and second-round pick from Atlanta, along with a second-round pick from the 76ers. For Riley, draft picks equate to currency. The draft is akin to a lottery, and players are mere commodities. Unless he possesses undeniable certainty, he would refrain from spending money to buy a lottery ticket, preferring instead to invest in goods. Though costly, they offer reliability that, in contrast to the value of a first-round pick, second-round selections appear significantly less valuable, as those can indeed be purchased outright. This is exemplified by Kyle Korver, who was chosen by New Jersey at the 52nd pick, 23rd in the second round, in 2003, only for the financially constrained Nets to sell him to Philadelphia for $125,000. The Nets utilized that $125,000 for summer league expenses, with any remaining funds allocated for a new typewriter for the office, thus earning Korver the moniker of the player traded for a typewriter. However, fate took an ironic turn when the Heat, holding the 18th pick in the second round, selected the 22-year-old rookie Kyle Korver, a choice that seemed both unremarkable and regrettable. Due to his mediocre physical attributes and singular scoring ability through shooting, he fell to the second round, ultimately caught by the Heat. Yet it was precisely this reason that led Pat Riley to choose him. Husirui's basketball system imparted a new understanding of modern basketball tactics. As for Husirui, he painstakingly finished his weight loss meal while intermittently engaging in training, only to discover through the television that the team had selected Korver. Korver? Who is that? I haven't heard of him. Disappointed, he switched off the television and headed to the bathroom. For rookies, being selected by a team is akin to a young bride entering her husband's family. Regardless of whether they have entered the door they wished for, the exhilaration of finally breaking into the NBA is palpable, and some teams feel as though they have struck gold. Yet, while everyone celebrated, Lakers star Kobe Bryant faced a tumultuous offseason that on June 30, 2003, Kobe arrived in Eagle County, Colorado, on his private plane, preparing for knee surgery the following morning at a local clinic as a basketball aficionado. Despite having played all games in the previous 2 seasons, he still faced numerous injuries. For instance, during a game against the Memphis Grizzlies in 2001, he sustained a hip injury. In December 2002, he dislocated his right shoulder during a match against the Warriors. That evening, Kobe and his group arrived at the Edwards Cordillera Lodge Spa Resort at 10 p.m., proceeding to check in at the front desk. While checking in, a 19-year-old front desk attendant accompanied Kobe on a brief and pleasant tour, followed by a short conversation. Shortly thereafter, accompanied by his bodyguard, Kobe entered his room. Minutes later, the attendant was invited into the room and emerged approximately 20 minutes later. According to her colleagues' accounts, she left in tears, appearing dazed, and confided to those around her, "I was sexually assaulted by Kobe." On July 1, Kobe underwent surgery as scheduled, while the attendant reported the alleged sexual assault to the Eagle County authorities. That day, Kobe and his entourage returned to the resort, where nothing seemed amiss. Late at night, the county sheriff's investigators interviewed Kobe Bryant and collected evidence from his room, ultimately taking him in for a physical examination. On July 4, the Eagle County Police issued an arrest warrant, and Kobe, after discussing the matter with his agent Rob Pelinka, turned himself in at the Eagle County Sheriff's Office on July 18. Kobe faced a felony charge of sexual assault. Accompanied by his wife and attorney, he held a press conference at the Staples Center, where he acknowledged his encounter with the attendant but insisted that it was consensual, declaring his innocence, though he secured bail at $25,000, allowing him to continue playing the following season. The incident ignited a media frenzy, with reporters hungry for sensationalism. Various media outlets, akin to sharks sensing blood, fervently reported on the situation. Some journalists even brought it up during Sirui's press engagements, inquiring about his perspective on the matter. Although situated in China, Sirui was well informed about the details through gossip from friends and Kobe's own lamentations. He did not shy away from the topic, but boldly stated, "The repercussions of Kobe's situation are unfortunate, but I believe they stem solely from his marital indiscretion, betraying his pregnant wife, Vanessa. However, I trust he would never engage in unlawful acts against a woman's will. There must be more to this story." As Kobe himself said, "It was mutual consent, and I urge fans to remain calm, for the truth will eventually surface." Though this response would undoubtedly attract criticism from those with ulterior motives, as a friend, Sirui felt compelled to voice his support for Kobe rather than shy away or exploit the situation. Over the phone, Kobe expressed the myriad of impacts this incident had wrought upon him. Not a single teammate had stood up for him. All sponsorships had been terminated, and he faced an onslaught of scorn from fans. Following the Eagle County incident, Kobe's sponsors, including newly signed Nike, Apple, and even Coca-Cola, severed ties with him, leading to the shelving of the anticipated Kobe I sneaker. In his marriage, upon learning of the situation, Vanessa was understandably furious. In a bid to seek her forgiveness, Kobe purchased a $4 million diamond ring. Yet money could not mend the rift in their relationship, leaving Vanessa in a state of melancholy. Moreover, Kobe's rapport with his teammates was far from harmonious. The previous season's Western Conference Finals loss, particularly the discord between Kobe and Shaquille O'Neal over ball control during crucial moments, had strained their relationship. Consequently, the internal power struggle between the two intensified, with Kobe increasingly dissatisfied with Shaquille's leadership, while Shaquille grew frustrated with Kobe's insubordination. That Kobe's relatively reclusive nature further alienated him from other team members, resulting in a lack of support from his teammates during this tumultuous period. Had the situation remained external, it might have been manageable, merely a legal battle or hush-money negotiation, as the attendant Catherine seemed to be pursuing. Yet, fate had other plans, adding fuel to the fire. During the investigation and trial process, Kobe attempted to resolve the matter by offering hush money, including requests for police assistance in addressing the case. His conversations with the police were recorded and subsequently leaked to the media. In the reports, Officer Winters revealed. After the recording concluded, Kobe indicated that a teammate had previously encountered a similar situation and suggested he might follow Shaquille's lead, referencing how Shaquille had once paid a woman $1 million to remain silent. Goodness, whether Kobe's intention was to extricate himself from culpability or to express dissatisfaction with Shaquille's discretion, This act of dragging a teammate into the fray undoubtedly thrust him into the spotlight. The media, ever eager for a sensational story, sensationalized the situation, with headlines suggesting Shaquille had done the same. The discord off the court had now spilled onto the court, and regardless of the reasons. Kobe's lack of emotional intelligence resulted in dire consequences, potentially leading to the disintegration of the once dominant Lakers dynasty. This will be the final season for the OK combo, where success is paramount, and failure is not an option. Should they clinch the championship, it would be a joyous occasion, with both Kobe and Shaquille maintaining their composure for the sake of the title. Conversely, if they falter, disintegration would be an inevitable consequence. Thus, the Lakers embarked on a series of maneuvers in the summer's free agency market, preparing to stake everything on this season. Karl Malone, a two-time regular season MVP and one of the greatest power forwards in history, has long operated in the shadow of Michael Jordan, never having ascended to the pinnacle of championship glory. With his esteemed partner John Stockton choosing to retire this season, Malone yearns to fulfill his championship dream. Consequently, enticed by the Lakers' invitation and the allure of a championship, he opted to join the Lakers for a veteran minimum of $1.5 million that another star, Gary Payton, also chose to align with the Lakers. The Supersonics ultimately failed to re-sign Payton, which left the 34-year-old veteran, who had devoted his career to Seattle, available in the free market. Despite being in a decline phase of his career, numerous teams expressed interest in acquiring him. The Miami Heat were the first to extend an olive branch, hoping to provide a seasoned mentor for young Dwayne Wade, though they could not guarantee him a starting position. Subsequently, the Bucks and other teams also made offers. Ultimately, he signed with the Lakers for a contract worth $5 million prior to joining the Lakers. Payton stipulated that his decision was contingent upon Malone's signing. Thus, when Malone inked his contract with the Lakers, Payton felt a wave of relief and accepted their invitation. The allure of the Lakers' championship aspirations was simply too compelling, prompting Payton to acquiesce. The Lakers constructed a formidable Lakers F4 ensemble in the summer's free agency, resolutely aiming for this year's championship. This move undoubtedly provoked a strong reaction from other contending teams, igniting an NBA-style arms race, particularly the Timberwolves, who have suffered at the hands of six Western powerhouses: Rockets, Supersonics, Spurs, Trailblazers, Mavericks, and Lakers, since Kevin Garnett's entry into the league in 1995. Since taking control of the Timberwolves in 1995, owner Glenn Taylor has not been stingy with finances. In October 1997, the Timberwolves offered Garnett, who had just completed his rookie contract, a 6-year, $126 million mega deal, over $40 million more than what Taylor had paid for the team 2 years prior. This maneuver effectively locked the Timberwolves' salary cap, as the young Garnett, having entered the league straight from high school, sought a lucrative contract without jeopardizing the team's ability to sign other players. The generous Taylor orchestrated a bold move by signing Garnett's close friend Joe Smith to a 1-year minimum salary contract. Despite Smith having turned down a 4-year, $36 million offer from the Warriors that summer. Initially, many perceived Smith's signing with the Timberwolves as a mere attempt to enhance his value for a future contract, akin to how people viewed the Suns' signing of Jones for $3 million. However, to everyone's astonishment, Smith subsequently signed 2 more minimum contracts with the Timberwolves, averaging around $2 million per year. Just as they were negotiating a third minimum contract, the league uncovered the clandestine agreement between Smith and the Timberwolves, which violated league regulations. The contract entailed that the Timberwolves would sign Smith from 1998 to 2001 for below market value. And at the end of the 2001 season, after Smith had completed 3 years with the team, they would extend a lucrative $80 million deal to him. The league had witnessed similar agreements before, such as the Heat's contract with Alonzo Mourning in 1996, but the evidence in Smith's case was irrefutable, with the league discovering the incriminating written agreements, leaving the Timberwolves with no room for rebuttal. This revelation prompted then Timberwolves Vice President of Operations, Kevin McHale, to remark that many teams engaged in such practices. They simply lacked the expertise to execute them effectively. In response, an outraged Commissioner David Stern imposed a harsh penalty on the Timberwolves, severely crippling their future: a $3.5 million fine, temporary suspensions for owner Glenn Taylor and Vice President Kevin McHale, and, most devastatingly, the forfeiture of the Timberwolves' first-round picks for the next 5 years. Although the league later restored the 2003 and 2005 draft picks, this still significantly hampered the Timberwolves' ability to strengthen their roster. Garnett lamented that such sanctions plunged the team into a deep abyss, making advancement exceedingly difficult AS for Joe Smith. After the league declared his third contract with the Timberwolves null and void, he subsequently joined the Detroit Pistons, returned to the Timberwolves after a year, and has since played for them for another 2 seasons. Thus, Taylor's prior enthusiasm for basketball was evident. Even in a small market like Minnesota, he was willing to invest generously. However, he now seemed hesitant, as years of first-round exits made him reluctant to pour more money into what seemed an endless pit. Yet, Garnett could not remain idle. The Wolves' repeated playoff disappointments were intolerable for the proud big ticket, and he yearned for formidable allies. Under such pressure, Taylor resolved to make one final attempt. If the team could not advance further, a complete rebuild would be in order. The Timberwolves traded away Joe Smith, relinquishing 3 first-round picks, along with several additional assets, to acquire the extraterrestrial Sam Cassell and the madman Sprewell from the Bucks. Together with Garnett and the addition of Wally Szczerbiak, the rejuvenated Timberwolves set sail once more, determined to clash with the Lakers. The Mavericks, similarly ousted by the Lakers, also sought reinforcements to end this year's decisive 7th game of the playoffs. They fell short due to Dirk Nowitzki's ejection, leaving them with no viable options at the 4 position, prompting them to bolster their front line. Coincidentally, the Warriors, having lost Gilbert Arenas, sought to establish Jason Richardson as a cornerstone and placed Anton Jamison on the market. The Mavericks executed a trade involving Nick Van Exel, Evan Eschmeyer, Avery Johnson, Popeye Jones, and Antoine Regado to acquire Jamison. Danny Fortson, Chris Mills, and Yuri Welsh. The liberated Jamison was capable of contributing 24.9 points and 8.7 rebounds in a season, and even in the previous season with diluted usage, he averaged 23 points and 7.2 rebounds. Employing a near all-star caliber power forward as a 6th man is undeniably a luxurious move for the Dallas Mavericks. The Sacramento Kings were also active, signing former Pacers player Brad Miller to address their weakest position, center. With Mike Bibby, Christie, Peja, Weber, and Miller forming their starting 5, complemented by the best 6th man, Jackson, the Kings retained a fighting chance against the Lakers. The reigning champions, the Spurs, despite parting ways with the quality piece Stephen Jackson, found that the rapid development of Tony Parker and Manu Ginóbili could adequately compensate for Jackson's departure.